What is up, everybody? Thank you for joining the NASCAR Betting Preview Show Premium Discord special live stream happening now until midnight tonight, believe it or not. So, got a lot to go over this tonight, really, over this marathon, if you will. So, appreciate you joining and wanted to give something back to those that have been joining the Discord and getting affiliated with it and try to bring more people to join. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Already have some really good conversations in there. If you're not familiar with the NASCAR Betting Preview Show, it happens every Wednesday on Twitter Spaces as well as YouTube in partnership with In Between Media. We do it every single weekday or weekend. I'm sorry, on Wednesdays is when we do it. And at 8 p.m. It's a lot of fun. So yeah, we wanted to do a Discord and have another community that really kind of grows together and just kind of building off those elements. So got a lot in store here for the next 10 hours. We obviously got Cup qualifying wrapping up right now. We had Xfinity practice and qualifying. We have the NCAA kicking off their week one here today, right now. And then, we got a list of guests coming up. So, kind of sit back, relax, grab a snack, have some fun, and join in on the action as well. Drop some comments, questions, and we'll go over a whole list of things. We have a couple of our guests here tonight. We got full tank with Phil, who is on the NASCAR Betting Preview Show. He's going to join us here on in the next 10 minutes or so. Going to go over NASCAR, NCAA. He's a handicapper in many regards in those markets. So going to be fun to talk to him. And then we got later on this evening at 9 o'clock is a live post-practice and qualifying special with Rob Cornelius, who comes on, and he and I have been doing some of the post-practice and qualifying episodes on the podcast. So going to have a live special for everybody there. So that's going to be a lot of fun. And then we also have a number of guests that are coming down. We got Mike Bachmann. We got Rory Picks, who's set to make a appearance here, and Cody Zeeb, who's going to be coming on as well through about the 3:30 time frame. So it's going to be a lot of fun. And again, can't thank you all enough. Make sure you are subscribing to In Between Media. Get familiar with what we're doing over at the NASCAR Betting Preview Show. If you have any questions regarding the NASCAR Betting Preview Show Discord, make sure you shoot me a DM or an email. I got everything in the link down below. And again, we just have a lot coming up here in the next few weeks. It is obviously football season, but NASCAR playoffs have just begun. So a lot to get to here in the next coming hours and obviously the next few weeks. So don't be shy in throwing in a comment or two through the top there. We're going to do a listener portion towards the very end of the night where just kind of want to hear what everybody's got to say. We might have some people listening in come on, give a couple of their opinions, almost like a radio show, if you will, where they're able to kind of pop on, give their opinions, and kind of go from there. So it's going to be a lot of fun, a lot to anticipate here today and throughout the 10 hours or so. So some have said I'm crazy. I think you're right. I think I am crazy, but again, wanted to give back in a way of, hey, we could have some fun with this. We could have a good time. And whether you're watching from a football game or you're at home or wherever you are, I want to know. So it's going to be a lot of fun. And I'm looking forward to chatting with some of the guys here tonight. I mean, be curious to hear from you, from just a NASCAR perspective. What were some of your thoughts after post, practice and qualifying from Xfinity, as well as the Cup Series? That's just wrapping up here, qualifying. I got all my screens here up in front of me, just watching everything. So be to hear from you. What do you think? Are you on anything going into this weekend's race here at Darlington with the Southern 500? And it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be, I think, if we learned anything here today, and I was texting a buddy of mine, and I said, this could be the race where we really have a betting edge with a lot of the practice elements, a lot of the drivers that look to be doing good, and some that were, maybe not as fast. And maybe we can take advantage of that. Maybe we can get a better price in the market. So really looking forward to seeing what we can do there and just kind of building on some of this momentum. I do the show with a lot of different guys. Mark Harris, aka Skybox NASCAR, Full Tank with Phil. And those two specifically, those are guys that are continuing to do so many different things. Rory picks as well, as he helps out with the Laying Coin Pod. And then he has obviously all his betting, I mean, from golf and you name it, he's kind of doing it. But Phil and Mark as well, they're doing so much from the NASCAR betting scene, and it's amazing to see their dedication. And it's amazing to see the time and effort that they put into everything that helps out with the NASCAR betting preview show. So I cannot thank them enough in all that they do. And Phil, he was doing a podcast this week where I think he did about an hour and a half podcast by himself. And I can't imagine doing a podcast. I do a podcast by myself sometimes, and it's 27 minutes. And I'm like, this is something that feels like it was an hour and a half, 2 hours. So when Phil is, kind of doing those shows, it's amazing to see that the time and attention that he puts into it. So really looking forward to chatting with him here in just a few minutes and kind of diving into a few things, and then really getting into the Xfinity races. We'll be watching that live. We'll be able to put in some live, some of our takes and some of our betting opportunities, really kind of get invested as a community here and be able to do that. So that'll be a lot of fun. Obviously, like I said, got the NCAA, football, college football's back. There's a lot of good games right now on. Colorado beating TCU. So I'll be curious to see what happens there come end of the day, and be curious to hear what Phil has to say, as well as Cody. Cody is a big Nebraska Cornhuskers fan, so they obviously had a tough break the other day. So it'll be fun to chat with him and get to know some of these guys' stories a little bit as well for you, the listener out there, and you, the supporter. So it'll be a lot of fun. Again, make sure you're not only following me at Derek Yoder _ on Twitter, but if you want to get involved with the premium Discord, details are below. Shoot me a DM or shoot me an email. Be happy to get you signed up and good to go there. So it's going to be a lot of fun. A long day here, but we got a lot of football, got a lot of racing still to go. So there's going to be a lot of good betting opportunities for us when it comes to some of these markets. So curious to hear from anybody out there what you think you're going to be looking to be invested in. Is there a driver or two that you kind of are keeping an eye on as we kind of get into the later time frame here? But again, this is going to be one of those nights where it's a lot of fun to be a part of, and I really appreciate everybody that's tuning in and listening for your support. So like you said, grab a cold one, kick back, relax, enjoy some football, enjoy some racing, enjoy some commentary here. We'll have a lot of fun over the next 10 hours, which will be jam-packed. So like I said, got a lot of good guests coming up. One thing for me, I saw a lot of conversation about Sheldon Creed, and I did get invested. I was more so pressured in through a group, a betting group that I'm a part of. Everybody was talking about Sheldon Creed this week, and I understand that he finished second. I guess I got the glasses like Sheldon Creed, so I got invested with Sheldon Creed when it comes to a top 5 number going into the Xfinity race. But curious to hear what you all are on as well. So I'm going to welcome on Phil of the Full Tank with Phil podcast. Did I jump the gun there? Are you good to go?
Yeah, just hanging out.
What game do you have on the back? Oh, you got qualifying, I see.
Flipping back and forth between qualifying and this Colorado TCU game.
Oh,
pretty interesting.
I know. Were you on anything with that?
Yeah, I took TCU -21 because I figured Colorado is just garbage and do have no faith in Coach Prime. But I think they're proven. So we'll see if they can hold on.
So in the first half, are they proving to be the real deal? I mean, obviously they had. I was flipping back too, so I saw that TCU blocked a field goal as they were going to go up. It was going to be 10-0 Colorado. TCU blocked the field goal. Then they ended up going down at some point, scoring a touchdown. Got 2 touchdowns for them in the second quarter. So you're holding a -21 ticket. You said you got 21.
Just to
spotting
sprinkle
them a little bit.
We were at the pool with the family, and it was coming up to 12 o'clock, and I threw a couple bets in. I threw Purdue -3.
Yeah. It's always those last second ones right up to kickoff that
I know
just do you in.
Yep. I didn't throw too much on the -21 because but I really did not believe that Colorado would be worth a damn. And I think it's a combination of like them being fired up and TCU just taking them lightly, just kind of like most of the country. But I did see a thing out there that said this morning, like tons, like the most bet ticket was Colorado.
That makes
People,
sense.
yeah, and that made me want to take the opposite approach because I think
Yeah, fade the
I
public.
thought people were just getting
Mm-hmm.
kind of caught up in the hype around Dion, but yeah, we'll see if they can hold on to it. They're up
So
17-14 starting the second half.
that first drive by Colorado, we'll just talk about that for a little bit because that first drive was pretty good. I mean, Sanders, obviously, Deion Sanders' son is the starting quarterback this year for Colorado. He was surgical. I mean, TCU is not really a team that's known for their defense. Let's not get it twisted. They did give up like 100 points in the championship game, national championship game. They run one back, or is that just a replay?
They just scored again.
Okay.
Colorado just scored on a screen pass. It's talking about
Okay.
bad defense. Yeah.
That's talking about bad defense. Okay, so Colorado is making a statement in their first game, so that one's done. Colorado. I mean, you would have to get 30 points unanswered essentially
Oh yeah,
from
yeah.
TCU.
I'm for my
So
bet.
that
Yeah,
one's
I'm
that
not
one.
even worried
Okay,
about it anymore.
so that one's done. I was gonna jump in on ECU or Eastern Carolina over Michigan, not over Michigan, but just taking I think it was a
Points
32-point spread. Yeah, I was gonna take the points there. Decided not to. And
seems like that was the right move.
I'm glad I didn't because I was kind of like, oh, who was I listening to? I think I was listening to Todd and Payne, and they were talking about how obviously Hardball's out. And then they were saying that the secondary coach, who they hadn't announced yet, he was also out. So it kind of sounded like there might have been some things of like, I don't really know what's going to happen. This could be an opportunity. We remember Appalachian State coming in and beating Michigan. I kind of had some of those vibes. I had it. I had the ticket in process and I never hit the button. So that looks to me right now that it's going to be good. But who else? What are some other games in the noon slate that you were jumping on?
Yeah, I didn't have anything else in the noon slate. I actually really didn't like the noon slate
Okay.
at all. The Purdue -3 was one that stood out to me. I threw that in a couple different ways. So I'm happy that they're up right now. Colorado one was just because of the lack of faith in Colorado. I'm still super
Mm-hmm.
interested in the game, even though the bet's dead. But yeah, the other noon kickoff games, didn't really interest me very much. So I'm saving really a lot of stuff for later. I mean, the night slate tonight is unbelievable. And
Oh,
definitely have a lot of things
Carolina,
cooking.
North Carolina, South Carolina. You got anything in that one?
No, nothing there. I know that game day
Okay.
went there today.
They did.
I don't know why that game. Is there supposed to be hype around that game? I don't understand that one.
There could be like a
Yeah.
state to state rivalry, border rivalry, and then they had the Cup Series car there. They had a divided Carolina, which was the 23-11 Carolina
Oh, that's
blue,
cool.
and then they had South Carolina colors down the other side. So that was the only thing with that. But yeah,
I'm
so
looking at the spread now. I mean, North Carolina is -2.5 at it's at South Carolina, and I would roll with South
Charlotte
Carolina there.
it's
Oh,
in
it's
Charlotte.
a neutral site.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Brutal. I fucking hate neutral site games, so I'll probably pass on that. I just like
Okay.
Spencer Rattler. I think he's super underrated, and I thought he really came on strong at the end of the season last year. So you take that with the fact that Carolina
Mm-hmm.
is their quarterback. Didn't he get drafted? So they're kind of just like doing a little bit of an overhaul there. Yeah. Oh no, Drake May is still
No,
there.
Drake May's still a QB. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I don't know. I'm just never a believer in North Carolina and the fact that Spencer started to turn it on late. I think that's a bit of a underdog mentality there. I think the
Mm-hmm.
spread kind of says it all. I mean, -2.5 for North Carolina. If you
Yep.
had hit me with that, in May, I would have been like, whoa,
What's the
why
total?
isn't it
What's the total at
-7?
now?
Total 63.5. So
So it
it's
was
a little bit, it's
60.
a little much.
It is a little much. I think it opened at 64 and a half, and now it's down to 63. So a little bit of money coming in on the under.
Yeah.
So you're passing from that. What are a couple? I'm looking at the night slate here. What's something that you're on from a night slate perspective? Because you
Yeah.
said
So
the night was loaded.
it is loaded. So one game that I'm on the right side of right now as far as the closing line value seems.
Yep.
So Colorado State is hosting
Oh,
Washington State, and Washington State was an 11-point favorite. I took the points with Colorado State. I think Colorado State is, we talked about it on one of the podcasts at some point, probably the truck pod. I have their over win total 4.5.
you do. Yep.
And I think, you know, a lot of good things about this team. So I think they could cover a huge number like that. It's down to 8.5. So it's already down
Oh.
3 points
Ooh.
essentially, or
Mm-hmm.
2.5 points. So I'm
Mm-hmm.
happy to see that. We'll see if they can, put it out there on the field, but that's a game that I am very much looking forward to. Another game that I've been thinking about for a while, and I'm now that the day is here, I'm starting to get nervous, is Texas Tech versus Wyoming. So I'm on the
Yep.
Texas Tech win total
Yep.
7.5 plus 100. And I do think that they're going to be a really good football team, but everybody that I've listened to, I've listened to a
Yeah.
ton of different things. I've read a bunch of articles, and everybody's been talking about Texas Tech looking like a good team this year, like kind of
Mm-hmm.
a lot of buzz around them. And then it
Yep.
goes to, but week 1 in Laramie, that's going to be dangerous. 14
Mm-hmm.
points for the, Cowboys. That's a lot. So a lot of people are leaning. Best of both worlds would be Wyoming covers 14 and Texas Tech wins. That's essentially
Yep.
what I need, because I'm on Wyoming at home to open the season plus 14. They're catching 14 points.
Okay.
So that's a game that, I have eyes on for multiple reasons, and we'll see what happens there. So
What
on
time's
that
that at
one,
again?
7:30 or 8 o'clock. Let me my app just closed.
I know. I was just trying to find it as well.
Yeah, that's at
Looks
7:30 on
like
CBS. So that's a national broadcast game. And Texas Tech,
so you
one of the
have
reasons. What's that?
NBC and CBS. You have NBC and CBS going on at the same time.
I'm gonna have two TVs buzzing later tonight. So Texas Tech faces Oregon next week, week 2 at home. So that's
Oh
another reason
man.
to like Wyoming,
Whoa.
because they're going to be potentially looking ahead, kind of just
Yeah.
saying all right, we're better than this team. We got to worry about the Ducks. So that's another reason why plus 14 is entertaining. So then another one is, Penn State, obviously. I'm taking Penn
Mm-hmm.
State with the points. DraftKings has a ton of different boosts. I'm taking alt spreads, to make this. Right now it's 21.5. I think Penn State's going to roll West Virginia tonight. So if they don't,
Hmm.
I'm taking some of these alt spreads if I can get a number and give it a boost, make it more sexy. So obviously that's a homer pick. So don't tell me on that. And then one bet that seems weird that keeps coming up is and Bear used to be from College
Yep.
Game Day. Now he's
Bear.
on
Yep.
Fox. He was on this to kind of put it over the edge for me. It's South Alabama versus Tulane. So they're
Okay.
catching 6, and Tulane coming off of New Year's 6 season. They lost players. It's letdown city essentially, and apparently South
Mm.
Alabama is loaded. And
Hmm.
they're going to go to Oklahoma State in a few weeks, and I think people are saying watch out for them. They could surprise Oklahoma State. They've got a roster that is together, and
Yeah.
they've got some gel from last season. So South Alabama, I would not have found myself on them, like I said, in the
Hmm.
super off season. But leading up to this week, it seems like Tulane could be ripe for the picking. And if they're not ready, then South Alabama could jump on them. So plus 6, I took that as well. So yeah, a bunch of different games. Alabama,
I like it.
sticking with
Yep.
that
Yep.
state. They're
7:30
taking
slate.
Middle
Yep.
Tennessee State, and they are giving up almost 40 points. And
That's crazy.
it's so tough. And Bama is still deciding who their quarterback is. So
Right.
they're essentially going to be treating this game like a practice almost. And Middle Tennessee State has never really been a slouch. Like, so
No.
40 points, like, I don't know. I'm entertaining that. When I get to my cousins later and I start drinking, I might throw that in just because. So
This is going to come back up in your memory bank, in your mind. Your drunk mind is going to be like, Phil, remember Alabama?
I'll forget about it, and then just
It'll
in time for like the 10:30 slate,
yeah.
I'll remember that I hit that. So yeah, there's that. So those are the ones that I have in so far in numerous ways.
Yeah.
And yeah, so we'll see.
Is there a specific market that you look at when it comes to like college football where you're like, I'm gonna look at this, whether, or is it vary depending on game, matchup, all that? Or are you like, I try to keen in on point or total or a spread?
Yeah, so I've kind of had success over the last few years. Week one of taking the points because we don't know what these teams have yet, and just taking the points could, it's proven to be kind of a successful
Mm-hmm.
formula because Vegas is going to have to understand what these teams are. So obviously you look at, and I didn't listen to this, but Colorado, right? Like they were 21-point dogs. If you take that 21 points, it's a pretty good net, and now they're winning the game outright. So there's a lot of uncertainty in week one. So I love betting over unders, but I
Yeah.
can't do that until I have something to work off of.
Gotcha.
So like that, I need to be able to see like, okay, there's a reason why like that team's defense looks stout in this game, or, we know that this team's offense sucks, so we'll take the under or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That two teams with no defense. Okay. Over. Like that's the kind of later, even next week we'll dabble, but as the year goes on, like I'll definitely dig in more to the over unders. So that's really my mindset is, like tonight, right? I've got
Yep.
points in every one of those matchups that I just talked about. I'm taking the points and saying thank you.
Right.
And
Yeah.
if they miss, okay, I'm not that pissed about it because now on the other side of the coin, it's like, okay, well, that team is legit. Like week one, they
Yeah.
were able to come
Right.
out and this was a trap game and they were able to compete and bury them. Great. You know what I mean? I'll be looking at them in the future. So that's, my mentality for this week, and it will shift as the year goes on. Now, I put it in the Discord last night. I took a
Mm-hmm.
teaser thinking that I had a little bit of knowledge from the week before, and big time letdown. Total letdown. And this was one where, so this was Hawaii versus Stanford last night at
Yep.
11 o'clock at night. And I was fired up for it.
Going back after Miami or going back after Hawaii. Yep.
Going back after Hawaii, I faded them in week one at Vanderbilt
Yep.
or week 0 rather, missed because and it was like, wow,
I
Hawaii. Their coach came out and said that he put the spread on the whiteboard, like he's very aware of like the spread, and I was like, whoa, I wish I knew that like beforehand. Like I love a coach that's in tune with the gambling.
Yep.
So I was kind of shocked that at Hawaii at Vanderbilt, the way that they put up a fight and, covered their spread. So taking on Stanford, who
Mm-hmm.
historically, like the last few years, they stink. They fucking stink. And going to Hawaii, first home game of the season, we've got all that wildfire stuff out there. Like you got to figure
Yep.
they're gonna be fired up, right? So I was listening to two guys on a pod. I think it was the Vegas, the VSiN podcast.
Oh yeah. Yep.
And yeah, so they were talking about the over under, the total, and the points. And apparently the points were at 1.7 and it got bet
Okay.
down to 3. And the guy was like, oh, I can't take it at 3, but 7, I'm locked in. I bought it at 7. I'm in. So I was like, all right. And then the one guy was like, yeah, and I'm on the under here, and it
Mm-hmm.
was at 60, and now it's down to 55. So I was like, okay.
Okay.
So I was playing around, and I put in a teaser under 61 and Hawaii +9. So the both have to hit, and I was like, I mean, these guys seem like really sure of this. And I saw what I saw with Hawaii, and I think Stanford sucks. Totally jacked up about it. Threw the chat into the Discord to see if anybody would be into that. And of course, the total was 61, but Hawaii got, and you could tell pretty much right away, like Hawaii
right
just
away.
didn't have it. So that was the tough one to watch. At halftime, I was kind of like, oh God, I'm done with this.
That's always tough because you come into a game and you get excited. And you're like, okay, I see how these scenarios could play out. Then something like that happens. You're like, all right, now my complete energy is focused on the total and not so much the team, or it is the team and not so much the total. But that's good. I mean, teaser elements are always, I know they're like a sucker play, but those are always elements I enjoy, especially when you can do kind of like different time frames and all that and trying to get something one in the early slate, middle, evening, late. Like even tonight's 10:30 game is amazing. Coastal Carolina, UCLA. I love that. That's a great uniform matchup. That's a great like it's gonna be, and it's from the Rose Bowl. So can't hate on too much here. I want to say this first before I forget. So Bell scored the pole, Hamlin on the outside, Reddick in the second row starting third, all Toyota. What do you think of that?
Makes me happy because I'm on Toyota plus I have to check it what I got it at, but on the podcast I called out Toyota this week, and Christopher Bell talked about him on the NASCAR betting preview show a little bit. It wasn't me that brought him up, but somebody else called him out, and I agreed with that. I think Christopher Bell's sneaky this week, so love to see that. Reddick, I think, is a bit of a surprise to some. So we'll see, but yeah, I mean, I'm gonna have to go back and look at the practice data and everything, but I'm excited to see Bell. I'm sure if you took him outright, then you've got some pretty good CLV, but I might dabble as well tomorrow at this time, really digging in before the race. So Christopher Bell is definitely one to watch, and I have a championship ticket. I was going through all of my futures in all sports, and because I got a bunch of them out there, and I've got a few NASCAR tickets that aren't too shabby. I've got Christopher Bell at Christopher Bell at 15-1. He's 13-1 now, because I was thinking about throwing one in on Bell, and I was like, holy shit, I already have one. So that was nice. I've got a Blaney, which 12-1. I think he's worse than that now, and he doesn't look good. So that one, I don't know. I saw a stat the other day, NASCAR posted, he's on the best he's ever finished is 7th in these playoffs like format. That's pretty wild, isn't it? Like,
you mean Blaney? Standings wise, he's finished 7th.
Yeah, like that's the highest he's ever been. He's always gotten knocked out in the round of, never made a championship race.
The tracks don't really favor him. I mean, Darlington, I wouldn't say Darlington is one of his better tracks. Kansas, he has to unload fast, and Penske hasn't always unloaded the fastest. And then Bristol, I think he's been good at Bristol. Like, I think we end up talking about him in some capacity, but he just doesn't have good finishes. I always remember what he was leading and then got into a big wreck. Might have been like a COVID year where he got into a wreck while leading after leading a lot of laps. But then you go into the next one, when Talladega's probably your best track in the playoffs, that's probably not good. It's probably not great.
Yeah. No, I mean, you're probably right. And I wish I kind of started keeping like a running track of like drivers correlating to like tracks, like kind of had like their top 3 just to kind of have in mind, because I can't off the top of my head without digging in remember like how he does on some of those later round tracks. So yeah, it's just doesn't really match up for him, I guess. So I have that championship ticket, but Bell, I mean, if he were to surprise folks and go out and win tomorrow, then that would be, I would enjoy that. I mean, he got screwed last year by Bubba, and but when he did that bullshit Ruckin Larson, you remember, he took out Bell by just collateral damage
at Vegas.
That was
we were doing a live stream of that.
We were, and I think we talked about it in depth. Like, if you were Christopher Bell, like, what the hell? And he handled it really well, and I think that's good karma. So
good point.
Yeah, we'll see how, because he was having a good playoff run. Like he
Yep.
was performing really well. So we'll see. Let's even get it done there. So yeah, he's I'm happy to see that he's starting in a good spot. Do you still have that up, the starting lineup? Or
Yeah, I can pop it up. It was on TV, so it went away, but I'll pop it up. But I have a 12-1 ticket on Bell tomorrow, half a unit there. I got Reddick 15-1. I have Kyle Busch 14-1 and Joey Logano 20-1. And the
Nice.
one guy I passed up on was Kevin Harvick because I was like, numbers large, hasn't done
We
much.
talked about him. You were out on him when we were talking about him last week?
I know. I got out. I was out on him. Yep.
And what happened? Where's
his
he starting?
post?
Anything good?
Like fourth.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So not great. So let me see what Bob said. He usually gets it out quick. Because I don't think. Okay, so it's let's see here. Let's see if he has it. He just said Bell on pole. So let's see if NASCAR has it posted already. Oh, they do. All right, so here's what we got. Bell on pole, like I said. Hamlin second, Tyler Reddick third. Ryan Blaney, your boy, starts fourth. Keselowski fifth, Logano sixth, Harvick seventh, Buescher eighth, McDowell ninth, and Eric Almirola 10th. Very, I don't know how to read. How do we read this top 10? Just looking at it, a lot of Fords. Let's
Tons
just say
of Ford. Chevy is just off.
Fourth, yeah. So first Chevy comes in at Kyle Busch at 11th, which I'm actually shocked at because he hit the wall. And I think he said that he thought he even broke a toe link in the rear during practice when he kind of pounded the wall. So for him to come back and start 11th, that is pretty impressive. You have to go all the way down to 31st, where you can find Martin Truex Jr., and 23rd, where you find William Byron. So it's a long race, but let's just stay in the top 10. You said it. I agree. A lot of Fords. 4th through 10th are Fords. I think there's 8 playoff drivers in total. The only 2 would be Eric Almirola, and maybe that was it. Eric Almirola is the only non-playoff guy in the top 10. So Fords, we're gonna find some value now on some of these guys not in a Ford.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see what the lines shake out to be once they pop back up. If because Ford was plus 320 or something like that.
Yep.
On Wednesday. So I don't know if it could say that way after looking at this.
Let me give you a guess the line and let me know if you would take this or not. So Martin Truex Jr. plus 150 finished top 5.
Plus 150 for a top 5? No.
Okay. So
I made the
want to
case
get to
this week. Yeah, not
Yep.
because of the qualifying thing. It's because he can't finish the races here recently. Like, he's looked phenomenal in practice and qualifying. He's looked phenomenal in the race and just can't finish. So he and Larson, I said it on my podcast this week, like, if they beat me, fine, but like, I don't want any parts of them because they just been a huge letdown. And now he's starting in the back pretty much. It's even stranger. So no, I don't want that for a top 5, top 10, maybe, but
plus money at top 10 would be incredible.
It would be, but I still don't know if I would jump on it because like he hasn't produced. He's been like 25 plus the last 3 or 4 races here. So
true,
kind of strange after driving up front for most of the race. So for whatever reason, in the spring he was getting too aggressive. He ends up crapping out of these things. Looking at this, one thing that I'm actually kind of disappointed in. So I have a head-to-head Stenhouse over McDowell, I believe it is. Whew. I have to look. And Stenhouse practiced third, but he qualified like shit. So I didn't see that. He's starting like 25th, and McDowell's in the top 10. So that's not good. I spoke to the fact that he was minus 110, and if he unloads fast, he did unload fast. I don't know what happened in practice or in qualifying, but my thought process was he would start towards the front. He has the best starting position out of anyone on these comp tracks this year.
Yep.
And I was expecting him to start pretty high up. So I was thinking we would get some good value and he'd be, favored in this matchup, but that's not the case. So now the question is, he'll be plus money. do we like that? Because in practice he was fast, so I got to look into seeing what happened in qualifying with Stenhouse, because it is a long race. You muted yourself by accident, I think. There, still muted. At least it says it on the screen that you're muted.
How about now?
I can hear you, but you're coming in differently. It doesn't sound like your mic.
No, it's not my mic. It's my AirPods. So let me figure out.
No, I can't hear you. I heard the tapping.
Back.
There
back.
you go. We're back.
Okay. I don't know what happened. But yeah, McDowell just ran really well in practice and qualifying. And
yeah, really well.
And you're on McDowell over Stenhouse.
No, I'm on Stenhouse. I called Stenhouse out on the podcast as value at -110 because I fully expected him to start close to the front. And he practiced third, and I was excited about that.
Yep.
So he let me down in qualifying. So it was kind of a qualifying bet, really. You were kind of banking on, that number to go much worse from -110, but we'll see. Now I'm going to have to be looking at this tomorrow morning. I'm sure if that matchup comes back up, he'll be like +120, +130.
Mm-hmm.
Do we want to take that difference?
Good question.
Yeah,
good
I'm not
question.
sure how I'll land on that one.
Let me give you my grid rival lineup and let me know where you would go. So Hamlin versus Harvick.
Harvick.
I went Hamlin. Okay. I think Hamlin's. I mean, Harvick has been phenomenal here with the last 7 races. They just haven't shown any momentum, so maybe they're just a dog sleeping, ready to like pounce. Maybe one of those things.
First of all,
what about?
I have Hamlin. I have Hamlin plus 750 to win the race. I think Hamlin's ceiling is winning the race, but I think the median of Harvick top 5. I think Harvick's going to be in the top 5. Hamlin is it's fluctuating. So I'd rather take the steady Eddie.
He gets fucked up with the pit stops too many times. Hamlin, his pit crew, and him, he gets too many speeding penalties and all that. All right, what about the next one? Christopher Bell, Tyler Reddick.
Wow, they're starting one too, huh? Chris Bell.
Yeah. So I went Chris Bell as well. I just think he's longer drive, over the long course. Well, and he's getting the 54 pit crew, which I love that. Which
I've heard that.
That's good get. What about Buescher versus Chastain?
Ooh, I think I would say Chastain, but Chastain, something happened to him, right? Like, why is he starting in the back?
Oh, so slow. I went with Chastain over Buescher, and Buescher starts 8th, and I'm fading. I'm now going against the guy that has been red hot. So I went with Chastain there. What about Brad versus Blaney?
Brad. I think Brad's ceiling is to win the race, but it's different than the conversation with Hamlin and Harvick. I think Brad's median is better than Blaney at this racetrack, and they're both starting up front, so that'll be fun.
They are.
Follow.
So I went with Brad. Just think the consistency, and you said it on your podcast. Brad's like, his numbers here are pretty damn good. Like, it's impressive to hear some of the things about Brad. And then the last one is Truex versus Byron.
Man, Byron. I'll take Byron just on that same thing. Like, I don't know if Truex can finish a race. So, yeah. And they're both starting towards the back. So those matchups being chosen pre-practice qualifying, that's fun. They did a great job.
They did a great job. Yeah. So that makes it really tight. So I'm on Byron. So we'll see how it all plays out. But in 15th out of however many with 10 weeks to go. So
wow, dude, that's awesome.
The winner gets 20 grand, Phil. So I will slide you a little something when it hits.
I am jealous that I did not get it. I was not in on that because of my location. I know you were able to get an entry in,
make
which
it
is
happen.
Nice.
Yep.
You made it happen. I didn't think outside the box like you did. So we'll just leave it at that. But next year, if this is coming back for another year, I need to be in on that, because I mean, that right there is enough conversation to get through a week.
I would agree. Yeah, no, we'll definitely have to keep that. Travis Hunter, you know who I'm talking about? Travis Hunter,
On
kid
Twitter?
for Colorado.
Oh,
Remember on
Travis
Twitter.
Hunter.
So
What about him?
So he is the starting wide receiver for Colorado, and he's the starting cornerback for Colorado.
He plays both ways. I
Isn't that
saw him.
wild?
Yeah, I did a head turn earlier, like I was chasing the kids around, but
Yep.
they were like, finally, like they were talking about TCU's wide receiver, and they were saying, finally they put the cornerback or the wide receiver in at quarterback, and I was like, wait, what? Like they matched. They took this Hunter kid and put him at cornerback against like their top guy. And I was like, wait a second, like what are you talking about here? And then I listened to them further. Wild. Prime time, baby. He played for Coach Prime. You play both ways.
He just got an interception. He missed a deep ball for a touchdown earlier. I don't know if he scored a touchdown. Obviously they got 24 points. So that was a name. That was the name that I just saw a little video here showing that he scored or got an interception. I was trying to think if there was anybody else from a Cup Series standpoint. Let's see here. Doesn't look like, but Larson starts 18th. That's going to be somebody people go after. Where were some of my stats? I did give out a couple stats that said, was it the last 4 of the last 5 have started inside the top 5? I think was the one. You always go over the statistics and things of like, yeah, which I love because I always find those fascinating. Let's see, there was 4 of the last 5 have won starting inside the top 5. Eric Jones scored the upset last year. Chevy has won the last 2 races at Darlington. Prior to that, they were 0 for 11. There's no 11. Chevys and no Chevys inside the top. Was it 11? So or top 10. So that'll be interesting.
It's pretty wild to think of, the odds board, because Larson and Truex were the ones at the top of the board. And then you look at the history here of drivers starting within the top 10. You need to essentially start within the top 10. And those two are not in the top 10. Mm-hmm. So the odds that are going to come out are going to be super shifted. No doubt Hamlin will be the favorite once they come back up, because he's starting second and he was the third best option, or fourth, something like that.
True. Yeah.
So it's pretty interesting to see what's Larson starting?
18th.
18th. Okay, so let's just do this. I'm just gonna give me a quick second. This is bad radio.
Nope, you got time.
You have to go back. Stream. You have to go back to 2011 to find anyone who started outside the top 16 and won the race.
Who won that race in 2011? Who won that?
Regan Smith. He started 23rd. He was the only, one of
sorry, Worm.
What? He doesn't like him?
I think that killed him. I think that was a day that I think he had. I think the story was that he had Edwards pretty big, and Regan Smith came out of nowhere.
Yeah, he did. So I mean, I know that the starting position doesn't dictate who wins the race, but when you have like this history around people not being able to do it, even in a long race like this, it's pretty crazy. Like, so it'll be interesting to see, to me, where Larson and Truex kind of line up in the odds boards, because I don't see how they could be, they're definitely not going to be the favorites, but I can't see them in the top 5 options, right? Like, can you see that as 5?
Yeah.
You could see them putting them there?
You mean, you're saying like, give me the names again, like being inside the top 5 shortest price is
shortest price. It'll be Hamlin, it'll be Bell, it'll be probably
Truex.
Byron, Byron starting deep, but Truex and Larson. But I don't think that they should be.
Yeah, you don't think they should be. You think I see what you're saying. I think they will, because they probably control the most handle percentage. So, but I think the books also know, like, if you move if you move Truex, because right now he was dictating the market, I believe, right? Truex was the odds-on favorite or the co-favorite, huh?
Yeah, he and Larson were both like 5-1 plus 450.
Okay, so yeah, I think because they controlled the market, it's probably just going to make everything like 8-1. They probably fall back to 8-1. Would
Even
be my
that's
guess.
not enticing enough for me. Like
8-1 not enticing when 8-1 is not enticing when you know, okay, I don't even have to bet this. I can just wait, watch live, and probably grab a 10, 12, 14-1 number.
Exactly. Yeah.
So yeah, that'll be interesting. Now, if we can get a plus money top 10, we won't, but if we could, that would be great. So
it's going to be
I
fun
like
on your live stream when they finally release the odds again. You're gonna have some fun going through those.
Yep.
That'll be interesting.
Rob Cornelius, Bird's Finger. He's going to be coming on. Actually, he was on our show here not too long ago. He's going to come on. We're going to do a post-practice qualifying special at 9 p.m. We'll do like the whole episode that we typically do. So that'll be a fun one. So when Drunk Phil is watching football and popping in an earbud, watching Penn State, you can have something to tune into.
I'll make sure we pop it up. My cousin and I will throw you up on the other TV or something. And yeah,
is this cousin Greg?
Cousin Greg, baby. Yeah, he's
cousin Greg.
College football season's cousin Greg time, so he's pumped up.
Who's his team? Penn State.
Yeah, he went to Penn State too. He did the so we both played hockey, and he played for Penn State Altoona for a couple years, and then he moved up to as people do, an hour plus 45 minutes up Route 99 to State College for his last 2 years. So yeah,
I like it. I like it. Okay, what about Xfinity? Anything with Xfinity?
You tell me, man. No, I have nothing on Xfinity. You tell me. What do I take? I'll do a blind follow right now.
A blind follow?
Tell me what to take. Yeah.
Well, let's see. Let me see. So I just got the card from Bachmann. So I got the card here. We kind of look through this. You're still good on time, I assume?
Yeah.
Maybe not.
I got you till 3.
Okay. So here's who he's on. I'll say this. He's on Allgaier, John Hunter, Cole Custer, Sheldon Creed. Cole Custer, if I remember correctly, I saw these guys. I'm going to pop up on my other screen here. I'm going to pop up the NASCAR. Spider might join. That'd be cool.
Nice.
So let's see here. Got to get the
TCU took the lead, by the way.
What are they? They're up now. What? 2, 3, 4?
4, 28-24.
Hey, 3 more touchdowns. All you need, right?
Quarter to go, baby. They can
3 touchdowns. You never know.
Now my bet's back. I'm like the
no, you're back
like,
on.
We'll see.
Yeah, you're the
the casket meme.
Yeah, you're the Undertaker. So you have, let's see. So who did I say? So he's on Hunter at Custer, 9-1. What's Hunter? Yeah, what are those guys going? Oh wow, he's got top 3 guys right there. What are they going off at?
Are they those picks that Bachmann gave you? Are those pre-qualifying or post?
I would assume that they are. Yeah, I would assume that they are.
So Larson's the heavy favorite. He's plus 170 to win the race.
Larson is coming in at 12th, which give him time. He'll be up there quick. I got to look at what he was in practice. But then, so he's big on Allgaier. He's got him top 3, top 5 to win. He's got Nemechek top 5 outright. He's got Creed. I'm on Creed plus 250 because idiot. He's on Creed top 5 and Creed to win. And then his head-to-heads, he's on Mayer over Jones, minus 130. Nemechek over Kyle Busch. I wouldn't take that. That seems like it's going to be too close. And then Cole Custer over Josh Berry, plus money Cole Custer. So that's
plus money Cole Custer over Sam Mayer.
Over Josh Berry.
Over Josh Berry. Huh. Wait a second. How does that make any sense?
I know. That's what I was thinking. I mean,
Custer's plus 1,400 right now, and Berry's 20-1 to win the race. So how is he plus money in the head-to-head?
Well, so that would have been pre. So he got that
sorry.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
pre.
Okay.
I'm jumping on Caesars here as we speak. So that way I can kind of look at. All right, fine. I'll just do it on my phone.
Do we have any head-to-heads available right now?
Looks like I'm going to make sure that these are active. Go out, go back in. So it looks like we have on Caesars, Creed is a plus 135 dog to Sam Mayer. Riley Herbst is a massive favorite to Ross Chastain. And then Chandler Smith versus Sammy Smith, closer matchup there. And then Hamlin Larson. I don't love any of those.
Custer over Hill, minus 120. I mean, if we like
Hill,
Custer.
I think Hill's just too damn good. I think he's too sneaky. Like, he's the guy that's going to be top 5. And that worries me. Let me go to Barstool. Kligerman versus Hemrick. Creed Custer. Oh, here's one. What about Austin Hill versus Josh Berry on DraftKings, minus 105 Austin Hill, which I find interesting. Where's Austin Hill starting versus Josh Berry? They're starting like next to each other. That one's interesting. Barstool. Maybe pop Barstool up.
Barstool didn't have anything head-to-head wise. They just had top 3 in outrights when I just looked at it. But maybe you see something different.
Okay. I like it. Looks like the chat is popping, or the live stream's popping off a little bit. Thanks, guys, for tuning in. Started talking a little Xfinity after we got through all the college football, and now people are here. Let's see here. So they don't have anything, you're saying? Nothing?
When I pulled it up, it was just outrights and top 3s.
Top 3s, still the same thing there. So
you give me a bet. What's your favorite bet?
I got to give you a bet. Okay. Tailing it. Let's do this. I want to make sure my numbers are right. I'm leaning Hill over. I am leaning Hill over. What's his face? Berry.
Josh Berry. It was minus 105 on DraftKings. You said that head-to-head.
That's what I'm leaning. Probabilities. Maybe I can find us let's see top 5s. Top 5s are always fun. Let's see. Now I got to look at the whole market. I did say Austin Hill's a guy that typically runs like top 5, right?
You did.
2-1 right now, top 5.
Where's he starting?
He's starting 13th. 1, 2, 3. He's starting. Nope, sorry, he's starting 9th. So
9th, and he's 2-1 for top 5.
2-1 starting top 5. He's plus 210 in a group, including Josh Berry, Sam Mayer, and 2 of those guys are starting just in front of him in 5th and 7th. This is incredible. Where is Ross Chastain starting that he would be plus 650 in a group with 3 other guys? So he's starting 21st. And Kligerman, Henrik, and Smith plus 650 is insane. And then the one bet that, let me see here. Over under. I don't know. I keep coming back to Hill. Is who I keep coming back to.
Hill 10-lap average.
Yes. Give me this.
Is the fastest driver that did it. There were 21 drivers that ran 10 laps in practice consecutively, and he's the fastest. And what's his name? Josh Berry was 14th. So, as the longer runs, that could be something to look at there. But
okay,
so I mean, Austin Hill. I will see anything on Berry.
Oh, on Austin Hill.
No, like Berry's not really showing me anything, and if he's the favorite in that matchup, it doesn't really make sense.
Right. Let's see here. Okay,
I could get down with it.
Which one we getting down with the minus 105 on DraftKings or 2-1 top 5?
Where are you seeing 2-1 top 5?
2-1 top 5 is Caesars. -105 over Barry is DraftKings. Do we want to do
I'll do both.
Do both? I'm in. I'll do both.
Yeah, we're gonna do both.
All right. Adding it to my card.
We're Austin Hill guys
right.
tonight. Austin Hill, by the way, looks like he looks like he ate Chris from the Flag Hunting Podcast. He looks like Chris, but like 200 pounds heavier. That's my.
I like that. I never thought of that. Now I can't. Now I just can't unsee that. Yeah, I can't unsee.
You won't be able to when they show the picture, like the stock picture of him, looks just like Chris, just like inflated. But anyway,
I'm writing these down and I'm going to put them in here. So he's 2-1 top 5, 1 Caesars.
Colorado scored again, 31-28. If this were to happen to Penn State tonight, I'd be shitting a brick.
If something like that happens, you have a place to vent to here this evening. So
I might not. I have a place to vent.
Just remember that you have a place to vent. This will be a public venting space. All right, so we're gonna jump on that. I'm gonna make that note. I'm gonna put that in now. I know we're coming up against 3, so I appreciate it. Appreciate you coming on, doing a little college football, a little NASCAR. So anything else want to leave me or the people with?
No, this was fun. A really fun idea. Got to give you props. Coach Prime in the comments. He's
I don't think MW knows that you're on.
I took TCU. I was not a Coach Prime believer. I thought it was too much hype, some nepotism with the quarterback and all that, but they are shocking me. So I'm fine with that. I'm glad I didn't take their win total under 3.5. Because they clearly have. Yeah, that would be rough. So yeah, Coach Prime. But no, man, this is a cool concept. I think commend you for taking on, like, what is it, 10 or 12 hours straight?
10 hours. Yeah.
10 hours. And it's a great day for it.
I know it's a great day for it. It was going to be 12 hours, but Seth said that the live stream only goes for 10. And I said, that's fine by me. Give me 10, give me 2 to 12. I don't need any more hours. And Brielle, she's just like, why would you do this? And I'm like, I'm trying to raise money for the Discord. Like, I'm trying to bring in people to build a community. So we'll see. But no, I appreciate you coming on. We got 2 Austin Hill tickets now. I'm going to put them in right now and we'll be good to go. So now I got something really to watch, get invested with on that. So if you see anything else from a college football standpoint, let me know and I'll fire at will.
All right, man. And I'll check in with you later. We'll pull you up when we get to watching Penn State later. What do we have here? Smash a 25.
That's huge.
To 1 TD prop for Sanders. What?
That is massive.
25-1 to score a touchdown for Sanders.
That's crazy.
That's wild. Why would that be? If they were going to score a touchdown, it's either him running it or him passing it. Like,
is Sanders a freshman?
Not gonna cash it. What's that?
Is he a freshman or like a red shirt or?
I thought he played at Jackson State last year.
Well, that's what I thought, but I couldn't remember. So okay, so he just transferred over with his dad. 2 TDs. Oh, maybe it was a 2 TD
for 2 TDs. Well, that's still
could have been
still amazing.
Okay, that is amazing.
Okay.
20,
I mean, that makes more sense as to why it's 25-1. But congrats.
Yeah, not just one. Yeah,
sick.
All right, that's fun money now, MW, that you got going into you have going into the race today in college football. So all right, Phil, I'll let you go. I don't want to keep you any longer than I have to. So you gave up your time. I appreciate that, and you're the first guest coming on. So a lot of fun.
Wow,
a lot of fun.
All right, it's an honor. Good luck the rest of the day. Be tuning in, and tell everybody else that stops by I said hi, and hope everyone has a good Labor Day weekend, man. So good luck with the live stream, and thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. Thank you, Phil. Appreciate it.
Right,
we'll watch these tickets then come in. So that'll be a lot of fun. So appreciate it very much. So you text me during Penn State. Do that for me.
We'll do.
All right. Thanks, Phil.
Dude. See you.
Awesome stuff. So thanks again for Phil for coming on and joining the show here. That was That was a good time, for sure. Phil's always, Phil's one of the best guys in the space, in the community, and everything that he's doing. So if you're not following Phil, make sure you go and support Phil of the Full Tank with Phil podcast and everything that he's doing there. So we got Cody Zeeb coming up here in about a half hour or so. So if anybody has anything there in the comments, make sure you drop that in. If you're not in the Discord right now, doing $50 for the end of the year through 2023, we'll get you into the Discord. We got all sorts of topics and I got guys in there that are doing more of a betting experts, to their expertise, I should say, to MLB, NFL, NCAA, NASCAR, obviously. So got a little bit of everything. Newsletters are exclusive to that. And then tonight is going to be a lot of fun, which is an exclusive for the Discord members. But tonight doing something fun where we're going to do a live post-practice qualifying episode with Rob Cornelius, who comes on the pod, and a tremendous mind when it comes to NASCAR betting, finding numbers, finding advantages. So 9 p.m. Eastern, where we're able to talk with him and kind of go everything. So if you have any questions or anything when it comes to the Discord, make sure you shoot me a DM or shoot an email. I'll get you into the Discord. It's $50, end of the year 2023. It's going to be phenomenal as we close out here the next 10 weeks in the Cup Series. So let's do a little deep dive here. Mike Bachmann, who does the Xfinity Series podcast for us, he posted his card. I'm going to go over that. I'll actually put that here in the live stream as well, but I got to put this out for the public as well. But he's on Justin Allgaier plus 8 to 1, John Hunter 9 to 1, Cole Custer 18 to 1, Sheldon Creed 22 to 1, and then his props go like this: Allgaier top 3, Allgaier top 5, so plus 200 top 3, plus 120 top 5, and then John Hunter top 5 plus 150, and then he's got Sheldon Creed top 5 plus 325, and then his head-to-heads, he's got 3 of them: Sam Mayer minus 130 over Brandon Jones, John Hunter plus 100 over Kyle Busch, and Cole Custer plus 105 over Josh Berry. And then Phil and I said we both were going to go in on Austin Hill, who had the fastest 10-lap average at minus 105 over Josh Berry. Austin Hill plus 200, top 5 on Caesars. We are doubling up on that both. So good to see you. Hello. How are you? So thanks again for tuning in. I know you do a lot with the In-Between Media and the In-Between Media family. So thank you so much for tuning in, dropping by, saying hello. And while you guys are watching, make sure you do hit the subscribe button, the like as well. Help In-Between Media out. It helps them immensely. They are a tremendous partner of the NASCAR Betting Preview Show. And so what they're able to do for us and giving us a platform every Wednesday where we can stream it on YouTube is so vital to our future success. So can't do it enough without everybody at In-Between Media. Seth Woolcock, if you're listening, thank you very much, my man. But just curious, anybody else listening, MW, I see that you're probably still out there. Curious to hear, what else from a betting standpoint are you on from a college football perspective? Or when we look at NASCAR, you on anything from Xfinity, Cup Series? What are you on there? So very curious before Cody comes on here in a little bit to be able to talk through some of the things with him. I really want to understand and let the community hear who Cody is, his background, his story, and kind of how he got into where he's at, but then also understand the mind that is Cody when it comes to college football and NASCAR. So that'll be a lot of fun when we do that. So good times all around. Let me look at the scores now. So it's been a little bit since we did that with Phil. Let me do this as I'm building this for Mike Bachmann. Let me see if we can do this. I'm going to share some screen stuff. We're going to do some fantasy football stuff later. We're going to do some NFL talk. Bryce, PT Bryce, man, he's a guy to follow on Twitter. If you're not already, go follow him. He's a tremendous football betting mind. just a true. He's actually one of the members in the Discord, and he gives exclusive content there, which is phenomenal. So another reason really to sign up. When it looks like, let's see here, what you got for us here, MW. Did Larson win Xfinity, or does Larson Xfinity win? I don't know. They didn't race yet. If your question is, did he win? No, they didn't race yet. They're racing soon. He currently starts 9th, I believe it is. I'll pull that up here. We were just talking about that right before Phil left. So let me pull it up. Pull it up here. They're getting ready to go here in just a little bit. I know that. So I'll have the race on. When Cody comes on, we'll be able to talk all things Xfinity. We'll watch it live, kind of go over some of the stuff with you all and give you some some data. Okay, so you're saying, I see now. I see what you did. Yeah, so you got Larson. So Larson, obviously in the 17 car this week, starting 12th. How you feeling about Larson? I mean, obviously we know he likes to rip it on the top, so kind of has an advantage there. But how you feel about Larson kind of coming in? There's a lot of big names. I mean, Denny Hamlin. See, this is why I'd be worried about taking a guy to win, because you got a lot of heavy hitters. John Hunter is no slouch. Justin Allgaier has probably been the best Xfinity driver right now over the last few weeks, just given everything he's been able to accomplish, it seems. And then Sam Mayer, he's won 2 of those road courses. He's run well, but this isn't a road course. So high tire wear, would be interesting to see what happens. And this is not a playoff race for these guys. So they still have an opportunity to win and get in, which is going to be so crucial in the aspects of, how, things get worked out. So that will be interesting to see what happens with some of these names. And that was just a few. I mean, we could easily see guys here down. Sheldon Creed, a lot of people have been on him. Kyle Busch, heard of him before. He starts 14th, so that will be quite interesting. Looks like you had a 10-1 ticket on Haley or Allgaier to win Daytona. Too many Cup guys today, so definitely the route would be props and finishing position versus the outrights, because the outrights probably, we know what that market's going to be. But then from a live perspective, we'll be able to take some advantage and get in on some guys here. Just let me double check what time the race starts here today. Like I said, guys are down. Xfinity cars are down. So 3:30. So about what I thought. So right when Cody joins us at 3:30, if not slightly before, we'll be able to do that. So let's do this. Let me build Bachmann's card. And drop something in the messaging tab down there below. Let me know what else you're thinking. I'm going to look at some of these other numbers as well, because I find it fascinating what we were able to find there with Hill, being one of the fastest cars in practice, and you're still able to get a 2-to-1 value on him. So interesting stuff. So like I said, Damas, or not Damas, let's see, Allgaier. So got Allgaier. Are you on MW? Are you on any props, any head-to-heads that you kind of recommend out there? And again, thanks to everybody on YouTube for checking us out. I see a couple on Twitch as well. So thanks for sticking with us here and going through this 10-hour marathon. Definitely a different experience. Got all my drinks. I'm ready to go. So definitely hydrated. And looking forward to the guest list that we have here coming up here in a little bit. So curious if anybody's on any props or head-to-heads or anything like that coming up as we get ready for Xfinity. Working on building the card here. I'll put it in the Discord for the members in there first, and then we'll make sure that it gets posted publicly. But just another advantage on signing up for the Discord, and why that's a vital tool. So it looks like you said here, MW, not a head-to-head fan. You like the top 3, top 5 markets. So let me see what we can find from top 3, top 5 that we haven't talked about yet. Be very curious. Let me go over to Caesars. Drop a book or two that you primarily use. We'll find maybe a good opportunity to bet good value here if we can find something. So drop whatever book you prefer to kind of look at. We can kind of look at it through here together. another name that I find you were just talking about props. Cole Custer, plus 225. I don't know why. BetUS and Bovada. Okay, BetUS. Yep. Let me look up and Bovada. I have those here. So let me look that up. Cole Custer, I'm finding right now in Caesars, plus 225. I'm curious to hear what Cody thinks of this, but Custer, 225, top 5. We just talked about why we liked Austin Hill. Maybe that's another guy I need to add here for top 5. I know you can't have everybody in the top 5, but it does feel like I wish I would have seen that before I would have put the Hill one in. So let me put that. Caesars, top 5, Cole Custer. I mean, he's just been running well. I mean, I just feel like Cole Custer's been running well down in Florida. Gotcha. Yep. I got a lot of people actually. Mark, I don't know if you know Skybox NASCAR. He does the show with me and the boys. He's from Jacksonville. Family had a place down in Anna Maria. So hopefully you weren't affected by any of those, that hurricane that just went up through more of the Gulf side. But yeah, definitely know where a lot of different good spots are in Florida. So hopefully you're in one of those areas. Let me look up BetUS here real quick. Let me grab my app and see what we can find, because I'm sure there's something. They usually play or lay out some good pricing there as well. Then I'll move over to Bovada and looking specifically at those markets that you were talking about, the props. So let me do this. Find that. It's very good. Very good. Right there. Phone is slow. Xfinity. All right. And we'll do that one. All right. So let's look at the props specifically. That's a good question. I just saw Chris tweeted out, where does Truex open? I think that's a good question. I think he opens at 8-1 would be my guess, because I think there's going to be a lot of people wanting to buy at a different number there. So let's see here. BetUS. Maybe I should have went to. This is acting up. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to Bovada first. Maybe I'll do the other one on my tablet. So let's look at Bovada. Much faster. I really want to find some props. Let's find some props. Motorsports. There you are. Such a better layout too that they have. Actually, they always have a lot of head-to-heads. Let me see what these are first, and we'll get down to the groups and top 5s. All right, let's just look at top 5s. The top 3 markets, this is where I struggle, MW. So top 3s, I never bet top 3s. I don't think you could go back in my Twitter account and find any top 3. And if you did, I probably would owe you something. And then I'd also probably have a story about it where somebody like really convinced me moments before the race started why I went on that number. I usually do top 5s, top 10s, especially when it comes to Xfinity, top 5s, Cup Series, a lot of top 10s, just to obviously the car is the same virtually for everybody. So it makes it a lot, in that series. Oh boy, here we go. Look at this guy, Zach Kaiser. Oh boy. Here he is. So Zach, we're talking a little Xfinity here. Okay. So getting into the Xfinity, you won't be able to find these prices, Zach. I know that for a fact. But MW, I'm looking at this. We just talked about Austin Hill top 3, and we mentioned why he was fast in practice. You can get Austin Hill at 3-1, and you can still get Cole Custer, who I was reading out on Caesars, plus 225. Zach, there you go for you as well. I mean, top 5 numbers, Cole Custer, Austin Hill, really like those guys. I'm investing in both of those. I'm going to look at, there's a really big Sammy Smith top 5 out there as well. But when it comes to Bovada, MW, very curious if you like any of those or not. Now, obviously, at the top of the odds board, you have Kyle Larson minus 450, Denny Hamlin, John Hunter, Justin Allgaier or Kyle Busch. So what we're saying is one of those guys is not going to finish inside the top 5, and really nobody's going to sneak their way in. I like Custer. I like Austin Hill. I think one of those, if not both, finish top 5. So maybe you're hedging there. So that would be my opinion as far as those numbers. Really surprised to see the 3-1 number on Austin Hill, as I was only able to get him at 2-1. So nice advantage for you on Bovada when it comes to that. Zach, let me look at some head-to-heads for you. Let me look at, there's nothing on Barstool. So let me look at Caesars, and then drop in there if you want anything from DraftKings or not. I don't think so, but let me look anyways. 2 guys we're talking about. These glasses are great, by the way. They're just great. Don't give me a headache at all. And they do kind of look cool. So that makes it fun. I actually feel like, what's his name? Sheldon Creed. So maybe there's a little Sheldon Creed vibe going on. Let's see here. Riley Herbst, who can't finish a race ever. He is a -185 favorite over Ross Chastain. Chastain starts, I think it was 19th. Massive number. Wouldn't take it. I just don't trust the 91 car at all. Not loving these head-to-head, Zach. I'm not at all. But if you want to go into a different market on Caesars, I would say top 5s. Like, let's look at that. They have 2 group bets. So whether you want a top 5 or you want a group price, let me know, and I'll kind of point you in the right direction, or at least try to. But that's what we got kind of looking there. Let me do this. We're going to text Mike Bachmann back and let him know if he can get his card up. We'll put it in the Discord. And again, Discord $50 today, half off for the rest of the year. From now through the end of the year, $50. That's it. One-time fee. Gets you all the, all the markets, exclusive newsletters, post-practice qualifying data and notes, which gives you a betting edge, specifically in the NASCAR markets. And then we got guys, college football, golf, MLB, NFL, college football, and working on some NBA betting experts to jump in and be a part of it. So definitely do that. So you just said, MW, that okay, so what's up, Matt? That's what I thought. So good to see you, Matt. I just got your DM. Appreciate it. So you said Sanders just got another touchdown. Colorado is fun to watch. They seem not to too soon, but they seem like they are fun to watch. That first drive was a lot of fun to watch from a fan perspective. Didn't have anything invested. Wish I would have taken the points and saying, hey, there's 21 and a half. I think it was 20 and a half points that we were obviously getting if you took the Colorado side. Phil, he unfortunately took the TCU side, so he's been in some pain when he was on the pod. So appreciate now putting a name with a face, which is good. But Zach, if you want a group, or if you want a head-to-head, or a prop top 5, let me know. I can get you a good number on there. I'm not liking the head-to-heads by any means. The Caesars market specifically is just a little rough. So yeah, so we'll do that. Let me see here. We got Rory Pick's going to be joining the show here in the 4:30 slot. Is perfect. So let me just confirm with him. So he'll be joining us here at 4:30. And that'll be a lot of fun. So we'll have some good story time there then with Rory. If you know Rory or are familiar with him, he is he's somebody that definitely has a lot of stories to tell. So that'll be a fun hour spent with him for sure. So let's do. So you said let's do some groups. So let's look at the groups here. So groups, there's 2 groups right now in Caesars. Let's see if we would bet any of these. So you got Josh Berry, Austin Hill, Sam Mayer, Sheldon Creed. Obviously, I said that I like Hill, and I got Hill over Berry. Phil and I went in on that. So got to look at that. Let's look at the next group. Next group consists of Daniel Hemrick, Chandler Smith, Parker Kligerman, and Ross Chastain. Well, if you want chaos, Ross Chastain's the way to go, plus 650. I do know Parker was fast. Let me try to get some metrics here that we can kind of get aligned with. let me see. Let me do this and we'll get ready to go. Let me try to find what some of those metrics. I think he was pretty fast from what I was remembering. So Zach, let me get you. I know the race is going to start here shortly. Let me get you some of that data. And Matt, thank you so much for being interested and willing to join the Discord. Really cool. Going to be fun to have you and get you affiliated with all the guys in there, especially as football season. I do advise get connected with PT Bryce. He's in the Discord. He's got great information, very sharp mind when it comes to football, as well as NASCAR. But football is his specialty for sure. So that'll be a lot of fun. And then the newsletters, like I said, I get them posted for Cup, Xfinity, and Truck whenever those come out. So Penske boys, yeah. So the Penskes, I'm on. Logano's the only Penske I'm on tomorrow. Got him pre at 20-1. I'll verify that. And then it was 12-1, 15-1 was Reddick, 12-1 was Bell, and then 17-1, I think it was Chastain, and Chastain doesn't have a good starting position at all. So it does leave some value then for some of the other guys. Let me put this in the general, and we'll put from Mike, so the Discord can have that. Let me put Xfinity outright, or Xfinity card via Mike. Very cool. So we'll do that. Yeah, so we'll see what happens with those guys there. I don't know, Zach. I'm not really loving these groups. I mean, I'm not feeling confident about much. The only thing I'm feeling confident in is the top fives. And I'm looking at Custer and I'm looking at Hill. I think you got to look at both and, take whatever. I would say take a unit if you want, split it up in half and put, half a unit on one, half a unit on the other, or put a unit on both. And I really think one of them finishes top five. Those numbers, especially the 3-1, Mike, like you're able to get, or Matt, I'm sorry, that you're able to get is tremendous. So 3-1, we were saying you were able to get that on Hill. And then Custer is 225. Don't hate any of that. Custer's been pretty damn fast, and Hill's been just tremendous. I mean, all season long. So good stuff. I mean, really good stuff there. Really looking forward to chatting here with Cody in just a little bit as he jumps on and getting him kind of connected with some of his thought process. Like, what is he going to be on when it comes to not only, from the Xfinity side, but the Cup Series side. Want to get his take on Nebraska. He's a huge Cornhusker fan, so want to hear what some of his thoughts are there. And then, kind of diving in deep into some of the other topics, and then we'll get Rory on here at 4:30. We got somebody potentially coming on at 5:30. Mike Bachmann's going to join us at 6:30. And then we got a live special at 9:00 going over post-practice and qualifying with Rob Cornelius, who is a tremendous mind in the NASCAR betting space, which is just a phenomenal guy to have a part of on the show. And so, yeah, that'll be a lot of fun. So looking forward to that for sure. So let's see, any other questions before the race kicks off? I'm actually going to pop the race on. And I'm going to have Mike tweet out his card. Tweet this if you can. We'll do that. Perfect. Let's see. All right. So when we look at, let's see, the playoffs, they got 3 races left, I believe it is. The Xfinity Series does. Yeah. So this week and next week. So 2 weeks. So this is, it's crunch time for them, right? Like getting down to the nitty gritty. They only have Darlington. They have Kansas left. Look at the standings here real quick from a playoff perspective. And you look at that cut line. So Parker Kligerman needs a big day to stay above Riley Herbst. Right now, he's 20 points above the cut line. What he does not need is he does not need a Riley Herbst, a Brandon Jones. I think that would be his only viable chance here today. Brett Moffitt, who I will give Mike Bachmann credit. Brett Moffitt is a guy that Bachmann has been on time and time again. Very impressive that he's been able to do that and just kind of be able to spot him. But he's a guy that, you know, just as consistent as could be when it comes to finishing position. So no surprise to see that 25 car kind of hanging around there. Needs a win, though, to get in. So it's going to come down to Hemrick. It's going to come down to Parker. So Hemrick right now is 56 points above, 36 above Kligerman, 56 above the cut line, 36 above Kligerman, and then Riley Herbst. And then Brandon Jones is the guy that needs to win. And we've seen JRM score many wins here in their team's history. So going to be interesting to see if they can maybe pull something out here today, especially for Brandon Jones. I know there's some Brandon Jones haters out there that do message me from time to time. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with him. So the race is going to pop the race up. Looks like they got about 15 minutes or so until the race will get going, and we'll have in just a couple minutes here, we're going to have about 4 minutes till Cody Zeeb joins us on the show. So that'll be a lot of fun. And, you know, make sure in the messaging tab you're writing down, you know, any comments or questions. We'll kind of go over this from a race perspective. I got my tablet here. Make sure that it's all charged up so we can look at live lines as we're kind of going through this here together. That way we're kind of zoned in. Let me just pop this off. Yeah. We should have done this before. Whatever. I'll figure it out. Oh, there it is. And then this is my wife's, so this is fun. Let me see if I just turn that off. Maybe muscle's not a good thing. I will just pass. Got enough charge. So then we'll be able to have the odds up here and kind of go through this. So, all right. Now we are cooking with gas. So we'll do that. We'll have live numbers so we can watch that. So that'll make it fun. That'll make it really good as we're going through this. So let me see here. You put another message out there, Matt, and I appreciate you signing up for the Discord and being a part of that. It's going to be a lot of fun. You'll see a lot of good things happening over the next 24 hours, especially as more people are starting to file in. So that'll be a good time. So once they win in the regular season, good parts came off. You said now new look for them today. Looking at some of these finishes here as well. When you look at the Xfinity race, I mean, there's our guy Austin Hill finishing top 5. We like that. And, you know, John Hunter had a tough break here in the spring when him and Larson got into it. I met John. He's a really good guy. He has a posse around him in the Xfinity races. If you ever go to an Xfinity race and you have the opportunity to be down on pit road, you'll see there's a whole crew of his buddies that kind of surround. Now, this was at Charlotte as well, so maybe, you know, home track for many. So it will be a lot of fun. So let's do this. Let's welcome on our next guest here this evening, and we got Cody Zeeb. Cody,
What's
I appreciate
up,
you joining. How we doing?
Good. How are you?
How we feeling? I'm doing well. I'm doing very well. Thanks for. It feels like you're bringing some energy. So that's good.
How far you're over hour and a half into this?
I'm an hour and a half into a 10-hour marathon. So
all right.
We're going to keep trucking along. We just had Phil on. So Phil got off at about 3:00. So I had him on, and we were talking about a couple things, but two bets we talked about. Austin Hill minus 105 over Josh Berry. Austin Hill 2-1 top 5. What do you think of those?
Oh, love them, dude. Austin Hill is
this is why I have you on.
That's right. I mean, dude, it literally, I gave out Austin Hill this week on the podcast. I take, as we do our show, I write down all my notes in this little notebook.
You do.
Let me read to you my note for Austin Hill this week, Rod. Have you? I call you Rod.
That's okay.
I'm so used to talking to Rod, but it's a compliment, really.
It is a compliment.
Here is my note. It's, have you watched Xfinity this year? And that's it. You don't really need anything. I mean, Austin Hill finds his way into the top 5 everywhere. It doesn't. Super Speedway is the only place you can't bet it because they just price him down so much because he's so good. But even then, he doesn't finish top 5 anymore because nobody wants to work with him. But he's good on super speedways. He's good on road courses. He's good on small tracks. He's good on big tracks. He's good at intermediate tracks. He's good everywhere.
Right.
Like, dude always finds his way into the top 5. So he's a great bet. And then what was the head-to-head? The price was what?
It was -105, and I'm on Hill. Hill's the underdog.
Okay. Yeah. No, I like that too. And that was with Josh Berry, right?
Josh
Yeah.
Berry over Josh Berry.
Yeah.
Yep. So Josh Berry,
yeah.
I mean, I know JRM's done really well here. So it's one of those things. And I was just talking about the playoff picture and where Brandon Jones needs to get a win. He's obviously below the cut line, but JRM, we know that they can be strong, but Austin Hill, I just feel like he does not get all the respect he deserves. Maybe I'm wrong in that.
No,
It's just something I noticed.
No, he doesn't get. I mean, the guy's got.
But that doesn't make sense. I feel like he's a top 5 machine.
He is, and like he's got 5 wins on the season, doesn't he? I think it's 5 wins.
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the lack of respect every single week from the books is just crazy. Like I don't know how they've not. I mean, we've been tearing them apart on it week after week, and you think they'd be like, okay, maybe maybe we should fix this, but they don't. They just keep giving it to us, and it's not Stexy. I think that's the key, right? He's not in a JRM car. He's not in a Gibbs car. Those are the cars we expect to be fast. I mean, if he was doing this in a JGR car, like he would be ridiculously priced every week. Like it wouldn't even be, there would be no chance to bet it. But because it's an RCR car, and for whatever reason, that's not a sexy team. And honestly, like when you put them, if you just put those cars out there, what are the fastest cars? Like JGR by far are the fastest cars, and JRM cars are fast too. And the RCR cars, they've been showing up to play, but for whatever reason, they're just not put on that same tier. And I think that's why he just continuously gets priced. And it's, I don't know. It's great because we love it and we take it every week and we hit it most weeks. And it's just crazy that he keeps getting disrespected the way he does.
Very true. You're right about that. There was one other play, Phil, or we didn't get to talk about. Phil and I caught this after he left, but would be curious to hear your thoughts. So Cole Custer plus 225 top 5 thoughts there.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure Rod gave out Custer as a top 5 this week on our show. He had a pretty good case for him. He's really good at the high tire wear tracks. I don't have all his stats right in front of me here, but he is good at those. He's done good here before, and actually his Cup Series results have been fairly decent at this track as well. And so I think the thing, and we talked about this as well over on the NASCAR Gambling Podcast, but when there's all these Cup Series guys in this field, like it gives you so many good prices because they just automatically think like it's going to be these 3 Cup guys, 1, 2, 3. And let's pump the brakes on that. I don't think it's going to be like Denny Hamlin hasn't won an Xfinity race since like 2018 or 2019. I know he's won like 6 of 12 here or something like that in this track, but things are a lot different in the Xfinity series than they used to be. You look at like what John Hunter Nemechek's done in the Truck Series against Kyle Busch when they were racing the same trucks. He was beating him head to head, like just straight up beating him. And we've seen it this year in Xfinity. I mean, Kyle Busch has 3 starts, and I don't think he's finished better than 6th or 7th in the Xfinity. And it's not been an easy path for these Cup guys. So it's not a guarantee they're going to get the top 3 spots, but that's how the books have it priced. And so even if they do get the top 3 spots, you still have 2 other top 5 spots open, right? And they have to get filled by somebody, and you're getting good prices on. I mean, John Hunter Nemechek earlier in the week was plus 140. I'm sure his odds, he's minus 175 now, but he was plus 140 early in the week, and obviously now sitting on the pole, showing the speed he's got, right? That number has adjusted.
So anything else from an Xfinity standpoint? Obviously, I just put up here Zach as we were talking. Zach said he locked him in, so we were able to convince Zach to get in on a little something there, which is good. We have a number of people listening, which is a lot of fun, so really appreciate that. But anything else from an Xfinity standpoint before they go green here? It'll be fun. I don't know. Do you have a TV in front of you or something?
Yeah, I got my iPad over here, so we can watch as we go. Man, that Colorado TCU game, I don't know if you've checked in on that. Holy shit. It is like a heavyweight fight.
It's back and forth.
Yeah, they give a blow. I fucking hate Colorado. I was hoping they were just going to be really shitty. My Huskers have to play them next week, and I'm not looking forward to that. It's going to be
bloodbath. Phil and I were like, we were talking about it, and we were like, well, Colorado's got somebody next week, but if they keep going down through, it's Nebraska.
Yes, I'm not. I was feeling so good. Like, that's the one game I want to win this year. Like, I just want to beat Colorado. And after watching them play,
what a world we live in!
Oh man,
to hear you say that.
I know,
but it has been back and
used
forth.
To be really good, and now I just want to win one game, Derek.
You guys used to be great. I mean,
we were the best team.
Nebraska rivalry was like one of my favorite games to watch because it was electric. I mean, it was super intense. Yeah,
what's up, Rod?
Oh, there.
He's in the chat. Fresno State.
I see him. All right, Fresno. Yeah, we got to give some love out there to all the boys. Okay,
that's
I like
right.
it, Rod. Yeah, so
never been good, but that's okay.
No, that's okay. Well, Rod's good, but that's about it
right.
from Fresno. So, okay. What about anything else from Xfinity before the cars start rolling off the track here and start making their way? Anything else?
I was just looking through stuff here. Riley Herbst minus 200 at Chastain. That's hilarious.
Isn't that crazy?
If it wasn't so high, I mean, I think we talked about this one on the show earlier this week. Just because Chastain sucks in that car. Why is there's just not very many matchups? That Xfinity selection's not been the best here lately. Sammy Smith over Chandler Smith at plus 110 is probably worth a look. You can't really trust either of those guys to necessarily get you a good finish, but Sammy Smith is a faster car on a week-to-week basis, no question about it. It's a shorter race, so maybe less of a chance for him to fuck things up. Right. But you're getting plus money, so I don't hate that one. I was trying to browse through some of the other stuff here. I don't see.
It's hard. I mean, it's easy when you stay away from the outright market because it's so cluttered with those Cup Series guys we talked about. And when you throw in Al Geyer, he's got Cup experience, but that car's been so fast. It's hard to predict, I feel like, from an outright perspective, unless you were able to grab like a John Hunter. So like Bachmann, he grabbed Allgaier at 8-1, Hunter at 9-1.
Yeah, we got
18-1, and Creed at 22.
Dude, I love Bachmann so much. Our shows, it's almost sounds like we're all talking about this. It's like when you and Phil do the truck show and I listen.
Yes.
I'm like, we all talked about the same stuff. It's great. Like I listen to Bachmann's show. I'm like, hey, that's what I said. I said that. Yes. I was messaging with him after. I'm like, dude, we're like on the same page, locked in. John Hunter Nemechek still plus 100 for a top 3. I mean, geez, yeah, I would definitely hit that. I mean,
you like that
he's,
one?
He's going to win this race, in my opinion. But this at least gives you the coverage if Hamlin or Larson, like in my opinion, Hamlin and Larson are the only ones that scare me when it comes to John Hunter Nemechek. So just for him to, I mean, he can lose to those two guys and still get in the top 3, or he can beat them. And I mean, if he wins the race, obviously you're still going to cash it. So plus 100, I think that's a pretty decent one.
So that's one you like. See, I feel like that pricing, it almost is too short because the top, and I was just saying it before you came on, top 3 is hard for me because that's a market that I'm not so skilled in.
Top 3 in general, top 3s are a lot more fun when you get a longer shot, just because if they get up there and they can cash it for you. I mean, you're taking a lot of risk on, which is obviously the biggest thing.
What's John Hunter's win price? Like, what are we looking at as a difference here?
So I'm looking at C Series down to plus 525. So
5-1, and you're down to
I would still probably take that. Let's see.
So
plus 550. Okay, here we go. DraftKings, shout out to them. They've got John Hunter plus 550 to win, plus 155 for the podium finish, the top 3. So I don't hate that either.
What was the podium?
Plus 100 on Caesars, plus 155 on DraftKings.
Wow, you're getting 55 more cents. That's bang for your buck.
They're just completely out on Kyle Busch. He's plus 300 finish with the top 3 now.
Wow.
But that 10, I can't trust that 10 car, man. It's been so freaking bad.
That's the part when you said about those statistics with Kyle Busch this year and some of his finishing positions and thinking about the cars that he's been in. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Larson was in the 10.
He was in the 10 in the Darlington
10 won it. Yeah, I think you called that out or mentioned that on the pod. What's your favorite series to bet? What's the favorite one that you and Rod get to talk about? But what's like your favorite series? Where you're like,
man, I think it's Xfinity. Like it's.
Is it? I believe.
I mean, and you say it all the time on Twitter, like the best racing, like that. It's just the action is so good. There is definitely a top tier of guys who can win, but like it's pretty spread out for the different guys who could win any week. What's going on in the TCU Colorado game?
I don't know. Matt's Matt's
Fourth
hooking us
down
up
for
with some
TCU.
info there.
Oh God, I hope Colorado's not. See, now I'm torn. Like, do I just want Colorado to win this so they're like smelling themselves?
Where's it at? Where's the game at next week?
It's in Boulder.
Oh, let's see here. I got an update for you.
Dion's first game at home.
So Colorado looks to be your winner.
Wow, that's not good for me. I bet I went very heavy on them under wins this year, so that's not great.
Well, that's not a good. Oh, now they got to play Nebraska.
Yeah,
like,
that's really not great. But maybe they'll be smelling themselves after this and lay an egg next week.
Phil was he was laying what was it 20 and a half, 21 and a half, whatever it was. He was on TCU.
Oh yeah, me too. Oh yeah, I threw that ticket out a couple hours ago.
Okay, yeah. Well, we were watching it. We were talking about it, and I was like, "All right, so all you need is 4 touchdowns." He's like, "Oh no, that ticket's in the trash." Yeah, and then they went up, I think 3 or 4 going into the final quarter as he was leaving the show, and he's like, "I got a little life. I'm back. I'm like the Undertaker, like coming back.
Yeah. I'm still here."
So you okay? So you're going back to the Xfinity thing. So you said that Xfinity is probably the mark or the really the betting market that you find the most of an edge and enjoy.
Well, yeah, they give us Austin Hill at plus money every week for a top 5. I mean, what more can you ask for, Derek?
I agree.
It's super competitive, and so you don't really have, we've not gotten where it's ridiculous, where Max Verstappen type of pricing for any one driver, because there's not. I mean, John Hunter Nemechek's been very good, yes, but he's not always the best car. And Austin Hill's got a ton of wins, and guys like Allgaier have gotten some wins, and Sam Mayer's got multiple wins. We've got all these ringers coming in. Ryan Truex winning in the 19. Sammy Smith has a win. I think Chandler Smith won one earlier. Like, you've had a good mixture of different guys winning. You go to different tracks, and I feel like maybe the books aren't quite as sharp on adjusting for where we're at as much as they are maybe in the Cup Series and stuff. So yeah, I honestly, all 3. I love betting on all 3 of them, of course. But Xfinity, it's the most fun series to watch, and I would say it's the most fun series to bet. Trucks is tough to bet on sometimes, just because, I mean, we can always find good stuff, but sometimes the selections are rough, and it is very top heavy. I mean, you got Corey Himes minus 500 to get a top 3 every week, and it's like, yeah, it's gonna happen. You can't really, makes it hard to bet on stuff like that. So
yeah.
But trucks are still obviously a lot of fun. We find a lot of good stuff there too. Hit Grant Enfinger last race. We had him at 9-1, I think it was. So that was a really good day for us. But Xfinity definitely, I think, is the most exciting series and the most fun one to bet on.
No, that's that I think that was well said. The trucks are definitely a series where you can find value in betting before practice and qualifying, because like you said, everything adjusts then so quick, where the odds makers, those that are putting, the operators are really taking those top 10, top 15, top 20 sheets, putting them together and compiling them, which make that market then a little bit, it tightens it up, definitely in the Cups or the Truck Series. So I would say the Xfinity Series is, like you said, I mean, with the Cup Series guys dipping down, it lends opportunities where we're able to bet on some of these other guys in head-to-heads or group bets or whatever, where it really kind of enhances some of that pricing. So what about anything else from Xfinity, or did we cover it all there? Obviously the cars are rolling. Did we cover it all? I think. Yeah,
cars are rolling. We're about out of chances. Yeah, I was browsing through here. Nothing else really. Man,
okay.
Some of these head-to-heads get so lopsided. It's crazy.
Yeah, the Riley Herbst one, I think you said it and I saw it. I think he was minus 185 to Chastain near 200, plus 200. I think 2-1 on him.
Yeah, like Sam Mayer's minus 175 to Brandon Jones. Like, obviously you would want to take the Mayer side, but not at that price. Like, oof.
No.
This one's gross. Number 11 in the Xfinity Series. I don't say his name because he's fucked me way too many times. He's minus 155 to Parker Kligerman. Not that I probably would want to bet Kligerman at plus 120, but
I was trying to see if I had a bleep button because I knew that his name would come up, and I never could find one on this thing. So yeah, beep.
That's one of the best things Rod's done on the show. Everybody loves that.
That is great. That is great. Yeah, the name we will not speak of. That is rumored to be in the Cup Series car, which I don't buy that by any means. I don't buy that. What do you think? Okay. Oh, okay. So I texted you.
You
during your live stream. I was hoping that
did.
you were going to be able to catch that as you know, as you were doing your show and see all the
I
stuff
saw
I
it.
sent
Well,
you.
I saw a big long text come through, and I'm like, I'm not going to read this. Then after we get off, I'm reading to Rod. I probably should have read the whole thing first, but I'm reading it to Rod, and I get to the bottom, and it goes, "This is okay to share with Rod." And I'm like, "Oh, well, that's good because I just did."
Yeah, no, you were absolutely allowed to share it with Rod. But there are some things coming down the pike where it's like, you know, I don't know. I think you get into silly season pretty big.
What was the big announcement this morning at 10? Was that
with who?
Well, there was some media alert last. Was it just like because I never saw. Yeah, I just remembered that I never saw anything. He's taking his sunglasses off. That was the big announcement. Like
how Priest is. Well, yeah, I mean that was like the amount of doctor's appointments that he had this week to get medically cleared. Like NASCAR was like almost essentially with him in those appointments was like amazing to know. Like how many and. I was telling people he's not going to take his sunglasses off this weekend. You watch, and then
I didn't think he would. I thought he would keep them on.
The Dave Ellison moment. He's like, "You sure you want to see him?" Yeah. Okay, here they are.
I thought for sure he was going to keep them on, put the helmet on, then take them off as he's pulling the dark visor down just so nobody can see. Like, I was very shocked he even took it off. But I mean, that was everybody when that video came out yesterday, and it's got sunglasses on. It's like, why is he wearing sunglasses? Obviously, like that's probably eyes are not look great, but. He's a tough son of a gun. Like, geez,
dude, is he ever? And a guy that probably does not have a ride next year, you know, with all the rumors of them selling charters and all that. So he's a guy that essentially is trying to drive for a job right now. So you take him out for a week or two, or whatever it is. Like that is, you know, that's tough. So what's up, Ty? Thanks for.
He's from over in our Discord.
He's in your neck of the woods.
Colorado fan. Yeah,
I've heard the name. I've heard the name before. Yep. So he's a big Colorado. So you guys will have.
It's all right. You got your win this week. Enjoy it. Huskers take you down next week.
Okay, so let's. I was gonna move into. This is a good transition. I was gonna move into some Huskers talk anyway. So Thursday night they played. I feel bad for you, right? Because the season starts, you know, essentially Saturday, which stinks because like you have all the games. You guys are playing on Fox in kind of a marquee slot. You lose, which is unfortunate, and it almost then deflates the whole weekend, doesn't it? Because you're like, well, everybody's having fun. It's almost like that meme of like you're looking out the window and all your friends are playing, and you're just like the saddest could be. So what happened? What happened from your estimation with Matt Rule and everybody?
So Husker football has just been brutal for a long time, right? Like you said, we used to be one of the premier programs. We won 3 titles in 4 years in the 90s, like so good. Then we fired Frank Solich, which we should have never done, brought the curse on, and it's just been horrible ever since.
What's the curse?
The curse was firing Frank Solich, and we've been cursed ever since. Now, we did bring him back in the spring game this year and honored him after he retired from Ohio. Hopefully that shakes the curse off for years to come here, but we'll see. But dude, when they hired Frost, was it 6 years ago? Like, just all in. Like,
wow,
we're fucking go. Like, this is
that was 6 years ago.
It's been a while. It's been a while. It's been 5 or 6. Yeah, I think he had 5.
It feels like 2 years ago.
I know. It's
he
feels
was the
like
second
40
coming.
years ago for me, but it's been a long time. But no, he was. Yeah, he was the second. I mean, the Golden Boy coming home, like he had transferred back here as a quarterback, led us to that 97 national title. And all that, like he's coming back home. He's the hottest name. Like Florida wanted him, and all these big schools wanted him. He picked little old Nebraska instead. Like he's coming back, and like so we were just bought in, and it was just like, and then they kept showing the stat. They just the TV loves to rub it in. They kept showing the stat on Thursday night. I don't remember what the number is. I try not to look because it's horrible, but we've lost like 47 one-score games over the last 3 years. It's not 47 really, but it's a lot. It's the most in the FBS, like by far. We lose all these one-score games. And so coming into Rule now, like I'm excited for him. I've seen what he does. At Temple, it was bad the first year. At Baylor, it was bad the first year. He's taken over. Temple was nobody. And Baylor had just come off that scandal, and they lost all those. Like in Nebraska, we've not been like we've had really good players here. We've been in good situations. So trying not to drink too much of the Kool-Aid because it's like they let us down every year. We keep going back for it. And so I tried to go into this and just be like that was my whole thing all week was like, I just want them to the spread 7.5, right? Let's keep it within a touchdown. Let's show some positive signs. Going to be so happy. But then you get into the game, and it's like they're like, here, Cody, you want some hope? Here, take this hope. And they give you all this. It's like, we're going to win this game. Like, everything's going our way. Like, it looks great. And then they blow it at the end like they always do, and they just snatch the hope back from you, and it was horrible. It was just like, oh, my God, not again. But I don't know. Overall, I'm pretty happy with what I saw. I mean, there's a lot of positives, a lot of mistakes as well. But, I mean, for as many mistakes as we made, it took Minnesota, who should be a pretty good team. They win 9 games every year or so, right? It took them a last-second field goal to beat us. So that makes me feel pretty good. We showed up. We played them good. We kept it within the, in the spread. The quarterback, really good at running. Some really poor decisions throwing the ball. So we're going to have to work on that for sure. That's going to be.
Is it another Martinez?
Well, Martinez can actually throw. Martinez was good, too. And, Martinez was never the problem, which sucked because he was really good, and he was just wasted. Frost didn't use him right. And there's we don't have to get in. There's a lot of rumors about Frost and his time here and some issues he had off the field, I guess. And things were not very well organized. He wasn't being on time to practices. Probably not good things from your head coach. Maybe got to his head a little bit that got to come back and be the big guy. So I don't know. I still feel like we got the best coach out there, right? I think that he's the best coach for our situation, at least, that was available this year.
Yeah.
Came here.
That rule's great.
Yeah, he does. He's done a great job everywhere he's been. And he sucked in Carolina. He was bad in the NFL. Blah. Nick Saban was horrible in the NFL too. I'm not saying he's going to be Nick Saban, but the greatest coach to ever coach college football sucked in the NFL. So you can't really look at that. But I think he's going to be good. I saw a lot of positives to take away. Still trying to keep my expectations a little tempered. It's kind of hard because I like to get very excited. I'm a huge Husker fan. But I'm excited to see what the rest of the season brings, and just hope we can, keep games close and look good. Maybe if we're going to lose, let's not look like we're going to win and then lose because it makes it hurt worse. But other than that.
Well, it's always good when you have a guy, now the name's drawing a blank for me, Will Compton. I met Will down in Nashville, obviously played for Nebraska, super passionate about the team and everything. So when you have, a figure like that openly continues to talk about the program and a super successful podcast, you then tend, and we're seeing it with Dion, you tend then to get some players that maybe you weren't able to get before. Matt Rule, we know, the culture and the teams that he builds. So it's probably only a matter of time. And the West is not necessarily, an overly difficult division. Now, adding some of these.
The divisions are going away next year.
Yeah, divisions are going away. That's exactly where I was going. So it's like, it'll be interesting then to see what happens from a scheduling standpoint. But Nebraska could be on the. Now you get to play spoiler, right? And essentially we've seen teams. I think TCU last year they lost the game. There's been countless times where teams that made it to the championship have one loss. So I know we're not talking about championship aspirations this year, but now you get to be spoiler for some of these other schools that are just overlooking you guys and going from there.
The expanded playoffs, which is taking way too fucking long. What?
Way too
literally long. Every level from 6-year-old football to the NFL has playoffs, except Division I, but whatever.
Yep.
Finally, we've got some sort of a playoff, and it's going to be expanded. That opens it up for more teams, and you're already seeing the parity in college football is starting to spread out already. Yes, Georgia's been really good and they've won 2 titles in a row, but there is a good 6-8 teams at the top that could win. Got a lot of new quarterbacks coming in to a lot of these top new teams. TCU, sure, they were in the national title game last year, but they've got a new quarterback this year. I think they had a new quarterback this year. But
who is
it?
What was the team again?
TCU.
TCU does, yeah.
Yeah, because Duggan left, right? He's the Chargers now or something. But,
correct. Yep.
But yeah, the expanded playoffs really gives you hope, and the way they're spreading things out. And so I think that if we can start to lay the bricks now and just start building the program, and that's what Matt Rule's so good at. If he starts to build it, and I feel, and maybe this is personal bias, but I feel like Nebraska's a place where he went into Temple to build it and leave. He went into Baylor to build it and leave. I feel like Nebraska's a place you can come in and build it and stay. And I guess maybe if an Ohio State or a Penn State opens up, you do take that type of job. But if he builds this up, this could be a place he could build up and make his own. And the way the Nebraska fans are, if you're good, now that we got rid of some of the guys who were good and we still fired after 9-win seasons. But like you'll be you'll be loved here and could build a long-term thing here. So that's what I hope. I hope, maybe a couple of years down the road we can make the playoffs, and then once you make it, maybe you make it and you win. And I mean, I try not to be anymore after Scott Frost's disappointment of Nebraska hasn't been good since Eric. Well, and we had Bo Pelini had some 9-10 win teams. I mean, it was decent, right? But yeah, it's been a while since the glory days.
You come on here and people are giving you some slander. You come over here, especially Ty. He's leading the charge when it comes to.
He loves to.
But he's got. So
he lives in Nebraska. He lives in Nebraska now too. So it's like you're in enemy territory, buddy. You gotta become a Husker fan now.
Yeah, I would. Yeah,
it's funny though because. So I went to Boulder. I think we went in 2019. We went there. 10 Colorado fans in the whole stadium. Like, didn't give a fuck about that, bro. Nobody cares about it. Now prime time's back, and there's like all these Colorado fans everywhere. And it's like, oh yeah, it's funny. I didn't see you there a couple of years. Like literally, there was no gold or black in that entire. It was all sea of red in Colorado. Empty. Like nobody cared at the time. And but oh well. 17 cars dicing through the field.
So I was just going to say, coming in, I mean, he is ripping it on the wall, as you can see. There was some chatter there with the Austin Hill car, and I didn't get to catch it. I put my I wanted to put the notes up so that I could see what they're saying. So I didn't get to catch what the radio transmissions were, but it looks like he's up to 8th. So we talked about it a little bit. John Hunter, obviously, we liked him. Cole Custer was talking about him a little bit with the top 5. The 17 car, we knew would come up there. That's why we stayed away from the outright market. Is there anything that you feel like, hey, we got 11 laps into this, anything worth jumping on? I'm trying to get some of the pricing as we speak when it comes to Larson. I mean, Larson's going off at what?
Yeah,
from what
I
you
doubt.
Can find?
Yeah, let me see what I can find. But
1.5, 2 to 1.
I doubt you're getting anything good on him. Plus 140, but you could have got him 2 to 1 to open. So I mean, yeah, this is not. And there's still like the thing is too is one of the keys to this. It's a short race. It's only 147 laps. Like one tiny mistake, and the race is done for him. Like he's not going to catch a John or Nemechek if he gets caught speeding. Right. They have a pit issue. I don't know what they use for pit crew, but like the 17 car doesn't run every week. Of course, he's the best car. He's the best driver out there. That's not questionable. And he's in a fast car. We know that.
I would say it's questionable.
No, it's not. Best driver, Kyle Larson?
He's going up against
drivers in the world.
Hamlin and Busch.
Hamlin is great, and Busch is one of the best in the world too. But
I'm just saying that you can make the argument for it.
No,
yes,
we're not talking about a super speedway. That's where we shit on Kyle Larson. But
hey, I didn't touch Kyle Larson in anything this week. I was proud of myself. I was
Good
like,
job.
I
did take Kyle Larson outright to win this. Just
come on,
dude.
You can't do that. You can't be the guy that's shitting down my throat.
You got to balance it out, right? You take a couple units on him, and then you take your insurance plays. You got John Hunter at 9 to 1. I'm feeling really good about that. But dude, he's so good, and he dominated this race earlier this year. Well, he didn't dominate it, but he won the race.
Right.
He's gonna be fast. He's gonna be good. I know. It's not. I don't love to do it. We try to not to always take the favorites, but sometimes you have to. Sometimes you got to bite the bullet.
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes you do.
I'd much rather John Hunter wins though, because it's 9 to 1. It's a sexier number. I'll be out a little more ahead if he wins. So.
Yeah, and so you said that you were on John Hunter, you were on, there was a couple of the other names we talked about that you said that you were on as well.
Yeah, so as far as outrights, I'd given out John Hunter, Larson, and then Sheldon Creed actually. Took him at 20 to 1.
That's right. I forgot I put in a Creed top 5. I put in a Creed top 5 yesterday plus 250. I got 3 top 5s now.
Hey. You can. There's 5 spots in the top 5. You can hit all 3 of them. You should have put 2 more in.
I should have. All right, caution's out. So they're coming back here. Caution's out. Sammy Smith's getting tires, so he probably spun in some capacity.
Well, hopefully you didn't take that head to head.
Looks like a single. Looks like I did not. Looks like it. Oh, yep, single car spin. Sammy Smith.
Yours must be ahead of mine because I don't. We're just.
Well, I don't have like I have farms and cornfields and stuff. You just have cornfields, so I get better reception.
We're a little delayed in our. Oh, yep, there he goes, spinning out. Got up in the marbles.
Yeah, so I gotta put that thing.
What? Yeah. Whoops, there it goes.
Oh,
okay.
Like
he hit anything though.
Well, just wait. Just wait for that. So, all right. So we talked about some of those guys. So Larson obviously ripping it through the field, like MW was saying, or Matt was saying, and then we were commenting on it as well.
I see it now.
I'm still shocked. You're a lot more. You're very much so a Larson defendant. It sounded like you weren't even going to let me have a conversation about Hamlin or.
As far as like being greatest talents in as far as a race car driver, that's what I'm saying. The best driver. Now, if you're saying
I was saying
in
the
Xfinity series,
this weekend. Yes.
In the Xfinity series, John Hunter Nemechek is the best driver in the best car, in my opinion. I mean, if you're adding those two things together, he's doing it every week in the same car with the same team. But Kyle Larson, he's one of the best drivers in the entire world. Anything you put him in, he's good, and he's always good in the 17 car. But the point, even though I took him to outright, I still argued quite a bit against myself on the show because you look back at like Sonoma, where he dominates the race, and then he ends up finishing in third, and Eric Almirola, like 200-1 wins. Like,
yep,
it's just, yeah.
No, I'm with you. What do you think about? Let's stay with John Hunter. So Hunter
Jr. His odds will be ridiculously low. It will be almost impossible to bet on him because everyone will want to bet on him. You think Chase Elliott gets a bump? Dale Jr. racing, he gets an even bigger bump. Yeah, it's.
Oh, look who we got here. We got our boy Mark in Mississippi.
What's up,
Mark? I hope to hear from you later. I'm curious to hear if you're hauling anything here tonight. I want to see if you and the boys are out making a long drive. So appreciate all the travel that you do. Let's stay with John Hunter, Cody, because curious to hear what you think. Obviously, Truex was probably on his way out, right? He had one foot out the door, and then he rattled off a couple wins, won the regular season. So this was done, obviously, before he won the regular season or clinched it. He's coming back next year. What happens to John Hunter, in your opinion?
So there's two things here. If for some reason, somehow, and starting to get kind of late into the season where maybe it should concern you, if the number 11 car is open and Denny Hamlin doesn't re-sign, you put John Hunter in there and you close the case closed. Like, that's it.
Okay.
Right.
I wasn't expecting that first one.
Well, I mean, the 11 car is open right now, technically. Now, I think Denny comes back, but I thought Kyle Busch was coming back too. And we're into the playoffs now. There's not a deal signed. I get there's a lot more going on. There's a lot of moving parts for a Denny Hamlin to sign over a Kyle Busch to sign.
Mm-hmm.
But he's not signed. So we saw it last year with the same team.
True.
I mean, I thought they were stupid to let Kyle Busch go. They'd be really stupid to let Denny Hamlin go on top of Kyle Busch, in my opinion. But hey, it's Joe Gibbs. He can do what he wants. So we'll see. We'll see. So and I don't foresee that being the case. But if he doesn't, then I think that John Hunter just goes into that 11 car, and it makes sense. Otherwise, you put John Hunter in the 42 car for a year. He'll run that car. Truex retires. John Hunter slides over. You change the 19 back to the 18. Go back to the Gibbs legacy number there. It's had 2 years to breathe, and I think that John Hunter will race the 18 car for Joe Gibbs.
Interesting. So Mark is saying Denny needs to go and drive his own shit. But here's the one that he just sent that I find interesting. Yes. And I did not hear this. Reddick,
I did not either.
XM saying that there will be 3 cars next year. Now, I find that interesting.
I don't think Denny wants to drive for himself, though.
I don't think right now. I don't think he does
Not
right
yet.
now.
Eventually, right?
But Brian Murphy's been saying every time I pass there, they have 6 bays.
Oh yeah, it's a massive shop.
Yes, you don't just make something for 6 bays and be like.
And they've talked. I mean, they're for sure adding more cars eventually. Like, they've talked about that. So I think for sure eventually we get it, whether it's next year already. I mean, them Stewart-Haas charters, I don't think we're gonna have.
That's a real thing.
This year. Like,
that's a real thing.
Yeah, and Colleague, I mean, he was, Chris Rice was pretty set on them not getting Vinny, and
correct.
They've got a lot of money, and some of the rumors that you hear for drivers, like they're obviously just looking for people to pay to come take those rides, I think. So
Right.
We'll see. But I mean, Denny wants to continue to expand that program for sure. I don't think he's ready to drive for it yet. I think ideally, maybe the last couple of these seasons of his career he wants to, but he's happy where he's at with Joe Gibbs, I think. And if they can work out all the details, and there are a lot of details, I think he wants to remain where he is.
I was hearing rumors before the Ford stuff came out, but I was hearing rumors that Chevy was in talks with 2311.
Oh, number 11 almost wrecked.
Yes. Yeah, I didn't say anything because I know how far behind you are. But it is interesting hearing some of those rumors about the team. So you said John Hunter either goes to the 11, if the 11 would go somewhere else, and then if not that, then the 42. Yeah. So the 42 is being piloted this weekend by Carson Hocevar. So where does Carson Hocevar go?
Well, I had thought maybe one of the College cars, but I don't know if he brings enough money to the table for them, I think. So maybe he goes into the 8 car for JRM and does a year with them before he steps up to the Cup Series. I think that would probably make the most sense. I'm trying to think of any other. I mean, the 77 is potentially open now, right? Ty Dillon is one of the rumored drivers to go. Yeah. Do you put him in this? I don't know if I want to. I think personally, I don't know if I want to see him in the 77 unless they're going to step that car up. Like that car is so far behind the 7 car that it's like it's almost unfair. That's how I felt about Gragson going to the 42 this year, though. It was like, man, you love to see him get that step up, but then it's like, man, Barack Obama's in the chat. What's up, President?
Hey, Brock, thanks for chiming in with
joining us. Appreciate it.
Appreciate
but yeah, like I was
out to
yeah, you're sad to see a guy like Gragson go to a car that's just not up to par because you don't get to see what he really has. You know, and Trump's in here too. Wow, we're getting an entire presidential.
We got a whole fight here.
Both sides of the aisle we can all agree on NASCAR gambling, right?
Yeah, so I got to take a picture of this. So this is going to be good for us to smile for the camera. So we got Barack in doing that. So there's Barack, and then we got Donald. Thank you, man. Donald just, I mean,
wow, just I mean that's a Donald
I wasn't
move,
expecting.
Right? He just goes straight for the throat. Mahatma Gandhi's in here now. Okay,
I have been working my tail off to do a lot in the NASCAR betting space. I didn't think I made it this big, but this is
getting two recent presidents. And Mahatma Gandhi. I mean, you're hitting it big time here, Derek.
I think so. Well, here's the deal, but these guys weren't in here when it was just me, so it really is you.
Wow. So I don't want to take all the credit, but now Dwayne Johnson showing up. Sheesh,
what is happening?
That's our next president, I think, right? So, geez, there you go. If Dick Trickle comes, Mark's leaving.
Yeah, Mark. Mark's our president. So Matt, I see Matt saying, "Where's Hillary?" All right, so we're getting either we just got. I think we just got.
Oh, there goes Brandon Jones. Oh, Corey Heim, don't hit him. Jeez,
look at that. So that was something I
getting way up
was
there.
not anticipating. See, yep. So we got the Rock in here now, so this is good. Yep. So we got a little bit of
really going crazy in the.
I didn't realize how. Here. I mean, all these guys are NASCAR fans. Who knew that they would be wanting to chime in on a NASCAR?
We cross party lines in right here. Everybody wants to come bet on NASCAR, Derek.
I think so. I don't even know
you're Republican or Democrat. There we go.
Oh, that's
what it was.
I have
no idea where we were.
I remember now. We were talking about Hocevar. So Hocevar to the 77. 77 being, in the Cup Series.
Fire 77,
jumps up. Is the 77 the right move for him?
I don't think so. Because it's unless somehow that car is suddenly the same as the 7 car, then even still, I think I'd rather see him be in the JRM 8 car. Go to Xfinity for a season and rack up a bunch of wins and wait for a bigger ride to open. Maybe Michael B. Jordan's in the chat. Jeez. All the celebrities in town. NASCAR brings everyone together.
Your wife's gonna be like, now, Cody, I told you we need to do family stuff, and you can go to her and be like, well, Barack was in there.
Dude, listen,
Trump was in there.
I was talking to the presidents, The Rock, Adolf Hitler showed up. Like, geez.
That one probably won't get. I probably won't pump that one. Everything else was fine until we got to that one. But yeah, you know what? NASCAR fans, like you said, we brings everybody together. So okay, so we think.
Where do you want to see Hocevar go, or where do you think
I want to see Hocevar? I want to see Hocevar go to JRM. I think that would be.
I'd like to see him in the 16 or the 31. I mean, I think those would be good rides for him. Good, but I think the 8 car JRM would be probably the best step as far as what we're going to see from him on the track next year.
Yeah. I know he's been showing a lot of speed, and I think the 42 team very smart for bringing him here to pilot their car at Darlington. Darlington's not an easy track by any means, so it'll just be interesting. I think his progression should be Xfinity, get a lot of that recognition, those wins, but I don't know from a money standpoint what he needs. Whether he brings a lot or what have you. So I don't know what's happening in this chat, but it is.
And we're only how you're doing. How many hours?
Funny. I have 8 more hours. So. I got 8 more hours, and the next thing that's gonna happen.
Drake is showing up. Oh boy,
yep. So
getting crazy.
Something. Mark, Mark in Mississippi? I blame you. Everything was peaceful.
Yeah, until he showed up.
In here.
Yeah.
So you probably brought all these bots with you. But thank you, everybody, with that. All right. So then the next name I'm curious about, who's in like a silly season. Actually, Suarez. Suarez is a guy. I looked up his contract and I can't find anything extending past this year.
Oh, really?
I know colleagues said if they do it, the next drive they're signing is going to surprise a lot of people. And somebody reached out to me and they're like, who do you think it is? And I said, a surprise would be Suarez. Like, that's just a surprise.
Yeah. Well, if
I don't know,
guys who bring a lot of money to the table, I mean, Suarez has got great partners and he brings a lot of money with them. So, honestly, that might be a good move for Trackhouse. I get that. I get that Trackhouse likes Daniel and that he bring the money to the table. But talent-wise, I don't know that he's getting as much out of that car as he should be. You compare him to Chastain, and it's not been the same results, right? And he's had his chances at some pretty big. I mean, he's been with Gibbs, he's been with Stewart-Haas when they were good, and oh man, I would. That would actually probably make a lot of sense. And then who goes to the 99 is the big question if that happens. I'd love to see Carson get that. Well, why SVG does not deserve. Everybody thinks I hate SVG, and I don't. I love him. What he did, absolutely incredible. It was to come in first time, driving on the different side, shifting with the different hand, all was absolutely great and wonderful. My point was, in quote unquote hating him, was it wasn't going to be the same thing at a normal road course everybody else had been, compared to a type of track they'd never been on. Street courses are a lot different than road courses, especially following IndyCar a lot more closely over these last couple of seasons. Like, there's a big difference in IndyCar between the road courses and the street courses. Like, street courses are just a different animal, and our guys had never done them before, especially not in these cars. Everything just kind of lined up. And again, very impressive. Love it. I'm excited for him to come over here and to be in NASCAR. I think it's great. I think a full-time truck ride would be ideal. Let's get him used to these ovals a little more. He did great at the oval. What he ran? IRP. He had a great run there. It was good to see. Loved it. I think he should run part-time in the Cup Series, part-time in the Xfinity Series. I would love to see it, and I think that would be. But I don't think he should go straight to the 99 car and have a full-time ride because he came in and won one race. Again, as impressive as it was, there's still, we've got 6 road courses. That means there's 30 ovals on the circuit. Like, and what are the chances? I mean, that was right. AJ Allmendinger, that's why he's coming to the Cup Series, right? He's a auto bid to the playoffs. He's going to win a road. Well, why is he not in the playoffs? Like, it's going to be the same thing with SVG. And I think maybe you work him up to that and you still do him in the 91 or, add a different car or whatever. I don't think he should get a Cup Series full-time ride right away. And I don't think it should be, especially I consider the 99 a top tier ride or a higher tier ride, right? It's a, second tier or whatever. They're pretty good ride. They made the Final Four last year with one of their cars. So, but yeah, he should not get a full-time ride right out of the gate like that, especially of that stature, in my opinion.
So then I'll probably go to the guy that's more than likely has a better percentage, not more than likely, but just has a better percentage. There's some rumors floating around, and I've not been able to confirm these. I'm hoping Spider Barstool's coming on later. Hopefully, comes on later, and we're able to kind of dive into some of these things. But Matt DiBenedetto says this week, not returning to Rackley. Is there a chance that his next move is up in Cup again?
Well, that's my wonder, is if he's the surprise thing that nobody saw coming for Colleague. Does he bring sponsorship? Like, his big thing has always been he struggled with sponsorship, right? When he was with the was it the 95 car, whatever, he's like begging on social media for sponsorship, and then at the 21 you didn't have to worry about it as much because they kind of have their own sponsorship as part of program. And man, I don't know. I guess I don't know. Personally, not a big fan of DiBenedetto. I know a lot of people like him. I don't know. He's shown some flashes, right? He had really good runs. That 95 car, he almost won at Bristol that one year. I mean, but overall, I don't know. He's been impressive in the Truck Series as far as taking that team to be better than it probably should have been. So I guess that's a positive for him.
Gordon Ramsay's curious what you are on. So what are we on? We need Hill essentially. So Gordon, we essentially need Austin Hill.
I think he's asking like what kind of drugs you're on because you think he's a bot.
No, I'm thinking that he was saying what are we, because there was a couple comments here as I'm scrolling back and they're like, no, definitely not bots. We're definitely not bots. And it's on the internet. I believe them. If they say they're not bots,
Abraham Lincoln once said, if you read it on the internet, it's the truth. So obviously you gotta believe it.
Abraham Lincoln, obviously the inventor of the internet.
Right.
That makes a lot of sense.
Everybody
why he
knows
would say
that.
Everybody knows that. So interesting conversations there when we're looking at like the silly season elements, because there are a lot of things that play.
Austin Hill's worked his way up to 6 too, just for the record. He's slowly climbing up through the field.
He's a grinder. Like he's a guy on a track like this. ECR engines
get a spot every 30 laps. Just move his way up slowly.
Cole Custer right now. So I got one top 5 guy, and had I not forgotten about
Hamlin got around
Creed,
Larson too. Larson was up in second last time. I've not been paying super close attention, but I looked. Larson was in second, and he's fallen back.
I would have said, Hamlin in that 19. See, this is where Larson stalls out, is exactly this spot. I mean, it's going to take.
That's the argument against him, is these JGR cars are so good, and that's the argument you can make for Hamlin, is like you're putting one of the best Cup Series drivers on a week-to-week basis in one of the fastest cars. Like, in my opinion, these 3 JGR cars are the fastest cars every week. They don't always finish every week the fastest cars, or the best finishing positions. Sammy Smith's got a lot to learn. Obviously, we saw him spin out already once.
Yep.
And then the 19, it's been a rotating cast of characters, but it's a fucking fast car, and you put a really good driver in it. That's why, as much as I hated putting some on Larson to win, there's such an argument to be made against it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, you're on the wall.
16 he hit the wall hard. He still keeps going, but he did kind of hit it.
His
the
Xfinity
98
cars are pretty tough.
Riley Herbst is a guy that it feels like he runs well week in and week out, just does not get the finishes. At some point, it's got to come together for him. Like,
man,
does he have a win, or does he not have a win?
No, he's never won.
Okay,
he's never won.
A lot of starts, no finishes to show for.
Yep. The guy, man, last year, I was very against. I didn't know why he had this ride. In my opinion, the only reason he's kept this ride is because he's got Monster, for whatever reason, loves this dude. But then he opened up the season with all them top 5s. We started cashing bets left and right on him. It's crazy. But yeah, it's been a little bit rough. He started to 92's got a big flag. Yeah, that's not good for my DFS lineup. He started bad, so I played him. But
so Josh Williams, obviously 92. So your DFS. So how do you balance the DFS betting space for you? Like, obviously you talk a lot about the betting elements. You guys do a DFS show as well, but how do you balance that? Did you come into the game world in the betting market, or did you come in from the DFS side?
I came in originally from more of, I got into DFS first just because it's legal, and I mean, even still today, gambling is, you can gamble at one casino in the state. There's a sports book. Well, there's two now, I guess, but it's stupid. You should be able to use. But anyways, so yes, I got into it through. I started doing DFS before I got into the gambling side of things and all that. So DFS, a lot of fun. I really enjoy it, and really betting and DFS kind of go hand in hand. There's different strategies to the DFS side of things, and you have to play some guys like the 92 car here. But a lot of times, if you're big on a guy in betting and you're going to bet on a guy to finish in the top 5 or the top 10 or the top 3 or to win, then it would make sense to play him in DFS as well. So I think there's a lot of times you can translate playing, or if you find a guy in DFS and you're like, man, you start looking and you're like, oh, I really want to play him. And then it's like, what are his top 10 odds? Maybe I should look at that, you know, if you're, because we did that this week, Harrison Burton. I'm like, as I'm starting to research some of the lower tier guys, I'm like, man, Harrison Burton has kind of been pretty good at this track in the past. And so I look, and then I'm like, okay, well, his top 10 was like plus 700 or something. So it's like, maybe you should be betting on that. So I think both of them can kind of play into each other as well as, or as far as crossing and helping each other out.
Yeah, it's one thing that I want to work on exclusively is the DFS side, because the betting side, I feel like I know more of the terminology and some of the things, but as I'm moving the metrics over, it's like guys that I like in betting, I should also figure out how to apply that to DFS. So that's
right.
That's
there is a lot of crossover, and like, well, we're not going to come on, and Rod and I will tell you this, like, we're not the guys who are entering 150 lineups, and like, we're more casual DFS players. Like, some of these people get their tools out and really dive deep. We're not that. It is more of a casual level. We've got a $5 game that we throw into our Discord every week, and everybody in there can jump in and compete against each other. And Ty Tiger likes to talk shit when he wins.
I noticed that he made a point to come over here. That's just
right.
good. I appreciate
exactly.
Ty.
No, but it's great. So
Mo Diesel, so he's asking to rate his team. So you do some stuff in the fantasy football world as well. What you don't do, I don't know. I mean, you talk to presidents, you talk to athletes.
Well, you talk to presidents now too. See,
well, and I'm with you in that. At least I'm with you in that boat. Half point PPR. Dak, Derek Henry, Walker. Who's Walker?
Ken Walker. I'm guessing.
It's not Javon Walker because I'm a Packers fan. I'm gonna go with Devontae Adams, Mike Williams, Andrews,
Scary Terry.
Yep. So McLaurin and Jerry Jeudy and Warren, Tua, and Algier.
Yeah,
Algier?
Algier. He's the backup for the Falcons, running back. Had a 1,000-yard season. I know, not Justin.
So like we draft a football team, and you get a race. You get a race car driver.
Yeah, that's
like
actually
a box.
Well, you might be onto something here. We could create you combine them, right? That's actually not a bad idea. God, we might have to come up with something for next season, Derek.
I think
combine NASCAR and fantasy football.
So let's look at. So I like Dak. I heard a lot of glowing praise about Dak. I mean, yes, he does throw interceptions, but he gets a lot of yards.
Fantasy, that doesn't really matter. Like Jameis Winston threw 30 a couple of years ago, was one of the best fantasy guys. So I throw interceptions. That means he's going to throw the ball more because they're going to be down, or he's going to need to produce more. So that's, in my opinion, is perfectly fine. Derek Henry, absolutely love Derek Henry. Dude is a freaking beast. I got a player profile out for him for Last Word on Sports, so go check that out. But I love this guy. I was on last night, actually did an episode of the IDP gambling podcast, or whatever. They're on the Sports Gambling Podcast fantasy football feed. There's an IDP show. And so I was a guest on there, and Derek Henry, we got into the dirty offense a little bit, but Derek Henry is the guy we were talking about to lead the league in rushing yards this season as far as a good bet. I love that. I think he's he's 29, so people are concerned about his age, but like, I drafted so much of him last year because everybody's like, oh, he's starting to get too old. Like, the guy just keeps producing. Had that one season a couple years ago where he got hurt. Otherwise, he's been pretty good. He's one of the few backfields where he actually like is the lead main bat. Like, he's going to get all the work for the most part. I know they brought in that rookie Spears. That's going to be decent, but I'm not too worried about that. So love him. Ken Walker, some questions in Seattle, but I'm very big on Walker. I like him. Devontae Adams is always good. Mike Williams is the biggest question here. He's going to have some boom weeks for you. He's going to have some weeks where he leaves you with nothing. So that's always a little scary. Andrews is really good. Obviously, he's good. Scary Terry, we'll see how his injury stuff goes. I know he's been a little banged up, but I like him. Quarterback questions, but I think they'll be okay. Judy, again, injury concerns there, but he should be fine as well. Warren's a really good backup for the Steelers. Love him. He's going to get a lot of work. Tua could end up being your starting quarterback depending on how the season goes. With the whole entire Dolphins team, it could go one way or the other, right? They could be really good or they could be really bad. Tua could be good. He could be bad. And Algier, Allgaier, whatever I've heard both. He's going to be really, I think he's going to get I know Bijan is there and he's going to get a lot of work. He's still going to get a lot of work. And I think he might even be a guy you can flex every once in a while. So overall, yeah, I like it. It's pretty good team. Oh, I can't hear you, Derek. I think you're muted.
Well, that's because I am. Give me a scale 1 through 10 with decimal points. Where are we at?
On this team?
Yeah.
Let's see. We'll go about, let's do 7.5, 8. It's not my favorite team ever. There's like a few question marks, but you got a pretty good solid start at least. Make sure you're scouring the waiver wire. You should do that whether your team's good or bad. I think you got a good chance this year.
Okay. So there you go. Mo, thanks for asking your question. We're going to get into some fantasy football here a little bit later, and I know, Cody, we're coming up on the end here, almost 4:30, but I will say, if you just looked down and saw your phone, I'm sure by now pit stops are over. Austin Hill and his team just jumped 4 spots. They went from 5th to 1st or whatever it was. Anyways, they're in 1st. So that Austin Hill number and Austin Hill information that we were talking about, that boy is
up on that pit. Yeah.
Dude,
and that's part of what makes him good too, is he's got a good solid team. Like, they don't seem to make a lot of mistakes. He's never one of the guys speeding. They don't, they're not. There's some guys where every time they come to the pits, they just lose spots. Like, he's not one of those guys. They get him out. That entire team, and that's why he's got 5 wins this season. They execute so well. They put him in position. He's always there at the end. And he's been slowly climbing his way forward. Now he takes a big leap. He's going to hold that track position. He's going to be in the conversation the rest of the day. And that's why Austin Hill is one of the best guys to Ty Tiger saying the plus 300 on him to finish in the top 5. Almost as auto as the plus 20 for CU. Man. Oh, well. I'm interested to see what that Husker line is next week.
Ty keeps finding a way to bring it back to Colorado.
He always does. He's got to bring it back. That's all right. We've been discussing a personal bet we'll have. We'll see what that line is. It might be a pretty big line at this point.
I think it just helped you immensely because, like you said, I mean, this is a team
be big,
feeling themselves coming in off a team that just lost Thursday night, and I mean, you guys got 10 days to prepare.
We got that long week. That's right. Yeah.
I could be a buyer.
Scared.
I could
scared of a little Buffalo.
No, Buffalo. No, no chance. So let's see. Anything from a cup perspective? I know odds maybe haven't been released yet, but anything that you saw from practice or qualifying worth mentioning before we get you out of here?
Can't say I caught much of practice. I had it on in the background, but I was not paying a ton of attention. So practice is so tough. There's not enough practice anymore to. I don't know. I don't take as much out of it as you obviously you used to be able to take a lot out of it, but it just doesn't have the same effect that it used to have. I was trying to look up some of my plays this week. Really big on Denny Hamlin. I think he starts outside row 1, right? Next to Bell, I think.
He does. Yep.
So
he does.
DFS, I'm going to have a lot of Denny Hamlin. I'll tell you that. I think he'll take that lead very quickly from Christopher Bell. It's cute. It's great that he got on the pole. He's got a new fancy pit crew, but he's still under that 1.5 wins. He's still under that 1.5 wins. Are you salty?
Oh, okay. I see where we're at. Okay.
As long as no cardboard shows up on the track. I know. That's always the key.
Now. I knew that there was something because you're like, that's cute. You got a new pit crew and all that. I was like, there's something there. There's something else there.
No, yeah, I love Denny this week a lot. Very big him. So I've laddered him all the way. I mean, I took him to win. I took him to finish in the top 3. I took him to the top 5. Again, I don't know. I've not looked at updated lines or if they've been reposted.
I don't think they have. I assume they probably will be around 5 Eastern, maybe even 6. It's a holiday weekend for the books as well, so they could come out a little bit later. Wouldn't be surprised, but yeah, that'll be interesting. So you like Denny Hamlin a lot.
You got a price? You got a price on that, Mark? Have you? Obviously, it's not up right now, but did you see what it was before?
That would be a good question. I would be curious about that as well. When it comes to Quinellas, I know Mark. Give me 1 second.
Yep, Mark's dude. His moonshots. He's good at those. I like that's the SGP motto is D-gens only. We love that kind of shit. It's fun to give out those types of bets.
Well, I think it was, I forget how many months ago, but Mark hit one, and I remember like a bunch of, I mean, super huge hit, like it's awesome. But I also told him as well, and I think I got to find the screenshot, but I was like, you just bet this is going to be your bet now the rest of the year. Like you might have just went from making money on this.
Right.
You might be losing now after hitting it all the time. But hopefully, Mark, you hit that again. That would be fun.
Wow, Larson's
horrid
after
start.
Yeah, he only lost one spot. Luckily, he just fell back to third. But Larson's back.
I'm
to
good with
fifth
horrid
pit stops. So that's.
All right,
I
so
mean,
you got Hill,
Custer.
Yep, and where's Barry? Barry's right there. They're showing him on screen now. Barry is in. I don't know. He's back with a 31, 12th. Okay. Oh, here you go. So he got that at 35-1.
Okay. Quinella, that's where they can finish either way too. That's I always like
either way.
I hate to do an exacta because if you do it and it hits the opposite way, God, that would just be brutal. So you always got to
imagine
Quinella side of things.
Imagine hitting a exacta on a speedway, a super speedway type race. Now
that's because you can. I wonder. I should have looked into that more at Daytona. I'll have to look at that at Talladega. But do they give you? That's the problem. Is like sometimes there's not enough combination. Like because you want to get like the crazy combination with that, right? But sometimes
there were guys
have enough.
There were guys last week that had. There were guys last week that had Keselowski over Buescher.
Oh man, that's
or I should say Keselowski and Buescher, but not as exactas.
Oh, they had the exacta. Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh. See, that's what I'm saying. You got to bet even if you're going to take the exacta, that's fine, but you got to take the Quinella too because
correct.
That's got to be the worst to predict the two guys who finish first and second, but get it wrong. Oh, that's brutal. You gotta have that insurance policy on it with the Quinella side of things.
I absolutely agree. So how can I appreciate your time.
Thanks for having
I see
me
that
on.
it is 4:30, so I appreciate you coming on and being part of everything. How can everybody support what you and Rod and everything that you got going on? Obviously, writing articles and all the podcasts that you're on. So you say it to me, I'll sit back, listen to the 1,000 things you got going on. But how can everybody support you that's listening here?
Yeah, it's a lot of things. So yeah, follow me over on X at Husker_Zeeb. That's the easiest way. But yeah, check out the NASCAR Gambling Podcast. 5 shows a week. We cover all 3 series. Talk DFS. We're giving out Underdog has the pick 'em. We've been doing picks with that. That's been a lot of fun as well. The Friday episode, Rod and I went through our playoff bracket, filled out our champion. So that was a lot of fun. That was a really fun episode we did. Got the F1 Gambling Podcast as well. Hit some bangers last week. We had a 33-1 and a 28-1, both hits. That was great.
Wow.
After qualifying, some of our bets are sitting good. Unfortunately, they're in Ferrari and they like to fuck things up, so we'll see how they go. But yeah, we've been having fun there. We've been doing IndyCar as well. Just had an episode come out this morning. The books have been brutal on IndyCar odds, so it's been tough, but we did have an episode come out, so that's a lot of fun. And then, I've been writing for sportsgamblingpodcast.com. Do a ton of stuff over there, basically whatever they'll let me write. A NASCAR article that comes out weekly. A lot of football stuff as well. And then Last Word on Sports, I just started writing for them for their fantasy football stuff. So I'm going to have a weekly running back rankings article coming out every week. So that'll be out on Tuesdays. And it'll rank, your tier 1, tier 2, your flex worthy running backs. And then over for sportsgamblingpodcast.com, I'm going to have a weekly DFS stack. So I'm going to go through every game on Sundays during the main slate and pick some of the best stacks, whether it's, Patrick Mahomes to Travis Kelce, or you try to find the stack nobody expects, or you stack guys from different teams that are playing against each other. I'm going to dive deep into it there. It's going to be a lot of fun. So I'm excited. Football season is here. As much as I love my racing, and we're not going to slow down at all for that. I love fantasy football and all things football related too. So I'm excited to have all of it.
I love it. Yeah, just going from one thing to the next, and then don't forget you have a family as well. I got to remind you,
yes,
because
exactly.
I need the same reminder. So, all right, well, awesome. Well, thank you again, man, for coming on and joining and chatting for a little bit. Always fun to be able to connect. Thanks for supporting here the marathon. And if you get bored and almost fall asleep, you can always tune on something before midnight or 11 your time. So
that's right. Yeah, if you need a guest later tonight, hit me back up. I might be around.
Oh. Absolutely. You just bought yourself some time.
All right.
Yeah.
Yep. Just shoot me a text.
Good.
I'll be around.
I will. All right. Thanks, Cody.
You got Rory coming up next. Is that what I see?
Actually,
here?
I do. Yeah.
There you go.
Rory.
What's up, Rory? How's it going?
I got the big dog. I got
Let
the
me
big
get-
dog.
Let me get the mute off. What's going on?
What's
There
up,
you go.
Rory?
Here, look, get the screen.
Trying to figure out a little bit of what the heck's going on in this race. Like, I was trying to get all this shit set up, trying to fix the kids' dinner, get on here by 4:30. I've been rolling this evening.
There you go.
I
like it.
You guys too. You guys have fun. Good
Thank
to see
you,
you,
Cody.
Rory.
Appreciate it, man.
I'll see you later, Derek. Take care.
So Rory picks. How are you, Rory?
I'm
How you doing,
all
man?
right. Hell yeah, I'm doing good. Just busy. I picked up coaching softball. Yeah, everybody knows how much I love coaching.
How's that been?
It's been fun. Actually, the girls listen better than the guys. I can teach 9 and 10-year-olds and girls a whole lot easier than 9 and 10-year-old boys. They listen. They give you some effort too. Today they were a little sluggish though. I make them get up. We get up at 8:30. It's like we're going to practice at 8:30 on Saturday. I'm not going to be out all day long, and they were kind of dragging this morning, so I had to throw the old. If I see the next one walk to the end of the line after I done told you to move, the whole team's running 5 laps. And it was like one of them that had an attitude this morning and was being whatever.
Yep.
But you know what? We do things the team way. We don't single nobody out. We make it where the team's like, all right, you're gonna quit screwing up here.
Yeah. I like Coach Rory. This is good.
Yeah. I'm old school though. I don't do that new age stuff. Now, I mean, if somebody really needs to be singled out, you don't do it right there. But we got the hustle picked up at least this morning.
I mean, you give a little bit of a how do you want to put it? You give them a
ultimatum.
Not a threat, but like ultimatum. Perfect. Yep.
It's like
and then it gets them moving pretty quick.
See, I just go over the top too. It's like, what's one lap? Nah, we're going to do 5. We're going to do 5 laps. That way, they're like, they got their eyeballs, boy. Them things was like this big. Nobody walked again.
That is funny. That's funny. So how's everything else?
Oh, everything's good. That's what I was trying to see what was going on up here with who's running where. It was looking pretty decent. Then after them pit stops, I kind of missed what in the world's going on. But we're looking all right. I think everything's going to be all right. Darlington can turn wild in that 3rd stage.
It definitely can. I mean, it's proven that even this year in the spring, right?
Yeah. I didn't like the spring too much. It never fails. Take a guy, got the best car, can't nobody touch it, and a caution comes out. But I can bet your ass if I didn't have that guy, next thing you know, we just see green all the way. It's like, damn, I wish I was on this one this week. That would be fun, wouldn't it?
That's almost where you got to put an imaginary bet out there and be like, I would be on this. And then tell somebody else and be like, I'm going to give you information. Trust me, this is going to hit. I can't bet it. I'll jinx it. What are you on from an Xfinity standpoint? What are you on here?
Well, I'm on Larson outright. I got some
Surprise.
KFB top 3. And I got a little Algeier top 5. And then I have Klingerman over Hemrick plus 120. I was like, damn, I can't pass up Klingerman at a tire wear track at plus 120 against Daniel Hemrick. I know it was a little difference in the starting position, but I bet Kligerman is up to 9th, and there's no well, the Hamilton 10th. So I don't know if his car is failing away, got a slow pit stop, or what happened there. But we are winning that. And then I went with old Chandler Smith that's running in 8th place right now against Sammy Smith that may have just got his lap back on that stage.
I think he did.
So I'm not worried about it.
I'm not sure I see Sammy Smith's name. I didn't see him on lap down, so maybe he did.
That Jinx,
so you might be
that
right
Jinx Eugene, he was calling the books out beforehand, before practice and qualifying. He's like, damn it, I'm pissed. We don't have no Sammy Smith to fade. Well, then I scrolled everything right before everything was going off, and I was like, shit, I forgot to look at Caesars. So I flipped back over there to Caesars really fast, and it was like -140, give it to me. Because I was like, as many times as that dude spun out in the spring race, I'm going to take my chances with Chandler. Chandler's done good, on higher tire wear tracks this year. I've liked the way he's ran on them. So we roll with a little bit of that.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with that at all. What's your favorite market to bet? You have something that you go to week in and week out. It's kind of like a tried and true.
I really honestly don't. I mean, you know me, I'm a matchup guy.
Yeah.
I go there, and it's the thing with me with when I put more units on something in the matchup, usually I'm going to bet the fastest car regardless. And it's like, I will put a unit on that. I got to have somebody that I trust before I get up in the units on matchups. It's kind of like my way of doing things. I mean, if I got somebody like a Harvick or a Keselowski or, that guy, Allgaier, a lot of times, that guy that finishes races, like runs into the least amount of problems, then I love betting on those guys more. But that's like today, I just went one unit on both of these because it's the damn Xfinity race. You never know what these cats are going to do. They could run this race clean all the way up till 20 to go. And then it's like, once the one caution comes out, it's like 10 after that. We're going to go 3 green, white checkers. I don't know, just things like that nature. I do love my top 5s, though. If I can get some good guys on top 5s at even money or more, it's go time. I love that.
So I see Mark in Mississippi here. He's saying something about your Cole Custer bet. Or I'm sorry, Sheldon Creed bet.
That's you, I think.
Me?
Yeah,
Tell me. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean,
I didn't get on him with y'all. I was laughing at y'all. I was like, oh, my God. I'd have put the Carrie Underwood up in there. Jesus, take the wheel. Like, y'all are braver than me.
Well, I got in on the top 5 because everybody was like, you got like Creed. And I was like, all right, well, I'm not going to take them outright. And then I take them top 5, and then I get all the text or the messaging from people that are like, get ready to have your heart broke. I'm like, who says bet somebody and then get ready to get your heart broke? So thank goodness I bet them top 5. But I forgot, like when I started the live stream, I forgot that I even bet him until it hit me like 25 laps in that I still have a top 5. And I'm thinking I only had 2 top 5 tickets on Austin Hill and Cole Custer, who currently none or one of them is in top 5, which is Austin Hill. So,
well, here's an encouraging thing that I can add to that for it. All of y'all that got on him with the top 5, he is coming through the field right now, it looks like. And I think this is a better situation for y'all to actually cash a top 5 versus him if he has a race winning car and up front. That's what could be dangerous about it. But I think y'all have a good shot here. I mean, we got
I don't think so.
20 laps to go in stage 2, and you never know what's going to happen.
He would have to do some type of wild pit strategy and then flip to pass Hamlin, Allgaier, Larson. Like, I don't think he's even remotely fast enough.
I don't know. Sounds like Larson's going to blow up. by that.
Yeah, it's what
comment.
Matt. I just saw that. Thanks, Matt, for that information.
Yeah.
It's interesting to see what will happen there. I mean, right now Larson 17 car sitting in third place. So, I mean, unless I start seeing the screen here move where Creed's moving up and up. So what else is then going on with you? How's the last few weeks been from a betting perspective? How'd Daytona go for you?
I took maybe a unit worth of plays for Xfinity and Race, both just hit a few lives. I don't even think I touched anything in the Cup race live. I just watched it. I mean, I had a couple of longer shots, but after that, Xfinity, I think I added 2, and I don't even know. I had only Riley Herbst coming in. And then I added 2 for a little bit, Barry and somebody, I think. And then, I don't know, Watkins Glen, I capped it perfect, just bad endings in both races as far as Larson speeding. And, like, that would have gotten interesting.
Would have.
Yeah, that would have gotten interesting. So
I
had Michael McDowell top 5, and it was like everything you could think of under the sun happened to a top 5 car. I mean, I took him pre plus 200, whatever. You know, you're not gonna win them all. I can't not quit capping the way that I'm capping just because somebody speeds on, runs through too many pit boxes, then has motor issues too. Yep. And then you got another one that speeds on pit road. It's just like, well, what do you do? And then in the Xfinity race, I think I was hitting every single play except Bowman top 3. And then, boom. I mean, I had Gibbs to win, Mayer top 5. I think it might have even been, I had basically picked the whole first through 4 or whatever almost out of the top 5 exactly perfect, was hitting all the matchups, and then turned around and lost everything in that race, I think, except Mayer top 5.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So you were all over it.
My boy straight up screwed up a good day. Y'all know I love Mayer. So, I mean, be aggressive, whatever. But, man, you dumped, like, the fastest car that day by a lot. It wasn't one of those days where it was like, okay, I was catching him anyway, and this is my only shot to win the race. I don't mind the aggressive driving. I love it. Whatever. Right. It's what made NASCAR what it is. But damn, it hurts as a gambler when you got the dude that just straight up has the race car just get burned like that.
It's so true. No, you're absolutely right. Yeah, a lot of heartbreak for sure. But you know, we got 2 races here. We got one here at Darlington, and then next week at Kansas for the Xfinity Series. Is there a driver that goes into either this week? You know, we got a couple laps. Let's see, how many laps do we have left? We have about 70 laps left. Is there a driver that steals a win this week and maybe even comes in through next week as well, or you think no surprises will happen?
Oh, man. I could see Keselowski or Harvick winning this race Sunday night.
Yep.
And I like both of them coming in. And I do have Harvick in a matchup. I'm glad I got on it early. It's against Buescher, minus 115. And, I mean, even though Buescher has showed up with speed this week, I trust Happy Harvick a hell of a lot more than I trust Chris Buescher, especially when Happy Harvick's qualifying, like screwing his outright number all up. I can't believe I didn't play it. I actually text Zach. It was like Thursday or Friday morning. And I was like, I don't know why, but I got Happy Harvick feeling this week. And I was like, I'm going to sit back and wait. You know, he usually qualifies it back in 15th to 20th, something like that. And let me see if I can't get a better number. And now I'm going to get a shit number if I decide to roll with that. I mean, and when I say, I think he's still going to go off at like 10. I don't see him going off under 10, you know, but the 16, I think that's the best I've seen out there with 16. That's not going to be available now unless you sit on it. And I mean, I would maybe take a little bit of the 10 if he's around there coming in, sit on it, wait, and then maybe I'll get a better number live if like Christopher Bell or somebody like that gets out front dominating early.
Mm-hmm. No, it's an interesting thing. So you didn't act on it, is what you're saying, right?
Yeah, I screwed the pooch on that.
I did the same thing, and I thought to myself, I was like, there's just no momentum. I was high on him last week coming into Darlington, and then seeing his interview, and I was like, after Daytona, and I was like, this is crazy. So let's see what Matt says. Matt says Larson team going to change the carburetor. It looks like next yellow. So there are some issues then with the 17 car.
He's actually gained here in the last few laps.
So he's got a fast car, but now let's just say 60 laps, 50 laps to go.
Boy, gonna put on a show like
is that enough time?
In the spring. He gonna put on a show like he did in the spring. What did he speed going into the final stage?
Yep.
And have to come from the rear. And you watch this Xfinity boys. I'm telling you, we're gonna get cautions out the ass. We've seen like one all day, and then here they come. Telling you, but good old Mark in Mississippi shit show.
Yeah. So expect chaos is what you're saying.
I'm gonna be rooting for it if he changes the carburetor. Hell yeah, bring the chaos on.
That's funny. What about from a college football standpoint? Anything that you were on today, or anything that you liked even going into tonight?
Well, I just do whatever. I don't even know what I took. I'm so focused on NASCAR right now. I just take whatever the hell Rocket tells me to take. And then Bryce, I look at it.
Oh, yeah.
I look at it, and I'm just like, okay, whatever. I know both of them are good. I trust them. I don't take it too seriously. I play more so because I like entertainment. But I mean, these guys, they get hot at moments. So it turns out pretty good because I'm always a parlay guy. I'll parlay. I'll put some big shit together and hope for a miracle. I don't care. It doesn't.
Right. You're right.
It's more so for fun. I'm not saying to sit out here and play some damn, 2 or 3 teamers and be sitting there putting $100, $200, $300, whatever on. Yeah. I mean, I'm talking like cash stuff. Like I might see that they like the underdog. Well, hell, let's play the money line.
Yeah.
Something like
I'm with
that.
You mentioned Rye's very sharp mind. Pete and Bryce. Bryce is, I'm so glad I have Bryce in the Discord doing a lot of the football betting as an expert there where people can get information from him. But he is I like his explanations, smart mind as well. Hoping to have him on here.
When you finish 7th in the Circa Millions,
oh man,
you got to know a little something, or either you just got lucky as hell one year, but you still got to know. I can't believe you can just luck your way through a 17, 18-week NFL season. It's skill involved in that with those guys because there's some big time players in that.
Look at in the Xfinity race right now. We have Retzlaff, who's in 8th in the 31, just past Herbst. That 31, that whole team, right? The 27, the 31, they just keep getting stronger and stronger.
They are really. No, yeah. What was that? That was Matt Snyder's old car that he won here at. Did he win here at Darlington in that, or did he win in the two Childress? Was he in the 2 that time? That I
didn't know
remember.
Snyder won at Darlington.
I'm pretty sure.
Snyder, huh? I have to look it up. I don't.
Won somewhere.
Actually, we should do that.
Maybe Homestead. Maybe he won Homestead.
I'm gonna look it up.
I'm thinking of a high tire wear track. He won one of those. Stole one there, but he used to put together some decent runs in that 31 sometimes. So, I mean, I think Retzlaff's a good ass driver.
I'm gonna look up Myatt Snyder win and see what it says. All right, so we're coming down here then to the end of stage 2, and Matt is saying that Larson's probably going to be pitting because of an issue. So it really brings in some of these other guys into play. I mean, Hamlin's kind of getting a gift now in 4th, who will bump into 3rd. So, and your matchup, you said was, who was it? It was Kligerman and Henrik.
Yeah, and
right?
I just seen Henrik pass
Yeah.
him.
Yeah, so he just went in the wall. Him being Kligerman just got into the wall a little bit. So that's going to be a tight matchup all the way through.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of fun.
That's going to be a stressful one down to the end. I'm putting in Myatt Snyder win and see what it comes up.
It seems like I always on the stressful end.
You're right. Earned his first career win at Homestead, Miami in the 2.
There we go. In the 2. All right. So I knew
2021.
I knew it was. I don't know. This and Homestead are my 2 favorite tracks. So
right.
I knew it was one of them that he had stole one. You said it was in what year?
2021.
2021. Huh. What happened in that year? Hold on. Something happened to Briscoe in that race, I think. Wasn't Briscoe? Wasn't that the year him and Cindric? Yeah. Because Cindric won the championship, but him and Cindric dominated a bunch of races. I'm pretty sure Briscoe was good that year. I think that was the same year that what year did Briscoe beat Denny Hamlin in the Xfinity Series at Darlington? I thought that was awesome that day. He drove the wheels off of it.
I think 2020.
2020, yeah, the year earlier. Yeah. Okay. So I don't know. I can't really I'm trying to remember that year. I'm thinking something happened to Briscoe.
Yep.
Somehow the pit strategy, something ended up happening that got him out front, but he was running around the front for a lot of the day.
No, it's interesting. I mean, I wouldn't have known Myatt. Actually, one thing I want to do since you're here, I want to go back through because I feel like, I mean, you obviously, your mind is like amazing when it comes to who won this race in what year, which I think is phenomenal. I want to do a face-off and see if I can figure it out too. So we'll give out like a race and a year and all that. What are you cracking open? A Busch Latte?
No, I'm drinking
I thought that was a coffee cup.
I'm drinking.
I thought that was a coffee cup.
No, I'm drinking all of my mother-in-law's Michelob Ultras because I'm having to watch her aggravating ass dog this weekend.
Good. Yeah, so when you were holding that, it looked like, now I see it says at the bottom Yeti, but I thought that was a coffee cup. And I was like, my boy is growing up. He's getting coffee now. Let me say this before we get into stage 3. So thanks again, everybody, for tuning in. Thank you, Atlas Hair. If you guys haven't, make sure you go to atlashair.com, ATLASHAIR.com. Use the promo code NASCAR, and I highly recommend this bad boy. Smell like $1,000,000. That's the black. So make sure you do that. And then to join the premium Discord, shoot me a DM or shoot me an email at NASCAR BPS, and we'll get you signed up for the Discord. A lot of fun, a lot of good things happening. So make sure you do that. So Rory, you talked about Harvick, and I'm not on Harvick either. And I'm waiting for the lines to populate. Actually, let me do this. Harvick's record here over the last 8 races, 2 wins, 6 top 5s, 7 top 10s. Why did we not bet him?
I'm an idiot because I started thinking when Rodney started tweeting he was sending out all kinds of tweets the other night. And I was just like, man, I was like, do I take him to win the championship already? And then
what
I got
a story.
And I'm like, man, these boys, they seem like they're going to be ready to roll during these playoffs. I think a lot of people are like off of him for whatever reason, but I think the reason has to do with the previous 3 races we've been to. And that shit, he could have won Daytona if it wouldn't have
Yeah.
been, chaos. I mean, it wasn't like he didn't have a fast race car, but like if you go back and look at Harvick before the damn road courses, Harvick's average finish is like, I can do it in my head, probably like a 6.6 or something. I mean, he's got like a couple of fourths in that time span, and like all top tens, I think, or maybe an 11th or something. But I just, I'm a dumbass. I should have took him early.
Well, speaking about being dumb, because I thought I did the same thing. I'm gonna see if odds populated for you at all down in Virginia. Anything on Bet365 or anything from a NASCAR perspective? I'm checking right now in a few books.
I would look if my son didn't have my phone.
Well, then don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Well, then let's keep him.
I would be curious.
Let me grab this. So, because I'm curious to see what like Truex, who's starting deeper in the field, maybe what he's at.
See, that's my opinion. Is, man, you know how much lying could be told in a daytime practice in the middle of the heat, and we're talking about a race that's going to start in the evening and fade to the evening time. I think Truex and them went a different route this time. I think they said the hell with the short run speed. If we're going to win this race, if we're going to beat Kyle Larson, we're going to have a long run setup. And that's what that kind of tells me with him qualifying further in the back this time, where he sat on the pole in the spring. All these other dudes from, Toyota or whatever are up there. And he's a little bit further back. Larson, I don't even know where the hell Larson qualified. Byron, I know they're all 18th. Back there. All right.
18th, 23rd.
You watch. I guarantee you them cars are going to be fast. All three of those guys are going to be very, very fast.
It was just a bad qualifying session, essentially, then, is what you're thinking?
I think they're looking ahead. I mean, making it easier on the crew chief to not have to just keep adjusting and adjusting and adjusting, where they can start just tweaking. Like, they'll know if the car, they'll start coming through the field. They ain't going to run back there for long. And it looks like that might be what Mellon, man. Where did he end up qualifying?
Like 27th.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting race. You're going to see a lot of live betting opportunities, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I would definitely agree to that. So
I was trying to see Bell top 3 coming in. I have plus 350. I was like, I got to get on this coming in.
Yeah. I am on Chris Bell. Chris Bell 12-1, Reddick 15-1, Chastain 17-1, and Logano 20-1.
See, I got a Logano matchup against Blaney.
Ooh. Oh, that's a good one. I really like that. Would you get that? What was that price? Actually, I probably could still get that because they're qualified so close to each other. What'd you get that at?
We might be able to get a better number now. I don't know. It depends on how they take it. I got minus 125.
Okay, 125. I like that number though.
I felt like Logano was going to qualify better than Blaney, so I was like, I'm gonna get on some of this. I don't mind minus 125 with Logano at a track that he's way better than Blaney at.
Yep. No, it's just one of those things where, man, you just never know what's gonna happen. But Chastain just stinks now.
Yeah.
I mean, and where he qualified, but I have to look at the metrics and see where he qualified at.
See, that's one of those trust matchups with me. It's kind of like the Harvick versus Buescher, Logano versus Blaney. Who's going to mess up on pit road first?
Yep.
I mean, it's either him or the crew. I guarantee you tomorrow night he's either going to speed on pit road or they're going to leave a wheel loose. I'll call it now. I can see it.
For
now.
Which one? For who?
For Blaney. And then I can see Paul Wolf making all the right decisions tomorrow night and keeping that car up in the top 5.
Right. Yeah, Harvick will be interesting. to see kind of what happens with him.
I think Rodney.
Yeah, that'd be very interesting.
I think Rodney said, "I'm so damn good. I'm gonna throw a qualifying setup underneath this thing, and I think I can make it go where it needs to go throughout the night."
And if I said, so I see Worms here in the chat. So if I said, I guess I said Chastain. Yep, that makes sense that I did say Chastain. Kyle Busch. I have Kyle Busch at 14, not Chastain at 17. But good question. But this was all pre. I didn't do anything post yet because I don't know if anything has been posted. So Bell, Reddick, Busch, and Logano. But you said you got Logano then in a head-to-head, so I do like that.
Yeah, and I got Logano top 10. I got on some of that at even.
Where's your boy at here? Where's Larson at? Actually, and I saw Worm, what if anything got posted for MTJ? I saw your tweet, and I'm curious to know if MTJ is going to get posted at 8-1 or higher. I think you put something out there that said, while I was doing this, where do you think MTJ opens? My guess is 8-1. Maybe I'm wrong in that thinking. But where's your boy at here, Larson, Rory?
27.
Higher.
27. Yep. We're gonna watch a show.
12-1. Worm 12-1. Is that like Truex at 12-1 would be wild. I mean, I'm waiting on it regardless because he's not going to rocket through the field immediately, I wouldn't think. But yeah, that would be interesting. I kind of thought he might open at 8. Go ahead, Roy. Yeah, bad in traffic.
With the strong cars that are up front, I would probably wait on all of those guys that are starting a little bit further back that you possibly think are going to be good. I mean, that's just the way I'm thinking. This is a harder race to predict if they don't. They could do practice and qualifying like yesterday or at least practice last night. I think we would get a better feel for how the cars are going to actually be. That's just my opinion on it. I mean, you're looking at probably, I don't know what Darlington's temperatures are tomorrow, but I would expect at least a 15-degree difference.
I think I saw that it was pretty hot here tomorrow. So you said earlier that you like betting Darlington and Homestead. Why are those two races two of your favorite races to bet?
Well, they tend to stay green on long runs until you get a hack like Ryan Newman in the field in a damn shit box and they ruin your day. So, I mean,
not bitter. Bitter.
We do, yeah. We do like long green flag runs, as far as capping. You don't like shit shows. Fans like shit shows. Gamblers like long runs. Boring ass long runs.
Well, yeah, it's one of those things that, and Warren brings up a good point, Larson, because Larson.
Hey, that's why you love that place too.
That's why that's why he likes it. Yeah, you guys can agree on that. So looking at the weather here tomorrow, Rory, super hot. Well, I say super hot, but hot enough. Actually, it gets warmer the next few days. If we were racing on Wednesday, it would be nearly 100 degrees. But on Sunday, it'll be 88. So still pretty warm. I don't know what the track temp what that's going to mean for that, but it looks like no rain, precipitation. Let's see, 4%. So we're going to have no rain today or tomorrow. So it's going to be hot, which will be nice and slick. And who knows what happens in these playoffs? Do you have any championship tickets, Rory?
No. Well, I have one with Worm. KFB at the beginning of the year. That was a total screw up. I mean,
good.
Yeah. Other than that, I'm not a big championship guy. Now, during the playoffs, I possibly can be. We got guys that got to win to make it to the next round, and then I think they actually have a chance at winning at the track they're at. Hell yes. I mean, why wouldn't you? Get some crazy
right.
numbers sometimes.
No, you're not wrong about that. Who do you think? Wow, I guess now this is a loaded question, but who do you? I'm not even going to ask. I was going to say, who do you think wins the championship? But you're biased to say Busch.
I'm gonna go out on a limb here. Kevin Harvick is going to be your 2023 NASCAR Winston Cup champion. Got to call it Winston Cup. He raced back in the Winston Cup.
He
gonna
did
get
race
him
in the
another
Winston
one.
Cup days.
He gonna get him another one. I like what I've seen out of him as far as like most of the tracks that we're coming up to. I would say Kansas might be a little concerning. If he doesn't get out of Darlington good or wins the race, like I'm not questioning he can't go to Bristol and win Bristol because I think he's very well capable of winning Bristol. But he has like Kansas, I feel like he's got 4 tracks that are kind of concerning. And then he's also got some other tracks that I think he can win at in advance if he needs to. And he's the closer. He's going to struggle on the mile and a halves, I think. You know, I'm talking about Kansas probably. See, I think he has a shot at Homestead because it's higher tire wear. Homestead doesn't bother me. Roval bothers me. Kansas bothers me. Then Las Vegas and Texas. I mean, if he can somehow get around those, not have any bad luck.
You just said like 5 or 6 races. We only have 10 races left.
But they're all in different rounds.
So he has to like win in each round and avoid those races. Races.
No, that's my heart pick. That's my heart
pick. That's a heart pick.
Really, if you ask me who's going to win the championship, I think Kyle Larson's going to win the championship.
Kyle Larson.
It'll
be interesting.
Larson or Truex.
I liked it more when you went out on a limb and you were saying about Harvick. I like that a little bit more. I think a surprise guy is going to be Reddick. I mentioned this the other day. You know, you look at the races coming up at the tracks. Like, I mean, I know he qualified well here today, and I have to look at the practice metrics. But really, if he can just get, I mean, if you look at the Roval, I think he has one of the best average finishes this year in the street circuit or the road course circuit. So that's in that second round. Talladega is obviously a wild card, but then you have these mile and a half. So you have like Kansas next week and obviously Darlington this week, where you got some tracks coming up that could really be good for him. So whatever that number, wherever you can shop around and find a number like that's a surprise name. I think might be a year early, but it could be a name to kind of keep an eye on for sure. So I see your boy Larson here still got the hood up.
Yeah, it's done. Just
done for him. Yeah. So you have Retzlaff, who's first. You have Corey Heim. You have Allgaier, Ryan Sieg, Sammy Smith, top 5. That's exactly the top 5 that we thought we'd be talking about with 41 to go. Right?
This is wild. I don't even know what's going on. I've missed parts of it here. This sucks.
So Austin Hill, Hamlin, Nemechek, Custer, 10th through 13th there that I just said. That is your group of guys that are really in the position here to win the race. Now with you got 40 laps to go and you got some of these really heavy hitters kind of mirrored back in some traffic there. I assume these guys stayed out. The guys in front of them maybe stayed out. So worn tires, a little slower. That's going to be an interesting recipe because it looks like they're coming to the choose. These guys are not going to get off to a good start. So here's where that chaos factor that you were talking about, Rory, is coming from.
I'm going to guess Hill has the newest tires. He's the first one.
Well, Allgaier's interesting. Allgaier's up there too, so that's an interesting name. I wouldn't have thought he was going to be up there because I thought he was maybe he didn't pit, which is why he's up there. I know we've been doing some talking here, but
Austin Hill is the first one in line that just pitted.
Here we go. So it's only 12 lap tires, and that's significant here at Darlington. So These guys more or less are sitting ducks eventually if it would run and stay green.
They're
Go ahead.
looking for a caution with about 15 laps to go.
Yeah, where everybody
perfect for them.
Yep. So then a guy like Allgaier is going to really be the beneficiary of that. You got Sammy Smith, who spun out, wrecked a little bit earlier, had front end nose damage. He got it back. Now has a battle, or is in a battle for a solid finish. Again, I have Austin Hill over Josh Berry. Austin Hill top 5, 2-1. Cole Custer plus 225, top 5, and then Sheldon Creed. Where's Creed at? I don't even have a shot with him. Thank God I made that yesterday. Why'd you talk me into that one, Rory? I'll never know.
I didn't talk you into that. I was laughing at y'all.
I know that was a group. Here we go bet. So yeah, we'll see what happens here because this is probably going to get the high lines getting stacked up pretty good from what I see. Now they're going 3 wide. It looks like Hill taking a couple guys 3 wide there.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I would get on some Allgaier here before long once this kind of settles out, because I think Hill and all of them are going to catch him. Hill's already up to 3rd, so
Hill looks like Hill's going to catch him before they're done in turn 4.
Yeah, I would get on some Allgaier if you see some kind of price before these cautions start coming. It's going to be cautions in this race.
So what's so let's shop it around right now. Shop it around and let's see what's Allgaier going off live. You said kind of get invested with him, but he's getting chased down right now by Hill, and I think Hamlin, Hamlin's probably the guy that if you probably were going to be betting on somebody, he looks to be coming alive here. That JGR, that 19 car, has a couple wins. I think somebody just slapped the wall. It looked like could have been bad reception, but I see Barry's going 3 wide, so.
I'm just talking about getting a good price on a guy that has 4 tires left to finish this race.
Sure.
That's all I'm speaking of right now.
Yeah.
I don't even. What is Hamlin live right
now? Let me grab my. I have to go to my tablet.
Austin Hill's gonna be a tough customer right here.
Yeah,
it's gonna be good. I like the way he drives.
Yeah, it was shocking. So Phil and I were saying when he was on, and we were talking about just a guy that can't believe we're getting a number here. Now it's heavily weighted because we had some of the Cup Series guys dipping down, but just don't ever feel like he gets the proper respect he deserves, and it feels everything grayed out on my end. But it looks like Austin Hill 2-1, 1-2-1.
Austin Hill was my shitbox top 5 this week.
That's a good shitbox.
Yep, it is. I just call it that. It doesn't mean they always have to be that. But I did wait. I talked about it because we recorded a day earlier this week.
Yeah.
I was waiting on 365. I was like, I guarantee you we're going to get a better number at 365. And they did throw him out there at plus 300 top 5. And that's what he was pre-race too. So
you got good opportunity, good investments there. Then in on him. Were you on Hill? You said you were on Hill to win, or just top 5, top 3? Oh, here they repopulated. So Hill's right now the favorite, plus 140. Then you got Hamlin plus 150. Nemechek's at 3-1. Custer's 8.5-1. And Allgaier's 10-1. Was 18-1 just prior. What do you think? I don't think you can go away from the top 2.
Nah, Hamlin. Hamlin looks like he's going.
Hamlin's stalking him right now. So Hamlin just moved to the favorite.
Yeah, probably. Only question is, John Hunter Nemechek's look good today. If he can get around Retzlaff right here and Hill holds up Hamlin a few more laps, Nemechek's going to be there.
Yeah, I'm not sure from what we've been able to.
The best car.
I was going to say, from what we've been able to watch, it doesn't look like Hill's had a good long run car, and I could be wrong in that, but just my assessment, it doesn't have a good long run car. And, Hamlin's not using up his stuff. Like, he's not using up his stuff coming until this point. Now that he needs the car and needs it to do what he really needs it to do. So he's now at plus 110. Yeah. Even money. coming up here. That's if you're not invested and you have a couple years to play with, that might be the play now, right? Like, but if you're not invested, maybe you should just be sitting on the sidelines, not getting in. But it looks like Hamlin's stalking him pretty good to get there. So
I think
your
Hamlin's
boys-
hoping he messes up. Hill looks like he's hanging in there right now.
Yeah, your boy Mark in Mississippi, he's talking about Lil Gator. He's asking, he's rooting for him. So let's see where he's at. 6th. So he fell back from 3rd to 6th, has 12 lap older tires, which is significant. But like you said, 15. Let's just paint the scenario, right? 15 laps to go. Caution comes out. Guys are able to make pits. Who stays out? Who comes down? How many?
Do they have one set left?
Let's say everybody has a set left.
Everybody.
Everybody,
Everybody's
15
pitting
laps
on
to
the
go.
next- I would say everybody's coming. Yeah. No doubt.
Sure. Yeah, so
They're
then
not-
you have a 10-lap shootout. You have a 10-lap shootout and a couple guys stay out. 8 guys stay out essentially could be, well, it doesn't really matter here. You can have 10 laps to go and have 8 cars in front. You'll fly by them.
I'm going to say Sheldon Creed brings out the 15-lap caution.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised. What a bet that would be. So you still got Denny
Never
here, even
fails.
money. Hill was at plus 165. Now the books kind of brought his pricing down just a little bit, plus 135. Little Gator, he's 18 to 1. And then Herbst is 50 to 1, wherever Herbst is.
I would say you could get on some Hamlin and Little Gator right now.
So you think Hamlin just moved to 120. So Hamlin and then just grab Gator and hope for, Hamlin's setting them up.
Yeah.
He's setting them
Hamlin
up
got
here.
it. That's why I would definitely get on that.
Oh, now he's at his. Just don't wreck him, though, Denny. Just let him go. Top 5 and a head-to-head win would be good. So,
yes.
There we go. All right, so Hamlin to the lead, it looks like.
I don't know.
Should
Hamlin's going to have a hard time getting around him because Hill's pretty good up top. He's going to have to get it done on the inside, and Hill isn't bad. So, this is going to be good. And Hamlin just got up in the wall.
It's going to be a good Cup Series. See, I didn't see that one yet, so maybe you are ahead of me. This is going to be a good Cup Series preview. So now Austin Hill currently being priced out at plus 175. Now he just dipped at plus 135. And Hamlin was at minus money, minus 130. So now he's coming back, making another charge. 25 to go.
This is going to be fun. I love this place. I love this place.
Right?
It's
a shame we don't have any more or more high tire wear tracks. Custer just made a move here to plus 650.
It's a damn shame that Homestead doesn't have 2 dates.
It is. Yeah, and that we don't have Auto Club anymore.
They should just replace Auto Club in freaking February with Homestead. There you go. Warm weather. Be perfect time to run it. February. Right after the Daytona 500.
Who owns Homestead? Is it NASCAR that owns Homestead? I know SMI doesn't, so I assume it's NASCAR.
Probably.
I mean, I say that, and
guess.
Pocono's not owned by NASCAR. They're independently owned, so that's something I have to look into.
That would be definitely a good call, I think.
Yeah. All right, so Hamlin just moved to even money. You got Hill at plus 135 and Custer at plus 750. Nemechek is in 3rd. He's at 750 as well. Hamlin has given Hill all he can have. This is a great preview of 2025.
He's trying right here. He's got him. Maybe. Hill got.
Oh, he's right there.
He got him.
I think he cleared him now.
Hamlin gone now.
Yep, minus 150 is the number that he moved to. So now if you're Hill, you're wanting a caution. We said lap 15, probably a caution would come out. That was our guess prediction. So
I'm going to be honest with you. I hope this damn race just stays green and I just break even.
Yeah, right. Just get out. Just get out of here. And so you're on what again? That would what would hit?
Hill would hit and Chandler Smith would hit, and
Okay.
what's that Parker and
I think
matchup doing?
Yeah, I think Hemrick has him. Yeah, he's in 10th. It looks like Parker Kligerman is definitely not in the top 10. So I think he had a pit issue. Yep.
I don't know. Maybe we do. Maybe we just want to see a shit show. I can deal with it. Go for it.
Rory wants chaos.
I want anything but Denny Hamlin to win this damn race. So bring the chaos on.
That's funny. How's everything else been going for you? How's laying coin? How's everything on that end? You and Mark, how the boys?
We're doing good.
Yeah.
We didn't hit the 50th mark. We haven't killed each other. Yeah.
It's a year anniversary, right?
Yeah, we love doing it. That's me and his hour and whatever it turns into of just bullshitting and talking about NASCAR. I mean, it's no game plan. It's no nothing. It's just like if I picked the phone up and called him and started chatting for 2 hours on a Tuesday or Wednesday night, crushing beers.
Hey, I tell you what, that's yeah, your guys' pairing has always been fun to listen to. So I'm glad to hear that's going well. It looks like Nemechek's bouncing off the wall a little bit. You have to at a place like this. I mean, we saw it in practice and qualifying, or practice anyways, in the Cup Series. It felt like, man, they were just using and abusing the right side of that car in the turns at times. Did you notice any of that? Were you able to watch practice at all?
Nah. Had softball practice, played with the kids for like 2 more hours, my own kids. Then come home, cut these 3 yards, and I was good about 30 minutes before this.
Gotcha.
Somewhere.
Gotcha.
Well, no, a little bit more than that. I was good maybe an hour before. I forgot, they lie when they say 3:30. It means like 3:49 or whatever the hell they had going on. So,
yeah.
We just been playing all day. Then a little work, and now we're watching this stressful stuff. That's the only bad thing about the Xfinity, I feel like, in some of these races where they
18 to go, so
they limit tires, and it just you're at the mercy of what the crew chief decides to do in the final stage. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I wish they would give them.
I like these races when it brings. Mm-hmm.
I mean,
I
like
it when strategy comes into play.
It adds an interesting aspect to it, but it also affects your handicap.
Okay,
you're sitting here like you didn't play this and that. And then now all of a sudden it's like, need a damn caution.
So Mark in Mississippi is asking us to do a little.
There it is. Caution, baby.
No way.
15 laps to go. Who called it? Who called this? 16.
We called that.
My bad. Who called it?
No, we're taking credit for that.
I hope the hell, since I can't get a hold of my phone right now, I hope the hell y'all listen to me and grabbed y'all some Algar 1800.
Algar right now is 35-1, my friend.
Get it.
I mean, it's closed, but yeah, it's sitting there. I see it, but it's all the markets are closed. So 15 to go. We said their caution would come out. That's kind of crazy. We'll take that number. So here, we said, hey, who would come down? Who would stay out? I kind of was thinking maybe a couple guys stay out, but I mean, they're sitting ducks, if they do, but there'll probably be about 10 to go or so left, maybe even under that number. So Mark in Mississippi wants to hear what you and I have to say from a play-by-play perspective when the green flag comes back out. So we'll have to do that.
So it looks like what do we have here? We got
8, 9.
Some
to
people
go.
have one set and other people have 2 sets in, is what I'm guessing.
So everybody's got one.
It looks like, I've seen tires up on Hills and Hamlin's. Hamlin gonna speed on pit road. Watch, guarantee. Speed on pit road. I'm calling it.
You're calling it. So
There's
we'll
no
have to
way
give a
they're
little.
staying out.
Do you want to be the analyst, or do you want to be the play-by-play?
Whatever. I can be the play-by-play.
You
I'm
be the
ahead.
play-by-play.
I'm ahead a little bit over here.
Yeah, you be the play-by-play. I'll be the analyst. That's good. So we'll give that to Mark in Mississippi. We'll do that. So you'll play the role of who's the main guy at NBC?
Rick Allen.
Rick Allen. You be Rick Allen, and I'll be Steve Letarte.
I like Rick Allen. He does pretty good most of the
I
time.
like Rick
Everyone,
Allen.
yeah, he does a good job. I definitely like listening to NBC. I think over Fox.
I think everybody does. So if you went in on Allgaier, which is questionable, he's now in 13th, so he's not winning. He ain't winning. So this will be interesting. This will be interesting to see who comes off pit road first.
Allgaier has 2 sets left. I'm calling
I
for
think
another caution.
I think Hill comes off pit road first because he's got the number 1 stall, and I think that gives him just enough of an edge. I mean, he cleared a couple pit stops ago. He was in 5th or 4th and jumped to first. A 21 team, they're on it, but I need my bets to survive. So hopefully, good stop. Oh, good stop here.
You over there yawning, and you still have what? We got like
I still have 6.5
left.
I know I didn't even start drinking a Celsius yet, so I got 6.5 hours.
I need one.
I have
of
a
those
lot
right about now.
all right. I like. He wants you to be Eli Gold, so you're gonna have to give a little twang to your voice. So Nemechek's gonna beat Hamlin out. We know
you
that.
You called it. Austin Hill off first, Nemechek second, Hamlin third, Herbst fourth, Berry fifth,
Custer,
Chandler Smith sixth.
Where's Custer?
I don't know.
Custer lost me 3 spots.
Austin Hill is winning this damn race. You watch.
Let's see if Bachmann was on him. I put it in the Discord.
I don't know. John Hunter. Hey, I said it. I was like, John Hunter's been best all day. Now he comes off second. This could be what he needed.
Let me see. I did ask. Oh yeah, there it is. Bachmann. So Bachmann's on Allgaier to win. He is on. Let's see. He's also on Hunter top 5. Sam Mayer over Brandon Jones. Not sure what's happening there.
I like that coming in, man. I did.
Yep.
I almost played that.
So his head-to-heads right now. So he's got Nemechek over Busch, and he's got Custer over Berry. And I think all those right now are hitting. So he needs a strong finish here. Interesting. Very interesting. So you're gonna be Eli Gold for us.
I'm trying to figure out what the hell. What do we got going on here? Read me out whose order. We're on commercial over here. You got it pulled up?
I don't have it pulled up, but I could if you give me a second. So the top 4 look like this: Hill, John Hunter, Denny Hamlin, Riley Herbst, Josh Berry, Cole Custer. Top 6. But it all comes down to the choose. So that's another factor.
Come on, give me the lineup. Y'all quit talking. They just came back on. Trying to figure out what. I could have swore I want to find out. Where's Custer? Is that what you was asking?
Yeah.
He must have had a slow stop. I like it. Hamlin had one. Good for them. Hope he hits the wall.
I know Hamlin's your favorite. Minus 500 if the books would reopen right now.
Goodness gracious. That was until chaos occurred.
That was until chaos.
All right, let's see. We got Custer is 6. Creed's up to 8. I told you that thing's still alive. Allgaier's in 10th.
Yeah. Okay, so Creed's gonna be like 6th now.
Yeah.
Okay, eighth.
Eighth. Look at this. Wouldn't that
I'm
be
liking
nice?
it.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Wouldn't that be nice?
Did you
That'd be
pray
a
like
plus
I told you
250.
to? He was
I've
like,
been
what am I
praying. Yep.
supposed to do with this top 5? I was like, pray.
That was so funny. I laughed at that. Oh,
Yeah,
there's your boy Larson wrecking somebody else.
Yeah.
Now, this was almost a really bad wreck. When he came back up that track, that was almost a really bad wreck.
Which one?
When Larson and Nemechek got into it at the last lap
Mm.
in the spring and him coming back up the track. All right, so here's what we got. So we got, you ready to be the play-by-play? You do the play-by-play. Go ahead. Give us the top 5, and then I'll be the analyst for the next couple laps.
We're getting ready to come to green here. We got a little Austin Hill, Nemechek, Hamlin, Herbst, and Berry. Waiting. And there they go. Look like Nemechek got a hell of a start right there. That was a great restart, actually. Nemechek's going to probably come. Yep, he's going to come off with the lead.
Wow.
Oh, Hill side drafting them. Here we go. Look at Hill. Look at that boy. I'm telling you, they need to replace Austin Dillon in the 3 and put that boy in that damn 3 car, because that's the intimidator right there.
I think signing that long-term deal and going
this.
through 2025 will get you that. So
this is
who's
exciting.
leading? Who's leading on your end?
We got Hill. We got Hill pulling them. Nemechek's making a run here, coming up into turn 3 and 4. Hamlin is like back in the dust. He ain't got nothing
Creed?
for these boys.
Where's Custer and Creed? I need
Creed's
to know
8.
Custer and Creed.
Custer 6. Custer 6. Creed's 8.
I think Mike has Cole Custer over Josh Berry, so he needs Custer over Berry.
This is some good racing right here.
8 to go.
Hamlin's catching up now. Here he comes on the inside of Nemechek.
Wow.
Yeah, they're going to let Hill win this baby if it stays green, because they're going to sit there and fight, because Nemechek's car didn't jump. He just got up into the wall a little bit right before.
So who's the general? I see Mark always is saying, let's go general. So who's general?
Cole Custer. General Custer.
Okay. General Custer. Now I'm with you. I'm with you now. Yep.
Yeah.
I figured that one out. All right, so Creed's done. He's in 9th. So now Custer needs to beat Barry to help Mike out. That was put in the Discord. So let's go. Let's go, Hill.
Caution. Parker Klingerman, not the person that I want to see bringing out
Not the person you wanted to see.
I was hoping it was going to be Hemrick.
Oh, man, he is sliding.
He saved it. No
All right. So Mark wants you to be done. Mark wants you to be done with your radio style.
Mark can kiss my ass.
Well, now Mark's going to get me.
I'm getting ready to call this Allgaier coming back in and getting fresh tires right here and making this green-white checkered interesting.
How many guys have another set?
That is a good question. I have no clue. I would say Retzlaff and all that bunch that stayed out and didn't pit.
Whoa.
That's everybody that has 4 tires versus everybody else, like Hill and all them. They don't have any.
Did you see the points now with Herbst? Herbst is now leading the points, the playoff cutoff, by 8 points versus I think it was 22 or so coming in.
Huh.
So it would have been Kligerman. Now it's Herbst.
That's good. I like Riley. That's my boy.
I know.
I can't believe I would be sweating a top 5 on him usually if it wasn't so many Cup guys in this field, and then they ain't even up there. So I'm a little colleagues got something going on, because that's the same. That should be about the same car that was fastest here in the spring with Larson in it, and Kyle Busch is running back there in daggone 12th. or wherever the hell he is right now.
Yep.
I don't get something just, I don't know what's going on over there. They've been jumped.
And who was that again?
Ever since Dinger won at Nashville, they haven't been very good. And Cup really hasn't been hitting on a whole lot of anything. I mean, Dinger hasn't even had a car really capable of winning at a road course, in my opinion. I mean, Chicago Street Race, he was running all right, and Crew pit stop, something of that nature. Yep. And what was it? Indy, he was fast, just kept something, just kept happening. But they aren't on it.
Yeah.
I guess I'm wrong. I guess everybody must. I don't know what. I'm assuming then if nobody has any tires left, that for some reason some of those guys got off sequence. I haven't been paying attention, so been on here.
I know we've been trying to do this. I know.
Yeah,
you're a trooper for it. So I think we're gonna see something wild and crazy happen here.
Oh, absolutely. But I mean, it's just looking like now. I guess actually, Rory, sets they're going to be on, so this is going to be exciting.
So you do this. I have to use the bathroom. This is perfect that you're on. So you take it. I have my headphones so I can hear you, but I'm going to use the bathroom real quick.
All right, we're good. We're getting ready to go back green here in just a second. And this is Sam Mayer just straight up dunked Klingerman. That's what happened. Okay. Good Lord. He done ran into people like 2 weeks in a row. Mark, I'm glad you think I'm shitty radio style. I really appreciate it. We can talk about all the stuff that you're shitty about right now. Looks like we're going to get just a true green-white checkered here. I just want to see Allgaier getting that top 5. That would make my day today. I think the lights are coming off right here. We're going to go green in 1. Hamlin being starting, he's going to start on the outside row. Hill's taking the inside. We got Barry on the inside. Then we're rolling with a little Nemechek. So this could get interesting right here. If Hill gets another bad restart, I don't see Hamlin messing this up. So and also Hamlin doesn't have anything to lose. He's not running in this series for the championship. So we know he'll use his bumper if he has to, or drive very aggressively down here. I look for him to try to pin Hill down on that like lower part if he can. What do you think? What do you think as far as like, do you think Hill's making the right decision taking the inside right here on used tires versus, older tires? I think I would rather be on the outside.
I think you'd rather be on the inside. He's the leader and he's on the inside, right? Yeah. I think you'd rather be on the inside because the guy that is on the inside can use up the guy on the outside. If you go on the outside and you don't get the best of jumps, you're going to get used up in a big
Yeah.
way.
Well, Hamlin just got
All right,
a
so
hell
take
of a
it,
restart.
take
and
it away.
shove.
Close us out here. The last 3 laps. Close us out.
Well, look like Hamlin got a hell of a start and takes it on the outside and gonna win this race is what it looked like to me.
Oh boy.
And Hill might lose second place right now to John Hunter Nemechek because he decided to take the inside lane instead of the outside lane on the restart. Look like Hill's there, so they're coming back around to catch the white flag. Nemechek's getting ready to pass Hill, diving it down in there. And
So Hill's comfortably in the top 5. You're saying Custer's now in the top 5.
yeah, unless John Hunter Nemechek right here, somehow wrecks everybody. Looks like Hill's going to finish it off.
Okay. Good. Awesome.
Yep.
Okay, so Hamlin wins. Wow, that's big time. That's big time. All right. How about that? So cool.
Well, frick.
Custer. What happened? I thought that was a good result.
Oh no, Hill finishing top 5 is a good result.
Okay.
But
All right.
we got Klingerman
Nice.
here. We got Klingerman here rubbing up on Mayer. He's not happy. Mayer dumped
Oh
him.
yeah, no.
He dumped him. He's not happy. Oh man.
Yeah, nor should he. I think Kligerman has every right to be upset.
No, Mayer straight up ran him over. He was doing so damn good for so long, and then now all of a sudden it's like now that he's gotten more aggressive.
Yeah.
But sometimes you weren't going to have any problems passing him.
Mm-mm. No, you weren't. So that's something to monitor. For sure. I don't want to hold you up. I'm not holding you up. I said to 5:30. You're welcome to stay on as long as you want. I don't want to hold you up.
Gosh, I hate seeing this bastard. Getting ready to change over to college football. I don't even want to hear his whiny crybaby ass interview.
So, we didn't even touch on college football at all. Who were you on today? Anybody? I know you said you listened to Rye and Bryce, but anybody specific that you were on?
Fresno earlier. I do know that.
Fresno.
Yeah.
Now, was that were you tailing somebody, or were you like, I found a betting edge?
Yeah, I was telling my man Rye.
I
was like, sounds good to me. I don't know. Whenever you see somebody on one of those, you see a line like that to begin with a school, like that. I don't even know who the hell they were playing. I just played it. Who were they playing? They were playing
I couldn't tell you who Fresno State was playing.
They were playing a Big 5 conference team. Not Purdue. It was Purdue, okay. I think. And beat them outright.
Well, you look at some of the top 25 games you have right now. Wisconsin, who's 19th ranked, they are up against it with Buffalo, believe it or not. Ohio State is only up by 7 right now to Indiana. Believe that.
Huh.
You ready for this score?
That was like
hopefully
39 and a half.
Yeah.
Something.
Yep. And then listen to this. So hopefully you took the over in this game. Oregon is up 74 to Portland State 7. So
good.
And an entire fourth quarter to be played, Rory. Entire fourth quarter.
Damn.
Yeah. Oh, now I'm kicking myself. So I was almost taking East Carolina. They were getting 30, I think it was 35 or 32 and a half points. And I was like, I'm going to take that. I never took it.
Who were they
lost Michigan.
Yeah. East Carolina's a sneaky football team.
They are, and I was hearing stuff, Payne and Todd, they were talking about that game specifically in their pre-game breakdown, and And that was almost one I should have taken it. Oh well. All right, so we cash. This is great. What a day. We cashed the Hill over Barry. We cashed Hill top 5 Caesars. We cashed Custer top 5. Huge. That is so cool.
Trying to see a final rundown. I'm probably bleeding after the carburetor issue. Not what I was wanting to see, and then Algar never got to the top 5. So good thing we cashed the shit box. Austin Hill top 5 and matchup. Chandler Smith beat Sammy Smith. I do know that. I was trying to see what Kligerman did after he came back in and pitted, and where Hemrick actually ended up. I'm sure it lost, but no big deal.
Hey, there's Matt. Matt, congrats on the win. We talked about it a couple hours ago when Phil was on the podcast or the show about Austin Hill. So hopefully you were able to get invested with Hill and or Custer. Very curious to hear. You don't have to say what your unit allocation was, but hopefully you were able to get invested with those. So and I think Bachmann went 3-0 on his head-to-head. So yeah, I think so. I got a double.
Day.
Man, let's see here. So he had Mayer over Jones. I believe that hit. No, maybe not. I have to double check. He had Nemechek. We know that hit. Nemechek over Bush and Custer over Barry hit at the very end. Nemechek top 5. I believe that was correct. So I believe that happened. So, okay, awesome.
Awesome.
Yeah. And anything else with Kligerman and Sam Mayer? Did they do battle at all anywhere? Wow, 1 point, Rory.
That's what I'm watching now. That's what I'm trying to find now. He's
1
being
point.
Interviewed right now. Yeah, Kligerman is.
Okay.
That's tough. 1 damn point.
That is. What's he saying?
I said trying to make a bunch of adjustments and just get flat run over by the 1 car. He did.
It's true, he did. Yeah, he definitely got run over. Man. Kligerman, he's good people, you know.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's tough. That is damn tough.
I'm gonna send. Awesome. Well, I don't want to keep you any more than you've given your time. I know you have your family and stuff.
I ain't even ate today.
Well, you do that. Yeah, you go.
I enjoyed it, though. That was fun.
Oh, I really appreciate you coming on, man. Absolutely do. I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna see if any lines drop. Talk to the people here, get them ready.
So who you got coming up? Anybody?
I've Bachmann coming up next here in a little bit, and then Rob Cornelius. He and I are gonna do a practice, post-practice qualifying episode live at 9, and then hear from the people right after that from 10 to midnight. So it's gonna be fun. So check in a little bit, all right?
Tomorrow's gonna be a big day.
Tomorrow is gonna be a big day. I would agree. I would agree with that.
Start. Love the late start. We need more night races. Love my night races.
Tell everybody how they best can support you, Rory. I know you're doing a lot right now. Tell everybody how they can best support you.
Everyone can best support me on X, at Twitter no more, on X, and at Rory Picks, and listening to Laying Coin. Come check out the free Discord. Like, it's not premium. We're not charging for it. You know, don't anybody get their panties in a wad out there and think that we're charging. Nobody's charging. Okay. So other than that, check out the TikTok videos. Might even crank one out here in a little while. Who knows? Me and Whitney might do one together.
There you go. I like that.
Yeah, so I enjoyed it. Thanks for having me on.
Oh, of course.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
that was fun. I gotta
Yeah,
get me
man.
some of those cool glasses over there.
Oh, Rory, these things are lifesavers. They don't give me headaches or anything. I can stare at a screen for a while and they are good to go. So feels pretty good. So I appreciate you, man. Thank you very much. Tell everybody I said hi. Tell Whitney I said hi.
I will.
All right.
Yeah, we're shitting on Greg Ives. I had to look at the comments before I left. Yes, he
There you go.
brought something that doesn't finish a race. Imagine that.
It's Greg Ives Saturday, right? So
yeah, he's on the shit list now.
well, there you go. There's some more material for you, for sure. But I appreciate it, man. Thank you very much for stopping by and joining. Really means a lot.
Hell yeah. We'll be back on.
All right. See you, Rory.
Later.
All right. So awesome. I mean, if you were on at the very beginning of the show, when the marathon started about noon, or I'm sorry, 2:00, had Phil, the Full Tank with Phil podcast. I actually got to shoot him a text. We jumped on Austin Hill top 5 at plus 225. I'm sorry, plus 200, and then jumped on him on DraftKings at minus 105 over Josh Berry. Great hits there. I jumped on Cole Custer plus 225 top 5. So it was great to get 3 of those bets that we talked about here on the show. So really cool and good opportunity to kind of showcase, some of the information that we're able to share. Doing this, we haven't been able to really dive into some of the metrics. I will later here in a few hours, about 3 hours, going to do a show at 9:00 with Rob Cornelius, one of the best minds in the betting space. So looking forward to chatting with him here in a few hours. But, we got college football now, really, until we get here Mike Bachmann coming on in a little while. So he'll be coming on, joining us. We'll talk the Xfinity race. He does all the Xfinity stuff for the NASCAR betting preview show. So a lot of fun and looking forward to really chatting with him. So that'll be a good conversation. But I'm curious to hear from you all. Anything on your mind from a race perspective, or even going into the Cup race tomorrow, or anything kind of that you're thinking to help from a betting standpoint. Again, anybody that's new listening, make sure you join and look at the Discord here. The NASCAR Betting Preview Show Discord. You get a newsletters for every single race, and then exclusive content within the Discord. The post-practice and qualifying one is the biggest episode I do each week. That'll be exclusive to the Discord group and released to the general public hours after the Discord gets it. So there's other elements that we have building, 2024 building on some things as we go into that year. So it's going to be a lot of fun. It's just going to keep growing. So getting invested now is definitely worth the investment for you, the better, and should be able to make that investment up in no time. So, for instance, Matt Winters, he's been joining. He just joined today, and hopefully, Matt, you're happy with the results. I mean, it was a nice start to the Discord group, right? Obviously, talking about Hill and Custer. I know you were doing a lot with Bovada and BetUS. So hopefully we're able to get invested in some of those markets with those drivers. So really cool. I'm going to text Phil. Let me see if I can give him a call. Maybe we can jump him on a call real quick. Let's see this.
Yo.
You're live. How about them apples, boy?
Yeah, dude, that was a great call.
Oh, we definitely were able to hit that, so that was fun. I was cheering like crazy, hoping that would hit. So
I know. We'll call it the IOU from the Venmo.
Oh yeah, that's good. That's good.
Advice, yeah.
Building the sportsbook accounts up. Okay, good. But I was talking with Rory, and I was like, Phil and I were talking about this right before he got off, so this is good. So I just wanted to give you a quick call. I know you're busy, but I wanted to give you a quick call and celebrate that. So
I appreciate it. Yeah, the double hit too.
The double hit. So enjoy the game. Let's stay in touch throughout. Be curious to hear your thoughts on the game.
All right,
man. Yep. See ya. All right. So that's cool. So that was Phil, the Full Tank with Phil podcast. He joined me, like I said, around 2:00. So good time there with Phil. So let me see. Let me put something out here. Got to give our guy Mike Bachmann. He does so much good work. Really proud of the efforts that he's putting in here today. So good on him. Looks like he went 3-0 potentially. Let me confirm that. 3-0 on the head-to-heads. Hit a John Hunter top 5 and wasn't able to get the outrights, although he had it kind of peppered in and around. Did not have Hamlin on his card. So interesting there. So let's see what else we can find. Be curious to hear if anybody else has anything from a betting perspective or kind of what you're thinking here. I'm trying to get another gentleman to join and see what we can get. One of our guys, Bryce, who's down in does a lot with the betting space. He is very sharp. Wow, that one hit. There was one play in particular. This is a bummer. One play in particular that we passed on. Bachmann and I, we talked about it. But over 17, the winning car number in the Xfinity race being over 17.5. And we passed on it. And now I'm wishing that we wouldn't have, obviously. It was sitting in some shops at plus 195 and higher. So that hits. So very cool. Good stuff there for sure. So let's see what else we can be finding here. Got a little bit. Let's see. Any worthwhile games going on? That would be one thing to note, which I think would be interesting. Let's see. Find. Yeah, if anybody has any comments or questions, drop that in below. We'll get to it here as we're kind of looking ahead to the Xfinity or sorry, the Cup Series. The Xfinity just ended, so definitely some betting opportunities here for us as I'm popping up the odds boards and trying to find some different betting strategies. So we have, like I said, we got Mike Bachmann coming up. We have Rob Cornelius coming up. I want to hear. I'm going to try to get as many people that are listening, have them come up, maybe say something. Yeah, let's do that. Like if you want to have something, you want to share something real quick, shoot me a message. Just say, I'll put something out to you. Shoot me a DM at Derek Yoder _ on Twitter, or X as we now call it. I'll shoot you a link and get up here, say something to the people here real quick as we're working through this marathon. We're 4 hours in, 6 hours to go, so not even halfway yet, and it's gonna be a fun night, but it could be a long night getting to that final 6. Let's see what you have to say here, Mark. I know you're traveling, like you said, so 1 for 2 on the day. You had Iowa under 43, and then you lost your 2 Xfinity outrights, so losing them, but you have it sounds like you have a lot backed into tomorrow with some of those quinellas and some of those different things. So hopefully those end up being profitable for you there. And who's your team, Mark? Actually, it's a good question. I'm curious. I know you're from the SIP. I believe you're from there. Who's your team? You Michigan or a Mississippi State, Mississippi or Ole Miss, or maybe nobody in Mississippi at all. Maybe it's a complete random that I haven't even thought of. So I'm curious to hear who your favorite team and you as well, Matt. I know you've been messaging a little bit, so don't know if you have a college team that you follow, even a pro team. Be curious to hear that. We'll do some fantasy football stuff here, not too long. And then we'll get into some football elements as well. So when Bachmann comes up, one of the best, not only Xfinity minds, but fantasy football minds as well. Somebody that's really, really smart, really sharp from those perspectives. So we'll definitely dive into that. So actually, let me see. There was one guy. Let me see if he was free. He said to reach out. Seth Woolcock. So Seth is the owner of In Between Media, which is why we're able to power the show through that. So let me see if he's free to jump on. Let's do this. I'll send him a link, and then we'll go from there. So you're a Mississippi State fan. Okay, Mark, respect that. I'm obviously unfortunate what happened last year, with the major loss. I mean, that was just something nobody expected, and a guy that is just proven in the sport, not only for what he's been able to do as a coach, but his personality as well. So that was a tough loss, and hopefully they're able to, rebound from it and have a good year. Luckily that didn't happen in season. I know it was right at the end of the season, but we'll definitely see what happens this year. I got Penn State coming up here at 7:30, so looking forward to that. Grew up in Iowa, so no Big Ten football for you. Grew up in Iowa. Interesting. Good to know. Did not know that. So always enjoyed learning new things about the guys, and you want to be being tried and true supporter. So let me do this. I do have some giveaways I want to give. Let me find my box, but I do have 2 giveaways that I want to give to the audience and people listening. So give me 1 second, and I'll bring that out. Let me go find that here real quick. I wish there was like a be right back type thing. Maybe I could put one. Be right back. Let's see if this works. We're back. All right, so hopefully you guys can still hear me. So I did a couple things the other day. It was helping out a family that was a neighbor that we just met, lost her dad, and her dad was a huge motorsports fan, big NASCAR fan. So had a little garage sale, bought a lot of stuff from them just to help the family out with some flowers and different things like that. So got a couple giveaways. I'm going to put something out on Twitter. But I'll give you guys, got a Darrell Waltrip flag here. Let's see this. So you got a Darrell Waltrip one, got a Jeff Gordon one. Get the Jeff Gordon one out. I want to make sure that this goes to, there we go. Got some cars, got some little bit of everything in here. So I want to make sure that I give some stuff away. So anybody that signs up today to be a member, I'm going to give away some of this stuff just as a thank you. So if you have a favorite driver or something, make sure you put it in the comments. Might be able to have something here. What's up, Zach? I see. Got the top 5s. Good, Mom. I see. Got you covered there. Were you able to hit on both those top 5s, Mark, Zach, when it comes to the Custer and Hill? Did you jump on both? Very curious to hear if you did. But like I said, got a whole bunch of different cars. Darrell Waltrip, got Ken Schrader. Let's see. Actually, Mark, I'm gonna save this one for you. Got you something here. Bill Elliott. I'm gonna save that one for you. I think if I remember correctly, that would be meaningful to you. And let's see here. Got some Jeff Gordon, Richard Petty. So we'll do that. So awesome. So you got good. You both got awesome. Zach. Good. So you got that, and Matt, you got that as well. So that's awesome. Glad you guys were able to hit that. Really, really cool. That's awesome. Happy to hear that. Well, what a moment there, hitting those three that we talked about here on the show. So very cool moment there. So Matt, you're already entered. You're already entered because you signed up today. So got a Jeff Gordon giveaway I'm gonna do, let's see here, Darrell Waltrip. So I hope that came through good. I don't know if it did because I'm trying to figure out which side's which. So let me take a couple pictures here so people on Twitter or on X can see that as well. But I'm glad that you guys hit that. That is very cool. I gotta get my college football stuff ready to go. So let me snap 2 picks here real quick and we'll be good to go. So Zach or Matt, anything else you guys were on from the Xfinity race? Were you guys on anything else at all? Let me get a couple of these pictures set up. Drop down in the comments there if you were on anything else. I'd be very curious to hear if you were on anything at all. Western Auto. So I got these. Hold on. And then I'm going to post this one. And boom. All right. So we'll get those out. Maybe get those posted. So oh yeah, he did say that. Sorry about that, Matt. That's right. Greg Ives did ruin that for you. All right, so we won't talk about that then. So we'll do that. Good deal. Good deal. Zach, what are you up to here tonight? I don't know if you're working or if you're got some more betting. You got some stuff to play with now from a betting perspective as you go into tomorrow after hitting those 2 top 5s, Zach. So that's good. So hopefully you're on a little something there. I'll tweet that out here in just a minute. Let's see. Go up. Let me flip on a game or two. Let's see if we can find a betting opportunity from the NCAA markets and see where we're at. I'll send out a text to Bryce and see if he can get us on something good for the people. Be cool X post to do ya. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'll do that for sure. Get the people interested in maybe having an opportunity to get some stuff. So let's see if any good games are on. Let's see what the football team that plays out of Ohio is doing. It was 10-3. Now it's 20-3. So let me, a couple of those. Actually, let me take that out of the charger. Appreciate everybody that's tuning in. I keep seeing the numbers go spike up and then kind of level out. So really appreciate you all tuning in and appreciate the likes on Facebook that I'm seeing coming across. So thanks for the continued support there. Let's Let's do this. We'll do flag. Oh, that's exactly it. Okay. Let me tweet these out. I'm going to pull some notes then and get ready for the NASCAR betting preview show post qualifying practice. We'll get that. Darrell Waltrip. Jeff Gordon, 24. I'll tweet that out. Copy link. I'm bummed a little bit that I missed that college football game. That would have been a good one to watch. I'm going to put that. I'm going to put that. Yeah, I'm going to put that. Oh, I can't put that. Dummy. I got to put the pictures. What are you saying, Mark? Let's see here. Always play the under in the opening games, Big Ten. Big Ten always, under is always a smart play. And always take the points when Michigan plays a Division III school. Noted. Very much so. Noted. ECU. I'm kicking myself I did not take that. I hate that. Why is it always the plays that you're like, I should take this, and then you don't, and they always hit? I don't understand that. I don't understand that. And then you take time, like hours, to make a bet, and you make the bet, and it doesn't pan out. Let's move this. Okay, so Darrell Waltrip. I got that one done. And then the Jeff Gordon one. Jeff Gordon one's sharp. Jeff Gordon is very sharp. Be a nice giveaway for a new member. So give that away. Yeah, Mark, I'm still kicking myself. Every time I look up and see that tweet or that message, I'm kicking myself, man. That was definitely the right side for sure. I want to move this one. All right, cool. So we got that. Yeah, those are sharp. Those are sharp. That's cool. I'm gonna. Okay. And Indiana. Yeah, you said Indiana. Okay, I'm gonna pop back up the games. So let's see. Who can we get? I heard a lot about UMass. Why am I hearing stuff about UMass coming into this week? UMass is not usually a school I hear much about, so I'm curious why I'm hearing different things about UMass. I guess it's just me, so necessarily need that element. But yeah, I mean that's definitely interesting. Let me look at some of the NASCAR. Okay, so let me find some of the betting odds when it comes to the Cup Series race. We got some stuff here coming up here in a little bit, so let me browse and see what's been posted. See if we can get an edge a while. Really curious to hear what some of these guys are opening up at, especially Truex. There's really no investment to get in or to reason to get invested in Truex right now, knowing his number is going to go up. And nothing on that book. We'll go here. Just curious to see what is going to happen. Who are you guys on? You guys on anybody post practice and qualifying that's kind of catching your eye? Maybe there's a number or two that you kind of found that you're like, I'm going to get invested with. I'm going to look up what some of these guys are opening. I'll break it down what I'm finding, and we'll kind of go from there. We'll see if anything has been posted yet. What's the line on Mississippi State? I can give you that line. Let me get. Doesn't look like anything's posted yet in that book either regarding NASCAR. So line on Mississippi State. Oh, UMass is getting crushed. Why was I hearing stuff about UMass today? That seems like a waste of time. Texas, we'll go to that game. Let's see. So Mark, the line on Mississippi State, the current line is minus 26.5. Fourth quarter is about to begin. Mississippi State up 27 to 20 or to 7. So they're currently up 20. So this is baking in that Mississippi gets another touchdown. Let me give you where they are at from a yardage standpoint. I think I'm already doing better than what Rory was doing from a play-by-play standpoint. Action Network. Let's try to get some intel. Let me see. Where is? We just won all games. Why not they all? We won all. Okay. Nothing? Great. Why am I even paying for this? Why am I paying for this? Can't get anything. Fantastic. Okay. Well, didn't want to do it from my phone, but we will. ESPN. Hold on, Mark. I'm going to give you. So it's minus 26.5 is the line for the Mississippi State. Like I said, they're up 27-7, trying to get you where they are at from a yardage perspective, so you don't go out wasting your time and money there, assuming that you're trying to get invested. Full scoreboard. Let's see. I don't need top 25. I just need all. Kind of crazy. I just need all. Right. All right. So now they're up 34-7. So, Mark, hopefully you were able to jump in the last 2 seconds. I'll pop up the game cast. It looks like they scored a touchdown off a punt. So, congrats to you. Let's see here. What's the line? Yeah, so that's the line now for Mississippi State. Punt return for a touchdown. Has them covering. Let's see. Let's see another one or two. Are there any good games on? No. Georgia. Yeah. All right, so let's see. I'll pause that. Let's see here. What's the line on? All right, so Mark, you're wanting to know. I'm going to give you the line on LSU, assuming that's not Indy or Iowa State, maybe. Let me try to find this. Full scoreboard. I'm going to give you both, assuming that you were talking about both. So tomorrow's game, we'll start with that one first, and I'll keep finding if you were talking about Iowa State. But tomorrow's game, LSU is, let's see what that line moved to. I want tomorrow. Of course, can't get tomorrow. Can't get tomorrow. So that line is currently LSU is -2, though the total is 56.5. So -2 for LSU in being played in Orlando, and the over or the total is 56.5 for LSU and Florida State. Let me see. Assuming you did not mean, I'm going to assume you did not mean. Oh, nope. You said no. Yep. LSU, FSU. Okay, perfect. Yep. So -2 LSU, 56.5 total. I've heard a lot of really good things about Florida State, and for everything from I heard from the quarterback to the team to just kind of where they're at, really promising. So unders, the new game clock rules cashing a lot of unders. Okay, that's interesting. So basically what's been happening is first down, as before, the first down would happen and the clock would stop in college, but now first down, clock keeps rolling, similar to what the NFL is. So you're seeing a little bit more. Now we have a larger sample size to understand what we got from a college standpoint. So interesting there for sure. Definitely is. That's what I kind of thought, Mark. That's kind of what I was thinking would happen. when they made that announcement, but it'll be interesting to see how the books and everybody adjusts to some of those numbers and some of those new metrics as that keeps coming out. So let me see. I'm not having any books yet. Actually, Betfred might. Betfred is our friend. Betfred might just have odds. And if Betfred has odds, then these are what they're going to be across the industry. You like the over there? I think I would too. Casino. Where am I at? Okay, let's look up. Come on. I have the app. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to look up to see what some of these Southern, there it is, Southern Cookout 500, nothing. All right, so no odds yet. So really, when Rob gets on and we're able to kind of dive into some of those things, that'll be a good opportunity for us. So, going to be interesting to see what opens. I wonder if Will Hill, maybe even Circa. Odds. Maybe even Circa has something. All right, let me look up Bovada. Matt, if you're still listening, maybe I'll be able to find something from Bovada, assuming that they have some Cup Series stuff out here for us. So we'll do this. They do the ARCA Series. When's that? 9-3. That's tomorrow. Jesse Love, Brent Cruz, William Sawalage. I mean, those are going to be your winners. Nothing for them. Okay. Nothing for them. I will leave that to you like the pros. The pro you are, Mark. You are a pro. That is for sure. Mark, if you want to call in, I can put you up here if you want to call in and say something. Got Mike Bachmann coming up in about 30 minutes or so. So if you want to call in now, be curious to chat a little bit before he jumps on. Shoot me a DM in Twitter if you want that, and I'll send you the link. Rice just got a first down. They're down 3-37, and the linemen are getting very excited about a first down. I never understood that. You guys are down by like 40. Nothing really to be excited about. All right. Actually, I'm gonna just do this. Mark, I'm gonna just send you a link. You want to come on? You come on. Just gonna send you a link. I know you're driving. You can talk and drive. You don't have to show your face. Actually, if you do. Yeah, I'm very excited to chat here with our guy Mike here in just a little bit. I'm gonna give you a minute. I got you, Mark in Mississippi. Not in Mississippi, you're in Florida, driving to Mississippi. There you go. Link is in your DM. You know, JT the Brick. I don't know if you ever listened to JT the Brick, but he was a guy radio for Fox way back in the day, and he would always do a "Where you at? What you hauling?" Segment that I always found fascinating. My grandfather was a truck driver, Mark, so I always appreciate and respect the work that you put in each and every week. So, yeah, very, very respectable. For sure. All right, let's see. Gonna have to start seeing some things here pop out when it comes to a betting perspective for the series. So let's do this. Let's keep looking through markets, trying to find different things find anything on some of the odds dropping, even props, but none of the major books at all have anything. Even Bovada didn't have anything. Technically, I didn't look at BetUS yet. But let's see. Let's see if we can find something there. Nah, that's not what I wanted. Not what I wanted. Let's see. Man, a lot of love for Colorado. I get it. I definitely do. Yo, what's up, Chris? Good to see you, my man. Good to see you. Thanks for popping in and saying hi. Been a little while. Who looked good in Cup Series practice today? Well, that's a very good question. I mean, the amount of guys who looked good in practice. McDowell looked good in practice. Cindric looked good in practice. But with Cindric especially, I wonder for him, what was he running? Elijah, good to see you, man. Thank you so much for stopping by and saying hi. Good to see you. I obviously not betting Cindric or betting McDowell right now. I mean, McDowell, top 5, top 10 speed. Let's look like. Let me go here to iFantasy. Check out Ryan's stuff real quick. But one of the amazing things that they were able to do. So I would say, let me give you the 5, 10, 15, 30 lap averages right here. So who looked good? Like I said, Cindric, right? I mean, he was the fastest in 10, 15, 30, or I'm sorry, 25 and 20. He was top 3. Do you trust him? No. And the first group as well that went out was Cindric, Blaney, Hamlin, and Truex. Now, in qualifying, this was Group B. So you have to keep this in mind because Cindric, Blaney, Hamlin, and Truex were all Group B. And they said it in qualifying. You said nope. What'd you say nope to? Maybe you were saying nope. Do you trust them? Yeah, I think I was asking, do you trust them? And you're agreeing with me there. All right, I'm gonna get into that here in just a second. Mark in Mississippi.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Just wait. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah. How are you, Mark?
I'm doing well, other than my ass beating I took in Xfinity, but just heading to Hattiesburg to get one to go to Fort Walton Beach, Florida next.
So what are you hauling, Mark?
Oh, I'll be going to Sam's Club.
Okay.
So
I
drive for Walmart, so I'll be taking just whatever load they take to Sam's Club.
Yeah. Are you parking or what? Am I allowed to take a picture here? I've been taking a picture of everybody that's been joining. I don't want to get you in any trouble. I don't have to.
No. Here.
Forget it. Bad idea. Just say bad idea.
I had bad idea. Now, if I can figure out how to shut the link off from my other one.
All right, we'll do that. Bad idea. So we're gonna trash that idea. Worst idea of the day. So you didn't do well in Xfinity. What were you on that didn't cash?
I had Custer outright, and who else? And I went with Cullen on Sam Mayer.
Okay, Sam Mayer. Yeah, got into the wreck there at the end. So Mark, how did you become a NASCAR fan? I'm very curious.
I went to my first NASCAR race. It had to been, 78, 79, Talladega.
Okay.
Dad took me.
Wow. Who won?
So it's been a long while. We used to listen to it and watch it on the, listen on the radio quite a bit. But
yep, I like it. So who won your first race that you were at? Do you remember? Might have lost you. All good. I'll see if you pop back up. If I see movement there, I'll know that you're back up. Oh, there we are. All right, let's try it again. Got me?
I got you loud and clear.
All right. So you were who won your first race?
can't remember. One of the
Okay. But
one
your
of the
dad
other
took you?
races, one of the best races I was there. Dad took me, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Let me cut something off here, Derek, and send it right back because I'm getting feedback from the link.
Yeah, that sounds good. All right. All right. So we'll do this. Yeah. All right. So I'm going to answer your question there, Chris and Elijah. So we were talking about Cindric, right? So Cindric in Group B, and we saw this in qualifying as well. And I'm sure tonight we'll talk about it with Rob. But Group B, it seemed like the track was getting faster as everything moved along. So take it with a grain of salt when you look at some of these guys. Now, Truex, for example, he was a top 5 car, 15 and in the 15 lap and the 10 and 15 lap average. Didn't qualify well. I need to find out why he didn't qualify well. Who's your favorite driver, Mark? Who's your favorite Cup Series driver?
Well, I got a Kevin Harvick T-shirt on right now with a Kevin Harvick hat sitting back here, and
okay,
I've got some old Kevin Harvick stuff when he was driving the 14 car.
Okay, yep.
Way back when.
The 14 car.
Yeah.
The 29. When did he drive the 14?
Or not?
Kevin
no, that
Harvick?
was Smoke driving
Stewart.
the 14.
Yeah.
I've been ever since Tony started the race team. That has been my team. So
okay.
So you figure from 2000 to what 250, to the early 2000s, I could not stand Kevin Harvick, but now he's in the family.
It's funny how that works out. It really is funny how that happens. So you're an SHR fan, obviously. Brian, unfortunately, left SHR not too long ago. Were you ever able to go to SHR yourself? I know, in the North Carolina area. Were you ever able to do that?
No, I've never been to the SHR shop. What shops have I been to? Been to Penske.
Okay.
Way back in the day, who the hell was it up north of Statesville? There was one up. I can't remember who that was, but I've been to Penske shop, and I've been to the Holy Grail for Earnhardt back when it was DEI until the Wicked Witch of the South ruined that. And way back in the day, in fact.
Nope. You're there. Nope, you're there.
Okay, I was going to say, way back in the day, I've been to a truck race at night at Darlington, and I was the guest of Lance Norrick. This was back, this was back in what, late 90s? Early 2000s? I mean, trucks were just coming out.
Yeah. 95, I think, was their first year.
I'm thinking this had to have been 90, 98, 99 in there, maybe sooner.
Okay. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Well,
the trucks way back then a standalone race at Darlington.
That's interesting. I did not realize that they had a standalone. Well, you need to get up to SHR. I have a contact for you up there that drives the hauler for the 4-car, Stephen Mitchell. Need to get you guys connected, and that way, if you ever get up, you guys can meet each other. Obviously, now that Brian's not there, but I've had the privilege of meeting Stephen a few times and connecting with him at the races. So, if you ever get up to SHR, let me know.
I will. I believe I got him as a friend on Twitter or X or whatever we call it nowadays.
I call it Twitter, but I'm trying to learn to call it X.
I'm trying to find the picture just after Dale died.
Yeah.
When they had his hauler, one of his haulers, where all the fans could sign it.
Yeah. Yep.
And they let me, because they had it dropped at Railroad Pass just south of Las Vegas, and I was out there then driving truck.
Okay. Yep.
They let me back my truck up to it like I was the truck pulling it.
Wow.
And I got some pictures of that. I know they're in an old shoebox somewhere.
I'm sure you have some good collectibles if you've been a fan since the late 70s. So I'm sure you have a lot of good stuff hidden. And your dad was a Bill Elliott fan, correct?
Yeah, he loved Awesome Bill from Dawsonville. Yep. And he also loved Harry Gant. Just Dad was a Skull Man and a Skull Bandit, so he loved that Skull Bandit car.
That is one of the most iconic. Let me see here. I think I have a Ken Schrader Skull Bandit when he took over, but that car is such an iconic paint scheme. So I can see why your dad was enjoying being a fan of that brand, and Harry Gant, who's still kicking it today.
And in my shoebox of pictures and Polaroids, I believe I might even be able to come across one of, like, in the mid 80s. I think it's me, Ken Schrader, and I forget, a couple friends of mine, and I forget who the other guy was, all drinking a beer at the infield in Talladega.
Wow. That's funny. That's cool though. That is a really that's a really cool thing good stories to have. So what's your favorite race that you've ever watched or been to?
Well, it's got to be Talladega. I mean, as far as the live action, because now I only live 5 hours from the track, so it's an easy day run. Yep. I couldn't tell you who won, but I remember watching them build the Las Vegas track, and because there's a truck stop right next to it. And I've been to the Vegas race, one of the very first ones.
Mm-hmm.
Been to Kansas, one of the very first races out there before the casino. Back when the Kansas track was out in the middle of a cornfield. I mean, it was the only thing there. Mm-hmm. Not like it is today. But Talladega and Darlington are two, especially since I was in the infield at Darlington for that truck race.
Okay.
Those are my two favorites.
Is Darlington your favorite track to attend if you were to, or do you go to any of the races currently?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you saw the pictures last year of Talladega.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
And I think this next year, as soon as the schedule comes out, I want to go somewhere different. I've been, a friend of mine down here, we've been toying with maybe going to Bristol or Martinsville or someplace different. The picture on my Twitter page of me, that's a picture of me at Phoenix back in 2018.
Oh, so recent. Okay.
2017. I've been to.
Oh yeah, I see that now. The Can-Am. Whenever I saw that, I always thought Atlanta for some reason.
Fall Phoenix before they moved the championship out there.
Okay. Yeah, I'm seeing that now. So you were at the Can-Am 500, standing in Victory Lane. I got you there. Got a couple people in the chat saying Bristol is the best racetrack to see in person, and I'm so bummed because I was thinking I might be able to go. It wasn't in the works this time, but I'll probably get there next year. And then Chris as well. He's saying that Bristol is so cool. So I would say, Mark, from what I'm seeing and what I've heard, Bristol's probably the way to go.
Yeah, I've always thought that. I've been to Atlanta. I've never been to Charlotte. I've always wanted to see Bristol night, and I'm going to Bristol dirt race. If I'm going to a dirt race, I'm going to Iowa to go see a dirt race.
Yeah.
But I think Bristol night would be a good time.
Oh yeah. No, I think you're right.
The other question is, do they got legalized betting up in Bristol?
They do. Yep. Texas or Tennessee's a legalized betting state. And so go ahead.
Because right now I'm in a betting desert, working all weekend long. So I can't bet in Mississippi on an app. I got to do it at the casino or in Louisiana. And since I'm going to Florida here directly, I won't be able to. That's on a Wednesday. Make sure I get it in. So sometimes it bites me square in the ass, and other times it pays pretty handsomely.
Interesting. So you're traveling right now where you're not able to. So you're not able to really do much now until, and you deliver something tonight. You're delivering down to Walmart, Sam's Club here tonight, you're saying, or that'll be a tomorrow delivery?
I'll be there tomorrow.
Now we might have lost you. All right. Well, I'll bring you back on if I see you, Mark. So let's do this. I appreciate you guys sticking through this. This is cool. Chat with Mark. Mark's been a huge supporter of the show, of mine, and can't thank him enough. So Mark is one of the best people. If you're not following Mark, make sure you do so. He just loves the betting industry, those involved with it. So really can't thank Mark enough for, unfortunately, we lost him there. But let's do this. Let's get back to, let me pop up what we were talking about before. And actually, I'll just shoot him a message so he knows that I didn't cut him off. Lost you there. I'll get you on later at some point. Okay, so we were talking about the different practices. So like I said, they were saying that the track was getting faster the later in the day it got. And I think we saw that. That proves to be true. So if you look at just the guys in the top, let's just look at the top 6. There's 5 of the top 6 that were faster in Group B than there was in Group A. And the lone guy that was 5th of everybody was Christopher Bell. And who's on the pole? Christopher Bell. So that doesn't tell you something. I don't know what he is going to open at. Chris Bell, that is. The good thing is, and where we could see some value still on C Bell, is the fact that Hamlin qualified outside of in the first row, outside pole. So starting second, he was controlling the market when it comes to the betting odds for the Cup Series this weekend on Sunday. So the fact that he's still starting P2 might keep the market at bay. Obviously, you're going to have Truex, who's going to be maybe a 12. I've heard rumors of he could be 10 to 12, maybe even greater. I would not bet Truex even at 12 unless you are unable to bet him the next day. Meaning, if you can't bet on Sunday and you need to get in on number because you don't have the access to do so, that's when you bet it. But if you can wait and bet live, I would wait and bet live because Truex is going to have to work through the field in one of the longest races of the year, where if you really want to bet a guy, I would wait because he's going to get behind traffic. His number's not going to improve that much at all. So I would wait on a guy like that. We talked about a little bit about Ryan Blaney. This is why I think Joey Logano, believe it or not, is probably pretty fast. There weren't enough cars, I should say, that ran an average of 30 laps. There was only 8, and he was 4th. So that doesn't mean a thing. Actually, that number is not even great. So you have to kind of go back to maybe the top 15, and he's checking in around being 14th fastest. Now, he was in Group B, so he should be faster. He's a guy I would keep an eye on because Cindric and Blaney were just so fast. Maybe Cindric was testing something since he's not in the playoffs. He's not eligible for the Owners' Points Championship. So maybe Cindric was testing something, found something. I could easily see Logano, who starts. Let me find his starting position. I believe it's pretty good, if I remember correctly. Pulling that up now. I think he was in the top 10. Yeah, so he's 6th. So I really like Blaney. I really like Logano. I know we talked about it a little bit with Rory when he came on. Actually, when he came on, and we were saying about there we go. Should do this one. Yeah, we'll do this. And he was talking about coming into that head-to-head. And he's on Blaney over, he's on Logano over Blaney. I'd be curious how much and the price point that gets reposted at, because Blaney did beat Logano when it came to practice and qualifying by 2 spots. So if I can get a number on Logano over Blaney, I still really like that. I do know Chris Worm said that he was on or a little bit higher on Blaney. So he obviously knows something there that I don't. Let me look up maybe what Blaney's history is, because my tendency right now, and just thinking out loud, is that I'm going to fade a guy like Blaney. Let me see what his track record here is. So let me just say Joey Logano, since it's right here. Over the last 8 races at Darlington, Joey has an 8.9 average finish in his last 8 races, has 1 win, 3 top 5s, 5 top 10s. Pretty damn good. Ryan Blaney, on the other hand, I don't see his name at all. So let me kind of look through the list and see what some of his averages are the last 8. Ryan Blaney here. He has an average over the last 8 races of 16.8. That is a discrepancy of about 8 spots. And then he's got 2 top 10s and 5 top 20. He's only got 2 top 10s. Let me see what his recent finishes are. This should tell us a better story. Diving in deep. Blaney only 1 top 10 at Darlington. Thank you, Matt. And that was in the spring. So he ran well in the spring. So why did he run well in the spring? Qualified 4th, finished 9th. So just got inside. He does have a top 10 here in 2021. But that's all we have to show. He's got more 20th place. He's got more 30th and 20th place finishes. So 21st or above, or 30th and above, than he does top 10 finishes combined. So he started 9th, finished 11th. He was running 8th in the second stage, did not score stage points in the first stage. Had an average had a driver rating of 87, not very good. Actually, that was his worst since, he's got a couple 90s, and that was that. So, all right, so if that matchup reposts, I'm jumping on Logano over Blaney. Paul Wolf, high tire wear track, strategy is going to come into play. I'm actually going to write that down. Logano over Blaney will be a play to get invested on. Logano over Blaney. And I'm very curious. We don't have a price, but I'm very curious what Rob is going to think about that. So that was originally minus 125, I believe, when Rory was on. He was sharing that. I'm going to see if I can. We can do this. I'm going to see if I can share a screen here where it kind of shows what I'm talking about when it comes to Ryan's stats. So I think he puts out a good visual there. I'm also going to look up NASCAR Money and see if he has stuff posted, and we'll kind of go from there with it. Get you guys some good information. So I'm going to try to share the screen here and see if we can't. He's got some practices. Let me do this. Okay. I'm going to try to share this screen here real quick. This may or may not work. I don't know. I really don't know. Share screen. All right, so this should work. Actually, if you don't mind, Chris, Matt, anybody that's listening right now, if you do me a favor and let me know if you're seeing the same screen, so that way I know, because I want to make sure I'm sharing this correctly with you. It looks like it's working, populated here. I'm going to scroll down a bit just to make sure it's showing here. Which it does. Okay, so let's do this. So this is NASCAR Money using the NASCARmoney.com website. You have a partnership with the NASCAR Betting Preview Show. So when we look at some of the practice averages, again, you can kind of sort these however you want. Overall, the fastest speeds here were Larson and McDowell. They ran the same speed there. But we really got to be looking when it comes to this type of a race. We really have to be looking in this area, 5, 10, 15, 20. If you can get anything past 20. Now, I read it to you, 25 lap average and 30 lap average. There weren't enough drivers that were racing in that. So I would be hesitant in looking at that data because it looks like maybe 15 drivers max. Whereas in the 5, 10, 15, and 20, you had a lot more. So let's just kind of stay there. So Larson looks to be pretty fast. He qualified 18th. I have to see why his qualifying was an issue. I'm going to just go back and make sure you guys can see the site here. And then one name I'm really want to look on. Let's look at this right here. You have, obviously, Austin Cindric's fast. Does anybody trust him? No. But Kyle Busch right here. 6.44, 10 lap, 15 lap, 20 lap, 6.64. I'm sorry. That is pretty damn good when you consider he was he hit the wall. If you weren't able to watch practice, he hit the wall pretty good, backed it down, said he broke a toe link. I need to get it confirmed if you broke a toe link or not. I'm not sure. If you break a toe link, you're allowed to change it. It's a very simple fix. It doesn't take long. And then qualify. If they broke a toe link, they fixed it, and he qualified where he did, which was 11th. Yeah, that's pretty sporty, I would say. So again, I'm looking right there, that Kyle Busch number coming down here. Ryan Blaney. Now, I did just say that I would fade Ryan Blaney. I think this will favor Ryan Blaney. If you're wanting to bet on him, I think the odds makers are going to look at these numbers and say, okay, so you were the second fastest, third fastest, and second fastest of those lap averages. And then I'm trying to find Logano down here. So Logano comes in at 18-17. He was getting faster, it looks like. But Blaney, Cindric, definitely fast. Definitely something to consider when we talk about that. So let's see here. Is that Blaney? Yep. So that correct, Matt. So let me go back to Blaney. So that was his 10. He was second in his 10 lap. He was third in his 15 lap, and he was second in 20 lap averages. He was 10th in 5 lap averages. Overall speed, right? Fastest lap. What did you run? He was the 22nd. I think truly this is one of those places. Take that out. I really believe that. I mean, look at Ryan Newman. Are we going to really be investing? No, we're not going to be investing in a guy like that. And I know nobody here listening is going to do that as well. So it's all about that long run situations. And Penske's fast. Penske has shown enough to me right here that they are fast. It all depends on, was Cindric really using that as a test subject? If so, he's qualified. I don't think he qualified well. 14th. So right behind his teammates. And again, that's just one single lap. So, or 2 laps, really. So I hope that helps with that. I'm going to try to see what else we can get from, and again, this is NASCARmoney.com. Have a partnership with him. Let me look at some. Let's go to the race center. It's a cool element here that we're able to use. So let's just use the previous loop data from the race, and this is the Goodyear. This would have been back in. Yeah, we don't want that one. I see what this was 2022, spring of 22. We don't want that. We want. Let's pull the loop data lab. All right, fine. Series. So this is the cool thing. You can select all these series, races. You want to just go to the last? Let's just do the last 2. This will give us 3 races. Tracks. You can go through here. This is all free, by the way. Again, partnership through the NASCAR betting preview show. NASCAR Money's in the Discord as well, so you can always ask him questions and get familiar. Let's use. I've heard a couple people using, well, obviously Darlington. I don't know if this is gonna pull. I'm just curious from a high tire wear perspective, right? Just curious. I want to use a large majority of Homestead or of that. Let's see what this gives us. This loop data, this says, which makes sense. Byron has won a race at Homestead. Byron runs well at Homestead, won at Darlington. He finished second in the spring at Darlington last year, won in the spring this year. So we know he's going to be pretty darn good. Average position, let's do this. Has a 3.2 in his last, taking those races combined. Now, let me ask you guys, is there any tracks that you want to see me compile here that I will do so? Just let me know. But we'll kind of go off of some of this. So obviously wins. We know that. I'm curious to see. This is the one I wanted. This is what I wanted right here. How many top 5s at these tracks? Logano, when you look at the last 3 races at Darlington, has 2 top 5s, has a win. Very strong. Very strong. I like that finish position. I like that average. I want to make sure we get this right, though. I don't want to just get there by chance. Ryan Blaney, actually, this would be an argument that I would say maybe we do stay away, talking about it out loud. So Blaney has an average of 6.1 average finishing position to Logano's 5.2. So they're pretty darn close. 6.6 finish. They're pretty darn close, guys. They really are. Really close. Blaney just doesn't get the finishes here. So how do we weigh that? I guess that would be a good question. How do we weigh that when we know a guy is not getting the finishes? Is that still a driver that we try to figure out how to fade, or how do we get invested? What do you guys think? Are you getting invested on the Blaney side, or are you looking at maybe more so on the Logano side if that gets posted? Obviously, I'm going to look to see what other matchups are out there that we can kind of get invested in, but I'm hoping agree with Rob. Okay. Rob, tough to bet teammates unless you know internal team dynamics. Yeah, Rob has said that. So that's a good call. Again, looking at trying to find these odds, if anything's up where we can go over it. I'm really excited to talk with Rob. Actually, I'm going to tweet that out because I think that's worth getting a large group of people in to listen to that episode. Okay, all right, here we go. We have some matchups. We have a few, so they're just loading. They're loading right now, but here's what we got so far. Curious to hear if anybody's on these or anything, or what your thoughts. I didn't even look at the odds yet. Okay, so you have Ross Chastain taking on Christopher Bell. Bell coming in at the minus 180 number. Obviously, betting Bell is very tough at that number. I don't advise anybody doing that. I say that, and I go to the next one, and I would advise maybe nobody taking this. There's a plus money. So it's William Byron versus Denny Hamlin. William Byron is the underdog. Totally get that and agree. He's coming in at minus 170. Now, Byron's starting in 23rd. I mean, look at the screen. Like he's the best driver at this track. Is that plus 170 number worth a nibble? I'm curious. What do you guys think in the chat? Is that plus 170 number on William Byron over Denny Hamlin or versus Denny Hamlin? Obviously, you'd be taking it over Denny Hamlin. Is that worth even a sprinkle at that price? Very curious. So then we got a couple others. I'll wait for some feedback there. But we have Eric Jones versus Ty Gibbs. Jones coming in as the underdog plus 145 to Ty Gibbs plus 175. And then you have Kevin Harvick, Brad Keselowski. Kevin's coming in as the underdog plus 105 to Brad Keselowski's minus 135. When I bump out, see, they're just loading as we speak. All right, here's the outright pricing. Ready for this? I wish I could share this. All right, I'll have to figure that out. Larson's coming in at the favorite 5-1, Hamlin 5.5-1, Bell 6-1, Truex 6.5-1, 6.5-1. Starting 28th, 29th. That's the biggest pass imaginable. Harvick versus Busher. What are you seeing with Harvick versus Busher, Chris? Be curious. What's that pricing there? Be curious. Speaking of Kevin Harvick, he's coming off right here at Harvick is 16-1. Chastain's 15-1. Bush is 14-1. Busher 22-1. Logano, I'm already on Logano at 20-1. He's available at 22-1. And McDowell, who put down some fast laps, he's at 50-1. Just gives you a couple names. If you want to know anybody else specific, let me know, and I'll kind of jot down what I think there. Here's what some of the some of the top 5 numbers as they get listed. Okay, you got that at minus 115. You're saying Harvick versus Busher. Here's some of the top 5 pricing, which I think is of note. Actually, quite interesting. We were just talking about some of these things today. So obviously, Hamlin, actually, this is interesting. Hamlin and Larson, they are at plus money, plus 100 and plus 105. Christopher Bell's the favorite at minus 130. Martin Truex, plus 120. I threw out to Phil when he was on the show, and I said, if Martin Truex is plus 150, would you take it? He said, absolutely not. So we didn't even get near that number there. Let's try to find guys maybe 2.5 or greater. So 2.5-1 or greater. Ross Chastain, Joey Logano, Chase Elliott. Chase Elliott, I think, starts deeper in the field. Chris Buescher, plus 275. So maybe some copy pasting things here. There's Austin Cindric. He's at 4.5-1. Now, Cindric, if you think he is fast and you want to bet him, my advice would be a top 10 number, which you can get him at scrolling plus 150 to finish top 10. I don't think I like that. I really don't. But you know what I do like? What I do like is I do like Joey Logano top 10. I do like Joey Logano top 10. Am I becoming too heavy on Joey Logano? I might be. Joey Logano top 10 plus 100. I'm gonna run that. I'm gonna run that one by Rob and see what he thinks. Worm is the pro, but I disagree with him on Chastain. How did Ross look? Worm is the pro, but I've seen Worm to be wrong a few times as well. And we've been able to talk through that and what some of those thought processes are. I would say he's definitely more right than wrong. Chastain looked pretty bad in practice, and actually I'm going to pop up what Ross did here. If you can see that on the screen. So Ross, let me go back to some of his practice metrics. Sorry about that. Let me go back to the home and practice averages. And let's go down. He was pretty bad. Pretty bad. There he is. Okay, so he was 29th fastest when it comes to 5-lap, 24th fastest when it comes to the 10-lap average, 17th fastest and 9th fastest when it comes to 15 and 20. He got better over time. Let's see how many cars. 22 cars recorded a number in that 20-lap average. So 22 cars, not the 36 like there is in the race tomorrow, but from a 15-lap average, let's see, I'm seeing 28. So 28 cars, not great by any means. And he qualified deep in the field. Qualified 27th. Martin Truex was 31st, just to give you an idea. So not a good qualifying spot by any means for him there, which I was surprised about because I was thinking too, Ross is probably coming in with a little bit more speed. We saw what he was able to do in the spring. Actually kind of like this hat felt a lot more comfortable. So there we go. So yeah, so I would say that he did not qualify, obviously did not qualify well, did not practice well. That team, though, they usually race better than they qualify, and we know this. So I really wouldn't go after any of those metrics there with him. There's nothing worth investing in. Let me try to find out, unless it was like a top 10 right now. Let me see what's Caesars is given as a top 10 plus 100. So you got Ross Chastain a plus 100, and you have Joey Logano at plus 100. Who are you trusting when it comes to a top 10? You're going to trust Logano in a top 10 spot at a place like this rather than Ross Chastain. Chastain, I need to look up to see what his pit selection is, because pit stalls are everything. And if you watch the Xfinity race, you know that from watching what Austin Hill did. If you watch in the spring race of last year, you know that because of what Joey Logano did. You know that as well. I believe it was William Byron was on the pole. Don't quote me on it. I think he was. He was on the pole. Yeah, Chris, you and I are on the same page there. So let's see. Mark said, hooked up and ready to ride back to Florida and still love my Harvick I got at 19-1. And Kevin Harvick right now, Mark is firing at 16-1. So, okay, this is good. There's some people that are saying that Harvick, Rory was on here. He was saying Harvick could be a guy to surprise. If you want to buy Harvick, I would buy him right now, because when the market starts getting moved on him, and I'm not so sure, this would be a public thing if it does. I don't think sharp money is going to be coming in on Harvick, but I think public money could come on Harvick. 16-1. If you want to get invested on that, that's where you would have to go. Top 10 minus 145. So maybe the books know that this book specifically knows a little bit. Plus 180 when it comes to the top 5 market. So let's look at top Ford, right? Let's do that. 320 to finish top Ford. Joey Logano's plus 500. Ryan Blaney's 450. Chris Buescher's 550, who's been the best Ford over the last number of weeks. So maybe there's some value here in this market here when we look at the top Ford. Let me look at top Toyota. What are we working with? Yeah. I don't know if I want to touch that market. I don't really think I do. Value, I guess, would be in Tyler Reddick plus 350 in that top Toyota market. Will the race go into overtime? No, I don't think the race goes into overtime. What's a quinella mark that you were looking for? I think you were saying you wanted a quinella of some kind. If you want a Martin Truex, Kevin Harvick quinella, 30-1 that pays for you out there, Mark in Mississippi. Let's see here. I want to read off some of those stats too that I was able to pull. Let's see what winning car number comes up as, odd or even. Even is at plus 100. So even would be, let's just look at guys that are inside the top 10 because 4 of the last 5 winners have qualified inside the top 5. So knowing 4 of the last 5 winners have qualified inside the top 5, you have Christopher Bell in the 20, Denny Hamlin in the 11, Tyler Reddick in the 45, Ryan Blaney in the 12, and you have Brad Keselowski in the 6. Gave up on outrights and live betting. Let's see what you said here. Gave up on outrights and live betting, heavy on matchups and sprinkle top 5s and 3s. So you're sprinkling some of those elements there. I'm going to throw this down here. Okay. You gave up on, just curious, Chris, you gave up on outrights because you just weren't, and live betting. So you just weren't able to hit enough, obviously pre and live. So you moved in. How have you been from a success rate when it comes to matchups over the last month? What's your ROI? What's your percentage been from a standpoint of that? Have you been able to be, over 50% with the matchup hit rates, or what has that been for you? Very curious. And top 5s as well. I think that's a good market. Top 3s I stay away from. I just don't know how to bet top 3s, believe it or not. I try to go after more. Yeah, I'm with you on the matchup. I'm with you on the props. I get that. So again, looking at 4 of the last 5 have qualified top 5, have won at Darlington over the last 5 races. We're looking at Bell, Hamlin, Reddick. So with that, right, let's do this. Manufacturer to win. Let's look at what the manufacturer to win is. Where would that be? Manufacturer plus 120 Toyota. Nope. Such a short price. I'm not going to post that, Chris, but you're right. I feel like there could be some success there if you're looking at that. So I'm not going to highlight that, but yes, if you've been able to find an edge there, then I think that's smart. Let's see. Okay, there's a couple more head-to-heads coming out that are loading. We're going to see Alex Bowman versus Daniel Suarez. We're also going to see a Ricky Stenhouse Jr. versus a Michael McDowell. I assume the Michael McDowell's like, let me go back up to a top one, minus 180 at least. So that's going to be a joke. And then let's look at Chase Elliott and Chase Elliott and Chris Buescher. That's going to be that's loading. Don't have the price on those. Another matchup I wouldn't take unless we're getting significant value on Elliott. But I don't think we will. Let me see. I know Bachmann was supposed to come on. We'll see if he's still coming. Let's see here. Okay. Okay, so all right, so then that kind of, let's see if any other books have been able to unveil their odds. That would be great. 2 minutes till Penn State plays, so that's going to be a fun one. For all you guys that are just joining, that are newer here today, or just stopping by, what college football programs do you guys support and watch? Be curious to hear what you guys are watching. Any race props? Okay, Southern 500 is starting to load for Barstool as well. Let's see if DraftKings has anything. Let's see. I'm going to put a post out, get more people coming in. So Mark, thanks, or Chris, thanks again for posting that. Let's see here. So see the count's going up. So thanks guys for, again, I see that it's 7:30 here on the East Coast. Again, thank you so much for joining, hanging out, going over some practice metrics, some of the different things there, going over the Southern 500 as odds are now beginning to be released. We're going to find the best numbers out there available at certain markets. Can't say thank you enough to atlashair.com, ATLASHAIR.com. Use the promo code NASCAR. Smell like $1 million. That's my favorite one. Use the promo code NASCAR for 20% off your entire order. atlashair.com and NASCAR Betting Preview Show Premium Discord. Make sure you sign up. Shoot me a DM or an email at Derek Yoder _ on Twitter or at NASCAR BPS at gmail.com. And we'll definitely take care of getting you set up with the Discord. I actually had a pretty successful day, and luckily enough, Matt Winters is in the chat here and can kind of testify to it, where we were able to hit some of the 2 top 5s that we talked about here and an outright. And a head-to-head. Austin Hill over Barry, Austin Hill top 5, Cole Custer top 5. So that was a really good moment to have collectively here as a group where we were able to talk through that. So good information there. So let's look at DraftKings. They're now populating their odds. Kevin Harvick, again, we were just briefly talking about him. He's at 16-1. Kyle Busch is now 11-1. Odds are starting to move a little bit. You can get Tyler Reddick, who's starting third, 10-1. Christopher Bell, very surprised here. You're getting him at 6-1 compared to Caesars, who we were just at. And I see some of these head-to-heads are now populating, more head-to-heads, I should say. Bell is 6-1. So Bell looks to be opening 6-1 across the market. Who won the Busch race? The Busch race was won by Denny Hamlin. Denny Hamlin won the race. It was a very good finish. Very good finish. So he just beat Austin Hill by not a lot. John Hunter Nemechek finished third. Cole Custer finished fourth, I believe, and Josh Berry, I think, finished fifth. So good day all around. And Mike Bachmann, he cleaned up pretty nice. Let's see what FanDuel has to offer from a betting perspective. I will say the one thing with that, Chris, is Hamlin was strong all day. There was no doubt that he was one of the strongest cars, but Kyle Larson, who had a hot rod, he did show some issues late. So issues there kind of got him from an engine perspective. Let's see here. Where was I going? I don't know. Where was I going? I'm trying to explore different markets. When I don't do this, okay, so they just don't have, oh, there it is. Yep, that's what I thought. Didn't have it. So, okay. So more books are starting to populate what their odds are. And I'm going to stop this screen share with that. So let me pop up a few other things. Don't know why it's doing that. How about this? That's better. Okay. So, hey, absolutely, Chris. Thanks for stopping by, man. Really appreciate it. Best of luck tomorrow with everything. And thanks again, man, for all the support. I got Mike Bachmann here joining us in just a minute. So, Chris, if you ever need anything, man, don't hesitate to reach out. Happy to help where I can. Let me get Mike all set up. And if you guys don't know, I'll introduce Mike here in a minute. One of the best guys in the industry. Young guy that's just doing so much. So we'll get him up here to speak a bit and get Penn State on. I should wear my Penn State stuff right now. Cool to have college football back, especially when your team's playing. So it's fun to watch Penn State. They're coming out right now. So we'll get Mike up here in just a minute when he joins and get everything going. So let me get my camera. Perfect. So yeah, a lot of good things as we're starting to see some of these lines open. I'm gonna try to pop it up on my other screen. And then, if you guys don't mind, real quick, I'm gonna tweet this out. Tweet this. Get a tweet going. Excited. Bachmann. NASCAR betting. My man. You got me. Uh-oh. Wait. Round 2. Like that. Got me?
I got you, man. What's going on?
How we doing?
Not too bad. How are you, man?
Congrats on a good day. Profitable
Yeah,
day,
not
it looked like.
Yeah. It was looking pretty good. I was I come away happy with it, happy with the results.
Yeah.
There were certainly some of that late race stuff was getting a little hairy. That strategy at the end where you had like those 10 guys that stayed out really hurt. Don't know what the hell Allgaier was thinking staying out, just knowing how much of fall off there was, because even the broadcast had said like 4 laps like equated to almost like a second pace from those guys. Like it was really head scratching. But that pit crew was off all day. They had lost so many spots. Gotta be honest, kicking myself about Austin Hill, man, because that's a phenomenal bet. Every single week, always talk about it. Decided to go with momentum with Sheldon Creed, virtually at same price, just wasn't there. But awesome seeing him race Denny Hamlin. Just goes to show how great of a race car driver he is and is going to be, because he was toe to toe right there. And even with those restarts, just botching most of them with those with the wheel spin. He was able to hold his own. So cool seeing him race Hamlin, seeing him and John Hunter go head to head as well.
Yep.
Just, the battle with the championship is, pretty awesome. So thought it was a much tamer race than I anticipated, to be honest, but, had some good moments, but, overall was definitely happy with the result.
Well, let's not, let's make sure we're paying the respects that you swept the head-to-head market. You scored one in the, which I was watching, so I had Rory on when we were watching that live, and I was like, Bachmann has Custer over Barry, and we need this. Like this would be a clean sweep. And then John Hunter obviously getting the top 5. So although you didn't hit the outright market, you still cleaned up pretty nice in some of those other regards. But like you said, we hit Austin Hill over Barry, Austin Hill top 5. 2-1, Cole Custer 2.25, top 5. When we were doing the show here, when Phil came on around 2:00, so we were talking about that. So we got everybody that was listening, which was fun to get in on that. And then I was on Sheldon Creed plus 250. So, what can you take away from Darlington and transfer it into Kansas, if anything?
Yeah, I think that there's certainly a lot you can take away. Because we're still talking about the same guys. The one guy that I look at is Riley Herbst, number 1. Because again, with a clean race and now understanding the point situation with him and Parker, being 1 point separated for that last spot, barring catastrophe, I think Creed and Hemrick got it. They just got to finish, but Riley Herbst, like I feel like I say it on the podcast every week. When he avoids trouble, he's a borderline top 5 car, comes home 6th today. And he was running up there, for the majority of the race. So he's certainly a driver I look at, because I was really close of talking about his top 5 number. He was 10-1 for a top 5 this weekend, which, you know, I again, understanding the problems with the car and just the team itself. But, you know, when to be one position away from that and to be able to expose that number, that was something I thought about. But again, just it's difficult when you're dealing with guys that are hills and valleys all year. And unfortunately, Herbst is just, you know, he's that guy. He's been that guy for the entirety of his career. But I believe in the talent. So he's certainly somebody that I think a lot of people, you know, really should wake up to and kind of look beyond this, you know, the inconsistency, because when he can put it together, it shows, and he can run with, you know, these other guys. You know, I take a look at guys. I mean, I feel like we talk about the same guys. I mean, John Hunter is going to be the guy to beat next week. He was the guy to beat.
So?
I do. Yeah, he was the guy to beat today. You know, unfortunately, you know, pit stops and all that kind of got him back. And then there just wasn't enough time with, you know, him and Hamlin. And, you know, I think clean air, there was certainly an advantage because once Nemechek got back in traffic, he didn't seem to have the same amount of speed in the car. But he's certainly, I think, going to be the guy to beat next week. I'm very interested to see where Austin Hill opens up at, because week after week, it's still
they disrespect him. They disrespect him,
man. And not knowing who's going to be in the field next week, there probably isn't going to be that many Cup guys now that we're in like the waning parts of the season. And I think some of those guys are tapping out at numbers. But, you know, depending on where it is, I mean, I'm very interested to see where Austin Hill opens up. If it is going to be an Xfinity dominated field, like, you know, he should not be anywhere near. I mean, he was 18-1 today. He should not be anywhere near that, you know, but that's certainly another number we're going to continue to expose and keep going, because he has been great everywhere. And he backs up every single week with consistent finishes. And, you know, to see him run up front and to see him, again, just challenge with Hamlin, run with John Hunter, you know, I feel like he's been disrespected a little bit in that sense, just because, you know, John Hunter's got, he's got 5 wins. Like Austin Hill's got 4 wins to his credit as well. But I just feel like, you know, when you compare Joe Gibbs with RCR, you're just looking at John Hunter a lot more closely than Austin Hill in that respect. But man, he's been awesome. And he's going to be a force once he's able to get a Cup ride, wherever that's going to be. Maybe, you know, potentially RCR after next year. He's got that multi-year deal, and it's just the 1 year in Xfinity. So, you know, things could potentially be turning over at RCR. Who knows? But yeah, I'm very interested to see where he opens up. Josh Berry, man, he is such a conundrum, because I have like pulled out of all Josh Berry stock, because I just haven't been on the right side of him at all this year when I've bet him. But I feel like a win he has to win this year. Like, he's got to break through and win.
Agreed.
But, you know, he kind of just showed up at the end of this race. He fell back a little bit, and then, you know, was able to capitalize on those restarts and find his way to the front in a bit. But it's so tough to get a read on him, dude, because it is so inconsistent. Like, because he can run 15th and then end up 5th. But it's just tough. I cannot get a read on Josh Berry. It's been a difficult one to figure out, but, you know, I think John Hunter's the guy next week. You know, I'm expecting him to again, pending who's going to be in the race, expecting him to probably have like a 3-4-1 number, maybe even shorter. So it's going to be interesting to see once those lines open up, but I definitely think he's the guy to beat next weekend. The playoff race is going to be real fascinating. I'm eating my words. I said it on the podcast this week. So I'm giving Sheldon Creed his credit. Deserves it, man, because, you know, it didn't come through this today. I thought he was going to be, really thought he was going to be a lot better, especially with a loose race car, a little bit more speed in that thing. But, didn't happen. But I give him credit for, just being able to hang in there despite all the heartbreak, despite all of how, just how close he's been. It's been difficult, but he's still there. And I hate to say it, man, but at this point in time, I think Parker's the guy that's going to be on the outside looking in. I think Herbst is better positioned, barring catastrophe. Like, so tough, but it's going to be fun, man. Kansas is a great race, great track, and it's going to be fun watching these guys wheel it next week.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. And Matt makes a good point, with no Cup guys in the field next week because it is a cutoff. They're not letting any guys come down.
Right.
That will be an interesting element. And he also says here about John Hunter and the 7 being locks for top 5s. You like yourself some John Hunter and Allgaier, I should say. And there's no reason to really get away from them. Those 2 should be the favorite or the top 2 at least coming in, showing the most consistency. Where did Allgaier finish at today? Do you know? He obviously pitted. He stayed out, so it kind of screwed his finish a bit.
Yeah, I believe he was 7th or 8th. He was on the back end of the top 5.
Wow.
He was on the back end of the top 5. So he rebounded.
Yeah,
he rebounded for 7th. Yeah, because you had those cautions at the end that sort of helped on strategy. He got bailed out more than once. But I just don't. Knowing the tire fall off in this race, did not understand staying out because he's got nothing to gain, and it's like, knowing how the race went, there was not many or hardly any big wrecks, a lot of single car spins. So it really wasn't nothing foreshadowed. It was going to be like, it's going to be a massive wreck here, and they're going to be able to flip this. So I just didn't get it, knowing what there is to gain, knowing the risk, which is the tire fall off in that, but was able to rebound to finish 7th. Still bringing fast race cars. And even just thinking, the whole, because obviously, I'm a big I'm a big Parker backer. I've backed him a lot this year.
The
Big
NBC
Sam
effect.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. It'd be the NBC effect, but obviously a big Sam Mayer truther as well.
Yeah.
So unfortunate to see those two, to see Sam, just flat out run straight into.
What was
to
that
Parker there.
about?
So strange, man.
Because he I don't know. Parker was going significantly slower, but it wasn't like Sam slowed down any. It looked like when he caught him, it was just, I'm going through you for whatever reason.
Yeah.
But it didn't look angry. It didn't look like vengeance. It looked like, what are you doing?
Exactly. Yeah. And Sam was very lament and, apologetic in his post-race interview, because, I know his family's got ties to that race team as well. And he and Parker have a really good relationship, but I know he had a lot of different,
I didn't know that.
Talking about radio communication.
His family has ties to the 48.
Yeah, I know that his father is really good friends with the people of that race team. So yeah, there's a little bit there, but I honestly don't think that anything is really gonna be long lasting from this, unless Parker makes the playoffs potentially. Could be some stuff there, but I know Sam was battling radio communications and just did not really have anything. He was a real disappointment today. Was kind of hovering around, the back end of the top 15. And Brandon, I know I had him in that match with Brandon Jones. It was definitely a little bit more concerning, because Jones had a borderline top 10 car, and Sam, a couple times just got caught up in traffic, and he was able to come through, but very weird day for that one team. And yeah, just a real weird situation. Seemed like nothing, but just kind of being stupid behind the wheel at the end there. It was, it was a little unnecessary, but that happens, and that happens in the sport, and we'll see what happens next weekend.
Mayer's not making friends.
Certainly not.
No, with Hill, kind of saying what he did after Watkins Glen and bumping into Parker. Parker's not happy. Definitely not making many friends at all. So here's a good question. And I know this has been talked about a good bit, But put your silly season hat on a bit. In the 8 car, we know Josh Berry's going to SHR in 2024, leaving the 8 car available. So who takes that ride in the 8 car in 2024?
Yeah, for me, I think I can answer this in 2 ways. If I were to give it to anybody, I'd give it to Carson Hocevar.
I would agree,
because, and I think that is a real. I think that's a real shot. Obviously, depending on, it's all going to be dependent on what happens with Spire. If Spire is going to have an Xfinity entry next year, if they're going to run like the 77 full time, that is probably going to be Hocevar's ride. But not knowing what's going to happen, I think he is the guy. He's proven, in his couple of starts in Xfinity, he's proven to run very well. I mean, he finished 6th. I was so disappointed he wasn't in this race today. Because he was in the spring race, finished 6th in that one, and had his top 5 at plus 750 that we missed out on just one spot. But Hocevar, I mean, he's had a breakout career year in trucks this year, and he's got the relationship, the alliance, obviously with Chevrolet and with the guys over at Junior Motorsports. He just seems like the easy choice, and the best choice that's going to keep that car competitive. And I think he comes in there, and if he's in that 8 car next year, I think he comes in there and wins pretty quick. I think he's that talented, and I think he's got a lot to show for it there. I know Jeffrey Earnhardt is a fan favorite. That's name is getting thrown around for Junior to bring back Jeffrey in a top tier ride. So he's certainly another option. Don't really know what he can do in that top tier equipment, but I know that his name has been tossed around. But for me, I would say Hocevar is the choice. He's the guy I would put in that 8 car.
I don't disagree. I think Hocevar would be the choice if it had to stay within Xfinity. I've heard a couple people talk about from a driving standpoint for a guy that's looking for a ride, Rajah Caruth. Talented driver looking for an opportunity, leaving the truck series. Even a guy, stay in that same market, whatever happens to Grant Enfinger, does he go to Xfinity, do you think? I don't know if you want too many veteran drivers.
Right.
You probably want some younger guys because you have Allgaier already, who's a tremendous leader at JRM. But it'd be interesting to see what happens in that 8 car, or maybe they just go to 3. I don't know. You feel like the market, let me throw another one out. Matt DiBenedetto, who's in the Chevy camp, did announce this week that he's not going to be racing at Rackley.
Yeah. That's fast. That's a great point, actually, Derek.
That would be a very interesting name. This is where I was going to go next, is Noah. I think Noah stays in Cup. I do think Noah stays in Cup, and it's a colleague. I think that. But if not, go back, JRM, do your thing. He's young enough. We know how talented he is. Battle with Hill, and then get a good ride. I mean, you never know. Going into 2025, does Junior have a couple team, own a team? Does different expansion elements, like we were talking earlier, Hamlin was rumored initially, 2311 was with Chevrolet. Then they went to Michigan, and then Ford became the rumor. And so Chevrolet was not rumored anymore with them. So I don't know. What do you think about Matty D or where Gregson goes?
Yeah, so DiBenedetto first, because that totally was like dust in the wind in my head. But that's a great point because he's a guy that obviously has Cup experience. Broke through for his win finally in trucks last year. I had the pleasure of interviewing Matt DiBenedetto last year after his win at Talladega. Just
really
awesome. Yeah, so back when I was working at Front Stretch and I had the opportunity to host I hosted for Brian on a podcast and was able to interview DiBenedetto. Awesome. Matt DiBenedetto is a great individual. And what I love about him is, for the majority of his career, he has driven for all of these family-run businesses, whether it be Go Fast, whether it be Rackley War.
Yep.
Like, there's something to be said about that.
Wood Brothers.
Even Wood Brothers, yeah. He has really not had the opportunity in, a dominant race, a team that expects to win every week, I guess is my point there. The 8 car would certainly be interesting. I think I think he deserves another chance, and I think Xfinity is his best bet. I don't envision him making the jump to Cup because I just don't think that there is going to be a quality enough ride for him to, prove the doubters wrong. Maybe the Kaulig 31, could be, but I don't foresee that happening. I think you're great.
But he's got that relationship.
Exactly.
He's got that relationship because he filled in as many times as he did last year, or splitting that car. So he knows the team. He knows that's kind of how my mind went with Kaulig there.
Yeah, that is a good point, but he's certainly viable, I think, for that 8 car. Gregson, I don't see him coming. I don't see him coming back. I mean,
to Xfinity.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's the kind of guy that would even take that, even if it's with Junior Motorsports, sticky situation there still, but it might be, here's the thing. Noah Gragson is, in my opinion, he's got as much talent as anybody in that garage. He obviously does not have the chip in Xfinity, but what he could do behind a race car, he has proven time and time again. His stint in Cup has been more than forgetful. But everybody knocks his rookie season for being so bad. But let's not forget that, Legacy Motor Club has been the biggest they had a lot of anticipation coming into the year, and they have been one of the worst teams in Cup this year, and it's been bad. It's been bad. So,
But that's what happens when a manufacturer pulls your data and support. So of course they're going to do bad. I don't think it was a Noah. I don't think it was a Noah thing. Noah surprised me at Chicago Street. Yes, he wrecked about 1,000 times, but he surprised me in how hard he was driving the car, and he was getting a lot of speed out of it. We know how good he is at super speedways. It's just some of those other elements. We didn't get to ever see him at Cup at Homestead, and because he would probably have thrived at a place like that. But other than that, like this car is not something that you just go from Xfinity to Cup anymore and you do well. Like it's a project. It really is.
And I could just thinking about it now, because Gragson has raced. He has filled it. He has done some one-offs for Kaulig in Cup before, if I'm not mistaken. He has had some start. Yeah, he's had starts in that 16 car.
In the 16. Yep.
Yeah. So it honestly makes a whole hell of a lot of sense for him to get tapped there. Would Chris Rice take that risk? Yes. I mean, I think so. Absolutely. Absolutely.
It's not a talent thing. It was a character mistake.
100%.
So I think you work on that and just build that and showcase that. For one of the only billionaire owners in the sport, yes, they don't necessarily, in Matt Kaulig, you don't necessarily want to go out and spend your own money to fund a team, but you're probably going to have to with Noah. And there's not too many people then that are going to have that opportunity. Dale Jr. will have that opportunity because of his backing and support. Matt Kaulig because of everything that he owns or is in co-ownership of. So I could see that. I could see that relationship happening there. I'm going to throw you 2 more names that could be a potential filler. And Matt, I'm really glad you asked this question because it's bringing a good topic. 2 more names that could be a potential filler for the 8 car in Xfinity. And I'm serious when I say these names: Zane Smith and Harrison Burton.
Harrison Burton. Zane Smith. So I just don't know, man.
Ford essentially is letting him. If the rumors are true with SHR, if the rumors are true and they're selling 2 charters, then they're only down to 2 cars, Briscoe and Barry. And then what happens with the 21? I mean, I just don't think that they've had enough. Harrison's not broad enough where it's like, okay, this is our answer. So does Zane stay in Ford and go there? Obviously, Ford and Front Row let that go because that was destined for him. Todd Gilliland he ran so well this year in Cup that it was warranted that he should get a contract.
Mm-hmm.
But now Zane is almost like go where you need.
Yeah, and
there's just no place to put him in Ford.
Well, yeah, and honestly, props to the team for allowing him to do that because we far too often we see these drivers that are, the seats they aren't available, and a lot of these guys unfortunately are forced into rough, like awful rides. Like we talk about John Hunter Nemechek, and he will probably be in that 42 car next year, and moving to Toyota is not going to be, the magic that totally takes that team to the next level. Like we don't want, and John Hunter has already been semi-wasted in Cup before, prior to Front Row's kind of surge that they've had this year. Real happy, by the way, that they are giving Todd Gilliland that seat, because he's another guy that has got so much talent and has had a lot of flashes of really good races this year. So I was really happy about that. But Zane Smith is probably, that next man up, certainly the best prospect in trucks. And he's certainly up there just in general as one of the best prospects out there for any ride. To see him in the 8 car, I'd love to see him in with Junior Motorsports, because I think he could absolutely tear that car up in a good way.
You're talking Zane Smith. Yeah, right.
Yeah, Zane Smith. Yeah.
So Matt makes a great point. Zane Smith going back to JRM. He's already had starts historically there with Junior Motorsports. So that is something that I think could happen that is not being talked about yet. And even Harrison Burton tweeted out the other day, said, I see a lot of speculation about where I'll be. Nobody's right. So somebody had to have guessed. Somebody had. Yo, dude, you and me both. So somebody had to have guessed Wood Brothers, right? So that's not right. And I don't think that is. He's been on the hot seat. So he was rumored at one point, I believe, he was rumored to go to potential SHR. There's been a lot of talks about the SHR cars, though. So, and guys going filtered in and out. It all depends what happens there. I'm so curious what 2311 does, what Denny Hamlin's contract. Denny Hamlin is holding the entire thing right now when it comes to silly season. Because if Hamlin is released from his contract and they cannot agree at JGR, and he then goes to 2311 with a different manufacturer, that will change the dynamics. Maybe that's where maybe 2311 somehow Jordan's just like, I'll pony it up and I'll buy the 2 charters from SHR. That new building that they're building down there in Charlotte area, that has 6 bays, according to Brian Murphy. And he said, you don't build expansion now unless you have plans to put multiple vehicles in multiple series, or you're building your Cup program, not just having 2 cars. So there's a lot of different elements. I feel like Hamlin holds the cards, and then the Hocevar thing, and then we could see the Gregson thing. And I don't know. I can talk about silly season all day.
Oh yeah, man. Well, and it's even better when you have so much talent. Like the talent that's coming out of these lower series are better than top notch. And it's like I say, it's difficult because the amount of rides out there, and unfortunately all these rides are driven by sponsorship. So if you don't have that support, you're already in a hole yourself. But there is so much talent in Xfinity, in trucks, in these guys, and the future of the sport is so incredibly bright. And I just hope that these guys, they are able to come in, because far too often we've seen guys get rushed to the Cup Series and fill massive shoes, right? And I feel like with the guys, like even your Chase Elliott's, your Ryan Blaney's, Daniel Suarez obviously is another one. It took them a long time before they were able to, break through to victory lane, find consistency, and they're in top tier equipment. So
good point.
I hope that, with what the next gen car brings, just speaking for Cup, and, allowing drivers to have a little bit more of a level playing field, and seeing the talent of the drivers, matter more so than the car itself. I hope that we're able to see these guys come in and, compete with the big guys, because these veterans, they're very slim now. I mean, Harvick's out this year. Truex is obviously back next year, but who knows how much longer he's going to have. I mean, unless he runs like he has this year. Martin Truex. Yeah. Because he's got the 1 year extension. You talk about Denny Hamlin and that whole situation. So, the veterans and guys that, like, I'm 24, guys like I grew up watching, as a fan in my tweens and teens. They're out the door, and, these guys have to step up. So I'm really excited to see what happens. And again, just the talent in Xfinity and trucks has been top notch. The future of the sport is incredibly bright. Really excited for it.
It really is. It really is. And I wish we were going to a place like Auto Club. Obviously that's not happening anymore. But we are going to get Montreal. That will be on the schedule. Is there a track? And we're going to get the Indy Oval, Oval, and not the road course for their 30th anniversary. So we know Xfinity and Cup will be there. It's not been announced yet, but we know that. Is there another venue that you wish that we would maybe see on either of the schedules at all?
So for
Rockingham?
Cup, I would love to see Rockingham back on the schedule. Like, for one, you're smack dab in the middle of your market, and two, I mean, it's such a historic track, and the racing on those cookie cutter mile. I mean, Rockingham's not so much a cookie cutter mile and a half.
It's like a hybrid. It's like a hybrid.
Yeah. But that's what makes it so unique and so good. But, point being, the racing on those types of tracks is where they've killed it with this next gen car. So I feel like it makes far too much sense if they're able to, they could absolutely support a NASCAR Cup Series race there. I mean, it sucks because the next gen car is terrible on road courses, but I really would love to see Road America back on the schedule for Cup. It's just, outside of Watkins Glen, like one of those super speedway type road courses, and just the venue, you talk about markets, the market up there, that's a pretty solid market for NASCAR in the grand scheme of things. And I just feel like it's a missed opportunity, whether the racing is good or not. Would love to see Road America back. I was really disappointed that they had to rip it off of the Cup schedule. I have always been a proponent of bringing Canadian Tire back on the schedule. I know you mentioned Montreal, but Canadian Tire, man, is in my opinion, one of the best road courses, in our neighbor Canada, but in combining both, like, it is such a great track. That is such a great track. And one I would love to see Xfinity Cup race at, but who knows what's going to happen, because I think I don't know how quick they're going to be able to, how quick they're going to be able to turn around if they want to invest in more street courses. But if Chicago told us anything, it's doable. And I think that the schedule, especially Cup, knowing how these cars race on these road courses, there's far too many. And I think to replace with maybe one other street race somewhere, is certainly in the sport's best interest to keep tapping into that market and just expanding horizons there. Because let's be real. That's
so you're pro street.
I
You're
am,
pro
and
street.
I am pro street, and I was not at all. I was such a skeptic, and didn't think that it was going to work at all. But to see, I mean, obviously the SVG story, all of that was incredible and just made the whole experience of watching better, and certainly helps the wants, because to see these guys come in and, I mean, take it to every single Cup regular was just monumental. It was an incredible feat for him, and and just for motorsports in general, for all these other open wheel guys, drivers globally to watch that, because you knew everybody was watching that, and they're like, wow, we could actually friggin' do this, so to see what that does, I am certainly a proponent, because it was incredible. It was incredible. So I certainly think it's in the sport's best interest to continue to tap in, and why not keep it fresh at the expense of another road course? I'm in 100%. But Canadian Tire has always been one of my favorites. It's always been a track I wish Cup was able to race at. So that would certainly be one that I would love to see on the schedule. You talk about Rockingham. I've always been.
Yeah, I feel bad because I said Rockingham and I didn't really let you answer maybe where you would like to see a venue go or them go to. So I feel like maybe I led you ahead there a little too quick.
No, I mean Rockingham, I feel like is the poster child answer, because it's been one that has been floated around, and I think a lot of people want to see back.
I would love that.
Yes, but I look at a track like Memphis as well. A couple of years ago, I had done it. Memphis, it's a tiny little, it's a little short track. I'm actually gonna, because I'm curious in myself now. Where. Go ahead.
What series races there? Because I was going with another answer in Iowa. Is it similar to Iowa at all?
I believe it's shorter.
Okay.
It's more
of
ARCA
there.
I believe ARCA has raced there. It's one of those tracks that they haven't really raced at much.
Okay.
But I'm pulling it up right now. I did years ago. I had done like a wish list NASCAR schedule for myself that I want to try and see if I can find it.
Yeah, go through those notes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because this is exactly what Brian and I did on the All Things Go podcast, where we went through and we said, hey, I went through and did a whole list of tracks that I wanted to see the series in its schedule, knowing that Auto Club's out, Montreal's in, different venues, different times. So I'm curious if you find that, what that could look like, because that could be a pretty cool thing to kind of look back and be like, this is kind of what I was hoping it would be.
Yeah, it was a couple of years ago. It was like right around COVID. When I was still
got
in college.
Nothing else to do.
Well, yeah, and I mean, I was still in college, and I had transitioned. I was doing radio back then, and tried to transition to fill the void while I was home and not in school. So I had dipped in a little bit to that, and I remember doing the schedule. And I'm trying to just think off the top of my head the logos. I'm trying to like visualize the logos that I have, but Canadian Tire was like the track. So yeah, I would certainly say there, but because I think too, and I'm glad that they're going to Montreal, because there's a lot of real race fans up in Canada, man. And a lot of them go crazy for NASCAR racing. So yeah, I just think, we talk about opportunities, like racing is one thing, but opportunities in markets and getting the sport exposure and, taking advantage of where the want is important. So I've always been a proponent for racing in Canada. And Canadian Tire was definitely like the leader for that.
Where's Canadian Tire at? Because obviously Montreal's in Montreal. So where's Canadian Tire, from a location? Because we've seen the Xfinity Series specifically and Cup. We just saw it with Indy and Watkins Glen. They've been known to throw 2 back-to-back road courses. might be able to get your wish, but I'm not sure where in the country Canadian Tire is.
It is in Ontario. So it's in Ontario, Canada. I don't know exactly where in Ontario, but it's sat there. So great. I mean, great track. Truck Series has had some awesome finishes there.
They always have. It always comes down to the end with
yeah.
them, and it's a wild finish.
Yeah. But I mean, well, I guess we'll find out in hopefully a couple weeks' time. I mean, we're already in September and we're still waiting on the schedule next year. I know that's a big thing that has yet to come out. So hopefully we get some clarity, some answers over the next couple of weeks, and see where we're going to be headed next year. A lot of question marks, but we are now we're in that time, man. Playoff season, silly season. I mean, things are happening, and they are happening quick. So
yeah,
a lot is going to unfold over these next couple of weeks and into the winter, into the off season.
You're absolutely right. So for anybody that doesn't maybe know who or what you do per se, so you work for NBC Sports, and what exactly do you do for them?
Yeah, so I am a content editor for NBCSports.com. I also am a content editor for Roto World, which is their fantasy and sports betting platform. But I basically am on the news desk, handling virtually everything and anything. I've had the opportunity to work some NASCAR races. I worked the Xfinity race today, which is why I was late getting in here. Which I'm sorry to keep you hanging, man. But that's just business.
That's business.
But handling a lot of content on the website. A lot of maintenance there. We just rolled out a new website a couple months ago. So we've got NBCSports.com. You can get we just had Golf Channel that migrated. So we are now officially one website with NBC Sports, Roto World, and Golf Channel. Right in time for Big Ten and NFL season, man. It's been a lot of work, but I've been there for a year. I'm super grateful to have this job and to be able to work there. I love the people. I love the company. Truly, I'm not even just saying that. I truly love the people and what I'm able to do, but also what they do and how they present their content. It's been a blast. And, these next couple of months are going to be, it's going to be a lot, but I'm ready for it, man. I'm so fired up for, not only football season, but, the motorsports season across, what's been going on in NASCAR, obviously IndyCar with Alex Palou probably going to wrap it up tomorrow, wrap up the championship. And even Super Motocross Championship in a couple of weeks, I'll be working. So there's a lot going on, man. And, we're just getting started.
I like it. I don't want to keep you too long. I'm not sure how long I have you for here, but are we able to talk any fantasy football, or would you rather head out and enjoy your weekend?
If you got questions, fire them away, man. I've got my third draft tomorrow. I've done two so far. And I might have one more next week. Which, by the way, in case anybody needs their draft help and some draft guidance, the Roto World Fantasy Football Draft Guide has got all of it. 325 player profiles. You've got Matthew Berry's 100 facts, his fantasy rankings. He just released his 10 list of 10 available for free on the NBC Sports website. You can get all of that. But if you want access to the draft guide, we have a digital version with 20% off. If you use the code Berry20, you can get 20% off the entire fantasy football draft guide. There's so much good stuff in there. I've been able to write, we do a draft guide teaser series on the website. So for the better part of the last 2 months now, we've been writing teaser columns, giving you previews to all the good stuff that you'll find, in the bundle. But I've been able to write some of those articles and push some of that content out as well, which has been great. But yeah, Tony Pollard's our cover boy. It's a real good piece. And I got to say, there is so much good stuff in there with obviously Barry and all of our Roto World writers, and what goes into making that draft guide is, a lot of really good stuff. So definitely.
So you have written articles in the magazine?
No, so
with your name? Oh,
no.
oh.
Well, I'm attributed in the magazine. But
Perfect.
I just me on my name because I'm on the news
Frame
desk.
that. Frame that.
Exactly. Yeah. But no. No, the articles that I write, I don't get a byline. So, we just write under Roto World staff is what it would technically be. But it's nice getting opportunities to be able to do some of that. And get some reps on the writing side, which is certainly a goal of mine as well to tap into. But yeah, we could talk fantasy football. I'd love to.
I need to. So that was one of the topics that I wanted to touch on tonight. So figured you'd be the good man or a good man for that. Actually, before I get to that, I did notice Matthew Berry did tweet something out recently regarding a NASCAR partnership. So is Matthew Berry a fan that nobody knows about, or where did that come from? Because that seems like something that you guys can talk about.
Yeah, your guess is as good as mine, but I did see that. And I don't know. It's something I'm gonna have to do a little digging on, as the NASCAR guy that works for Roto World. So because that's a huge thing. That's a huge thing. If Barry is truly a closet diehard NASCAR fan. I mean, obviously not closet because he's got investments, obviously. But I did see that and struck some interest. I was like, Matthew Berry, NASCAR guy? Like, what the hell, man?
That's like cool. A quick email to him being like, he would remember who you are if he doesn't already, when that topic would come up. So I have the second pick. Let's say this half point PPR. I have the second pick in the draft. Jefferson goes first. What do I do?
Half PPR. Jefferson goes first. I mean, I feel like I go into drafts looking to load up on receivers first. I am a receiver first guy. I got burned last year in the one draft that I took running backs first. But I just think that, I think that what you get from a receiver standpoint, especially if you're able to get one of those three alpha dogs like Jefferson or Jamar Chase, or even Tyreek Hill, I would probably opt to go with Jamar Chase in that spot. I mean, Christian McCaffrey is obviously the guy at running back, but knowing what Jamar is going to get, he is the guy right behind Justin Jefferson. Wow. I think Tyreek Hill is interesting as well as another one of those guys. Might not necessarily be up there, with Jamar or Justin Jefferson for that matter, just with quarterback situation and not knowing what Tua is going to look like. But I've drafted Tyreek Hill virtually everywhere that I can get him, and because he has he's got the potential to really pop off again this year, even on approaching the opposite side of 30. So I would probably recommend to go Jamar Chase. He's going to be a top 5, top 3 wide receiver this year. And if you're gonna get, I would rather get your surefire number 1 in that spot than opt to get a running back, knowing the depth at running back this year and just knowing that receivers are probably going to fly.
Huh. I did not expect that. I was wondering what you would say from a running back perspective. So you threw me Jamar Chase. I wasn't expecting that. Mike's asking, who's your favorite Heisman going into this year? Do you have a favorite?
Yeah, so I'll be honest, I am really not a college football guy at all. I am wagoning Penn State this year for Big Ten because that is our, that's I gotta be watching Big Ten this year because they're going to be doing a lot of work on it. But I honestly could not give you like a fair, confident answer. I know Caleb Williams is probably the guy again this year, but I know UNC's quarterback has gotten a lot of love, and I've even heard the guy at Wisconsin as a real long shot potentially for for the Heisman this year. I couldn't tell you position players. I mean, if like a guy like Marvin Harrison Jr. could potentially be there, I honestly could not tell you.
Okay.
But I know that I know Caleb Williams is probably the guy, and the quarterback from UNC probably has the best chance to dethrone him, just based on stuff that I've heard. But I honestly could not give you a fair assessment on that. I'm sorry.
No, I think that's fine. And actually, it'll be a good question for Bryce when I have him on at 10 to 11. He knows a lot of the college football, NFL betting market. So I'm sure he probably found somebody in like a Division II that probably has a chance. All right. So round one, we were saying there, I had the second pick. Coming back down, let's just say these guys are on the board. Or I guess this. So you said wide receiver heavy. So you would go wide receiver if you had the second pick in the draft, and then essentially coming down the second round, then with a quick turnaround in round 3. So you're going wide receiver with Chase.
Yeah. I probably would, because you pick at the turn, and then you obviously got a quick turnaround.
Yep.
Into the third, where you could. At that point, I would, depending
Is
on
Mahomes too early to grab at 3?
Oh no, he'll probably be gone.
Gone.
He'll probably be gone by the third. He'll probably be gone. Jalen Hurts will probably be gone. But depending on what you want to do at quarterback, I would probably opt to get your quarterback in that 3 spot. There could be a chance that Jalen Hurts is there, but I think you'll probably have a bet. He and Mahomes are probably going to be gone. I've seen them going in the second round in most drafts that I've been in. I really like Lamar Jackson this year. It kills me to say as a Steelers fan, because I do think the Ravens are going to be real this year. And I think with Todd Monken running that offense, it's really going to help Lamar kind of open up a little bit. So I'm nervous. One of our guys has Lamar finishing as QB1 this year. I certainly don't think it's out of the question, because Lamar was an MVP a couple of years ago, trailblazing the sport in a sense. But he's got a lot of upside, in my opinion. Obviously Josh Allen, there's just so much risk with carelessness. And I think the Bills are going to, I really do think the Bills are going to take a bit of a step back this year. It's just, for the prices you're going to pay for Josh Allen, I just think it's, you're better off with getting a guy like Lamar, in that spot, or even down the board a little bit. But go ahead.
No, I was going to say, so that kind of helps me then kind of plan that, because I was kind of curious how things would fall. I didn't know, if a guy like Mahomes is there at my second pick, that's probably a good place to take him if I marry it with a quarterback or a wide receiver in round 1. Who are 2 guys that you've seen? And then I really want to get to some Steeler information, because when you were over at the house a few weeks ago, you were breaking down a lot of these Steelers, so much that my buddy Zach, who was here, he texted me and he's like, I just did a draft and I just went off of everything Mike was saying. I think I got a really loaded roster. And so I was like, this is good. If you're listening to Mike, we're good. But who are 2 guys that have been stock up in the last week or so going into week 1, and then give me 2 guys stock down?
That's a great question. So I think stock up, and I'll probably go for like deeper guys in a sense, more like sleeper guys. First of all, I think Darren Waller is the guy. I think that he has the potential to finish as a top 2 tight end this year, especially for where you're getting at, because he's still, in comparison, obviously you got, Travis Kelce, Mark Andrews, they're certainly 1-2 in a tier of their own. And then, you drop to TJ Hawkinson, who obviously exploded in Minnesota last year. George Kittle, I just don't see being really much of it. I honestly don't see George Kittle really being much of anything this year. I think it's going to be difficult just with the amount of mouths to feed in that room, not even just in the wide receiver room, but just playmakers and the uncertainty of, is Brock Purdy really going to be the guy all 17 weeks, or are we going to see Sam Darnold? And it's like, Sam Darnold could be great, but we haven't seen anything since he's been seeing ghosts his entire career. So, I think Darren Waller has every chance in the world to finish right behind Travis Kelce at the end of the season if he stays healthy, because he is going to be the focal point of that Giants offense. He's going to get so much volume, and he's extremely he's so good, man. He just can't stay healthy. So, I think in Brian Daboll's offense, he will be the guy. And, at his price, he's a guy that I would try. He's a guy at tight end I'm trying to target everywhere. I haven't drafted him because I haven't had the chance to draft him, unfortunately, because I've opted to take in spots in my drafts. I've drafted Mark Andrews, and I was able to get TJ Hawkinson like dirt cheap. Which I know Hawkinson had the contract stuff, but that's all resolved now.
And he's
Darren
hurt.
Waller,
is he hurt right now?
He was, yeah. He's dealing with a little bit of an injury, but
Okay.
he should be set for week 1. But Darren Waller is like top of the list for guys that, in my opinion, could break out this year and finish in the top 2 at their position. I look at a guy like Jahan Dotson in Washington because I think Sam Howell is the guy. I was a big believer in the Sam Howell pick for Washington. And, I think with Eric Bieniemy running that offense, like, it's only going to do great things for his development. And he's got a big arm. He's got legs. He can move. And I think he will be able to work that offense. And Jahan Dotson is that one guy, especially with Terry McLaurin now kind of dealing with injury. Jahan Dotson is so talented, man, and he has the chance to be a real part of that offense. So I think with the steps that Sam Howell could potentially make, Jahan Dotson is going to be a guy that you look at late in drafts that are not necessarily late, but, kind of in those middle rounds as that wide receiver too, that could do some serious damage. I look at a guy like on the opposite side, like guys, like I'm just trying to think like guys that I'm honestly trying to avoid in drafts, like everywhere. Let me pull up Matthew Berry's rankings just so I can
I like it.
Just so I could get an idea of guys I'm looking at here.
Well, I made Darren Waller. I made him a target. So I added that tool so that I know to follow or to get him. What about Cooper Kupp? I know he's hurt. I had him as a target because I was probably getting good value. Probably avoid.
It's hard because there are so many question marks with the Rams, period. You got to hope that Stafford's going to be healthy all 17 games, and you got to hope Cooper Kupp's going to be healthy all 17 games. And this setback, I think, is very real because now he's going to see specialists about it, and his week 1 status could be in jeopardy depending on how serious it is. But you got to ask yourself the question: does the injury concern outweigh just the potential of
production?
He could of production because if the Rams are serviceable, if Matt Stafford's healthy and he's decent, like Cooper Kupp could be a top 3 wide receiver just based on volume. I mean, he's only 2 years away from one of the best, or 2 years removed rather from one of the best seasons a wide receiver has ever had. Like, there is nobody behind him on that offense. Like, nobody. He is the offense. So I am personally staying away unless he falls like, outside of the first borderline outside of the first round. If he falls like beyond like the 10th pick, then maybe you go and you get him. But I do think that this injury setback is real, and I would be concerned because, a lot of guys he's getting drafted with somebody's first pick, and that could really come back to haunt, if all this stuff is not right and he's not healthy to start the season. So he's one. You mentioned somebody else that I totally missed. It's like
now I'm trying to think what position I said.
Yeah, I'm looking at you know, I look at a lot of guys that have a lot of name equity, like Mike Evans, for example. You know, Tampa's going to suck this year, and Mike Evans is, Mike Evans, I think, is going to ask for a trade by prior to season's end, because he's still got some juice left, and you know, every year is going to get much more difficult for him.
So him and Adams could be on the trade block come trade deadline.
Yeah, which is huge. I mean, Devontae Adams would be huge because he's still unbelievable. And can do. I mean, he could do anything. So that would be fascinating if Devontae Adams is on the trade block, because he's so much better than Mike Evans is. You know, but yeah, wow, that's now we're even talking like trade season for the NFL. You know,
I just keep imagining Adams goes to the Jets. Like, I just keep picturing that.
I mean, that would be the most absolutely insane thing to ever happen, but I just don't think it can happen, like, logistically with the teams, like, especially now.
Rodgers freed up enough space that it could potentially be an option.
Yeah, I guess so. That would kill Garrett Wilson's stock.
It would kill everything.
It would kill Garrett Wilson's stock. I mean,
wouldn't it enhance? Wouldn't it enhance though? Because now getting a guy like Adams back into under Hackett with Rodgers, they don't need to come. He doesn't need to come in and be like, "What plays we running? How do you do this?" He comes in and says Rodgers just gives him a couple signs. Hackett already knows that, or they already know that system from Hackett, and it's like we're just back in Green Bay.
Oh, it could be. I'm saying for people. I'm saying, like, let's say hypothetically that does happen for people that draft Garrett Wilson because because Garrett Wilson's the guy. I mean, that would be really tough. That would be one of the craziest things, though, if that would ever happen. You know, but in just like a lot of guys, I'll just say this: like a lot of guys that I'm looking at in every draft. One is Isaiah Pacheco. I think Isaiah Pacheco could be a top 12 running back this year. In the best offense in Kansas City.
Where do I try to target him at?
He's like, so he's somebody that has got like, his ADP is like hovering right at the end, like right at the end of the 6th round, like beginning of the 7th round.
Perfect.
And I think, dude, like he was so good at the end of last year. He's like a little spark plug. That is more than likely going to have the keys to that offense. I think CEH is done. I think he's done. His time is done. And I mean, Jerick McKinnon he's no spring chicken, and he's got a lot of injury concerns still. You know, for a kid out of Rutgers, drafted in the 7th round, that, you know, now is in like the best situation possible. I think he's great. And he's a guy that I've tried to get in every single draft in those mid rounds. You know, Michael Pittman's another guy that a lot of people are back and forth on, but you talk about where he's going right now in drafts, like in that similar range. Anthony Richardson obviously is a big question mark. Like, I get that. He's incredibly raw and could have those games where he's like 6 of 20. It's not going to be that drastic. I mean, it could be, I guess. But Michael Pittman is, again, you talk about these offenses. He's that guy on that offense. And now with all this Jonathan Taylor stuff, like it's very slim there. But I just think for where he's going as a wide receiver one on a team, you know, with an unproven quarterback, but with a quarterback that's got a hell of a lot of upside and a cannon of an arm, you know, he's a guy that I've looked at as well because his price is really good, man. I think if you're looking at running backs too, like I think James Cook in Buffalo has some really good stock going for him. Just having the keys to that backfield and you know, being able to be a dual threat guy. You know, Gabe Davis. I mean, speaking with Buffalo, like Gabe Davis is another one who was so underwhelming last year, but at his current ADP, I think is a real good steal. I was able to get him in a draft that I did. You know, because him too is like right in that same range. So you just got to look at like some of those guys. I mean, Deontay Johnson, talk about the Steelers.
There we
Deontay
go.
Johnson, and for
This
where
is what I was waiting for.
Deontay Johnson, and for where he's going, like he had the weirdest season last year. You know, not
You said no
scoring,
touchdowns.
no
Yeah.
83 catches, no touchdowns.
That's crazy.
That does not happen. Like, that just does not happen. He's only got positive regression going into this year. And like, he is going to be a big part of that offense. I mean, the emergence of George Pickens is awesome. But Deontay Johnson's still wide receiver 1 in that room. And he cannot be worse than last year. He cannot be worse than last year. And he's one of those guys that, you know, his ADP has dropped significantly because of that. And, you know, I know it's preseason, but Kenny Pickett looks like the guy.
Mm-hmm.
And he looks like he has taken some serious steps forward in the offseason. So knowing that you're going to get better play from him, and like Deontay Johnson's got to find the end zone this year. Like, there's only positive regression coming for him. He's another guy that I'm certainly targeting that could, you know, at his current price, like, be a great pick. So, you know, I look at those guys. One guy that, just like one last guy that I just don't really know about, is Calvin Ridley. Calvin Ridley's getting drafted in some leagues in like the beginning of the 3rd round. He's really talented, but he has not seen a football field in over a year. And, you know, Christian Kirk's still there. Did really well last year. Like, Evan Ingram was really good last year. Like, I don't think it's going to happen. I think Calvin Ridley is going to be good. I just don't envision it happening immediately. And for what you're getting in fantasy drafts right now, like, I just think he's a little expensive because there's a lot of unknowns, because he hasn't seen a football field in a year. And I think there's a lot to be said about that. Like, you know, you can't just expect him to come in and just, you know, burn the cleats off. Like, it's tough. I can't get a read on Calvin Ridley. But for where he's going, I think it's a little expensive. But yeah, I think, you know, I mentioned Pacheco. I mentioned Deontay Johnson. I like Michael Pittman a lot, despite the situation. You know, I just think volume is really gonna be there. You know, and James Cook, like I said, James Cook, Gabe Davis, some of those other guys on Buffalo. You know, I think could definitely be really good this year. One other guy I'll say just real quick. I'm spitballing here, but Cam Akers. He's got that backfield in Los Angeles, and depending on what happens, they could be running the football a lot. So he had a really great end of the year last year. So he's another guy that kind of falls in like that running back dead zone, who could have a lot of upside if, you know, that showing at the back end of last year, you know, was him actually getting healthy and not the schedule. But I think he's got a lot of potential coming into this year as well.
Wow. Well, that's a long list, and you broke.
I
down
rambled
a
there,
bit.
dude. I rambled, but I was trying to just spitball for you.
I'm taking it in because, like, I was looking at my cheat sheet, and it was nice because I already had Pacheco already listed as a target, so that was good. And then I already have Deontay from talking with you the other day, and having him as a guy that I really need to kind of keen in on, but also Pickett. Is it George Pickens? Have him as well. So who's the running back, pass catcher out of Pittsburgh?
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. So this has been like a hot topic over the last few days. Jaylen Warren.
I didn't know this.
Yeah. So
what's the hot topic?
There's a lot of people that think Jaylen Warren is going to take over as running back 1 for the Steelers this year, which I am a diehard Steelers fan, for those that don't know, which would probably be all of you. And Najee Harris is one of my favorite guys in that locker room. I wanted them to draft him when they did in the 1st round. I loved watching him. Like, I don't follow college football too keenly, but I followed Najee Harris. And I was elated when they drafted him because I think he is so talented. I know that drafting running backs in the first round is frowned upon, but the Steelers needed it, especially when they let James Conner walk, which I was really upset about too because I love James Conner. I read his book, unbelievable stuff. So I was sad to see him go, but there is some real talk that they believe that Jaylen Warren could take over that job. And I don't think it's too far out of the question because, Najee was dealing with that Liz Frank injury in his foot last year, and it was real serious. He was bad. I mean, whole team was kind of bad. That offensive line was terrible, but they've gotten better in every position, including the offensive line. Still might not be, a top half unit, but it's better. And Jaylen Warren is I like using the term spark plug, but he is because he is very versatile. He's got the pass catching ability. I think his average yards per carry was like over 5 yards anytime he touched the field. So, he can get yardage, and I don't think he's going to take over that job. I think it's going to be, I think you'll see a 1A, 1B, and he'll be the certifiable third down back. There's no way that Najee Harris is not going to be running RB1 unless he's just terrible. But I don't believe that. I believe in his talent. And I obviously got a lot more of a personal bias to it because I love him in the locker room, and I loved him in college. And it would suck, to see him lose that job. But for Jaylen Warren, man, he's really talented, and certainly one of those guys. We talk about like those handcuffs in fantasy as those guys and potential like league winners down the road. I think Jaylen Warren could be one of those guys.
So then that's a guy you definitely have to have targeted, because if you're saying that he could go in and potentially take over the spot, that's something that could pay dividends at the end if he's fresh, not getting a ton of carries, but scoring similar to what Pollard is on your cover, similar to what he was. He was doing stuff on short work last year, but producing at a high level.
Oh, yeah. I mean, and I can't wait to see what he does, with that backfield to himself. Because he too, I think he finished as like he was a top 12. He might have even been a top 10 running back last year, with sharing that backfield with Zeke. But it's the explosiveness, it's the versatility, it's the dual threat ability, and that stuff is what matters in fantasy, right? So I'm excited to see what Pollard can do in that backfield. But again, me personally, I'm not drafting him really much anywhere because I load up on I'm in a I'll tell you this one team I have because I think it's
pretty good.
I think it's serious. I'm in a 2 QB league with some of my friends here back home. My quarterbacks are a little questionable, but I think that they'll be serviceable enough because I forgot I'm an idiot. I forgot it was a 2 QB league. And I just loaded up. I loaded up everywhere, but that's just I'm fixated in my brain. That's like my strategy going forward or for everything. But I have Deshaun Watson and Anthony Richardson at quarterback. Again, risk with both. Because Deshaun was not great. I mean, well, what did he play? 6 games last year, something like that. Full season, he was a top 5 fantasy quarterback before. Why can't he do it again with a full year under his belt, full off season with the team? So
True.
I took him. Anthony Richardson, man. I mean, we don't care if he goes 6 for 20, because if he rushes for 85 yards and a touchdown, that's what we want.
That's perfect.
That's why I drafted him. I do think he's got potential to, finish as a borderline. I really do think he has potential to finish as a top 10 quarterback in fantasy.
I don't know what happened to him from going from Florida, where you look at him and you're like, all right, this guy's projected. People are talking about how good he is, but I'm not seeing it on the field. But then he goes to the NFL and it's like, this guy's a giant. He's the biggest guy. He's got a great personality, leader. Like, he's got all the intangibles. And it's like, wait, how the same guy that I was kind of writing off in college is now a stud?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah. Well, again, it's just like, he's a very raw prospect, but his potential and his upside is like sky high. Because he's got it all. He's got the size, he's got the arm, he's got the legs. Like, he could be a bona fide superstar if he develops right. But again, for fantasy, he could be a cheat code because those dual threat quarterbacks are cheat codes. And especially too now, like, whatever happens with Jonathan Taylor, if he gets traded, if he holds out, whatever, like, it's more opportunity for Anthony Richardson to do that himself, So I wanted him. I got him. I think he fills out what I needed. But I'm weary on my quarterbacks. My position players, though, are, I think, off the charts. Like, off the charts. I have Josh Jacobs and Isaiah Pacheco in my running back room. And then we have a 3 wide receiver league and a flex. In addition to that, and I drafted Tyreek Hill. I've got Stephon Diggs. I've got Amari Cooper, and I've got Deontay Johnson in my starting lineup. With TJ Hawkinson as my tight end. So,
pretty good.
I was able to, again, I make the sacrifice with quarterbacks because I've got 2 of the best wide receivers in the game, and Tyreek Hill and Stephon Diggs. I think Amari Cooper is going to be really good this year. He was great last year. Another season with Deshaun and another season. He did that with Jacoby Brissett for 12 games. You know what I mean? Like, gets a full season with Deshaun Watson as that wide receiver 1. I'm not scared of Elijah Moore or Donovan Peoples-Jones. Just not. Amari Cooper's that guy, and he's not a sexy pick, but I think he'll be really good again this year. And then Deontay Johnson, for all the reasons that I told you before, like, there's only positive regression coming from him, and he's another, like, that's 4 wide receiver 1s right there on their respective teams. I was able to get Dalvin Cook, not knowing what's going to happen there, but certainly has the potential to, again, could be a 1A, 1B with Breece Hall if he's healthy. Got Samaje P. Ryan. He's probably going to have I liked Samaje P. Ryan as having opportunity with, the uncertainty of Javonte Williams and recovering from that injury. And then Devon Achane, whose stock is certainly risen over the last couple of days with Jeff Wilson going on IR. Him and Raheem Mostert, could potentially have bigger and better opportunity. And then Sky Moore, Zay Flowers for depth. Like, Sky Moore, that wide receiver 1 outside of Travis Kelce is up for the taking. Could get a lot of slot work, and he could be really good and just totally
like that name.
Outplay his ADP. And Zay Flowers as well. Like, all eyes are on Odell, man, and Odell is old. Like, I don't even know if he's good anymore, dude. He's Odell. True. That's just it. But Zay Flowers, could be, again, one of those guys that really exceeds his ADP. If the Ravens are going to be throwing a lot more, and he's able to at least distance himself from, like, Rashad Bateman, who's just been such a disappointment with injury. If Odell is really going to be a factor in that offense, like, I think Zay Flowers has a lot of upside at his current ADP, but I bet on a lot of guys in the draft,
Yeah.
And I did that a lot too, in another league of mine. I just think there's so many good guys coming out of the draft this year that have a lot of potential to just make an impact immediately. But Sky Moore, like you talk about earlier as sleepers, like, Sky Moore is one of those guys, like, for where he's going and the path to potential wide receiver 1 work in the best offense in football. Right there is huge. So, we'll see. I've got, like I said, I got a draft tomorrow. I'm picking 6th in a 10-team league.
What time's the draft?
10 p.m. right as I close out of my NBC shift.
Oh,
So
and right as the final stage is like almost over.
Yeah,
The
that
marathon
too.
of the Southern 500. Yeah.
Yeah, that too. So I'm gonna have eyes everywhere. But I'm excited for it. And then I might have one more later in the week, but I've got 2 already. I'm happy with my teams. And I'm excited for the year, man. Not going to be doing as much on the fantasy side like I was last year, working strictly for Roto World. But it'll be a lot of fun being able to do this and see what happens, see what we do. But definitely excited for the year to be able to again just do this and have fun with it.
Well, I can't thank you enough for not only all the information that you shared here regarding the fantasy football and what you do in Xfinity, and we had a little silly season talk. So how can everybody support what you're doing, get involved, follow? How can everybody keep up to date with what you got going on?
Yeah, 100%. I appreciate it. Hosting the NASCAR betting preview show for the Xfinity series every week.
Love it.
Love it. We got
You're
episodes.
killing it. You're killing
man.
it.
It's been good. It's been good. And like I said, I was really happy with just how the episode this week went out. Just from a personal standpoint. So I was happy about that, but it's been a lot. We've been having a lot of fun. But that drops for basically every Friday. I'm going to try, obviously work schedule dependent, but going to try and get you some of that stuff maybe earlier for a Thursday, especially on those Friday races, just because the turnaround is so quick and it's not fair to the listeners. But been hosting
I think it's the only one left. I think that's the only Friday. I could be wrong, but I think that's the only Friday.
There's a Friday for the Bristol night race. I know. In a couple of weeks, and then I think that's probably it. So we'll cross that bridge, but I'll do my best for you. But we're doing that every week. So you can support that on all podcast platforms, and you can follow me on Twitter at MV Bachmann, right on the StreamYard screen there. Definitely trying to be more active there and just keep my thoughts out. Certainly will be this year, especially now with football coming out, because I'll be talking Steelers a lot out there and whining and crying when they lose. But if you can follow me on Twitter, I'm on TikTok as well at the Mike Bach. Doing content there.
You haven't posted too many videos from your TikTok to Twitter. Because you did the one time and you were like doing like a NASCAR rant or something like that, if I remember.
Yeah, so I haven't posted much TikTok to Twitter. Like I'll sometimes just post stuff on, like quick hits on Twitter, if I feel like it. I did do one on Ross Chastain though. I remember now. Months ago when all that was going down. But yeah, trying to stay relevant, man. That's the biggest thing. So always appreciate the support, with the betting preview show and, everything else that's kind of going on. And, of course, with the stuff that's going on at NBC, NBCsports.com, rotoworld.com, we've got a lot of really good stuff coming out, and we're entering busy season. So, all the support is really appreciated. And again, just trying to stay relevant, keeping my foot to the floor, and, hopefully coming out on the other side better than ever.
Good. Well, I can't thank you enough again for not only the time and effort that you put into all the Xfinity stuff, but then also coming over here and joining me for a good while. And I can release you now. You can go and enjoy your weekend and watch some college football. Penn State's up 14-7. And then and halftime's about to hit here in a minute. And then obviously with the Cup tomorrow. So again, can't thank you enough. Appreciate all you do. So make sure you guys are following Mike and everything he's doing, because the work and effort put into the Xfinity series episode is next to none, and it's the start of something great. So I appreciate it as always, Mike. Thank you.
I appreciate you, Derek. Wouldn't be possible without you, man.
Sure.
We love it, and really excited for it. Last regular season race next week. For Xfinity, it's the best damn series in the world, man. So we're gonna be back doing it.
I couldn't agree more. So we'll touch base tomorrow, I'm sure, at some point. But congratulations again on a good Xfinity day, and thanks again for all the information, man. Have a good rest of your weekend.
Derek, I appreciate it. I'll talk to you, man.
Yeah,
Thanks again for having
all
me
right.
on.
Absolutely. See, Mike.
Take care, man.
So good information there by Mike. I mean, from NASCAR to fantasy football and everything in between. I mean, just a wealth of knowledge Mike is. So make sure you're following Mike and supporting him and everything that he's doing. So let's do this. Let's shift some gears and get into some of the betting elements from the Cup Series. And I want to welcome on a very special guest. Rob, are you with me? You got me there?
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I'm not seeing you, though, and I'm not sure why.
Oh.
Give me a second.
I hear you, but I don't see you. I see.
Yeah, no, I've got camera I got to figure out on this. Hold on. There I am. Yeah, I never use this laptop. So. Yeah.
I blame,
did everybody have a great Xfinity day? I was busy with football, but I nailed it. Just destroyed it.
You did.
Yeah.
You did.
Yeah, no. I sent out four top fives to my subs and hit 3 of them, and that's with all the guys dropping down from Cubs. So feel pretty good about that. That was a good day. Really, really good day. So should have bet more.
I went 2 for 3 in the top 5 market. We gave out when we were doing the marathon here. Hill over Barry, Hill top 5, Custer top 5 is what we gave out. So
you're in the ballpark. I was Allgaier, Nemechek, Barry, and Hill top 5s of varying units, and Allgaier should have been the easiest one, and he tanked it. Yeah, 7th at the end, and then Hill over Jones, Sammy over Chastain, and Allgaier over Kyle F. Busch. So it was a good day.
It sounds like a great day. So a good start for you. So you said you were doing some football. You live in the state of West Virginia. Are you a West Virginia fan by any means?
Yeah, I'm watching it. The TV. I got 2 TVs right behind me. Got West Virginia, Penn State on one, and Toledo and the Illini on another. One of my day jobs is announcing football games in Ohio. So I was at a D1 game today working on that. So missed out on a bunch of stuff. Tried to watch the qualifying out of my spare eye and had about 4 screens up during the game at our stadium. So trying to figure out some of the stuff. I initially looked at when Caesars reopened.
Yes.
It was interesting. I mean, my stuff for the week, I mean, my card of things I liked before qualifying really haven't changed a whole lot. I don't feel like a lot's different. I mean, I was heavy into Hamlin, top 5 and some outright. There was some thousand out there. Typico, there was a boost. I think it's gone now, but I like that. And Hamlin qualified well and looked good. Larson really didn't get any cheaper despite qualifying 18, 19. He's still sitting out there, high single figure hundreds, I think 600 or 700. And if you bet Chastain early and went down that road, you're in real trouble. That was stupid.
Yeah, that was real stupid. But the Larson part, I mean, there's no reason to bet him.
No,
at this price,
absolutely not,
because he's starting 19. And Truex, which I was shocked to see Truex opened. What is he at 6 to 1, 7 to 1?
Yeah, after
in that range.
Yeah, I mean, he opened the week at 400, was 500. Got cheaper throughout the week, but not meaningfully. And I just don't see that. Like, I see Hamlin here historically is better at this track, and he went out and obviously showed that to people. Just reminded them again today. But I had no idea why Truex was such a strong favorite this week. It didn't make any sense to me. Again, by feel. So much this is numbers, some of this is feel. It just didn't make any sense to me. I mean, if you want to bet Larson at 6, go bet Larson at 650 to win the Cup. Don't mess with this race.
Right.
That's out there. Go buy that at 650 or 7 if it shows up again.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Yeah, it's fascinating to see how the odds open. So I'm on Bell, Reddick, and I have Logano all started top 6, and then I have Kyle Busch who starts 11th. So it'll be interesting.
Although, did Kyle damage the car? Is he a threat to get shipped back tomorrow?
There it is. Yep. So good call out here to the rear, number 8 car, unapproved adjustments. He broke a toe link. I believe he got it fixed because he went out and qualified 11th. You don't break a toe link.
You don't. Yeah. Someone had a really good tweet earlier that Dr. Deandra chick, the science chick, and she basically rolled out Kyle's numbers and was like, the thing is, he has some 20 lap averages that are as good as a bunch of other guys' 5s. And that's why to me, Darlington is always that kind of like old man skill set. And again, goes to these veteran drivers. Obviously, Denny's a skilled driver, but all these guys in the Fords who haven't necessarily had speed this year, they're back in the discussion. I like Logano pre-qual at 100 for top 10, and I think that was still out there on Caesar when they reopened it. I like that. I don't know what Harvick reopened as a top 10, not as heavy on him. But, I think the lines didn't change that much. And I've not been able to go back through and look at all the Ohio and all the West Virginia lines I get here on the border. Right. But a lot of the things I liked early week, either haven't changed or got slightly cheaper. Bubba qualified back there with Larson. He's now as cheap as 4,000 overall. I don't know if I like that, but that top 10's down to 160, or at least that's where it reopened, an hour ago. 160 kind of says 50 to 1 if you convert it. Basically, to me, top 10s are 30x is your nice big round number, and that seems too cheap. That seems like a buy. I bought it at 140 before that.
And what was that again? What was the buy?
Bubba top 10 reopened at 160 on Caesar. It was 140 early week in a couple spots. Most places it was more expensive, but I mean, at 160, that's extrapolating a 50 to 1 outright. I would buy that all day, especially. So.
And he starts 19th, and looking then at some of his practice. Have you been able to look at any practice metrics or?
Yeah, I've got him up on my other screen here, so kind of look at some of that stuff. In terms of the guys, with 10 laps, like again, you saw a lot of guys who didn't qualify that great have some decent practice metrics. Larson looking good in the middle there. Kyle Busch looking good. On his later lap stuff, his 20 lap stuff. No, I think there's some value out there. Let me open this up on another screen while we do production on your air, so to speak. But no, I mean I think there's still a lot of room here. Again, these lines, some guys should have gotten way cheaper than they did. Like if you think Truex and Larson are bad buys, people are going to continue to not buy that overnight. It's kind of the same thing. I think there's a lot more value out there now that we've actually seen a flop, seen some cards.
Yeah, I think you're right. It was definitely interesting, and I'm glad that we were able to kind of break down the Kyle Busch element because, that news coming out tomorrow wouldn't have done us much good had we done a pod or show here tonight, and we talked about him a little bit. So knowing that he's going to the rear, but you said, and I want to touch on this again, you said that he was showcasing speeds even into lap,
he was showing 20s that were better than a lot of folks' 5s, and I'm blanking on her handle, but Dr. Deandra is usually all over this. She really doesn't real time. She's more of a magazine article writer than a day-to-day, betting person or fantasy person. But she pointed that out a little earlier this evening. If you want to go back into her feed and look that up, I'm just pulling up the practice numbers here from NASCAR.com to kind of look at that. But no, I mean,
So then with Kyle, obviously we're not going to touch his outright price because he's starting at the rear. But is there anything you would suggest, any type of market, obviously price dependent, where we should be getting invested then with Kyle Busch prior to the race starting?
Yeah, I mean, I would look at that top 10 and see how cheap that gets. Okay. I mean, you have Logano basically. I said even money on Caesar. Yeah, and we'll see where he opened in some other places here. It's huge. What was funny is you could tell Superbook tonight was holding. Not only for the Xfinity race to end, but for them to get final results before they went and printed. So they were not the first ones back to market, which kind of surprised me. But let me kind of give them a look and see if they've got anything super unusual. But yeah, I mean, I just think there's a lot of money still to be made on this. I don't think that the books have adjusted that hard, either the practice numbers or what we've seen earlier in the day.
Yeah, what do you think about a name? And we'll go through the top 10 here in 1 second. But what do you think of the name of Michael McDowell? Qualified really well, qualified well. What do you think of a name there? Because he's obviously in the playoffs. Ford's won 4 of the last 5. I know that's been Chris Buescher, really his wheelhouse. But what do you think of that? Because I know there's a lot of people looking at some matchup markets and trying to figure out how to really go about betting or fading him.
Yeah, McDowell here is reopened on Superbook at 100x for the outright. I'm going to try and get some of those Bet US matchups, see if they've reopened. That's frankly where a lot of the most interesting things are. The one matchup they gave us early week that I loved and qualifying did nothing to dissuade me, if it's still out there, was they put up a Todd Gillen plus money against Newman a couple days ago. Exactly. Yes. It was plus 125. Gillen Newman. That's Gillen not in a Rick Ware car and Newman in a Ware car. I think Newman's starting 35, 36. I mean, pre-flop stuff. But I mean, that was that was a head scratcher for me. I just go and see what they've reopened with, if anything, on matchups. But that one was out there. No, in terms of McDowell, I'd look at some matchups. Obviously, I don't see any yet. But again, that 100 to 1 basically extrapolates to a top 10 for 3.25. So you want to tell me there's 25% shot of McDowell in that top 10? I'd go with that. And he's a guy who knows he's sitting, one of the worst seeds for that playoff. So a guy who clearly can take some chances, or clearly will. Like, what's the harm? What's the risk if you're sitting 14, 15, 16 and trying some nut job pit strategy or whatever?
And I think you told me one time on one of the previous shows that one of the most aggressive crew chiefs right now in the garage is Michael McDowell's crew chief. And when you pair that up with a strategy race where it is high tire wear, this is over a mile type track. So there's going to be a lot of pit stops, a lot of strategy. That probably, going to that top 10 number, that plays into that.
If someone's thrown him up at 3.25, 350, I think you buy that, with the moderation all day. Because again, what happens is a lot of these places, I know you and I have talked about Betfred doing it, are just what I would call model or metric bases. And they just, again, I've said a top 10 number is effectively 1/30th of a win number. And they just throw some of these things out there. And the math works, top 5 is 1/7, the top 3 is 1/4. But sometimes there's just, they leave a lot of room there for you. Or they'll, again, update for top, outright and third. They won't update 10th. They won't update 5th. Speaking of that, and I know everyone was in love briefly today while I was watching football with Hocevar. Caesars reopened Hocevar at 700 for a top 10. You want to give Hocevar a 1-8, a guy who's the best tire management guy on the truck series right now, who has nothing to lose, nothing to risk, as a truck set up and a team that won last year, or, co-team, 42-43. I'm not saying that's a gimme putt, but you're going to give me a 1-8 on Hocevar, who's running with no consequences to run any dumb strategy they want?
Huh. I didn't even think about that.
They're still pricing 200. It was 700 top 10 like an hour ago on Caesar. I haven't seen a lot of the other books, but that basically reopens him at 200 to win. He's obviously not going to win, but they're still extrapolating his number from Tuesday. Haven't changed it. We know he's better than that.
And like you said, a lot of the numbers that they opened then earlier in the week, they pretty much just reopened them because of some of the qualifying, especially Truex 31st.
I mean, the guys who moved up or should have been priced up. And again, I'm writing a little bit of an information deficit compared to where you are right now. Bell clearly should have moved up. He did. Reddick should have moved up more. I was like offhandedly, my outrights this week were Denny for real money. A little kiss on Bubba if you got him at 35, and now he's out there closer to 4,000 at some places. And Reddick if you got 1,500. I have been burned like worms so many times on Bell. I am such a Chris Bell stan, even going back to the stupid 95 team or whatever that was, 96, whatever. It keeps burning me. And maybe this is the time he finally does it. I don't know. I'm sick of trusting him. I'll play him in race, but now he's 600 down from 12.
Let's stay with Bell real quick because Bell is inheriting the 54 pit crew. Obviously, we know when we talk about pit issues, it comes down to Hamlin and Bell. So, it seems like time and time again, they have pit issues. What does that do for you from a betting standpoint, knowing that, okay, the 20 team is now inheriting arguably one of the fastest pit crews in all of NASCAR?
Oh, I mean, it should move him up in your eyes a tick or two. And I hate to share the brain with Worm. I think we feel the same way. We're sick of trusting him, but at least the Gibbs guys have managed this well and put by far the best pit crew on the team that needs it the most. Bell's had all these problems. It's looked like one of the 2311 cars, compared to what Denny and the rest of the guys have gotten, Denny and Truex have gotten this year. So they're managing their resources as best they can. And again, if you can still go get Bell at 14, which is effectively a 1 in 15 shot out of 16 playoff drivers, a few of those guys aren't going to win. Bell at 14 probably still has value. Even if you have no confidence in him right now, in terms of what track types he's good at to close these playoffs, good at flats, good enough on road courses, I wouldn't be against him. I mean, you saw how deep he went last year when it wasn't expected. So I know you can still get him at 14 at 365. But one top 5 or better tomorrow probably moves that number down.
Oh yeah, no, that's a very good point, especially with the wins that he was able to rattle off last year in the playoffs, and now coming in, got a pole, and we know that the pole position and the first pit stall is crucial. Probably the most advantage in anywhere we go is here.
You saw it today. Austin Hill dominated from that one spot. I mean, he's really good. And again, a perpetual top 5. If you're not betting Austin Hill top 5 every week when he's priced $250 or cheaper, you've been losing money all season. All he does is break 5s.
You're absolutely right, which is, I can't believe how the books disrespect him. And I constantly have to go, am I really investing my money back in a top 5 for Austin Hill at 3-1, 2.5-1 and making money? Yes. Okay. I'll take it.
I mean, it's just one of those things, like the picks I normally send out to people every week at Follow the Action FTA. I send out a lot of stuff around even, but I'm always sending off, in the same video, I'm like, oh, by the way, if you're doing this, try these. Because you won't send out a bunch of 300s, 400s, 200s, but almost every week it feels like I'm telling you top 5 on Hill, something like that. And these are hitting, and Allgaier's not. What am I doing?
I will say one of my favorite pieces of content is your videos when you do it in the car and you're just talking and driving down the road and
I do it in one take. I do it in one take. With
it's amazing
notes. I'm just I'm here to give you 9-minute monologues and disappear back into my day job. So
it's some of my favorite content because it's just there's no script in front of you. It's just rattle off a play, a name, and let's go. And like you said, you're doing it in one take. So Chris Perry, he says that, what's up, Rod? Appreciate your insights. He's not a volume better like you, but he does take his sniper approach, one shot, one kill kind of a thing. So got a lot of different guys that are doing, betting from a different perspective, and everybody's different, which makes this element so much fun. So we talked about the top three. We haven't talked about Penske yet, and I really want to keen in on Ryan Blaney, who's qualified fourth, had really good practice metrics.
Yes, very good practice.
Joey Logano. So let's talk about both those guys, because in my head, as I went through some of the data, as I was showing the group in here a couple hours ago, I'm still thinking I'm on a Joey Logano side, even though his practice metrics didn't line up, but his results tend to beat or outweigh what Ryan Blaney does. So let's talk about Blaney first, kind of get your insights there and see what you think about going into this race.
He's been fast, just untrustable most of the season. Obviously, you look at his one win. You're right. Today his practice speeds look really good.
Really good.
I don't have a ton. Well, Cindric looked great as well, practice speed. But Blaney and Cindric both did. Again, I've been over-investing in Cindric for way too long as well. Again, I wouldn't have a lot of hope for that. But here's what you can do, again, having not looked at all 20 books available to me. At Caesar, we mentioned Logano back on the board, top 10 and 100 earlier this evening. I believe Blaney they'd moved up to minus 105, but that still feels like potentially value. The other thing I like better is early week, one of the picks I sent out to my subscribers, we have a little Discord kind of like you do, but I work with some other guys. It's not a big deal. I sent out like a quarter unit or whatever on Logano top 4 early week at like 350 at Betfred. Well, everybody reopened cheaper. He and Blaney are both available at multiple places at 450, 500.
Yeah,
I'll take those all day. Was Harvick really that strong? What do the other Fords show us?
Nothing.
Why would I not want both of those guys at 500 and just nibble on both with that assumption that one or the other works? Because I think in the make bets, I think this feels like Larson by a zillion, or at least that's the way it's pricing. And then the Toyotas, I think you've seen that hand. I think I'm still with Hamlin. It's spaced out a little bit more. I think like Bubba and Gibbs are like well out over 1,000 on most books now. But the Ford feels like there's value. There's 2 or 3 guys in that 500 area, not 350 now, 500. Go do that. That's fine. I like those.
So you like those? I'm really glad, because I had pulled up here top Ford, and I'm really glad you called that out. Not surprised that you did. But then looking at some of the other Ford. So Rory, he was telling me earlier that when earlier in the week he took a nibble at minus 125 was with Logano over Blaney. If that matchup gets reposted and Logano's the underdog, is that still something that is worth a nibble on, or are we not investing our money? I would just rather play
Logano against somebody else priced similarly. Perfect. I mean, early week, I said to myself, Logano at 2,000 at 20 to 1 is too cheap. I don't think he's going to win, but it feels too cheap. You basically have that spot on the board where Harvick, Blaney, and Logano were 1,800 to 2,000 everywhere, and those all had some merit. But I think Blaney and Logano have more merit than Harvick at this point.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. So Harvick was a guy I want to touch on next. Him and Brad K. So Brad K starts 5th, Harvick starts 7th, and Chris Buescher 8th. We got a load of Fords. I think I counted 6 Fords in the top 11. I believe it was. There's no Chevys until what was Kyle Busch in 11th. So looking at these other Fords here with Keselowski, Harvick, and Buescher, what says you on those guys?
I mean, what you basically got those top 5 Fords is 4 guys with what we would call old man skills, skill track, driving technique, whatever, guys who are going to make their tires last longer. Well, I guess 3, Kes, Harvick, and Logano. Blaney's younger than we give him credit for, and Snake Bit. Buescher, I mean, he's won, 3 of the last 5? I don't see that happening again. No, but he's under pressure, regardless of being, 4th or 5th in points with all these late wins. What has Buescher done here before? I'm going to be honest, I didn't really, note him as someone who's been fantastic at Darlington or having a career record here. There was anything to write home about. Obviously, all these old men have wins here or have good numbers here. Buescher didn't stick out for me.
Yeah, it's a good question. I was going to look up what some of his recent statistics were. Obviously, if he's showing well on some of these metrics prior to the Gen 7, then we know with what he's got this with what he's got this year, it's going to be pretty good. So just looking through real quick, Chris Buescher in his last 8 races, he has a total of 3 top 10s, not bad, and 4 top 20s. So 50% in the top 20s there. Recent performance, let me just look at that. So he scored a top 10 here in the spring. Didn't have a good rating at all. 61 was his driver rating.
Yeah. And this is tire management more than horsepower. And if I'm going to strictly a tire management track, I like the other old men better. I think Buescher, again, I think he's going to go deeper in the playoffs than anybody would have expected a month ago. But this is probably not his place. Again, it's the one thing about Darlington is in the new car, it's been inconsistent. No one has more than 2 top 10s or top 15s out of the 3 races. Someone's been throwing out that smart tweet all week, and I keep chewing on it. But yeah, no one's had a consistent, never had 4 straight unwrecked Talladegas, that kind of thing. Just no one has really stuck together a ton of results here at Darlington. So trust factor, and again, the longer race, that 500-mile or the 400-mile race, I think to look what's with the caution count, or how many more stoppages we're expecting in the 5 instead of the 4 tomorrow.
Yeah, no, okay. So then that helps. I like the older, more veteran or wild, we're looking at those vets a little bit more than some of these younger guys coming in. So
it's rare because, you know how much money we've made shorting Harvick and Kez and Truex on and off for the last 3 seasons, generally as policy. They've gotten hot. They've had their time. Obviously, Truex has been great this year, but that was a pretty good bet pretty much from, when we dived back into this in a big way back in 2020.
Now, I know last year, Eric Jones, who was not in the playoffs, ended up scoring the victory. A lot of everything had to go right for him. I know exactly where I was sitting, going through the pain and emotion of knowing that I put in a bet very late, knowing that Hamlin had fresh tires and was going to catch Jones. And I put a fair amount of units on that to be like, he's going to catch him and run him down. Well, he did, but he never passed him. So a guy that is not in the playoffs this year, Eric Almirola, Chase Briscoe, starting 10th and 12th, there's nothing to be made of those guys, right? Or is there anything of it that's like, okay, they could surprise
probably
in some market?
Probably not, except the fact that we've all just agreed that with all the Fords, all the driving skill has neutralized the perceived lack of horsepower or just how bad SHR is, the worst Ford team or whatever. Again, I'd like to see a matchup or two, like out around that area. Briscoe repriced at 200 to 1 at Superbook just for comparison's sake. I would love to try. The problem is that's not a lot of parallel guys to run a matchup with. I would love to try Cindric or Briscoe versus some generic Chevy. If you could get them out there with Dillon, AJA, Allmendinger, or Stenhouse Jr., that might be fun. Because I think a lot of folks expected Stenhouse early week to be super cool here, and he really didn't show, did he?
Well, which I didn't get. I wasn't really
loves the high banks, loves riding all the way out there. High speed, tire wear, blah blah blah. Everyone thought he'd be okay here, and I didn't get it since he showed anything in practice or in qual. Yeah, if you could get me Cindric or Briscoe, just like a trash matchup with someone out there who's also 200-ish to win. I feel better if it's them over a Chevy. Again, Briscoe is skilled. It just feels like he's been in terrible equipment all year. So, and if Priest didn't have 4 black eyes, the tire management angle, this also would appeal to me. But I don't know who you'd run him against back there. That's similarly priced. Yeah,
I was gonna say you saw that come across your timeline when you were at the Division 1 game.
No, man. When I'm doing radio, I have like 4 screens open. I'm doing like everything else. We had like 4 games on, score, stats for the game. We're actually doing 2 Twitter windows. I'm just, I'm distractible.
No, that's good. Yeah, Brian Murphy was telling me, good luck seeing if his eye you won't see his eyes this week. And sure enough, he pulls a Davey Allison moment where he's like, "You sure you want to see it?" And everybody's like, "Oh, okay, maybe not." So rough accident there then for him. So NASCAR's favorite driver, Chase Elliott, Austin Cindric, who is arguably the fastest car in practice.
Yep.
Qualified 14th. We already touched on his teammates, Ryan Blaney and Joey Logano, who we believe will probably do well as a result. Anything to be made of this group, Chase Elliott, Austin Cindric?
I don't trust Elliott for anything right now. I would trust him at Bristol. I don't think I would trust him here. And the only other guy I saw was interesting to me out in this price range. A lot of guys early week, I think you guys were talking about on your show, we're just going to be generally short on Jones. I've seen a couple ways to do that. How did when they came out of? I'm on Superbook right now. When they reopened, what did they do with that Gibbs Jones matchup? Did it get any cheaper, or did it stay about the same?
It was minus 175 Gibbs, plus 145 Jones.
Okay. Yeah, because I mean, obviously before qual it was 114 at one of the books. It was effectively even. And the other one, I guess I saw Greg Mathern was on Bowman Jones, with Bowman essentially at even money. Bowman didn't show anything. Bowman's like they're qualified next to Byron. Didn't show anything today.
No. I see a Bowman Suarez matchup. Bowman minus 110, Suarez minus 120. But this Bowman, who was the other driver? Bowman versus who did you say? Jones.
It's Bowman Jones. Yeah. Okay. Wow. Okay. Hold on. This is interesting. You mentioned the Gibbs Jones reprice. I've got Superbook open, and that's Ohio and a few places. Right now, I just said on my other laptop, Gibbs plus 105 over Jones.
What?
That's cheaper than that's cheaper than where it opened, and everybody got on it at even in 120. Now it's plus 105 on Superbook.
Yeah,
I'm not kidding. I can't screen cap it to you. I'm talking on a laptop. I can't swing it around. But
no.
Gibbs has now gone plus money on Jones. I may drive back to Ohio and get down on that.
I don't see how you don't do that because, like I said, I mean, I'm seeing over here Gibbs at minus 175, and when I look at some of the practice metrics,
because your PA and right, I keep forgetting we have some different books and different pricing. By the way, you know what was really good this week? Speaking of PA books, but they're in Ohio. Bet Rivers and Parks. That's who they were handing out. Hamlin at top 5, 135. That's one of the things we sent out to our subs, and we sent out in the video you saw. Nobody else had that pricing. MGM had it very late. They had it this morning briefly, and then qualifying happened. What I found is MGM's starting to match those really good top 5s, but they're opening them very, very late. Very late. People were like missing them. But that Hamlin 130, 135 was there all through till this morning.
I really like that. That's an amazing get of the.
And the problem is that's his price shopping. I mean, you see, he was as expensive as minus 110, 115 most places, but that 135 has been sitting out there since Tuesday, Wednesday.
That's crazy. That's phenomenal that we were able to talk through that and find that because.
But your Superbook, this Gibbs thing is reopened cheaper, and you mentioned Blaney Logano, they have them square up at 110 each.
Okay. Yep. So that's kind of what I thought they would maybe reopen as. You talked about Bubba Wallace a little bit. Actually, I'll go back to case anybody missed it. So you talked about Carson Hocevar right now, 7-1, top 10. You said that's a number worth investing in. It's a long shot.
That's extrapolating again, 200 to 1 outright, and it's just saying a 1 in 8 shot of a top 10. And the reason you like him is it's a no risk scenario. He can run any pit strategy. He's not running for points. So just imagine a Cup guy in Xfinity going for a win. He can run any dumb strategy he wants, consequence-free. He's in a car with a team that won this place last year. And Hocevar has old man skills in terms of tire wear. When I look at when we get tire wear tracks on trucks, that's one of the first places I look to, despite him being 19 years old and too tall for the truck. So.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good point. And Bubba Wallace was another name that you called out, and just wanted
loved him early week. I watched part of the first round of practice from my game start, and looked like he was toward the top of the grid in terms of best lap. His longer speeds weren't as good, but I think the Toyotas are a proven commodity now. If you look at how well Hamlin, Reddick, and Bell are sitting at the top of that field, you obviously don't doubt the equipment. So Bubba Wallace got cheaper, like I said, out to win, still 3,000 or 4,000 depending on the book, but if he's still 160 for a top 10, you have to play that. At Caesar had a 160 for a top 10 when they reopened. He was 140 all week on 365, which is, again, not in a lot of states. But if you got either of those prices, I like that. I really like that.
Caesar still has him at plus 160. I'm
gonna
put that in.
Chip Kramer says bye.
That one will say goodbye. So a couple more drivers because obviously we don't have to talk about the Ty Dillons of the world.
I would love a Bubba matchup anywhere, and I see no Bubba matchups on Superbook. His line didn't really move. He's just again sitting out there 3,000 to 4,000, but there's not a lot of guys in that slot in that space to compare him to run a matchup to.
I see what you're saying. So, like, because I was going to give out a couple names just
Like-
out of
Like
curiosity.
early week when Jones was 3,000 or 3,500, like they were pretty close. A couple places had, I think, a Bubba Jones, which again I would take Bubba, but I'm not seeing that tonight.
So, what about like a William Byron? I'm sorry, Bubba Wallace, Chase Elliott.
Man, yeah, I mean they're both sitting 3,000 right now. I would take Bubba at that even area,
You would
that minus
okay.
110 to 100 area. I just have no
Now,
faith in
this-
Elliott right now. Zero faith. And Hendrick showed is all so slow today with the we assume Larson can cut through the field, but they showed us nothing today. Who from Chevy do you trust tomorrow? Anybody?
Larson was. I will say you didn't get to watch.
Well,
the Xfinity
he was
race,
good practice times. His qual time was not good, but yeah, he had a good stretch in the practices. What he was like, I think second best across a couple of the metrics, maybe 15 and 10 or 15 and 20. So he was there on the longer runs. But again, that's just everyone's down on Chevy for tomorrow. Again, I'd be curious to see if has that Chevy make bet gotten much cheaper. Because I think it was like
something.
Yeah,
go ahead. I'm sorry. I think it cut in and out there, so I apologize for stepping on your toes. But is that when you said about the longer? And I think this is great discussion. This is one of the longest races of the year. You put how much emphasis into a long run versus short run metrics when you're looking at some of your numbers for the people out there that are maybe trying to understand.
I mean, just speaking roughly. I mean, The longer run's important because again, it's a longer race. Obviously, the better the longer the race is, the more the cream rises to the top. And this is not as obvious a place as say like Dover or the real short tracks was this very snappy, consistent laps. The cream rises even faster. But at a place like this, I mean, Hendrick's at least going to stick around. They're probably not going to have. They're probably not going to have mechanical. You would hope, although they did today in the in the Xfinity. But no, I wouldn't say it's time to bet Chevy. As a make, but I mean, I'm sure it all got cheaper. There's some value in there someplace. So this is a one-off track. It's in the playoffs, which is great. But again, what are our comps to this? The high speed 1.5. There really aren't. I mean, because it's tire wear plus high speed, but yet the Fords here are doing enough where the high speed of the horsepower doesn't necessarily matter. At least we believe that right now. Remember, Logano, recent winner. It's not like this track has excluded Ford when they've been bad.
So, and the one thing with Fords, and we can't don't take this from a track to track comparison, but we've seen Ford do this before when they've come into qualifying, like in Atlanta, dominate the qualifying metrics, and then next thing you know, you look up and you're like, "Where you at?" They
put together a qualifying trim, and a car then can't handle, or it has a drag issue. So or lack of drag issue. At that point, you can put up a straight lap if nobody's around you. Don't deal with any other aero. So you're right. That's interesting. But again, this track it's oblong. It has the uphill, downhill. The egg-shaped thing. There's nothing standard about this. This is the Pocono of pseudo ovals or something. I don't know.
I like that. I think that was a good verbiage that you used there in that comparison. Two more drivers when it comes to Bubba, because I'm going to be looking for some Bubba matchups tonight. Just curious if I see these come across, what would your take be? So I'm going to give you Bubba versus Michael McDowell and then Bubba versus Chris Buescher. What are your thoughts if that is posted at all anywhere?
But they won't post Bubba McDowell if the pricing's anywhere close to what Superbook is showing. Because that'd be a 3,000 versus an 80 or 100 to 1 car.
Okay, so I have a 35 to 50 comparison.
Okay, that's interesting. Like I said, Superbook, as you know, is either the leading or the bleeding edge of a lot of these lines, like Circa. But the chart they're showing me now has McDowell at 100. So 50 to 30, that's more makeable putt. We'll see what everyone else has repriced at. I like Bubba. I like Bubba over McDowell here. I still would be fine with that. I mean, the odds say you should anyway, but very little is making me shy away from Bubba other than the lack of finishes. Just like Reddick and Bell, it's not been a lack of speed in the car. And you've seen enough other Toyotas here at the front of this thing to think they're going to be all as a group reasonably fast.
That helps because that's one thing when it comes to high tire wear tracks where traditionally I would fade Bubba, but this year he's shown such a strength. So it's just in his driving ability. So
he's better everywhere. I mean, he's being kind of a head case and stuff with all the interview stuff and the public stuff, but he's gotten a lot better. Respect that. Whether you like him personally or his style or not, he has gotten much better as a driver. Period.
Yeah. No, I absolutely agree. Two other drivers, and these guys are there's a discrepancy when it comes to their starting positions, which is interesting. William Byron, who will start 23rd, and Martin Truex Jr. 31st. What says you on these guys? Because these were two guys that everybody pegged. Oh, they'll be at the top. Martin Truex will qualify well. Well, they didn't, and now they have an uphill to climb on a long race. But what do you think about those two? We'll start with William Byron.
I don't understand the pricing premium Truex got to open. I don't understand the pricing premium he still has now. He is 7-1, which is down from 5-1 pre-qual. Yep. Byron is now, again, I'm using the Superbook. Byron's at 14, and he was at, 8 or 9 in that area. He was basically priced adjacent to Hamlin all week. Now, Byron was really good here in the spring, and then everyone else, all the other good cars had a problem. Truex being one of us, I recall. You had 3 or 4 of what we consider the top 8, that went down, had some sort of issue. Obviously, I like Byron. If they're going to price that matchup anywhere near, where this 14-7 pricing is, Byron feels like a value. I mean, he's starting with 8 spots in the field. Again, though, it depreciates. In a 500-mile race, what's the value of 8 grid spots compared to in a 400-mile race or an Xfinity race or a short race?
Good point.
So
that's a good point.
Again, this is not Richmond. You're not going to go a lap down.
No.
By starting 35th or starting 30th. That's certainly not a risk. You just got to, get around some traffic, some slow guys back there. So 8 spots in a 500-mile race isn't a ton. You still got to say to yourself, is Byron, what will this price at? Is Byron with a bunch of plus money, say $1.25 over Truex, a good buy? Or $1.35? I don't know. I don't like either of them this week.
Feels like a risk. Yeah.
It does. And I feel if they're in the back, if they sit in the back for a while, you can buy them in race at either this price or maybe a little cheaper. And that's the other thing, too. You have plenty of opportunities, especially in a race this length, especially one that will have no weather, most likely. You will have opportunities to get guys back. And you have opportunities where the books misunderstand pit strategy. Again, what I always tell you, and we always talk about on these shows is always have money on the fastest car on the next pit strategy. Not even necessarily the best one, but whatever one is not leading, buy whoever is an 18th, but is the first car in the 20 lap better strategy. And just buy that throughout the race because they're going to be cheap down there. Have your basis car. By the end of the race, you want to be in a position where only one guy can beat me. And I like looking at the race and be like, I've got money on 4 or 5 guys. I bought it, thousands of points ago, and the only guy can beat me is Harvick. That's the best situation. That's where I want to be when I'm managing a race. And it doesn't help you if you're buying static picks on Tuesday. And it doesn't help you, if you're trying to figure out after practice what you're doing. But in race, it's about buying things when they're cheap and making sure you're covered at the end of the race. Because you may not hit – if you hit the 20-1 guy, it's still going to pay 4 or 5-1. If you have 5 guys at 20-1, you were just buying them throughout the race when they got cheap.
You are absolutely right. What was your take on Ross Chastain coming in before practice and qualifying? Were you on Ross? I know.
No. And I was shocked. I was shocked he was so expensive this week. He was bid down as low as 800 or 900 a few places. More. I saw some 11s, but I didn't want to touch him. And then he went out and had another terrible Xfinity race. Why does he run that ridiculous DGM car constantly?
I didn't even know he was in. I forgot
he was terrible.
He was in the Xfinity.
Yeah, race. Sammy Smith went 2 laps down and still beat him. Came back from that, and I had that matchup. And it was like Sammy at even money, 100. No, Chastain. I don't know whether there's friends of his. The track time's clearly not helping him. Those DGM runs for him are garbage. No, I don't know what to think of him. I told everyone right before the Nashville win, buy a season bet at 1,500. This is where it turns. And it did for 2 weeks and then gone. No, I don't know what to say about that. I really don't know how I feel. But if we're down on Chevy, we think Hendrick isn't very fast or didn't show us much today. Chastain just an extension of that. So,
interesting. Yeah, that was a name that I thought was maybe going to bring a little bit more juice, and then to see them lay an egg. And it wasn't like they just laid an egg in qualifying; they also laid it in practice as well. Yeah, which kind of plays into that.
No, I've been wanting to wish cast him for a while, and I've been bitten 2 times. My issue is, I say this, I always want to be on the next big hot thing. And the problem is I'm usually 2 years ahead on everybody. Give me Lane Riggs in every race and I'll bet him. Taylor Gray, give me Taylor Gray 2 years ago. It's one of those things and what we find out as we get older and smarter, the post-hype superstar or the post-hype rookie guy, gets sent back to AAA and then comes back up and has it figured out. That's when you buy these guys cheap. I always want to be, super cool because I knew this guy before you did. But it's just, that's the situation. Let these things develop. And, Chastain may need to go back down for a while. He's going to be fine, but I just don't see it right now. So
Now I know that you're hanging out and talking to Worm too much, because trying to find and develop these guys, he always says that he found Kyle Larson before Kyle Larson was Kyle Larson.
Sure.
So now I know you guys are talking
a little too much. But that's
a little
just
too much.
And it's hard to compare guys because again, you send them down. Whether it's like short track, stock stuff, local stuff, whether in ARCA, you've only got a few competitive cars anyway. You really can't compare and get a real good feel for it. But again, lots of Taylor Gray next year when he's cheap, when everyone's like tired of him being a rookie and not winning. So.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Anybody else we didn't touch on, or any markets you wanted to kind of go over at all?
Not really. BetUS is where I get a lot of my weird matchups, and they've not really reopened tonight with anything. Earlier in the week, I sent out Stenhouse over McDowell, but that's probably going to end up being a mistake because Stenhouse didn't show well. I liked Larson over Truex on Caesar early week. I bet that's gotten even cheaper. That was one. It was Larson over Truex. I usually don't mess around the top of the field like that, but it was Larson plus 105 over Truex most of the week on Caesar. I did not see where that reopened.
That just reopened as of 5 minutes ago because it was blank 5 minutes ago. So it's Larson minus 140 to Truex plus 110.
So that was a pick I sent out to my people. So hopefully that works out. Again, we all do a great job buying closing line value. CLV's the greatest thing ever. Doesn't pay the bills, but it makes you feel smarter. But anyway, that was one. That was one I liked. Yeah. So.
Okay. Good. So then that helps. It'll be interesting. I was hoping that things would reopen in full capacity by the time we did the show here. And I mean, it was trickling along where there wasn't much.
If I see anything amazing, I'll text or DM you because I think you're staying up and doing this for a while, right? We're doing a stunt.
I'm doing this till midnight. Yep,
okay, good. Well, I mean, it's not that much longer, but I like the stunt. I like the Oral Roberts is not coming down from this tower until you send $800 million or whatever that deal he did in the 80s. So.
That was that's what I'm trying to do. And my wife came down a little bit ago and gave me the look of support, but also you're crazy. And
my wife's tired of me being downstairs already. I got to get back and watch the West Virginia game with her. And Toledo from the MAC is whipping Illinois. I look up and it's 19-7 Rockets. That's fine with me.
Is there anything tomorrow? And I will let you go because I want you to go watch the game with your wife. Anything you on tomorrow from a college football perspective?
I don't talk college football since I work in that industry. I literally football doesn't exist to me, and that's important. So
that was on me. Yep.
No worries, man. No, it's I'd love to because I'd be really good at it, but NASCAR is all we can do, and we just hang out and watch on Saturday and Sunday. So.
I like it. Well, Rob, I appreciate it. Tell everybody how they can support you because I think the information that you're putting out to your Discord and your group is definitely highly valuable. So how can everybody support you?
Well, just follow me on Twitter at RobCWV. Easy to find on there. NASCAR, a little bit of my day job stuff, and a lot of pictures of my cats. Send out video every week on YouTube with the Follow the Action guys. That's Philly Godfather and his sons and all the friends there who do a lot of big deal stuff in football. I'm just kind of the redheaded stepchild doing cars for them on the side, but they're a good bunch. So give FTA a follow, give me a follow, and we'll try and get you some more winners for the last 10 or so weeks.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate your time as always, man. Thank you very much. We'll be in touch here as we go into tomorrow for sure.
See you, dude. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Awesome. So great information there by Rob. Always enjoyed chatting with him and having those conversations. Such a high level thinker when it comes to these markets. So hope you enjoyed that. That was definitely a lot of fun for me, as it always is. So we got a lot to think about. And I know when you talk to guys like Rob, who's very personable and wanting to help the community, obviously he has a Discord as well, promoting a Discord here with what I'm doing. But you can't go wrong with somebody like Rob and the information. Also somebody like Worm. I mean, you put smarter people around yourself, you're going to become smarter or smart, I should say. So that's all that it's about. So good information there. Be curious, anybody that's listening and tuning in, what was something maybe that caught your eye or ear from hearing what Rob had to say? We went down virtually through every driver. No, we did not talk about McLeod, Newman, Priest, Yaley, Burton, Gilliland, Haley, but we pretty much touched on every other driver in the field. So good information there. And I'm really left with thinking about Bubba Wallace now, plus 160. Actually, let's just do this. This brought good luck to us here earlier. I'm going to lock that one in. Now. So we will lock in Bubba Wallace, top 10, thanks to Rob. And let me put this through. I'll shop. Actually, I should shop. I should shop first. Wallace is still plus 160 there. So let me shop that, and I'll try to grab that number here in a little bit. So practice, qualifying notes, anything anybody might have. What do you all have kind of in your psyche going into the race? Chris, I don't know if you're still with us here. Mark, I know you're doing a good bit of work, and Mike, I know you're busy, or Matt, sorry, you're probably busy as well. So be curious to hear what anybody has. Coming up at 10, we're going to have PT Bryce. Bryce is in the Discord. He does a lot of our football content and betting insights. He is a bright mind when it comes to the football side of things. So really curious to hear what he has to say from not only week one, NFL week one, what he thought of the college football slate, but then maybe even get some survivor topics that we'll be able to do there. So always enjoy, like I said, chatting with Rob and having him on. Always a lot of fun. So let's see, where are we at with some of these games? Penn State. Looks like Penn State just scored. That's good. I don't know if I have my... Let me see if I have it. There it is. Look at this whole thing. I should have whipped this out when I had. Look at that. We're going to talk about old school. Now that's old school. I should have whipped that out when Rob was on. That would have been fun. Don't forget, guys, too, today I'm trying to have a little bit of a special here where, DM me and or email me if you want to get involved in the Discord, the premium Discord. Really true. I really believe, and there's a lot of really good Discords, which is, kind of one of those things are you have some that are doing it for free and you have others out there that are doing it with, doing a premium one. And I'm trying to go down that route. So Phil, I appreciate you tuning in. Just wrapped up with Rod. Or Rob. So unfortunately just missed him coming on, talking about a whole bunch of things. Bubba Wallace top 10 is something that he said to get it on. Caesars is offering that right now, plus 160. He is high on Bubba Wallace. He really thinks if you can get invested in that number, plus 160 would be a good opportunity. So Rob, appreciate you coming on again. Means a lot. So thank you. But and Chris was saying Taylor Gray, definitely a stud when it comes to that. So yeah, we had some good conversations there. And like I said, Penn State now up 21-7. So hopefully they can close out the deal there. I don't think there were any upsets here tonight. Let me look through and find out. Oh, good. So Phil, good. You're on Bubba. You're on Bubba already, so that's good. Yeah, Rob was able to break down. We were able to then talk about some maybe possible scenario matchups or futuristic ones that obviously have not been released, but as we were thinking about, hey, will we put up these drivers against them? So that was something that we were thinking about and would help with our psyche. So we'll see what happens there. Joey Logano's the other one. We did talk about that. Ryan Blaney, I need to see what that price was again for a top 10. But Ryan Blaney is a guy that, going off here. Let's see, where's he firing off? Minus 105. See, I just have a trust factor when it comes to Ryan Blaney. I need to dive in. He's just not getting the results here at Darlington, whereas his teammate Joey Logano is. So that's an interesting one that they have priced, and that almost shows that, almost reflects that. I feel with the practice metrics that Blaney had to only put him at a minus 105 number for a top 10 is definitely interesting. Welcome to Florida. I hear that, Mark. So that's great. You're down there. Actually, our boy Mark in Jacksonville is up in New York City today. So unfortunately, you're gonna have to miss him there. But I'm really excited. Like I said, coming up at the top of the hour, got Bryce coming on to give some good betting insights when it comes to the NFL. Really looking forward to connecting with him and chatting with him a little bit. So that'll be a lot of fun as he comes on here in a little bit. Let me look through real quick. I want to see if, we were looking at some of these other ones earlier. Bovada when Rob and I were talking, Bovada just didn't have anything yet available. Let me see. DraftKings might have. They didn't earlier. Let's see, shall we? DraftKings. Let's see if you have any top. Let's see what your props are for motorsports. USC's winning. All right, let me go through these real quick. I'm just kind of curious. Where is Phil? Yeah, I get what you're saying now. Colorado State laying an absolute egg. Texas A&M, okay, like that. Where is Texas Tech? Good. Texas Tech getting that win so far. That's good. Early second, up 14. So we like that. Good positive vibes towards Texas Tech. So on that with you there, Phil, in spirit. But let me grab. Uh-oh. This, of course, it would freeze. Let me see here. Cup Series. See, no props. This is the thing I hate. We just don't get any props. Let me go back to Barstool, hit refresh. At some point, we got to get more odds. I don't know why it's so slow. Okay, maybe. Hold. All right, Barstool. I haven't seen their odds come out yet for this. So this is interesting. They got Logano at 25-1. I hear you, Chris. Superbook. I'm with you. I really am. Hold on. I screwed up my phone. Give me a second. Okay. I've been messing with the phone all day and it's trying to get loose. What did I say? Logano was. All right. This is something to keep note in. Let me find the race winner. 22. So they do have him similarly priced. Harvick opened this week at 19-1. Now he's 18-1. So if you like that top 10 starting spot, there you go there. William Byron reopening here at 16-1. This is why we shop it around, because right now you can get him at 12-1 when it comes to Caesars. So good price differential there. Still cannot believe. Please do not bet. Nobody bet MTJ 6 plus 600, 6-1. Please don't do that. We touched on this a number of times where I was saying about actually here they're doing a little bit of an odds boost. Carson Hocevar, we just talked about this, top 10 plus 750. I think that's just 70 cents more. If you're going to bet it, that's your way to bet it. Max $100 bet. Yeah, these aren't good. These boosts, man. These boosts take advantage of people. Chris, don't take West Virginia plus 20. Don't take the points. What's happening? I need to go back and look at something now. Breaks my heart. So we'll see there. So, okay, I wanted to see some of these other ones. McDowell's 100-1. That doesn't make any sense, right? That just doesn't make any sense. 100-1 on a guy that practiced well, qualified well. Why? That's just wild. But we're going to get some significant value here when it comes to these props. When they upload here on Barstool, we're going to have some good buy opportunities here. So if you're not invested in the Barstool Sportsbook or Penn, we'll really just call it Penn, I recommend you do so, because they're opening some outrights that are leaning me to say that when the outrights are posted as they are, their props are going to follow suit, and we could get some significant value. So make sure you keep an eye out for that. Earlier, FanDuel did not have anything posted. I'm going to look at FanDuel, or I could just go to Action. Let's just do Action. Let's see what the Action Network says. So the Action Network, great tool. Action Network is a great tool. They've been updating their space here for a little while. I took a break in not posting anything on there just because you weren't able to get in A lot of the matchups were missing, and then loading a matchup or entering one custom, when you would go back and grade it, whether it was a loss or a win, it just wouldn't work. Like the functionality wouldn't work. So it made it frustrating when you're trying to put in some different odds that if they're not there already, makes it very hard. So I'll be posting all my stuff on Action when it comes to NASCAR, but when it comes to college football and the NFL, all my stuff's going to be on Betting Pros. So you can follow me on Betting Pros there, and the Action Network. If you want NASCAR, Action Network. If you want football, Betting Pros. So make sure you're checking that out. So let's do this. Let me look through again. Kyle Larson, my goodness, 5-1, 5-1. Kyle Larson. He's starting 19th. This dude is not going to rocket up through the field. You're going to be able to get great pricing because when Christopher Bell, who's at 12-1, and Denny Hamlin, who's outside him, even if he gets to the lead, he's going to control the market. And somehow Christopher Bell is 12-1. If you're not on Christopher Bell, get on him now. Just Christopher Bell should be on your card at 12-1 right now. If that number is out there, that's not out there. Oh, Action, what are you doing? Action, what are you doing? Never mind. Forget that. I was going to say, why would you not bet that? Well, that was their pre-race odds, pre-qualifying. So we're just going to get out of that. Not a good start. So we'll get out of that. FanDuel is where I was going. And we'll get Bryce. Bryce should be up here in a couple minutes. We'll get him up here and be able to chat with him a bit. I've not had the opportunity to chat with him in length, so this will be a lot of fun for me. And then I need to confirm if we have a guest or not for let's see here. Okay, let me read off some of the FanDuel pricing before I forget. Nothing at the top, although they do have Larson priced at plus 450. So if you really want to lose some money, go get that price now. I would not bet that at all. Everybody's got Truex at 6-1. Busch right now 12-1. A lot of people are probably going to look at that and say, hey, he starts 11th. He is starting from the rear, so we have to remember that. So do not bet Busch right now at 12-1. Would not be a good use of your investments. Looks like the outright pricing is all the same. Nothing. Let me see here. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Writing back. We're going to get Baumohl, Ryan Baumohl. He's going to come on and chat with us here at 11 to close this out. Would be great. Let's do NFL, NASCAR, UFC. And your love for Blaney. Okay. So looking at some of this pricing, yeah, it's amazing. Outrights are what they are. Top 10s locked, so they don't have anything for the top 10 market yet, which is a shame, but we can kind of predict and kind of guess. It looks to me like you should be able to get a better number potentially on Bubba Wallace. Top 10. Let me see where they have a couple of these guys priced just to give me an idea. Yeah, interesting. So here's a good example, right? So in their outright market on FanDuel, they have Eric Jones at 50-1, Bubba Wallace at 30-1. But when you move to the top 10 market, they have, and this is all locked, so it's not priced yet. They have Eric Jones ahead of Bubba Wallace. So we could see some opportunity there, maybe to get plus 160 or better number, or greater number, I should say there. Michael McDowell, he's way down. He's closer to Hocevar. So it's going to be interesting to see what FanDuel gives us from a top 10 standpoint on some of these drivers. Not liking anything in the manufacturers. And let me see. How about a 7-car top 10? Oh boy. 7-car top 10. I don't love it, but let's see what we can find. 7-car for Market, Mississippi. I'll pop this up so nobody thinks I'm just talking about the 7-car by myself. You know what? I can get you 16-1 when it comes to Corey LaJoie to score top 10. I see. Okay, I'm with you, Chris. Listen, we can work together here. Penn State wins. If you're on the 20, if you got plus 21, then I hope they win by 20. How about that? And then that way, it looks like a moonshot. I see what you're saying. Let me send a link over here. And give me one sec. Copy this. I really appreciate everybody that's tuning in here tonight. Really means a lot. So, yeah, we got 2 hours to go, and I do feel exhausted a little bit. So it'll be a lot of fun to see how we close out. But we have some great guests coming up. So let me see if there's anything else that we could get down on. Nope. Let me go over some of these head-to-heads if there's anything unique. Oh, Denny Hamlin. I'll be curious what Denny Hamlin versus Kevin Harvick opens up as on FanDuel, and I'm curious what Brad Kay versus Ryan Blaney opens up as on FanDuel. Martin Truex versus William Byron. We were talking about this. Rob and I were saying on the show, just that's something that you just can't trust. That feels like a gamble, and then it looks to me like it's it. You know what? Here's one. And this is something I'm going to get invested in, but it's not open yet. So obviously it is price dependent. But right now in FanDuel in group number 2, there's a Bubba Wallace, Eric Jones, Ty Gibbs, Alex Bowman group. I'd be curious what that is because we might, as high as Rob was on Bubba Wallace, that might be something where we get invested from a group. I'm going to write this down. Group on FD. Price, ? So when that opens, I'll put that in the Discord. For anybody that's a member in the Discord, I'll put that in there so that we all have that. So, okay, so we will do that. Perfect. Okay. Great. Oh, I'm going to change out my headphones. The alert. Should be good to go. Okay. All right. When Bryce gets up here, then we'll, yeah. Hold on. And let me grab one more. It's like doing 1,000 things at once. So. All right, so let me pop this up and then we'll be good to go. There's the man. Bryce.
Howdy.
Dude, what is up? How are you?
I'm doing good, man. Hopefully I don't sound too ignorant. I've been fighting a sinus infection for like 3 weeks.
Man, I'm telling you, you probably could go sing a country song or something somewhere. You sound good.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. How are we doing this evening?
You're doing good. 8 hours in, 2 to go. So tired, but good. Feeling good. Is that a Tampa Bay Devil Race hat I see? Is that what that is? Or
It
it's a
is
little hard to see.
Yeah, it's actually a Durham Bulls hat, but it's the when
Durham
they get
Bulls.
the throwback colors for the Rays. So yeah.
Okay, so that's what it looked like to me. So how are things for you from a college football standpoint here on first week, really the week one?
Week one, this was the first week that I really put any action out. I had 3 premium plays that I went 1 and 2 and cashed my best bet. So I was profitable in the day. I actually had I was ignorant enough to lay the points with TCU today. I look like I just a bonehead. And then I'm not alone though, so luckily that I'm not alone.
Oh, you're not alone. You know, Phil was on here at 2:00 and he was saying the same exact thing, that he was laying those points as well, and obviously that didn't go well. So, but you hit your best bet. What was your best bet today?
It was Alabama, Middle Tennessee State first quarter over 13.5 points. I like plays like that where you got a heavy favorite, maybe laying 35 plus points. With an up-tempo offense that Alabama typically plays a little faster.
Mm-hmm.
And what happens is if we get the ball first, we're going to go down and score, and then hopefully we get a couple more shots at it. So we cashed it with ease tonight. So onward to next weekend, I'll say.
I like that. So anything else invested here for some of the games? We got a 10:30 kickoff with Coastal Carolina going out to UCLA. Anything there or anything in this very late slate at all?
Nothing that I have my name attached to. I do have action on the games, but they're not my plays, so I'm not gonna talk about them.
Yeah, there you go. That's good. How about from a NASCAR standpoint, Xfinity? Were you watching that race? Were you invested in any way there?
I don't have a lick of action today. I don't even know who won the race. I did some yard work this afternoon. Oh, of course he did.
There you go. Yeah, right.
Of course he did.
You were doing some yard work.
Yeah, I did some yard work, came in, crashed on the couch, and then just kind of took it easy today. So.
And then I shot you a text and I was like, hey, I need your voice to be good to go. I need you for an hour here coming up, or whatever you can give me, and be good to go. So awesome. So you live in North Carolina. Where are you from?
Central North Carolina. I'm pretty much about 20 miles, 30 miles south of Greensboro. So if you're familiar with North Carolina, I'm just right dead in the middle of the state is where I'm from.
Okay. Very nice. Yep. How'd you get into motorsports?
Well, COVID really. That's how I got into motorsports betting. So I grew up obviously in Central North Carolina, going to Caraway Speedway as a kid, going to a lot of the pretty much every Charlotte race with my grandpa or great uncle. And it was NASCAR was kind of a big deal in my family with my grandparents anyways. And so that's kind of how I got into it. And I didn't really start looking at it from a betting perspective until COVID. And then I kind of jumped on the train and whatever. Been doing it for a couple years. I'm not the best at it, but I'm not the worst at it. So hopefully I just continue to improve.
It's funny how many people say, can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you. I don't know what happened right there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't either. So I hear it so many times where people say that when they started getting to become a fan or get into betting, it was through the COVID season because NASCAR was the first sport to come back, which really captured a lot of fans and a lot of new bettors. So glad to hear that you got invested that way. And like you said, not the best, not the worst. You're a sharp mind. I know that. So how about from obviously the NFL is more of your bread and butter, I would say. Is that correct to say?
I think that would be a safe bet.
That would be a safe bet. That's good. So from a betting standpoint, we'll just kind of go into that. What has caught your eye here on a Saturday, 1 week before kickoff What's something that caught your eye as you're getting ready to look at that week 1 slate? I know you've already looked at it, but most of the public have not. So what's something that caught your eye in that regard?
A couple games that I've already actually bet.
Okay.
I bet a couple weeks ago, Atlanta -3 hosting Carolina. And that has a lot to do with Frank Reich. Not so much if you watch Carolina in the preseason, they looked really bad. The first team offense didn't generate a lot of points, but that's not really something that I necessarily look too far into because it's teams use so much vanilla in the preseason that it's kind of hard to gauge. But if you go back in the history of Frank Reich, going back to his Colts days, he has not won a week 1 game ever. He's never won in week 1. So
the word ever is a selling point for me. So, okay, ever.
And I'm not a trend guy either, so I'm not going to just blindly bet this. But when you start looking at what Carolina has going against them, you've got a coach that historically has started poorly every season. Weeks 1 and 2, he starts bad. You got a new offensive coordinator, a new defensive coordinator,
rookie
QB, a new running back, 3 new receivers, changes on the defensive on a defense that was good last year, but there's a lot of moving parts coming in and out. That's a lot for any team, but especially, I just think it's just the perfect storm for Atlanta -3 week 1 for me, and it's moved up to 3.5, and I really don't think the market's going to go back down to 3. I really don't. I could see it staying at 3.5, maybe even going to 4. But right now, the money line at -175 does have a little bit of value. So even though a lot of people don't like laying juice, but -175 does have just a hint of value, just for the fact that Frank Reich does not win week 1 in the NFL.
That's interesting. So what about, do you do much with like player props or anything on that regard, or do you just stay with side total, all that?
I start gearing up daily fantasy and player props around week 3. So, that's
you
kind of
wait,
when
you get some intel, you start seeing some trends, and then go from there. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So Falcons, you said that -175 price. If you can get that, I'm shopping it around. I'm finding some -200s, -185, 185s. So you like the money line there, but you don't think that price comes back. You think the 3.5 is probably what it's going to stay at.
I definitely think it stays at 3.5. If it goes to 3, I might get a little worried, but I'll probably just buy again. So I'm pretty set on the Falcons.
Is there another? Yeah, go ahead. Yep.
Yeah,
perfect.
just going through here. This is the 1 p.m. game. So looking through here, I've also got the Saints -3 against the Titans. I think that's going to be a very hard fought game. I'm buying pretty heavy on the Saints this year. Not really for Derek Carr coming to New Orleans, but it's more of the Dennis Allen Derek Carr combination. So if you go back to Oakland days, so when he was drafted into the NFL by Oakland and Gruden was the coach, Dennis Allen was the offensive coordinator for a little bit. So he's coming to the NFC, and he's coming to the Saints. Arguably, it's not even arguably. They have better weapons overall than the Raiders had last year.
Oh yeah,
and he's transitioning to an offense that he's already familiar with. So I think that's something that people aren't really grasping right now. And I think the Titans are probably just really a little high from a market perspective because they've done so well as a dog under Vrabel.
Interesting.
So I just like that combination of Carr and Dennis Allen have worked together. It's the same offense. I like the Saints at home. They're laying 3. That's about all I like for the 1 p.m. games. Actually, I lied. Cardinals and the Commanders play at 1. I thought that was a 4 o'clock game. I laid the 6 about a month ago with the Commanders. I'm really high on Washington.
Moved to 7. Yep.
Yeah. And
I know. This is good because I know how high you are on Washington, especially their QB. So this is good.
Yeah, I've been high on Sam Howell. I actually think he was probably. I had him the number 1 quarterback in the draft last year. But I'm not a GM. I'm not a scout. But I definitely know that he shouldn't win in the 5th round. And their defense is good enough to probably cover that 7 by themselves. But they have enough weapons that I think that I feel comfortable with laying my 6 a month ago. It's not something to probably get to the window now and bet the 7 because why would I when I'm holding a 6?
Yeah.
But I think that's going to be also a trendy, probably a parlay and a teaser leg. So it's kind of like we'll just see what happens. But I do like watching it at 1 o'clock.
I like that. What one more thing about Washington, because I'm curious. I know obviously quarterback is mobile. How's that offensive line? Obviously the Cardinals are a mess for a lot of different reasons. You can kind of say similar things about the Cardinals than you did about Carolina. A lot of transition, a lot of moving pieces there. We don't even know, the quarterback hasn't even been announced for week 1. Is that correct?
Yeah, they're still haven't announced the quarterback, and it's kind of weird that they would cut McCoy this past week, and then they signed Josh Dobbs. Why, I don't know. Dobbs, he's kind of been a journeyman. He's not really done anything in his career, but is what it is. We don't know who the quarterback's going to be for Arizona. I know that they're not going to be world beaters, whoever they send out there. Washington's offensive line is a weak point to that team. But what I really liked seeing out of Sam Howell in the preseason was his ability to recognize where pressure is coming from, but still go through progression. Those are the kind of things that I watch for in preseason because, like I said before, everybody comes out with a vanilla game plan. But if you're a quarterback and you're still working your reads and you're going through progressions, it's comforting to see that, and especially for a young quarterback. And that's something that Rivera and Eric Bieniemy was wanting to see out of Sam, and that's why he won the starting job. Not necessarily his stats, but because he was, making the right decisions. He wasn't forcing stuff, and I think he looks good. I think he has the ability and of being mobile enough to escape pressure should it arise next Sunday. But I like the -6. I like Washington. I think they're going to be, if they can get the offensive line to gel and protect Sam, I think they're going to be a team that kind of we're looking at like week 8, 9, and 10 of like, maybe Washington was just missing a quarterback and maybe Sam's the guy. And then maybe I'm wrong and I'll have to admit it week road. We'll see.
And then that's where you say, this is why I'm not a GM. I am buying that. If the number gets to -7.5, stay away from that. Would that be correct? Use it as a teaser maybe, but then that's it. Okay. Yeah. Anything else in that 1 o'clock slate? You said you did lie, and then that was it.
Yeah, that's it for 1 o'clock. Is just those 3 games that I have kind of circled here. Actually, I've already bet. So, what about yourself? Have you started looking at the slate?
Yeah, so I have. There's one thing I laid, and I'm glad to see that the market is moving in my favor. So I grabbed the Packers plus 2.5 over or versus the Bears. So I grabbed that last week when that was available. I just feel like, it is the Bears. It's Bears Packers. Packers. I don't know what your take is. Jordan Love, in my opinion, he's not a rookie. He was able to sit back. I'm not going to try to give too many comparisons to what Favre and Rodgers did, but I think it is worthwhile saying, hey, this is a guy that understands the offense. It's not like anything has to be redone. So, and the Packers are a better team. So I got invested at plus 2.5. I can still probably at even money. I could jump in on the money line, but what do you think about that play so far? Me jumping on that. I know you're not maybe invested in that. It's more of a question I have for you. Smart, should I have waited or was that a good time to buy?
No, I think it's a great time to buy. I don't think that number is going back at 2.5, and I actually like Green Bay as well. So
good. Good.
Just definitely a buy low at 2.5 if that's the number you got on Green Bay.
It was.
Bears are definitely trendy and I actually have their season total under just for that reason. But
what is the season total?
It was 7.5. I got it 7.5 at plus money. So I think Chicago's offense is going to be better than they have in the past, and I definitely, I can see them putting up points, but I don't think their defense is going to be able to stop a nosebleed. And until they can, you're just gonna have to show me. Just show me you can stop somebody.
Right.
Justin Fields in the preseason, he came out like that week 2 or whatever, and just blistered. He just blistered them, and the hype train just he's just to the moon. But if you look at it, it was screen passes that went the distance. It's not like he was picking apart the defense. So we're gonna find out. That's all I know. But I do like Green Bay plus 2.5.
Good. I'm glad that you like that. Then, that is really the only thing that I am currently invested in. There's a couple things I've been looking at. I mean, there's a lot of games. The one that captured my eye the most that I'm curious from a total perspective. We've seen some, 50.5 to 1 or 50. It's the Dolphins Chargers game. So I know there's some totals that are moving there. What do you think of those two teams? Anything from either one of those? There's a lot of talk about the Dolphins, obviously, a lot of talk about the Chargers, both playing pretty difficult conferences, or I should say divisions. What do you think about those two teams? Because I think that could be one of the better games of the week.
I think it might be the game of the weekend, honestly.
Yeah.
It definitely could be. It definitely could be.
Right.
I'm just excited to see the Chargers defense healthy. I've been wanting to see Derwin James be on the field and be healthy for the past 2 seasons, and he hasn't been. But this season, it seems like it appears he's going to be, he's healthy going into week 1. I know last year he was quote unquote healthy, but he was still dinged up. And then from the Dolphins' perspective, be interested to see how sharp Tua is, if he can take it, if he's willing to stand back there and throw the ball and take a hit, because the Chargers are definitely going to be coming for him. And then from the Chargers, it's what's Kellen Moore brought to the table, and how far are they going to take the top off of defenses. So
there's another one in the 1 o'clock slate, and correct me if I'm wrong. Am I correct in saying, do you know what Joe Burrow's record is against the Browns in his career? I don't either. For whatever reason in my head, there was something that felt like he has not won a game against the Browns, but I think that might have been maybe even Baker. When Baker was there, and there were some statistics of he's never beaten the Bengals. I can't remember off the top of my head, but the Bengals, this is interesting, and I don't know if this has to do with any type of injury-related reason, but being a -2.5 favorite versus Cleveland, that line seems like it's going to get pounded by the public, and I guess, maybe the virtually 70-75% are on Cincinnati. A number is on the under as well. That number feels a little too low. No, with -2.5 for Cincinnati, I feel like people are going to run and bet that. What do you think?
I definitely think that the betting public will jump on Cincinnati. It's just whether or not the pros and the sharps that have already hit that number for Cleveland are willing to stand pat. I definitely think if you see that line go to 3, it's not because the public is moving that line. So I think it might be maybe some sharps, balled into that line and a little head fake, and they're going back, at the window to close it out and get a better number. So
I think that's good. I think how you've worded that was good. From a Survivor standpoint, we okay to talk about some Survivor things at all? I know that you're one of the sharper minds when it comes to that type of play, if you will. Curious, and if we can't go down any of these routes, let me know. But when it comes to Survivor, I'm curious what goes into your thought process, especially Survivor where you're eliminating a team a week and you can't reuse them. What goes into some of your thought process there? Because I think some of the conversations we had I found very fascinating. So curious, kind of what some of your process is, mentality going into, especially like a week 1 where we don't have anything.
Right. Well, the first thing that you have to just get through your head when you're doing the Survivor, especially if you're doing it for fun, that might be one thing. But if you're doing it with a mindset of I want to take this down, you need to get it through your mind that I'm going to have to pick some bad teams.
Mm-hmm.
So let's just go ahead and we're going to have to pick some bad teams. I also look at it from an injury standpoint. Quarterbacks that are a little more mobile or maybe play behind weaker offensive lines statistically have a higher probability of getting hurt. So maybe consider using them a little earlier. It might be a team you might want to hang on to, but if you have a quarterback that, I don't know if that line is going to protect him all year, I'll burn him. So what? I'm gonna burn them, you know, whatever. And that's kind of how we did last year in the Circa Survivor. We made it, I think, until the week 10. But we actually used the Ravens week 1. I wish we wouldn't have, but you know, it's like, let's go ahead and just burn Lamar right now. And you're gonna have to pick some bad teams. That's just all I can tell you. You know, you can't predict the future, so
right.
You know,
right. You can try, you know, with all the metrics and everything. And I know, talking with you, like I said, a little bit, it'll be interesting to see where a large majority of probably, you said about the Ravens, and probably people are going to be picking on the Ravens as a large percentage, I should say, from the survivor pools, given that their price point or their spread is essentially double digits versus the Texans. But for me, and some of the stuff that we were talking about here and listen to what you had to say, and again, this is going to be a popular as one, but I'm not sure how many people are going to trust this team. The Commanders wouldn't be a bad team, essentially, to maybe open up against, or even Atlanta, like you said about, hey, Frank Wright hasn't won a game in week 1 ever. So Atlanta's not a great team. Maybe that's an opportunity to use that. So just kind of thought about your process there and how you were thinking that.
Yeah, that's kind of how I you know, I know that I'm gonna have to pick some bad teams. And then when me and my partner are looking at the slate, you know, it's every week's a fresh slate for us. We're not really concerned about, we're going to use this team in week 7 and just put them there. Every week's a new slate, and it's kind of like, once we narrow it down, it's okay. Well, when else would we use this team? If we're not going to burn them this weekend, when else are we going to use them?
Mm-hmm.
If I can't come up with a good answer, you know, 3 or 4 weeks down the road, okay, well, I think we might have just made our choice.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that. You've been doing, you know, when it comes to Survivor and all that, you've been doing that for how long?
I've been playing Survivor pools, you know, probably a decade or more, but on the serious side of contests, the past like 3 or 4 years, you know, Circa Millions is really what got us into doing it seriously. And so.
And your best rank there was
2020. We finished 8th in the world at Circa.
That's wild. That's wild. Yeah. So that's what it's almost like golf. You know, you have that one shot that brings you back for more. That essentially is what brings you back for more to want to get better. 8th is now the standard. You know, got to beat that threshold, that mark there. So, awesome. And from any of the NFL markets or anything that you want to touch on at all? I know you're fighting through with your voice and all that, so I don't want to use you up all weekend here with what you're doing.
Yeah, no, you're fine. You're fine. I'll get a little sip of water every now and then.
No, you're
and actually
good.
Looked up some Pro Football Reference. I pulled it up. Joe Burrow versus the Browns. Now I don't know if I'm reading this right, so feel free to double check. But I'm showing that Joe Burrow is 1-5 straight up against Cleveland.
That's what I thought. Okay, so that was this brain works sometimes. That was triggered in my brain from last year. He was 0 for going into last year. I think they got a win versus the Browns last year at some point.
Yeah, that's what I'm showing. His last game against Cleveland, they won 23-10. But other than that, he was 0-5.
Okay, so that is interesting. Again, this number at -2.5 is just fascinating to me. What am I missing about the Browns that would like? What is it about the Browns? Is it Deshaun? Is it like, I'm trying to think of some of their wide receivers, some of their playmakers. We obviously know Deshaun and Chubb, but what is your outlook on the Browns? Because this is the first year where they're getting Deshaun back, and so we don't really know what this offense is going to be like. Am I right in that?
Yeah, I mean, we really don't, and it's just one of those things. You're just gonna have to wait and see. I think that they have plenty of playmakers on offense for Cleveland. You know, you got Chubb, you got top 5 offensive line, Amari Cooper, Elijah Moore, David Njoku, and then Donovan Peoples-Jones on the other outside there.
Yeah, good point.
I think that they have plenty of weapons on offense. Of course, when you flip over on the defense, they have a solid front 7. It's their secondary would be a question mark there. But I think that, You got a home division dog week 1 in the NFL. He's probably worth a blind bet at +2.5. Just doing that if you're into that kind of thing. But and I know some guys that are. So
that will definitely be one I'm keeping an eye on. Like you said, you gotta, a team like that, people are probably going to be sleeping on a good bit. But you mentioned a lot of the wide receivers that I just didn't even think of in that moment when I was trying to think of the team. What about the Steelers? That's a popular team. A lot of people are looking at. There seems to be some excitement. Obviously, it's a young team. It's one of the younger teams in the NFL, especially when you look at the offensive standpoint. What is your outlook on the Steelers? They have a tough matchup versus the 49ers. They're at home. The Steelers are catching some points, 2.5. So what do you think of the Steelers there?
I think in general, obviously we know the names: Pickett, Najee Harris, George Pickens, Deontay Johnson, Freiermuth. We know the guys. We know the names. Everybody's high on them, but from a fantasy perspective anyways, but from a betting market, I kind of want to stay away. I want to see how they use all those weapons. It's one thing to have the guys that we all know, and they might put up some points on our fantasy team, but how are we using them from a covering metric? How are they using them to win football games? And that's what I want to see out of Pittsburgh. San Francisco, we know what they can do. Laying 2.5 is kind of, I'm surprised it's not a painted 3 or even 3.5.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to stay away from that game probably altogether, unless I'm just looking at something this week and just something catches my eye.
Yeah, not a real betting edge to your point right now.
Maybe take a look at that under at 41.
That's a good point.
I know it was 41.5. 41's a key number in NFL with totals, and it was at 41.5. So it'd be interesting to see if it comes off of that 41 there.
So that 41.5, you like that number. If it dips below that at 40.5, 40, that's maybe a stay away, you're thinking?
Yeah, I'd probably stay away. Yeah. If I'm going to bet the under, I would bet it now. I don't think it would go. I don't think it's going to go back up. So,
yeah. Is there a market, whether it's side totals, whatever, that you really keen in on and you feel like, hey, I have an edge when it comes to these? Like in NASCAR, there's a market or two where I'm like, okay, I feel like I hold an edge. But in the NFL, when it comes to some of these, do you feel like there's a market specific that you're like, hey, I've really been able to find an opportunity to build some positive ROI year in and year out?
I think it's just knowing with the NFL, like everybody says, it's the hardest sport to bet. But for me, it's just knowing key numbers, where a number opens at, where it settles at midweek, and then predicting what's going to happen, come Sunday. So, and that's just reading the market. I don't really get into trends and, this team does this, if you do this over the course of your lifetime, this hits 57% of the time. Well, that's great. That does mean zero good in my mind this week, but
kind of like a Frank Wright, like a Frank Wright stat.
Yeah.
I'm not a trends guy, but
I'm not a trends guy, but until you do it,
let me give you a trend.
Yeah.
It's funny.
But I don't really get into that kind of stuff. I'm more of just, I know these teams, I know the kind of schemes they run, I know matchups, and I know how to read the market. I know how to understand the market. If a number moves off of a certain number, I know if it means something or if it doesn't mean anything. A lot of people don't understand that, but
that takes time, consistency, and effort to learn how those to understand market movement. And like you said, the general public's not paying any attention. They're looking at their fantasy team and knowing I have this quarterback, this guy's good, and this team scored 70 points last week. Well, they'll score 70 points this week as well. At what point do you look at the week ahead, the next one coming up? Is it at the end of the Monday night game, when everything's done and that week is complete, or do you kind of look ahead a little bit and grab any lines at any point for the week coming up?
So that's actually that's kind of a hidden secret for what makes us successful in the contest. But
you don't have to share then. Okay, it's up to you.
I won't give away all the details, but I will just say that I'm not looking at the following week on Monday. So that's all I'll say.
Yes,
but I'm more obviously I know what teams are playing, the next 2 or 3 weeks. I know that. But I'm really, really interested in knowing what the market is at, is all I'm going to say.
Yeah. No, that's good. I think you said enough without saying much at all, but I understood exactly. So that's good, because that was something I was wondering, as a mind like yourself, and just trying to understand my process a little bit more. How does it compare to some of the things you're thinking about? Is there a team, we talked about a lot of different teams, but is there a team that maybe the public is not expecting much of, but you're thinking, hey, watch out for this team. They could surprise. They've been kind of flying under the radar at all.
Yeah, the Green Bay Packers.
I love it.
So you have that division where like 3 of the 4 teams are being hyped up by the public. Well, 2 of the teams are being hyped up with the Lions and the Bears. Yeah. The Vikings obviously started last year, 7-0, 8-1. They don't have much on defense, but they lost Thielen. Now they got Addison. We all know that. We all know these things. But nobody's talking about the Packers. And I really, they lost Rodgers, and obviously he's one of the greats. But at the same time, to go back to your point, Jordan Love is. I think he's more than capable. I don't think he's a serviceable quarterback. I think he could be actually a good quarterback. And it's not like he's learning a new system. And their defense is really good. They have 2 very good running backs. Their only question is their young receivers. And I think that they have enough. The receivers are capable of playing different positions and making plays. So I think from a market, the public and the market might be a little low on the Packers. And that goes for pros too. I know some sharp guys that aren't really big on the Packers, and I've got their season total over, so we'll see.
Yeah. Do you think that, so when it comes to the pro side of things, specifically about the Packers, is that just because they have a young nucleus where, maybe they're not there's not a whole lot of trust built in them? And Brian says Packers money line is the play for week 1. Bears are overvalued. And we kind of touched on that. I was talking about how I grabbed the plus money there, Brian. So you're definitely on to something there, even though you're a Michigan fan. But getting back to the pro element, do you think with the Packers, it's just because I think they're the youngest team in the NFL, if I saw that correctly? I think average age was like 24.3 or something like that, which is unbelievably young.
Right. Well, I think it might be a correlated thing to where you can't be high on 2 or 3 teams out of the same division, and you know what I'm saying? You can't be high on all of them. They all can't hit their team total over. So it's kind of you've already picked your position on a couple, and which is fine. Everybody has to make those decisions, but it's kind of like, well, okay, I'm high on Detroit and I'm high on Chicago, and Minnesota's not going to go backwards. So where are they getting those extra wins from? And you kind of look at Green Bay, the redheaded stepchild in the corner over there. Well,
which is crazy, which is absolutely crazy to think about. Before I run your voice out of juice, let's flip it around. A team that's, maybe a little overvalued, that is, in your estimation, probably going to underperform. Is there a team that kind of comes to mind that you found, hey, I'm not buying stock in this team now?
Not necessarily per se, but I think the Eagles take a step back this year. We see it time and time again where we have teams that go to the Super Bowl and they lose. They have a little bit of a hangover and they can start slow. And that team did anything but that last year. So if this team starts slow this year, how are they going to, because last year it was still a new team. It was a lot of new pieces, and they kind of just gelled and they just hit the road running. Well, they had no adversity. So what does that team look like when they have some adversity? I've already said that I think Washington's going to be a little bit better this year. The Giants are going to be good. The Cowboys might have the best defense that we've seen in 5-6 years. How does the Eagles look with any adversity? Is what I want to say. I haven't bet their team total under, and I'm not saying they're not going to be good. I want to see what they look like when somebody punches them in the mouth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I am very curious of that. And it doesn't, to your point, it doesn't get easy for the Eagles as they play obviously up at New England. So one of the best coaching minds there is in Bill Belichick getting ready for at home versus the team that was representing the NFC in the Super Bowl. And then the Eagles got to turn it right around. So hopefully they don't have a lot of injuries and face the Vikings then on a Thursday night at home. So definitely could be an interesting storyline in the next 10 days if the Eagles are 0-2 or have some type of a loss in some way there. So awesome. I think that's good. Was there anything else that we didn't get to cover that maybe you wanted to, or a team that we didn't get to touch on at all?
No, I mean, I'd be curious to see what you think about the New York Football Jets. Not the Giants.
So you mean the Packers of the East?
Yeah, the Packers of the East.
No, you know what? It's funny. I understand, and this kind of goes right to what you were saying about Washington. You know, the offensive line is going to make or break it for this team. Rodgers understands how to control. Rodgers can put the ball anywhere, even at his age. His accuracy is arguably one of the best ever. And Hackett and him, which is good, they understand the same system. It's now getting that offensive line to understand the reads and everything that Rodgers is asking. That is obviously their weak point. Now, Garrett Wilson, Dalvin Cook, getting him up to some speed. I think it's gonna take some time. Like I know there's a lot of people jumping in on and saying, how, you got this name like Rodgers, how will they not do well? They have some swagger to them, but they still have a lot of pieces that need to be put together. So I'm kind of pump the brakes on the excitement. I mean, I think that happens too whenever you have a team that's on Hard Knocks where you're able to see them. It's not like you can just see what the Raiders or what the Broncos are up to. You're seeing what the Jets are. I think Rodgers to the Jets was tremendously a great, move for the Jets to add him. And I think over time they'll get better, but I'm not investing any of my unit allocations right now, especially at the start. Is kind of my thinking on that. Like you said, want to see maybe a couple weeks, see what is gelling. It's hard to take stuff in the preseason. But the Garrett Wilson Rodgers connection does look good, but I'm curious how Cobb, Lazard, and how all those then factor in, because those have the rapport with Rodgers. So am I right in saying that? Pump the brakes on the O-line. Obviously, that's their weak point. Maybe pump the brakes in general on the Jets, quite like right now.
Yeah, I think that would probably be wise. I definitely think that they are trending. So we'll see what happens week 1 when they host Buffalo.
They're like Colorado almost, where people were like high on Colorado, but then there was a group, and you obviously were one of them, of like, hey, I'm pumping my brakes. I get it. Long term, great. TCU's still the play, and then next thing you know, Colorado or the Jets might come out and punch you in the mouth. So that'll be interesting with the Jets, but how they compete in that division, they're going to have to play really well. And that's the one thing with Rodgers is he didn't have 3 teams in the same division like this. Like
no.
the Lions were always terrible. Bears have been terrible. Vikings have been on and off. Usually the Packers would lose to the Vikings at their place, and then the Packers would most times beat them at home. This is like completely different. You got to face Bill Belichick twice. You got to go to Miami once, where he notoriously does not play well. You got to go to Buffalo. Buffalo's coming to you. So I don't know what's their team total right now.
I believe
it's double digits.
No, I think it's 8.5. Let me see here.
Oh,
I'll check one of my trustees.
Yeah, because that would be. I didn't know if they were trying to. I didn't know if it was like a 9.5 shading to the under or what. But that's my thoughts on the Jets. Very long-winded worded there, but
there we go. They're off the board for me.
Okay. Okay. Stuff is developing.
Yeah, they're 9.5.
9.5. Okay.
Yeah.
So about what I thought.
Juice to the under. Juice to the under.
Okay. So then I was right there. So yeah, I would say that juicing or having it juice to the unders is a smart move. Anybody else or any other team that you wanted to get my opinion on at all? Not that you should, but you called out 2 teams, so I figured I'd give you the floor. If so, I'm scrolling through week 1 as well. Just make sure I didn't miss anything. You said Dallas has, you think, probably the best defense that they've had. What about their offense?
I think their offense is going to be – they'll go as far as Dak takes them. I mean, obviously, that's such a basic answer, but and I don't think he's bad. So I think that Dallas kind of is one of those teams that always just gets in their own way. They're just going to find a way to just fumble it. I mean, they've been good. You know, they have the pieces. I think that they could be really good, and it's just whether or not they get out of their own way. So we'll see.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. I don't love them. I don't hate them. It's just, I have no emotion towards the Cowboys, but I think they could be a team to be reckoned with. Yeah.
No, I think you're right, especially from some of the circles I've talked to. Same sentiment there. Brian says best case for the Jets, in his opinion, is 10-7, especially with real possibility they start 1-3. Bills, Dallas, New England, Kansas City. That is a tough stretch out of the gate for a team like that's trying to gel early. So that will definitely be interesting. Now, obviously, in all the betting and all the stuff that you do, the markets that you look at. Is there a team that you find yourself rooting for, or is it like, hey, similar to what I am in NASCAR, I don't have a favorite driver. I just root for whoever I'm betting on or who I'm invested in. Or is there a team for you that you're like, I favor this team?
I used to be a diehard Panther fan, but when they lost the 15 Super Bowl, it just kind of took a lot out of me emotionally. And, Then when I picked up sports betting about 2 years later, I've kind of let go of all teams. I'll normally pick up a team I'll kind of fall in love with throughout the season, and I won't root for them, but I like backing them, and so they're kind of like my team, For the past couple seasons, for I think two seasons ago, it was the Colts. I loved the Colts. I would always back the Colts, or I'd always talk myself into backing the Colts, and they did well for me. So.
Was that when they had Rivers?
Yeah, when they had Rivers.
Okay.
Well, actually, it's anytime Shaquille Leonard is healthy, I can back the Colts. So
anytime Shaquille Leonard is healthy, back the Colts.
I'm right. In previous seasons, he's kind of one of those guys that. Now, I mean, we go down that topic with injuries, and that's a huge thing in the NFL is injuries, and I'm not talking about to the quarterback.
No. Yeah.
So, Shaquille Leonard for the Colts is one of those guys. If he's not on the field, he's worth some points, and the market's only giving him about a half a point. And he's worth well more than half a point.
That is significant for a guy like that. Like you said, should be getting more. I wrote that down. I wrote that name down on my list here. So that's good. Yeah. I'm sure we could dive into a whole hour conversation when it comes to injuries and some of those elements there. But like I said, I mean, NFL is your main focus. That's what your strength is in the NFL. College football, not as much. Like you don't put your same time and energy and resources into that, or am I wrong?
No, I kind of have a few things in college football that I look for week in and week out. I don't really dive. I don't do a deep dive into college football. There's a couple. I'm more of a situation guy in college football.
Okay.
So it's kind of like I look for situations in NFL as well. But for college football, I look for, maybe a little bit of travel for a team, a 12 p.m. start on the road, kind of stuff like that. Especially if a ranked team's playing 12 p.m. on the road, I'll look to back that home dog. Teams land 35 or more points. I'm giving that first quarter a look, especially if they're an up-tempo team. And those are the kind of things that I look for in college football. I don't really overexpose myself because I'm not an originator. I'm not betting. I'm not putting on my own lines for college football. I don't have anything to go off of. And it's one of those sports that it can get you, or it can be good to you. So I think that's one of the fun things about it is there's so much more open space in college football compared to the NFL when you look at it. So it's fun.
Yeah. No, that's good, man. That is really good. And I was really looking forward to chatting with you here tonight, because we haven't had the opportunity to really connect, via voice or face to face. So I was looking forward to this very much. So did not disappoint. Just you putting in some of your explanations of things in the Discord have been very helpful, just to understand that thought process, that mindset that you kind of go through, and really how you dissect some of those things. So I'm really looking forward to learning from you, understanding some of your how you go about, your game outlook, and I really appreciate you being willing to share, guide, and kind of be part of the community. So really looking forward to this year. I know it's just around the corner for you. I know college football started today, really for everybody. Yeah. But I know your football starts here, has already started, but the excitement level, when that sun comes up next Sunday, you are going to be chomping at the bit.
Right. I really am. And I'm really looking forward to it. I think this football season might be my best yet. I believe so. We'll see. And I'm the kind of guy that I'm going to tell you, if I'm not seeing the board well, I'm not seeing the board well. If I say I'm about to get hot and going to run, my man, you better get to the window when I do.
You better be listening. So that's good. Well, that's awesome. Anything I can do to help, please let me know. You and I will be talking here over the next week or so. I got some plans. Obviously, as I continue to get you more involved, want to really kind of build some things. And I think from the information that you share, and just how, again, you go about things, I think it would be really an advocate for the betting space, and especially from the football, because that's a tight market to really master. And I can already, by talking to you for here about 50 minutes, I can see the drive and the passion of, hey, I want to get it right. I want to make sure that we're seeing everything correctly. And just because a team is trendy or a group is trendy, don't want to just go with that and have group think. Want to have really good dialogue. So if I can help you in any way, I will. But how can the people listening and that will listen back to this, how can they support you and what you're doing, and the Discord that you serve as well?
If you just pretty much mainly on Twitter, it's at PT Bryce 47, and I just started a Discord as well. Not taking shine away from anybody else. I'm kind of doing different sports. I have a couple guys in that are really sharp, and it's more of a niche thing. So I have an individual guy for different sports, and we'll just post things that we're looking for, or maybe plays that we have, and then kind of go from there. I don't know how many people's actually in the live right now, but if they want some tips for NFL, I can give a couple right now.
Please, this would be great.
One thing that you should kind of write down and jot down is
got my pen.
Don't always look at the surface of something. Just because something happened or didn't happen doesn't mean it's going to happen or not happen the following week. Mm-hmm. When you're looking at a number and you're looking at a line, it's good to have questions. The first thing I look at something is I ask, why is that number what it is? It's not who's betting this or what group is on this or where's the public at. I want to know why did the originator of this line make this number this? And if I can come up with if I can answer the why, then I have an idea of where that number is going to go, and then I can choose if I want to get in front of it or wait. And I think if you can start to learn that, because NFL is its own beast, and you really have to understand the market complexity of it to really be good at it. And that's what makes the NFL so hard. So if you can't tell me why the line is what it is, that's what you want to be looking at. Because there is a reason for it. I can assure you that. So it might be to fake you out, but it might be because that weak side linebacker is out and nobody else knows it, and that guy matters. So that's kind of the stuff that I dive into without really getting into it. But the first question I ask is, why is the number what it is?
I like that. Yeah, I think that strategy alone, right? That process. So thinking through your bets, essentially, thinking through the reasoning and coming up with a conclusion is good. Was there you want to leave us with that, or was there another tidbit at all that you had?
I think that's a pretty good starting point. I'll be happy to go more thorough through it with the Discord with people. So if they want to jump in and ask me questions or whatever, I'd be happy to answer them.
That's good. No, I'm looking forward to having you, similar to what you were just saying, having people that are really advanced and have an expertise in certain markets. So having you as the guy to run the football side is going to be a lot of fun, especially as we're getting ready to kick off here this season. So, Bryce, I can't thank you enough, and I'm glad that we've been able to finally connect. And your voice is going to be happy knowing that it gets a break here for a little bit. And again, thank you so much, and very much looking forward to chatting with you throughout the season. And I promise, when I get that email for that Survivor, although I don't want to compete against you, but when I get that email, I'm going to send it your way so you can enter, because it'd be fun to compete against each other. So
iron sharpens iron, my friend.
I know. Where's my iron sharpens iron? I do have a iron sharpens iron iron sharpens iron hat, but I guess it's upstairs. So I agree with that wholeheartedly. So thanks again, man. And if I can help in any way, please don't hesitate to reach out. Happy to help any way I can.
All right, man. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me on. Cool. And everybody in the chat, I'll see you in the Discord.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, man. Appreciate you.
Yeah, man.
Awesome. Great conversation with Bryce, one of the good guys. Been so fortunate to connect with Bryce, get to know him. So really looking forward to building on that relationship, especially as we get into the NFL season. And you can tell already, right, just from the beginning part there, that he wants to get it right. Reminds me so much of what we're trying to do in the NASCAR betting space, and have a reason of why are we getting there and what are we trying to accomplish with it. So really looking forward to having a conversation with him more and more as the season goes along. 1 hour, finally, 1 hour to go in this marathon. Can't emphasize it enough. Thank you so much to atlashair.com. Use the promo code NASCAR for 20% off your entire order. atlashair.com. This whole marathon of a thing is to promote and help showcase the premium Discord that I'm trying to help push with the NASCAR betting preview show. I do understand that NASCAR is a niche market. Not everybody gets invested with something like that, but if I can at least have people and individuals like Bryce surrounding it and being involved in other markets like the NFL, NCAA, MLB, golf, etc., it'll really draw and build more of a community. So that's the hope here. And appreciate you all that have gotten invested with it, and really want to make sure that ROI is given back. We already had a couple, or Matt here today, a good example. We were talking about, how to get invested, and next thing you know, we were able to work on and cash 3 of the bets that we talked about a couple hours ago. So just like that, the ROI has been returned, which is great. So hopefully we can continue that all year. But looking forward to the next conversation here, the last one of the night. And it's with Ryan Baumohl, Baumohl's Bets on Twitter. You can find him at Gambling DFS Tips, a character of sorts, but man, somebody that is so invested in wanting to build community and be a part of larger groups. I had the privilege of meeting Ryan and talking with him last year. A lot of it had to do with NASCAR. It's how we kind of got started. So really looking forward to chatting with him when he comes on here in just a little bit. So that'll be a lot of fun. as we break down everything. If you have any questions, Brian, I appreciate you so much, man, for coming on and supporting. Looking forward to catching your DFS show, that you guys do over there, you and Kyle. So really appreciate your time and coming on and supporting everything we got going on here. Really means a lot. So looking forward to the last conversation here of the night. Been a long 8 hours or 9 hours, I should say. Feeling a little winded from the voice box, but we're going to finish out here strong and be good to go. So I'm curious here what Ryan is going to share with us. Ryan does a lot when it comes to all forms of sports, especially UFC, which I know virtually nothing about. But I know that he is a very sharp mind when it comes to that industry. And I really want to learn a little bit more from him and understand, if I want to eventually get invested, what am I looking for? Or if there's any of you out there currently that do get invested in that, what are some tips and tricks? Similar to what Bryce gave us, which was phenomenal. So I can't thank all of our guests here again tonight enough. Just so supportive and so appreciative of them for sure. Okay, so I see what you're doing. So you're recording here in a little bit, Brian says. Thank you. I appreciate the kind words. I did not jump on UCLA first half against the spread. I did not. So although did we start? Okay, they already started. Yeah, being busy. This is the one thing I thought, well, I'll be able to make all these bets and have all this fun and do this and that. But I didn't realize this is going to be more work than it is play tonight. So unfortunately, I wasn't able to get invested a whole lot like I was hoping. But it is what it is. So let's see. Zach's on here. Keep up the good work, bro. Appreciate you. Zach, one of the good guys as well. Zach, can't say thank you enough. Appreciate your support. So yeah, looking forward to building the Discord up here. Let's see who we got here. Mark in Mississippi. Let's see. You have rode from, I've been from Hattiesburg down to Pensacola, Hattiesburg, Mississippi. That's awesome. Well, glad I've been in your ear a whole lot. Been definitely talking to you, or you've been listening to me a lot more than I've even been talking to my wife tonight. So you better believe that when I wake up and take the girls to church tomorrow, flowers, coffee will be in hand as I go and deliver them to church to her tomorrow. So got to win them all, and that's how I'm gonna have to do that. So we'll do it that way. But I appreciate the support, guys, and the kind words as well. So but Brian, unfortunately, I was not on UCLA. I'm actually curious what that score is. I saw Penn State scored. I do want to give a call out to my guy Chris Perry. Chris, I'm sorry. Don't be mad at me, for Penn State scoring. I know you had West Virginia 21. And I know that was a tough beat for many out there when it comes to that. So don't take it out on me with them scoring there at the end. I was rooting for you and rooting for me at the same time, but just wanted them to win by 20, not by 21 plus. So thinking about you when that happened live. So let's see. Let me put out a quick tweet, and then we'll get Baumohl on, and should be good to go. So. Let's see here. Tune in for the final hour. We put the link. Let's see here. Where is... Let's see if we can get... Be cool to keep getting more and more listeners as the hour goes along. if you don't mind, that would be any support with that would be great. I want to see this grow like crazy. Let me put this picture first. All right, let's see where Baumohl's at. Yeah. Okay. What's his name? All right, let me see something. We haven't looked at the markets here in a little bit. I want to see if anything's changed. I do see some potential value out here. Specifically, when we look at, and I mentioned this earlier about an hour ago, before it everything populated. But if you have access to FanDuel, I highly recommend going to betting group number 2. And Bubba Wallace plus 220. I think that is a good opportunity there. Let me verify that the price point on his, so that's a good buy opportunity in that group. So in that group, and this is something that we talked about with Rob, is Bubba Wallace, who we like, versus Eric Jones, Ty Gibbs, and Alex Baumohl. Baumohl, I should verify that because Baumohl is getting a substantial amount. He's actually double the price of all 3 guys. So the top 3, Jones, Wallace, and Gibbs, are plus 220, and Alex Baumohl is plus 440, which is kind of an incredible number in and of itself. Here's one, and I'm curious, any conversation would be good here with this, but in betting group number 3 on FanDuel, you have Kyle Busch, who's going to be starting here. You have Ross Chastain, who not looked great in practice or qualifying, and you have Christopher Bell, who's plus 240, and then you have Tyler Reddick, who's plus 360. So very interested to see what happens there. So last but not least, by any means, Ryan Baumohl, the man, the myth, the legend. Not got to meet you in person or over video, so good to put a name with a face. How we doing tonight?
Good. How's my mic? Everything sound good? I'm kind of going off the fly here. We good? You can hear me, or?
Why can't I hear you through your headphones? Why do I just hear you through your computer?
It should be through my headphones. I have my headphones.
It sounds like your headphones are in the whole other side of the corner, and you're doing the best you can to talk through it.
Give me 1 second. Let me fix this thing.
I might just kick you off and bring in another guest. That's what.
You can feel free. If you got somebody else at 11. Free.
No, I gave you the money. This is the money slot. This is the one people are going to tune back to.
Well, when they see me, they're going to be like, "What the hell?"
Well, they've been staring at me long enough. I know that they're troopers. All right, what's that like? Say something.
Is that better?
That is better.
Okay.
It's not crystal clear, but it's
really
better.
know what I did.
I don't know what you did either, but whatever button you clicked, it went right through my ear, and it was like you were good to go.
I'm going to show you the
angle. That's the angle people want, right?
Well, I'm going to show you the issue of why my mic's not working is because when I went to plug it in today, this is what the cord looks like, and see how it's
not great.
It's like
you're not going to be able,
it's trying to get there.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. It's supposed to look like this. Let me see if I can get it over here. It's supposed to look like that.
Exactly. And if you should have seen the amount of cords and the amount of adapters, I was just like sitting here just trying to plug everything into everything. And I was like, you know what? You win. Computer, you win tonight.
Computer, you got it. Yeah, well, whatever you did to your mic, it does sound good. So we're good to go. So how about this? We'll kick it off like this. Tell everybody who you are and kind of how you got into the betting space, because that is something I know who you are, but the betting space element is something I don't necessarily know. I don't really know your story there. So how'd you get involved with sports betting and what you're doing today?
So in college, this was, I guess, 10 years ago or so, a while ago, joined this kind of group that was in the original kind of like trying to create these like betting tools and betting tips and these like betting trends and this stuff when it kind of wasn't like this. I'm not saying it obviously wasn't big 10 years ago, but it's obviously not like it is now. And, you got all these websites and all this stuff. So I was kind of helping some guys when I was in college that had just graduated with that. So I kind of got into gambling and that kind of stuff that way. My first real into this stuff was DraftKings on NFL. You just, DFS, that kind of stuff. So I started doing that, played that for a while, probably, 3 or 4 years before I even started thinking about doing content. Then the year COVID, the year happened, 2019, 2020, I don't know what year it was.
Yeah, 2020.
So then I started doing some content more then with Jason, who's DFS NASCAR, and guys like Ryan Larkin and guys like that, because there wasn't really much going on, and I had done DraftKings, and so I kind of gotten into NASCAR that way. So I was always a very casual NASCAR fan, still kind of am. I told you I haven't been able to keep as much up this year. But so I did that. And then obviously we had the iRacing stuff and everything when COVID happened, started doing content that way and started just, I ended up with 2,000 followers on Twitter within 3 or 4 months and then just started kind of just doing it that way. I kind of, plateaued a little bit, but I've always said I want to be one of those guys where it's like, I don't want to have 20,000 followers and get, 10 interactions on a tweet. I want to have if I've got 3,500 followers or whatever I have, those that are, here to be here and here that want to gamble. So, but yeah, in terms of gambling, my I know there's different strategies and different stuff, but I always got into it because I always have a unique strategy. So I'm a volume bettor. So basically, whether it's NASCAR, UFC, whatever it is, NFL with props, no matter what it is, I kind of create that like game script in my head. And so I have a bunch of props and a bunch of stuff that kind of goes off that. So I'll have a bunch of bets, but maybe not as many like full units, stuff like that. A lot of quarter units, especially like in UFC, I'll have, for example, I'll have one side of the fight. I'll have him first and second round. I'll have the other guy second and third round or one of the guys by KO, one by sub, like stuff like that. So I have that interesting kind of style that I know it's not for everyone, but I know the people that do it like it because it's kind of like, all right, I'm just going to sit down and watch 10 hours of sports today. Let's get some bets out and see what happens.
I like it. Okay, that helps. But you were mentioning as well from a like an iRacing standpoint. So, right, you were saying about iRacing.
That was my first big. That was my first big like DraftKings win. I won $5,000. And I remember I don't even know who put it. Somebody put a tweet out. Yeah. It was crazy. They went to these huge things. I went. It was I don't know which race it was, but I saw a tweet. It was one of the first, maybe not one of the first ones, but I can go find it. It was somebody just tweeted. I didn't know nothing about iRacing, knew nothing about any of this. Somebody just tweeted like William Byron is the best iRacer here. He's like 7,800, whatever it is, like whatever it was. I don't know what it was. Played him, and it was like 3 straight weeks, and it was like. It was like top 10 GPPs in 3 straight weeks, and it was like just doing nothing.
Dude, that's crazy. I didn't know that DFS allowed at that time because I knew there were some betting outlets that were doing the Pros Cup or whatever it was called, the racing there.
Yeah.
But I did not know the DFS element. Interesting. So that's cool. Let's see. Phil says James Franklin knows the spread more than any coach ever, Derek. Okay. Yep. It's good to know, Phil. So Phil's my buddy, does the Full Take with Phil podcast, and he and I are huge Penn State fans. So I know I was wondering some good insights on that game from a college football
standpoint. At the end.
They did. Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah. That was, I saw that and I was like, that's gonna hurt some people's hearts. Nothing like the first game of the year on NBC to have a heartbreaker or primetime game. So were you at any investments from a college football standpoint today that you were on?
I didn't have much. I told you I was obviously out there. It was my dad's birthday, so I didn't have much today.
That's right.
I had last night was last night was brutal. Last night was my first losing night of college, and it was just back and forth of like, it was just, you get to a point when it's like, all right, all these games are on one side. You're like, tonight's not the night. They're not going to tip to the other side. So I was like, all right, I'll keep it light today. Ended up just playing a couple bets today. I just finished. I had the North Carolina team total over. It was 33.5. They had 31 through 3 quarters and then didn't score in the fourth quarter. So
no,
not a great way to end the night, but
of course,
is what it is.
Okay, so then we'll move past today.
But Washington was an easy winner earlier. They beat Boise by I think 40. So that was
okay. So we like that one. Is there just a specific market when it comes to? I want to get to some of the UFC stuff. You call it UFC, MMA. I didn't want to call it the wrong thing.
So UFC is just like the main organization. There's UFC, obviously Bellator, PFL, that stuff. Most of my stuff is UFC, because I obviously have a full-time job running a Chick-fil-A, so I only have X amount of time to do this stuff. So
that's right.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about that. So Ryan hasn't told you guys is you guys are getting free Chick-fil-A for joining us here tonight. So when
you see the free Chick-fil-A giveaways on my profile, that's exactly why.
Yeah, that is exactly it. So you the Chick-fil-A that you run is based down in the Baltimore, Maryland area. Is that correct?
Yeah, in the county.
Yeah. Yep, in the county. Yeah, we're not too far. We're about a 45 to an hour drive, you and I apart. So eventually we'll have to connect at some point in person. But
definitely,
I want to get to the UFC part in a little bit. But is there a certain market outside of UFC? Is there a certain market that you really have a betting edge in that you feel on a week-to-week basis? Or is it sport?
It depends.
Sport dependent.
Yeah, sports. So football in general, more so college than NFL. I like a certain trend, or I guess not trend, a certain, I don't even know what the word is, would be if you have a home unranked dog 5 points or less against a visiting road ranked, obviously 5 points or less favorite. So let's say, so let's keep it simple. Let's say, let's just use Penn State and West Virginia for example. So obviously I know it was a way bigger spread, but let's say West Virginia is the 10th ranked team in the country coming to unranked Penn State. West Virginia is a 4-point favorite at Penn State.
Okay. Yep. So it's under 5. That's under that threshold. Yep.
The home dog there. Now, the other side of that, which is slightly riskier, is let's say the same thing. It's the same. You've got number 10 ranked West Virginia coming into unranked Penn State, but Penn State is a 3-point or less favorite.
Okay.
I take those money lines straight up. So usually it'll be minus 140, maybe minus 150, something like that. But I forgot what the exact stat was, but I saw it last year because people see that and they're like, oh, the unranked team's going to beat the ranked team because they're favored. But let's just cover the 3 because if you're going to win, you're going to cover the 3. And I saw a stat last year where it was something along the lines of like 30 or 40% of the time the team wins and doesn't cover more than 2.5. So it's like they'll win by 1 or 2. Oh, they're going to win by, they're going to win. Let's cover 3 or 4. But a lot of times it's worth it to pay the juice there and just take the money line. If that's the side you're going. Now, obviously, there's, there's lines you look at and you're like, this is way too good to be true.
Right.
And I call those are what I call chandelier games, which is when you walk into a Vegas casino, they've got those big chandeliers. They don't build them because they put a 3-point spread out there knowing everyone's going to bet it. And, that's how they get those big chandeliers. So that's why I call it a chandelier game. So sometimes they're, even in NASCAR, sometimes you just got to close your eyes, hold your nose and say, you know what, let's hit it.
I like that. Okay. So
I stole it from somebody. I don't remember who I stole it from, but I stole
it doesn't matter now. I mean, it doesn't matter now. I think I never heard it from anybody else before you. So in my estimation, it only came from you. But when you look at, and you said college football is more over your expertise over the NFL.
College in terms of spreads and totals more so. NFL is much more in terms of props.
Okay. Then that helps a little bit more. So that covers the are you looking at week 2 markets already at all, or do you wait until maybe early part of next week when all the lines are put out?
Especially this weekend, since you've got games through Monday for Labor Day, I'll
Good
wait
point.
through the end of this week. Sometimes I'll see if, sometimes Saturday nights, after 2 teams have played or playing the next week, you get an overreaction. You get a team that maybe won by 3 touchdowns, but was up 10 points and had a late, score and something like that. And they were a 5-point favorite, and all of a sudden they're an 8 or 9 point favorite. So sometimes I'll take a quick look on Saturday night or Sunday morning for college for the week after, but not really. That's more so for me a college basketball thing of like, I'll look because they put the lines up late at night. I'll look late at night and try and get them out before, the next day.
So what about from a NASCAR perspective? I know you said that, you obviously connected with guys like Jason and Coop and, Larkin. Do you do anything else from a DFS standpoint or anything in NASCAR, or did you kind of move away from that and really focus your content pretty much through, I would say primarily through UFC from what I've seen?
Yeah, so this is the first year that I haven't done really any NASCAR content. I did some at the beginning of the year. I haven't really played much DFS either, which is weird. I always used to play it, and it's just kind of, I don't know. It's almost for me like once, especially with NASCAR, once I miss like a couple weeks in a row, it's like I've kind of missed everything. It's like I feel like if I'm trying to catch up, I'm way too far behind.
Yeah.
And then at that point, I'm looking, let's say if I miss a couple races, I'm coming back in. It's like, all right, I'm going to look at some recent results, but it's like if I really haven't watched, I'm looking at results and who knows what those really mean. And then it's like, well, I'm going to really just go on like track history and track comparison and stuff like that. And then you're throwing darts at that point.
And then your boy goes out, Ryan Blaney goes out and wins at Charlotte when you least expect it.
He's an auto bet every week, though.
I know for you, he is. Yeah, he is. You have to put money in the reserve there for him. Brian says Colorado now 1.5 point favorite over Nebraska next week. What do you think about that? Because it was like he was saying, opening as a 7.5 dog. So what do you think about them now opening? How should we be reacting to that?
So that's a good example of, I think it's an overreaction, but I almost don't know if it's enough of an overreaction in terms of, okay, so let's talk about the games today. Colorado versus TCU. TCU obviously, lost guys from last year, including Duggan, who, was kind of the heart and soul of that team. They lost, I forgot what the guy's name was, Johnson or whatever, the receiver, who I think was a 1st or 2nd round pick. So obviously it's not the same TCU team, but they're still a ranked, still decent team. So for me, I was like, all right, let's watch Colorado. Forget their opponent. Let's just watch how Colorado plays. Deion's first game as a coach at the D1 level. Just let's see how it goes. For me, the number one thing was his son at quarterback looked like a Division I actual quarterback. And it's like all these people saying, he's just the quarterback because he's Deion's son. Well, yeah, I'm sure that helped. But guess what? He threw for 500 yards. I think it was a school record or whatever he threw for.
He threw for 500?
I think it was like 520 something. I don't know exactly what it was. And then they've got Travis Hunter, who's right now looks like the Shohei Ohtani of college football. He's going to play cornerback and receiver. So in terms of that, so I watched that and I see, Colorado's defense kind of plays in a way of like people always used to describe like Trayvon Diggs for the Cowboys kind of playing this way of like they're a very gambling kind of defense. So they're going to make big plays, but they're going to let up big plays. Watching Nebraska against Minnesota, it was like classic Nebraska. It was like, okay, this is a Big Ten game. We're going back and forth. It's like, what was it, 7-0, 10-7, whatever it was, back and forth. And it's like Nebraska had chances to put it away, didn't put it away. Obviously, they got screwed right before the half with that replay. I don't know if you saw that, but the guy was in and they called him down and they ran out of time. So they were inside the 10 and didn't get any points. So that kind of screwed them there. But yeah, so when I watch that game, I see that Nebraska kind of played into that Minnesota kind of game at Minnesota. So people are going to look at this and be like, oh, this is a team that's going to be an under team. That's going to, whatever. I like the over next week. I don't know exactly what the number is. I haven't seen if there's a number out there for it. So, but instead of the spread, I like the total because I think, like I said, Colorado is going to be that kind of team all year, as I think a lot of the Pac-12 teams are. And for me, I think the number could be lower than it should be because Nebraska just played I don't know what the final score was, 17-14 or whatever that final score was there.
Yep.
So people are going to see that, and I think it's going to get lowered. But in reality, when you look at it, when you go to play at Minnesota, very few times does that result in a shootout, especially since PJ Fleck's been there. So I think, I don't know if the total's out yet, but I think
it is. What do you guess it? Yeah.
See, here's the issue is I don't know what the totals were this week, and I know that they've changed the clock a little bit, so that's affected it. Let me
I think the
total,
gotta be you mean it
is it
yeah.
Is it under 60?
It is.
I was gonna say like 57.5, 57.
You are spot on. Yep. 57.5.
So my thought there when I'm thinking about that is, okay, I'm guessing that I think the line should be around 60. That's kind of the first thing that I said. And that's why. So I was like, is it under 60? That was my first thing. I was like, all right, if it's under 60, let's hit it. If it's not under 60, let's see what happens. And then it's like, probably a couple points here or there. But yeah, I mean, that might be something where I hit that and maybe even hit one or both of the team totals. If you like an over, when you're looking at the juice on the team totals, sometimes you can buy a team total and get it. So it's like, let's say I've got both team totals at, plus 110 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Hit them both. Obviously, if the game goes way over, they both hit, you're great. If only one of them hits, to a plus money, you're still good.
Yeah. So looking at this, like you said, I mean, 57.5. And then the spread is minus 1.5 right now. But that
it's at Nebraska?
It's at Colorado.
It's at Colorado. Oh, and Colorado's a 1.5 point favorite at home.
Yeah. Which will easily balloon to minus 3.5. I think.
So remember about 10 minutes ago we were talking about chandelier games.
There's a chandelier game.
I mean, Colorado being a 1.5 point favorite at home.
Yeah.
Coming off this week after everyone just saw Nebraska last week look decent, but then blew it at the end. It's like, how's Nebraska going to go to Colorado and win? It's like, well, because that's how Vegas has it.
I like it. So you would.
I'll see what the line does.
Right. We have to see what line looks like. But chandelier game, from what we were talking about earlier, you're siding with the Nebraska side right now.
And it's almost weird because it's like in going off of that, calling it a chandelier game with that mindset is like, okay, let's say Colorado's a 2-point favorite or whatever. Yeah. If it gets down to 1 or even a pick 'em, it's like, it makes me like Nebraska more. If Colorado gets to like 4 or 5, then it's like, all right, maybe I'm going to hit Colorado because maybe it's like, all right, this opening line was kind of just wrong. That's kind of the weird way of thinking of that.
Yep. Nope. It makes a lot of sense because you're waiting for all the betting groups sharp and then factoring some of the public money as well to come in and kind of figure out what side that they want to take. But okay, so then that's good. And Brian, I'm glad that you mentioned that. Let's see, he just sent another message here that says
for team totals not equaling the game total for an edge. Yep, definitely. That's you'll see that a lot. It says also keep an eye for team totals that don't equal the game total. So I'm gonna try and do some basic math in my head. It's probably not gonna be great, but let's say you've got a game where the total's 60 and you've got two team totals at 28.5 or 29, something like that, where it's like, they don't add
doesn't add up. No, I'm with you there. Okay, so that was good. I'm glad that question came up. So thanks again, Brian, for posting that. Moving back over to the UFC side, how did you get involved with UFC, MMA, whatever you want to call it? I want to call it. How'd you get involved with that? Or is there anything from your background that is involved in that, or how did you really develop an edge specifically in that market?
I was just kind of always a fan of UFC for a while, and so I was just watching back in the early days, and I was always just kind of intrigued by it, and just it was one of those things where it's like, well, I'm not going to really get into the gambling of it because it's like, it's almost like NASCAR in terms of like you could be doing great, and then one tire goes down, all of a sudden you're done. UFC guys doing great, one shot
kick,
and it's done exactly. Or he throws a kick and his leg breaks in half, and it's like just one of those freak things that it's like it doesn't happen in other sports. We've seen that before. But so I was always just kind of a fan, and then I kind of realized at first, when UFC gambling was becoming bigger, the lines weren't great. And there was a lot of times where UFC, they wouldn't put lines up. Let's say it was like -700 or 800 would be the biggest lines.
Yep.
Now you see guys that are -2,500, -3,000, stuff like that. So that was my initial in of like, okay, let's say I've got 4 people that should be -2,000. Obviously, this isn't a great strategy all the time, but when you've got an advantage on the line, if like, hey, I've got 4 people that they should be -2,000 and they're all -700, parlay a bunch of those together, play them that way, and just kind of do it that way. And I made some money doing that. And then lines started getting a little sharper. Props started becoming more prevalent. And I was like, all right, I know what I'm watching. I'm not going to call myself an MMA expert like some of these guys where they can tell you exactly everything that's going on. But, I watch and I know what I'm watching. I know the footwork. I know what they're trying to do. I can see, okay, in this position, what are they doing? What's his goal? What's, whatever. So I was like, all right, let's just kind of try and dive into the props a little bit, see what it is. And first I just started throwing a couple props here or there. I remember the first big prop I ever really threw down was McGregor inside the distance against Aldo. And that was 8 seconds or whatever it was. And I was like, all right, well, if they can all be this easy, which obviously they're not, I look at that and it's like, let's do that. But then it turned into, okay, well, how do I take my strategy that I have, like I talked about earlier in other sports in terms of volume betting, and how do I apply that with what I know in UFC? So I then started just kind of watching not older fights, but watching prep fights of guys that were on cards or girls that were on cards, and kind of just doing that and being like, all right, let's if he's going to win, how does he win? What is his path to victory? Or if he's going to lose, what does he not do well? So it's, a lot of times you get striker versus wrestler, grappler, stuff like that, where it's like, okay, it can be as simple as if he stops the takedowns, he's good. He's a striker. If he doesn't stop the takedowns, whatever. But then you've got guys where it's like, okay, well, his takedown defense isn't great, but his get-up game is all right. And he's good off his back in a full guard. And the guy, that he's fighting is kind of, that's what, if he takes you down, he's more of going to try and be in your guard and try and do something like that, as opposed to, okay, well, where's he going to work from? And that kind of stuff. So obviously it's, just like any other kind of gambling, you're taking a shot and you're kind of doing whatever. But that's why I'll kind of, like I said, with volume betting, I'll say, I'll have a guy, like I said, round 1, maybe round 1 and round 2, and then the other one round 2 and round 3, or I'll have one by KO, one by sub, one by decision, one, So it's just kind of taking what I know of just being a fan and being like, all right, common sense and logic, where does that lead me to, and then obviously you see some lines that you see in other sports, especially even NASCAR. You'll see a guy where it's like, do I think he's going to win this week? No, but he's 50-1. And he should be 20-1. So it's like, let me throw a couple bucks on it. Let's take a shot on it. There's value there. That's kind of, how I see with UFC sometimes of like, okay, this guy is going to win by sub. Most likely not. But if I'm looking at it, I have his sub priced at, let's say, +800, +1,000, and they're giving it to me +1,600, +2,000. It's like, all right, that's kind of, a realistic possibility. So yeah, UFC's a lot of props.
No, it sounds like that. And one thing, as you were, explaining everything, I was curious, what separates you from some of the other UFC bettors? Obviously being in a niche market, like I am with NASCAR, you try to differentiate yourself and understand, okay, what sets me apart? So what from the UFC side sets you apart from some of the other handicappers in that market?
So that's a good question. And before I would say that I think UFC is the number one sport, maybe even NASCAR, but I would say UFC is the number one sport where the other, whether it's cappers, the bettors, or whether it's just the quote unquote experts or the guys that know what they're watching, MMA is the one sport that I like listening to other guys. I like hearing other guys' opinions because it can be so subjective on certain things. And like I can be seeing one thing and somebody else can be seeing something else. And it's like, we could both be seeing the same thing, but seeing it differently. So it's like, let's kind of, so that's the first thing I would say is that we are all kind of different in our own way. But I always tell people, especially with UFC, is, listen to a couple different people and just kind of see what makes sense to you. But in terms of what makes me different, I think it's basically, I mean, the number one thing is obviously the volume betting. We talked about that. So like on a card, like we had a card today, on a card, I'll have anywhere between 25 and 35 bets for, let's say, 10 to 15 fights, depending on how big a card is. I'll have, 25, 35 bets, a lot of them props, a lot of them, quarter, half unit, stuff like that. And it'll be maybe, let's say 15, 20 units for the entire card. Other guys will have 6 or 7 bets and they'll be, the same amount of units. So it's kind of just how you want to do it differently. I would say, even going back to your question about like how I started and why I was doing more like this, is also what makes me different in terms of like, I wanted to put this betting card out there where it's like, all right, I've got this betting card. It's in order from the first fight to the last fight. If you're going to sit down and you're going to watch a UFC card, just kind of go through the list and just kind of bet it as we go and just enjoy it. Other guys who maybe don't watch as much or just are here to kind of bet on it and make some money, they'll take a couple of the other guys' bets because it's like, all right, let's throw 3 or 4 bets and I'm not, really going to watch as much. Maybe I'll turn on for a fight here or there.
Mm-hmm.
So I think mine are kind of, a lot of my UFC fans, I would say, are the ones that like to sit down and watch a card. Let's watch it.
Okay.
Let's bitch on Twitter together when we lose. That's how we like it.
Well, I always like your celebrations on Twitter when it's like 3 a.m. or whatever it is. One of my kids is up, and I look at Twitter to see what I missed. Over the last 3 hours, I wasn't sleeping, and I see this 3 a.m. Baumohl good hit, kind of thing. It's fun because it almost gets me invested then at times. And I'll be honest, I don't bet. I don't know if I haven't bet UFC for a very, very, very long time. And the only time I ever do is if I go off of somebody trusted like yourself, where it's like, hey, here's an opportunity to really find an edge, trust it. Or, because I don't know enough about the insights of that sport or that industry. So interesting. So
yeah, I'm surprised I haven't gotten any noise violations, the shit that happens at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. It's the noises that come out of my mouth. I look and like, all right, thank God nobody heard that. Like, what the fuck was that? Like when Leon Edwards knocked out, I would say when Leon Edwards knocked out Usman and I had that fight I needed to not go the distance and he knocked him out with a minute left. My body just let out like noises for like a minute. Like it didn't know what it was watching. It was the combination of like hitting a bet plus also just like, did Kamaru just fucking lose? Like he just fucking dominated. Did he just lose? And it's just like, that's the best. It's like 2:30 in the morning. And then you just sit there on your couch. You're just watching. Next thing you know, it's 30 minutes later. And you're like, I haven't fucking moved because I'm still in shock of what I just watched.
That's wild.
So
is that one of your, I say best bets, not like, hey, I put all this down, but is that one of your best bets that
like
you
last
hit
seconds?
in the UFC? Yeah.
I've hit, there've been a couple like that. There was one, couple years ago. I don't know if it was it was Yair Rodriguez versus Korean Zombie. Korean Zombie actually just retired. Rodriguez knocked him out with 1 second left in the fight. It was a spinning elbow at the end of the fight, knocked him out completely. I mean, at that point, you have to knock the guy out cold because the ref's not going to stop it with 2 seconds left.
1 second.
Knocked him out completely cold, just dropped dead. It was just like, that was another one where it's like, holy fuck. Like that just like, it's like you see it coming and he sees it coming and just can't do shit about it. That's no way to avoid it.
See, there's got to be something to that excitement level where, like in NASCAR, you're watching, 3.5 hours worth of an event, knowing, is this guy going to win or however you have him priced outright, head to head, whatever. But in UFC, it could end in 2 seconds. It could end in 5 seconds. Like it's kind of an adrenaline rush of like, all right, I'm on the underdog. Just stay alive till the final round and hopefully get some magic. So when's the next?
Speaking of it ending, speaking of it ending in 2 seconds, when people ask me my number one NASCAR betting memory, it's when I bet on Kyle Larson. I get Talladega, wherever it was, where they forgot to take the fucking thing off his engine, and first lap he pulls in because his engine's completely overheated. It was last year, 2 years ago. I don't remember what it was. It was something, and basically somebody, I don't know because I forgot what it was, but somebody just didn't take, there was like a part they put in while they shipped the car, and it just didn't get taken out of the engine, and his engine overheated. I'll find which one it was, but it was like, I remember I was like, Lars, it couldn't have been Talladega, because I feel like I wouldn't have had a huge outright bet on Talladega, but I don't know what it was, but I just remember it's like, he's like, my temps are going way up, and 3 minutes later he's in the pits, and it's like, well, welcome to fucking
and you're
NASCAR.
Like, you're done. The one bad beat that I remember that I wasn't involved in, but just thinking from a perspective, those early days in betting, Denny Hamlin at the very start of the race at Pocono, green flag. I think he was even either had the pole or was starting near the front. He went to shift going into turn one, first lap, turn one, blew an engine. So
and that's one of the things where it's like, what do you want me to do about it? Like what? Like, I'm not a fucking car mechanic.
Yeah, you want to talk about a bad beat there. So what is when's the next UFC event for you from a betting
next
standpoint?
week. Next week's
okay, pretty
UFC,
big event.
Yeah, UFC with 293. I think I get lost with these numbers now. 293, I think is what it is. It's
okay.
It's a pay-per-view. It's a pay-per-view they admittedly kind of threw together, and it's got a couple good fights on it, but it's not. I'd say top to bottom, it's not great, but you've got a couple fights at the top that are good. And they're kind of all setting up for UFC 300, which is going to probably be sometime next year. I'd assume it's in July or June because they did UFC 100 in June or July. They did UFC 200 June or July. So I think they're kind of building this kind of crescendo to try and, all right, let's get to a point. And we saw it with O'Malley a couple weeks ago, obviously, that, him winning is a benefit for the UFC. But how can we get this to a point where UFC 300, we've got, hopefully, I think their idea is that they can have a card with UFC 300 that has potentially McGregor, but's headlined by John Jones, assuming he doesn't retire after this Stipe fight, which he may. But I think they're going to try and get a fight where they can get a John Jones, McGregor, Sean O'Malley, and get a women's title fight. And they can get 4 basic title fights or 3 title fights and a McGregor fight on the main card. And then have a bunch of the undercard of the prelims be I like to call them legends, guys that have been here, have done their due for the UFC, and the UFC likes to throw a couple older guys together and, hey, let's put you on the big stage. This is going to be a big pay-per-view. Let's get you some gate money. Let's do that.
Yep.
Jim Miller's one of those guys. Jim Miller fought UFC 100, fought at UFC 200. He's been on a kind of a resurgence lately. So I think his goal is maybe, I don't know if he's going to retire at UFC 300, but I think he's going to get a fight at UFC 300. Hopefully he doesn't retire because I hate betting on fighters that are halfway out the door. MMA, that's the number one thing. If a fighter talks about them being out the door, or them being whatever, it's you don't train for a fight fully knowing knowing this is the last one. That's
How do you find stuff out about like injuries, training, etc.? Is that something that you are diving into, or how do you rely on some of that information? Because I'm sure that's an edge for you.
Yeah, and it's interesting because obviously the past year or so, UFC has been going through their kind of gambling scandal or whatever. I don't know how much you've been in tune with this, but basically they had a coach or James Krause,
with
James Krause, just in gambling in general.
Gambling, gotcha.
So James Krause was basically cornering fighters, but also had a gambling side to it. And it wasn't as much of like, okay, he's throwing fighters out there that are injured or that are whatever, until it got to a point where there was a guy that I forgot his name, but I obviously bet on him. And the line, he was like plus, I think he started out maybe like minus 120, minus 130. It was kind of close. And by this time of the fight, he was like plus 250, plus 275. It had all gone up in the like 2 hours before the fight. So you're like looking at this, you're like, something's not right here. Like I've already got my bet in, so I'm kind of already fucked. But it's like something's not right here. Guy comes out, basically tries to shoot a takedown, looks like he's got literally nothing in his legs, takes 2 leg kicks, falls down, and is done 45 seconds into the fight. So people are like, all right, something went on here.
Yep.
Obviously, James Krause was I don't know if he was cornering him or if it was just involved in his training, or I don't know exactly. I don't want to say he was cornering him. I think he was, but I don't want to say it for sure. So then basically it was like, all right, well, this guy who had just been on Ariel Helwani's show like 2-3 weeks earlier talking about how, oh yeah, I make good money in the UFC, but I really make good money in my gambling Discord. It's like, why are you saying this out loud? Like this is almost like, like, okay, maybe you have it. Maybe you've got people in your Discord where it's like, all right, we got some inside information. We're not going to tell anybody. But it's like, and then he starts promoting it and starting trying to be like a tout and trying whatever. And then that shit happened. And it's like, all right, we got to look into that. So to answer your original question in terms of like injuries, it's hard because just like in any other sport with NFL, whatever, you're like, okay, I'm kind of taking their word on it. I'm kind of whatever. Oh, he posted an Instagram story. Oh, he posted this. Well, it's like, if his leg's half broken, is he going to post an Instagram story with him not being able to throw a leg kick? No. If he can throw one leg kick, he's going to throw it and put it on Instagram and be like, look how hard these fucking leg kicks I have. It's the same thing in the NFL. If a guy's tweaked hamstring or something, they're not going to go into the game and be like, obviously he'll be on the injury report, whatever, but they're not going to be like, oh yeah, we're only going to use him 30% of the snaps today. And if they say that, it's like, that's bullshit. Why would they tell you what they're going to do? So I think a lot of it is in terms of injuries. It's obviously hard to predict injuries, but it goes back to the style of fights. Okay, this guy's not a great. So like, what was it, 2 weeks, whatever it was with Chris Weidman's last fight.
Okay.
So obviously he's coming off that bad leg. I don't know if it was a leg break or he tore his knee or he did everything. This was probably 2 years ago, I think is what it was. He's coming back. Everything sounds good. He looks good. He's one of those guys where you kind of feel like he's going to fight until literally his body cannot do it anymore. Like he's not going to just be like, you know what, I'm kind of halfway out to be like, no, I'm just going to fight until my body can't do it. And coming up and fighting against a guy in terms of leg kicks, it's like, all right, well, he's got basically coming off a broken leg. He's okay. You assume, obviously, I'm not gonna say 100%, but you assume he's fairly close to it. If the UFC is gonna obviously okay it, and obviously his corner and his team and all that's gonna okay it. But then when he fights against a guy who just throws leg kick after leg kick, it's like, okay, well, you might start the fight fine, but obviously you've got a metal pole in your leg, and so it's not going to be great. And he ended up, it was like a slight fracture of his leg, and so it's like, he ends up only not being out like 4, 5, 6 weeks, something like that, where it's really not that bad. But it's like, that's kind of like, all right, well, if I've got a guy who's got leg injuries or notoriously, at least over the past 4 or 5 fights, not been able to take damage to his leg, and I've got a guy who's going to throw a bunch of leg kicks, seems kind of like a spot there. So that's kind of how I would say let's like predicting injuries or, just in terms of like the game, and there's last year or whenever I was in Africa, I remember I watched the card where it was UFC London and Tom Aspinall.
Yeah, you did go to Africa. I remember giving you a hard time. Yeah.
It feels like yesterday, but it was like, I guess it was a year. It was not the summer, last summer.
What'd you go to Africa for? Honeymoon?
No. So
vacation?
Yeah, so it was family vacation. My mom, that was kind of always her dream thing, was to kind of do the safari in Africa and kind of do it the right way and kind of, not like a luxury kind of trip, but like, go and stay in these conservatories, but like also in terms of like, okay, I'm not staying in a tent. I'm going to, whatever. So my parents saved up for 10, 15 years basically. And we flew to Kenya. We're in Kenya for 2 weeks. It's crazy.
Jeez. Very cool. Yeah. When's the next event, UFC event that you'll be in attendance for, or do you not go to any because of work?
Fun fact: I've never been to a UFC event live.
There you go. Okay.
I've been to some local ones, and I've been to I believe it was a Bellator one when they were in DC. It was 5-7 years ago, but so I've been to a couple actual events, but not UFC. And even for me now, it's like from a gambling aspect, I just like being on my couch, being able to watch it all, being able to live bet something, live betting UFC, that's kind of a strategy too of like, hey, I've got a guy like, I'll give you a quick example, guy Chito Vera, who's the guy who beat Sean O'Malley, who there's a chance he's going to be the guy who O'Malley's going to defend his title against next. He's notoriously a slow starter. So it's in a lot of his wins, he either wins in a 4th or 5th round, or he wins the 3rd, 4th, and 5th round, and he wins a decision. So something like that, when it's like, okay, I'm not going to bet him pre-fight, because the only time he's really only won a round, or the opening round, was against O'Malley, and that's when he had that leg kick in O'Malley's nerve or whatever happened, whatever. But this guy, 90% of his fights, he's not coming on until round 2 or round 3. He can take damage. So it's like, all right, let's see, let's let him get through the first round. If he takes some damage, and it's like, all right, well, but then that's also, lines have gotten smarter, books have gotten smarter, like, oh, well, his round 2 props used to be 800-900, and now they're 400, 500, because it's like, that's what he does. So it's, books are trying to get smart on that, but it sucks they've caught up to us.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say, when you're putting, and when you're putting information out there, books are gonna catch on. People, sharp individuals are gonna pick up on some of that stuff. So we're only sorry. I've been doing this for 10 hours.
Yeah, I'll say
we're only to blame.
You're yawning like you've been doing this all day or something.
I know. Look, I'm still drinking water and all that. So interesting. So anything else outside of UFC, any other markets or any other sports that you have found yourself, hey, when this season comes around, this is what I can invest. Is UFC actually? Let me ask you another UFC. Is UFC year round? I assume it is.
And so they're doing more fights over the past couple of years since they signed the contract with ESPN, and ESPN's given them, I don't know what the exact number is, but I think it's 40 to 45 events a year. So basically they'll take a week or two off here or there. They'll take it off. But yeah, I would say, mostly 6 out of every 7 weeks, there's a UFC event for the most part.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah,
well, I'm going to
definitely year round. But to what you were saying before, to answer that, with NFL season coming up, NFL props are maybe, I would say probably UFC now, but NFL props are the other thing, because NFL props and NFL DFS is how I started my content. So that's kind of where it's like, all right, there's UFC and NFL are the two that when I dive into the dirty details, I actually enjoy getting into these numbers, and I enjoy looking at some of that stuff. Even with like NASCAR was always like, okay, I like looking at some of this stuff, but it's like, I'm looking at miles per hour and I'm looking at green flag this and that. It's like, I kind of only half know what I'm looking at, and is it really what I'm looking at in front of me, as opposed to if I'm looking at an NFL, like for example, let's say an adjusted offensive line versus adjusted defensive line. Like, okay, like, is it exact? No. But the way this offensive line plays is going to be fairly consistent throughout the year. Obviously there'll be ups and downs, but it's, a team that's a top 10 offensive line all of a sudden without an injury isn't going to just become a 25th, kind of, that. So that's kind of where I started doing that and looking at that and be like, all right, well, what kind of receiving props can I get on terms of that? All right, this team's a great pass blocking team. This team's a good run stopping defense, but not a great pass stopping defense, not a good pass rush. So it's like, all right, if you're going to have time doing that kind of stuff. And I always like looking at receptions versus reception yards versus touchdowns, stuff like that, where it's like, okay, I've got a guy who, so ADOT is, do you know what ADOT is?
No.
So ADOT's my favorite NFL stat. ADOT is the average depth of target. So where the guy touches the ball for the first time. So a guy runs down the field. If he throws the ball 15 yards, his ADOT's 15. If he throws the ball and catches it 5 yards down the field and runs 15, the ADOT's 5. It's 5. Whatever. So you're kind of looking at that kind of stuff. And it's like, all right, if I've got a team where they've got a good pass block, and I've got this guy who, let's say he's got an ADOT of, anything above 15 is pretty high. Because most of these receivers, they're running routes 15 yards and less, the majority of them. So you've got a route like that. Okay, he runs it, let's say 5-6 times a game. He's not going to have 4 or 5 catches, but he may have 1 or 2 catches and have a 30-yard catch. So it's like, okay, his receiving yards prop is 28.5. Half the time he's going to have 0 yards, and half the time it's not going to hit. And other times he's going to have 1 56-yard catch, and you're good like that. And so it's kind of diving into the details and the numbers and looking at that and being like, all right, well, when his team can block, because obviously he's running further down the field, you need time for a further drop back, that kind of stuff. It's like, all right, these are the games that realistically he should, as opposed to if you're looking at like receptions, you've got slot guys or even outside guys that run shorter routes, where it's like Keenan Allen's a great example for it, of Chargers, been doing it forever, where it's like, sure, he can run 20, 30 yards down the field, but he's never really been that guy for them, because they've had, Mike Williams, they've got the other guys that can stretch the field. But it's like, okay, we can't get a pass rush, or they've got a pass rush coming after us. We've got a guy in Herbert we can't have taking 15, 20 hits every game. You've got guys like what they used to use with Austin Eckler. Like they've got Keenan Allen. Like, all right, let's just get the ball into our playmakers' hands and let them do it. And so you've got a guy like Keenan who sometimes will have 7-8 catches and have 50 yards, and sometimes he'll have 7-8 catches and he'll have 150 yards. And it's like, all right, well, if I can rely on, all right, he's going to get, let's say, 10 targets this game, and his reception total is 5.5, 6, whatever it is, something like that. It's like, if I know his receptions are all going to be, or most are going to be within inside 10 yards, it's like, all right, is he going to hit 70%, of 10 yards? It's like, probably.
Yeah. Interesting. So ADOT, is that something you created, or is that something that was created? Okay. I was going to give you credit there. So how do you find?
Yeah. You feel free to give me credit though.
I will. That's the second thing I'll give you credit for. How do you find that statistic, or is that not a general public thing that the public can find?
Well, the question is, are you ready to see how nerdy I can be?
I am.
So
they've got
they've got those reference sites, like FB reference for football, baseball reference, all that kind of stuff. So I used to do with NFL, I used to literally just pull up like, okay, they've got advanced rushing, advanced passing, advanced receiving, whatever. And I used to just pull it up and I used to just look at these numbers and guess what they meant. Obviously, half of them you can like yak, like yards after catch, something like that. You can do, or yards after contact. You can do like you see. But then so it's like, all right, I'm just looking at all these numbers. I'm just gonna guess what they mean. Half the time you're nowhere close, and then it's like, all right, you go through and just see, all right, what does this mean? Do I think it matters? Because that's the beauty of advanced stats for me, is that you've got, no matter the sport, hundreds of advanced stats, and they can all be used in their own way. But it's like, if it doesn't matter to me, even though I'm not saying it's not going to matter to the outcome of the game, if I don't know how to use that advanced stat, and I'm just going to take it and just kind of guess how to use it, why would I do that? That's me basically being like, let me open up a book in Spanish and be like, all right, I could probably read a quarter of it. It's like, let's see if I can get the gist of the book. It's like, no, just read a fucking book in English.
Yeah. Right. Okay. All right. I like the thought process there. So that is something I'm gonna write that down.
People to take people these days, especially because there's so many advanced stats and you could find a number for everything. Is like, oh, this is a great number. So here's a great example. Are you a big baseball guy? I don't know if you're a big baseball guy.
No.
So baseball over the past, I don't even know, I guess it's been probably 10 years or so. There's a new stat. It's called WAR. So wins above replacement.
Oh, yeah, wins above replacement. Yeah.
So they've obviously started using it in other sports and whatever. So it's like,
yep.
Do I know what it means? Yes. Okay. So this guy's got a WAR of 4 point whatever. Okay, that means they're going to win 4 more games when he's playing than when he's not playing. Okay, I know that, but what the fuck am I going to do with that information? What does that matter to me? Where it's like, okay, I know what it means, but I'm not one of these guys that truly understands why, like, if I've got a team where they've all got a higher WAR, they've got whatever, obviously, you're looking at different stuff, but it's like, okay, Mike Trout's got a WAR of 4.8 and Shohei's got a WAR of 3.9. It's like, okay, great. I'm going to go look at, how many games in the past 10 games he's had, a hit, how many RBIs, I'm just going to look at the basic stuff because I'm not even going to try and understand stuff that I'm not going to understand. So that would be my number one advice to especially new gamblers is, well, 2 big pieces of advice. Take multiple people's advice. Don't listen to one person and take it as like gospel. I say it all the time. I'm dumb. Sometimes I say shit and somebody else says something and I'm like, that makes way more sense than what I said. People have this like arrogant kind of cockiness of like, oh, like I put it out there. This is my take. This is whatever. It's like, well, what if I put a take out there and then a couple of days, week, whatever, a month, year, whatever later, I'm like, you know what? I've changed my mind. I think it's different. That's the number one thing. So listen to other people's advice, and different people, but like kind of have your group of people. So I know like when we talk about like NASCAR. So like for me, it's like when I'm kind of only half paying attention between like you and Jason and Larkin and Coop and Ryan Stevens and the guys that you've had on your show in terms of just, all right, let me, those are my guys. I'm not going to have one of them, but I'm going to see what they all kind of say and kind of put it all together. So that's the number one piece of advice. And the number 2 piece of advice is my dad told me as a kid, keep it simple, stupid. Like I said, don't try and analyze shit you don't understand. Don't look at something and be like, when I'm doing NASCAR and we're talking about like tire degradation and all this kind of stuff, it's like, okay, I'm going to look at stats and results and in terms of like the history of the tire degradation. If something happens here or something's changed this year that's not my expertise. I'm a casual fan that watch that kind of stuff. I'm going to go off numbers as opposed to something like UFC, like I said, where it's more I can watch. Okay, I see how he's stuffing these takedowns. I see whether they're going for underhooks, overhooks, whether he's going for single leg, double legs, how they defend it, that kind of stuff. So it's like, all right, I understand that more. So I'm going to dive more into that and watch more film as opposed to like NASCAR. Right. I know I don't know if it was whatever. Was it you that was rewatching every single race, like the Tuesday or something after it happened?
Every Monday I watched replay every Monday. Yep.
I remember I was, and then it was just like, he knows what he's watching though. That's like, cause I always thought like, all right, maybe I'll do that. But I'm just going to rewatch a race that I probably already seen. And it's like, if I miss something the first time, I'm probably going to miss it the second or the third time. You obviously know what you're watching. Me for like a UFC fight. Okay, let me go watch that fight back again where it's like, oh, he hit him with a clean shot. How did he get to the clean shot? Was it a slip? Was there a legitimate shot? Was there, did he set him up? Did he, whatever, going back real quick to the Sterling O'Malley fight is like, I knew what happened with Sterling And Sterling said it after the fight. He's just like, I got to a point where it's like, I missed one takedown, couldn't get it, and then got to a point where I put myself in a position where Sean's much longer than me. I let him get to a point where he could range, hit me with one shot, and he's strong enough that once he hits me with one shot, it's kind of, you know, then you're kind of scrambling, you're kind of whatever. And that's exactly what I saw, where it's like, you've got these guys that are wrestlers. You don't get one takedown. Okay, great. Let's set up a takedown another way. Let's do feints. Let's throw a jab. Let's throw a leg kick into a takedown. Let's do other stuff, as opposed to some of these guys when they get on the big stage and you got a guy like O'Malley where it's like, you know, you've got double, triple the number that you've ever had because of him. It's like you make one mistake and all of a sudden you're in your own head. It's like, okay, well, is that how he fights, or did he make a mistake? Is that, you know, the Aldo McGregor thing? Aldo, is McGregor that much better than Aldo? At that time, I guess probably, but it's also like, if they run that fight 100 times again, how many times does that result happen where he knocks him out in 8 seconds? Once, twice, you know?
That's a very good point. That, I think the two keys there, like you said, like getting involved in a group, trusting others, not just one source, and keeping it simple, stupid, I think are very key. So I appreciate, man, you know, I can't thank you enough for obviously coming on, chatting, helping everybody understand a little bit more from the UFC side. I was very genuine in wanting to learn more, because I was like, man, I know that's one thing that I've not ever spent much time in. So understanding your process and understanding how you get to some of those things is very impressive. Please, can you tell everybody how to best support and follow what you got going on?
Sure. So I've got my website, betwithbaumohl.org. Obviously you can see my name right there. That's how you spell my name. I wish my last name was Smith or Jones or something that was easier. So all these people that are bitching your last name's hard to spell, guess what? Didn't fucking choose it. Wish I did. Sorry about it. Can't do Ryan bets because unfortunately there's a lot of other Ryans in this world. So we're stuck with that. So it's betwithbaumohl.org. That's where my stuff is. Gambling DFS tips on Twitter. So obviously I'm always on Twitter, always doing that kind of stuff. Got stuff posted, website, Twitter, tip links and all of that. So my stuff's always free. I don't charge for anything. And my thought behind that is I'm doing more of the content in terms of bets. So it's like, if you lose money, I don't want you to pay and then lose money. I want you, if you win money with me, throw me some tips, keep it free. You know, that's kind of what we do. I know we're running out of time, but if I'm giving you one final tip, this is a life tip. This is a gambling tip. This is everything. This is what I always tell people at work. I got my younger employees, high school employees, and this is what I always tell younger bettors and new bettors. There is no dumb question. The dumb question is the one you don't ask, because people are like, oh, I don't want to ask this. I don't want to whatever, because it's going to make me sound dumb. Guess what? I used to do a podcast with Jason, Ryan Larkin, and Ryan Stevens, 3 guys that literally are some of the brightest NASCAR guys and know what they're watching. I'm a casual fan. Some of the shit that I ask is the dumbest shit, but guess what? There's a lot of people that are in my position that, hey, I want to gamble. I want to know this kind of stuff. Let's learn a couple of things. So people ask the question. The dumbest question is the one you don't ask, because sometimes you'll get an answer and it can take you down a completely whole different path.
Yeah. No, I think that's good, man. And like you said, those guys, Ryan, Coop, and they're all, you guys were all bright minds, and it was fun kind of seeing that progression, and now seeing what everybody's doing is really cool. So again, appreciate your time. Can't thank you enough. And I'll be sure to have everybody I reach out to support what you got going on. So thanks for all the advice, man. Thank you very much.
Appreciate you having me. It was fun. Appreciate you having me.
Absolutely. I'm gonna go get some sleep, so I know that. So
you're not doing another 12 hours? Come on.
No. I was doing 10 and going from there. So I appreciate it again, man. We'll stay in touch, and if I have any questions about UFC, we'll go from there. But likewise with NASCAR, if you need anything, let me know, and let me know if I can ever help from a content standpoint. Want to help any way I can. So thank you for coming on and being part of this. Absolutely.
And next time Blaney wins, we'll do a live stream.
I'm down with that. Yep. I'm not sure if that'll happen anytime soon, but yes, I'm down with that. So awesome. Well, great conversations as always. And thanks to everybody for tuning in, supporting, and make sure you go support Baumohl. There you go. Right there's his name. So
he threw it out for you guys today. It was 10 hours all day to support Derek in terms of his Discord, in terms of Twitter, in terms of all that. The amount of effort the guy puts in, I get exhausted watching you. So I know it's your stream, and I know it's a lot of your people, but hit that subscribe button on your YouTube, hit that follow button on Twitter. It helps.
You're a good man. Yep. Yeah, I appreciate you.
Oh, and you can hit my YouTube. I forgot to tell you my YouTube too. Chasing Winners.
That's there you go. So now we built it all in. We built it all in. So yeah,
Derek's is more than mine. He puts out way more than I do. So definitely, if you're only going to subscribe to one, subscribe to his.
I appreciate that. Yeah, no, we're all in the content scene. We're all doing the same thing, just different avenues. So that's what I found. But yeah, everybody, make sure you support Baumohl, support everybody that joined the show. Any questions regarding the premium Discord, let me know. And guys, have a good rest of your night. Enjoy your Sunday. Happy Labor Day to all. Enjoy, and we'll catch you here next week for another, not 10 hours, but for a show on Wednesday and this and that. So Ryan,
10 hours.
Thanks. I can't believe I said my wife. She came down and
good news is you're still married.
I think so. I haven't gone upstairs yet. So yeah. So awesome. Well, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Yep, appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys.